Chapter 176. Broadcasting to the world. Number 1 and Number 2 exchange glances, seemingly perplexed by Zhang Heng's directive. Zhang Heng gestured towards the two dimwits, urging them to attack him for a sparring session. However, Number 1 and Number 2 remained unresponsive. Zhang Heng scratched the back of his head, wondering if even with his command, they were incapable of attacking him, or if they were entirely oblivious to the concept of assaulting him. With a wave of his hand, he sighed, "Forget it. Entertain yourselves. Should we allow Number 1 and Number 2 to enter automatic exploration mode?" Zhang Heng quickly intervened. "No. Cancel. Cancel. They can't go exploring here in midair, can they? They should just stay in the corner." Command canceled. Number 1 and Number 2 retreated to the corner. In resignation, Zhang Heng exited the training room. After clarifying the evolution line of the zombies, he deeply regretted binding with the crawler. The crawler was a product of the second stage zombie's failed advancement to the third stage, and he pondered what it would evolve into. Perhaps its appearance would not change drastically. In due time, he would find out, especially since Number 3 was also on the verge of evolution. As Zhang Heng stepped out of the training chamber, he found Pan Jiaying. "Sister Pan, does the Titan zombie possess any crystalline structures in its brain?" Pan Jiaying nodded, replying, "Yes, I specifically collected it for you. Here it is." Zhang Heng was impressed by Pan Jiaying's resourcefulness. When he had witnessed the Titan's brain explode, he hadn't noticed the crystalline structure, assuming it had shattered along with the brain. Clearly, he had been mistaken. It had been safely collected by Pan. This was a blue crystalline shard. Should we proceed to absorb the fourth-tier crystalline structure? Of course. Absorption successful. Host gene unlocking progress increased by 10. Gene unlocking progress is now at 46. It seemed he was not far from reaching the fourth tier. At that moment, Cheng Chang approached Zhang Heng and said, "We have been hovering over Tsangnan for about 5 hours. Zhao Yanan mentioned she spotted the Titan zombies, those two you saw previously." Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Zhao Yanan. "Yanan, is that true? Are they down there?" Zhao Yanan moved to the window and pointed to a building with a clock tower below. "Right down there. I saw them enter. There might be a Titan core beneath." Zhao Yanan's third eye proved remarkably useful, allowing her to observe such details. This revelation spared him the trouble of sending Ma Gu and others to investigate. Zhao Yanan added, "It's the same two you encountered before, and I've been watching. There are no other Titans nearby, just those two. What do you plan to do?" Having grown stronger, Zhang Heng felt an exhilarating urge to test his abilities against them. He promptly inquired, "Brother Chong, has the post been published?" "What is the response?" Cheng Chong sighed in exasperation. "They don't believe it. They can't fathom that there are zombies over 10 meters tall in this world. I've been bombarded with criticism." Zhang Heng's expression darkened at the disbelief. Who would be so bored as to make such jokes online? Cheng Chong chuckled bitterly, yet they refused to believe it. "And what can you do?" Zhang Heng shook his head, insisting that it was imperative to make them believe. They must be vigilant, or else disaster would befall them, and it would be too late for regrets. At that moment, Pan Jiaying suggested, "How about I host a live stream to showcase the Titan? That might convince them." The group looked at her in astonishment. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Pan, you've done live streams before?" Pan Jiaying shrugged helplessly, explaining that her hospital had once asked her to host a live stream for promotional purposes, where she answered basic questions from viewers. However, she wondered if anyone would watch now. She took out her phone, entered the live stream interface, and activated the camera. Pan Jia added, "If my fans are still alive, they'll receive notifications when I go live." Zhang Heng glanced at Pan Jia's live stream account, which indeed belonged to a public account of a hospital, boasting a following of over 100,000. "Ah, we have viewers joining," exclaimed someone. "Thirsty fish, woman. I see a woman. Ha ha ha." This brother, wherever he was, seemed to have never encountered a woman before. Pan Jiaying found a spot to set her phone down, engaging with the audience while waiting for the numbers to climb. She then asked, "By the way, how should I prove this to them?" Zhang Heng suddenly thought of himself and replied, "Aren't there 2 Titans down below? I could have my zombies compete with them to see who is stronger. It would be a perfect opportunity to test the abilities of Number 1 and Number 2. His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Cheng Chong queried, "Your zombies are also Titans?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they are evolving. having just awakened their powers. They too are titans. Pan Jiaying was astonished. Both are titans? We have titans too? Excitement surged among them. It was utterly unbelievable that Zhang Heng's zombies had evolved into titans. Zhang Heng himself was equally incredulous. He had anticipated they would become crawlers. Little did he know that crawlers were the result of failed evolution, while successful evolution resulted in titans. Pan Jiaying then announced, "There are already over 100 viewers. I will record this, and we will have video evidence of the titans towering over 10 meters." She opened her microphone and addressed the audience. "Dear viewers, I have an urgent message to convey to the world. We are facing a battle with the Titan Squad. The Titan Squad represents the third form of zombies, possessing strength superior to that of crawlers, and they have already obliterated several cities' evolutionists. Not only do they wield immense power, but they can also transform into titans towering over 10 meters. In Jiangnan City, Taiyan City, and Sangnan City, all the evolvers have been exterminated. I urge you to remain vigilant. Should you encounter a Titan Squad, unite with all your strength to confront them. Their appearance closely resembles that of humans, the only discernible difference being their pallid skin and dim gray eyes. If you come across such individuals, be exceedingly cautious. They are titans. Klaus, zombies towering over 10 meters? How can such creatures even exist? ID 9241. The host surely wouldn't deceive us. We will remain alert. After all, it's impossible to ignore a titan zombie of such stature. Haha, thirsty fish. I believe the host is right. We must stay on guard. Titans can transform into colossal titan zombies or appear just like us. Did you not listen closely? Steel and iron. A 10-meter-tall zombie? I, for one, refuse to believe it. The crawlers are the largest zombies I've encountered. Is there something even larger? If so, we're doomed. The comments section erupted into chaos. Pan Jiaying, uninterested in the commotion, turned to Zhang Heng and declared, "I doubt more people will arrive. Let us commence." Chapter 177. The Duel of the Giant Zombies. Zhang Heng summoned figures 1 and 2 and commanded the bunker to descend. The structure swiftly settled atop a towering edifice in Sangnan City. Figures 1 and 2 soon entered the frame, while Zhang Heng remained obscured, his silhouette visible as he strode toward the bank below. Lin Wenyi and Zuotian became aware of an approaching presence. Upon recognizing Zhang Heng, Lin Wenyi's expression transformed into one of disbelief. "How dare you show your face before me? Do you truly fear not death?" Zhang Heng replied with a subtle smile. "If I feared death, I would not be here. It appears there is another Titan core within this place. I have already destroyed 2. Allow me the pleasure of annihilating another." Lin Wenyi regarded Zhang Heng, whose demeanor was flippant and irreverent. What audacity! How could he so brazenly confront her, even uttering such bold claims? Zuotian coldly directed his gaze at Zhang Heng and inquired, "What brings you and your puppets here? Do you truly intend to engage us in a life-or-death struggle?" Shaking his head, Zhang Heng responded, "I merely wish to assess their combat capabilities. Want to engage them." The immediate escalation to combat left Ma Ge glancing at Zuotian, while Figure 2 turned its attention to Lin Wen, seemingly intent on dividing their foes. Ban Jing, perched atop the high-rise, trained her phone on the scene below. Zhang Heng was pushed out of the frame. Zuotian exchanged glances with Lin Wenyi, remarking, "It seems we have been underestimated. Let's show them our true strength." At that moment, Lin Wenyi interjected, "These 2 zombies feel distinctly different from the last pair we encountered." Zhang Heng was no fool. His confidence implied he had a compelling advantage. These 2 zombies might indeed match our prowess. Zuotian, unable to contain her amusement, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before she could finish, Ma Ge appeared before her in an instant, raising his right hand, the bone knife aimed viciously at her head. Zuotian widened her eyes in shock, executing a backflip. But before she could land, a knife pierced her back. With a cry of anguish, Zuotian was propelled like a cannonball into the wall, shattering it to pieces. Lin Wenyi, startled yet resolute, recognized she could not afford distraction. She too had a foe. Indeed, as she turned to confront her opponent, a blood-red net ensnared her direction. Lin Wenyi struck the iron web with a powerful fist, causing it to disperse and transform into the hair of Figure 2. Seeing the hair ineffective against Lin Wenyi, Figure 2 opted for a direct assault, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Ma Gu advanced through the wreckage of the shattered wall, and Zhuotian rose from the debris, gazing at her penetrated chest in disbelief. What manner of monster is this? How could I be so grievously harmed? Ma Gu charged towards Zhuotian, who, now alert, grasped his wrist and executed a shoulder throw, casting him away. However, Ma Gu did not falter. Instead, with a single hand, he propelled himself off the ground, springing up with agility, his feet striking the earth with a resounding thud. Armed with dual blades, Zhuotian found himself in a precarious position, forced to evade while retreating. Suddenly, a swift slash severed his arm, which fell to the ground. In desperation, Zhuotian grasped the severed limb and pressed it against the wound, stumbling backward. How could his once prided, formidable defense be so easily breached? Panic surged within him as he glanced back towards Lin Wenyu. Lin Wenyu was ensnared in a mass of hair, which relentlessly jabbed at her cocoon form. Vivid red blood surged forth from the confines of her hair, and then, in an instant, her cocoon violently expanded. Lin Wenyu transformed into a colossal titan, towering over 10 meters. At that moment, number 2 also ascended, morphing into a titan zombie clad in white bone armor, an entity even more advanced than a standard titan zombie. They had yet to fully develop their armor. Pan Jiaying, at this juncture, initiated a live stream, and the audience fell into stunned silence. What caliber of battle was unfolding before them? They bore witness to 2 zombies evolving into titan zombies. As these behemoths grew in size, their speed seemed to diminish. Yet their destructive power soared. A single punch shattered the roof of a building, an effortless feat for them. In the next moment, 2 additional titan zombies began to rise. This marked the beginning of a monumental clash between giant zombies. The entire city of Tsangnan trembled under the weight of their confrontation. Zhang Heng observed from a distance, witnessing the titanic zombies trade blows with ferocity. He seized control of Ma Ji's body, and in an instant, Zhang Heng straightened his spine. Was this the sensation of becoming a giant? As Zhuotian's titan zombie swung a punch towards him, Zhang Heng grasped the fist and forcefully redirected it downward, simultaneously delivering a knee strike to the zombie's jaw. The jaw of Zhuotian's zombie promptly detached. Upon transforming into a titan zombie, their regenerative abilities appeared diminished. Perhaps this transformation was a desperate gambit. While their strength had undoubtedly increased, they could easily break free from constraints. However, for combat, a normal size was often more advantageous. Faced with Ma Ji's rapid onslaught, Zhuotian's titan zombie struggled to defend itself. Zhang Heng toppled the zombie with a powerful kick, then seized its neck with both hands, wielding a massive blade against Zhuotian's throat. The colossal head was swiftly severed. In an instant, Zhuotian's zombie shrank in size. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Titan form number 2 seemed to retain its hair-based abilities, continuing to wield them as before. The Titan zombies under their command lacked any exceptional powers, rendering them utterly overmatched by number 1 and number 2. The hair of zombie number 2 entwined around Lin Wenyu's neck, while the remaining strands pierced into her body, instantly transforming her into a hedgehog. In the next moment, the hair coiled tightly around Lin Wenyu's head. With a piercing scream, her head was severed from her body, which began to shrink instantly. Thus, the battle with the giant zombie came to a close. Pan Jiaying promptly ended the live stream, her eyes shimmering with a profound smile. The prowess of number 1 and number 2 was remarkable. It was astonishingly effortless to eliminate the Titan zombie. At that moment, Zhang Heng also wore a smile. As he had anticipated, number 1 and number 2 were more than sufficient to handle Lin Wenyu and her companions, requiring no intervention from him. He pondered the abilities of the other members of the Titan squad. Chapter 178. The plan of the Dragon Nation number 1 and number 2 returned to Zhang Heng's side, presenting 2 severed heads. Number 2 skillfully opened the heads and extracted 2 blue crystals from within. Zhang Heng accepted the crystals and then instructed, "Let's return to the bunker. First, we need to find a suitable location to establish it. There are still numerous zombies in Tsangnan City, and we can deal with them gradually. Before that, I will take a look below." Number 1 and number 2 had eliminated Lin Wenyu and Zhuotian, significantly boosting his points by nearly 20,000. With only 2 blue crystals in his possession, he could directly increase his gene unlocking progress by 20. In the vault, there was also a Titan core. Killing the Titan core would likely yield another blue crystal. Furthermore, Pan Jiaying's recent livestream might convince humanity worldwide of the existence of Titan zombies, and the Titan squad would undoubtedly see the video as well. It was hoped that their actions would become more restrained. Otherwise, they would expose their location. Concurrently, when positioning the Titan core, it was unlikely they would place it within the city. Zhang Heng proceeded to the vault and indeed found a Titan core, which he promptly dealt with, acquiring a 3rd blue crystal. He returned to the bunker and directed its installation at the lowest point of the city. A group remained inside the bunker at that moment. Cheng Chong observed the comments on his phone, evidently following the recent livestream. Some had downloaded the video and shared it online. It seemed many had reposted it. Those who had initially mocked him were now firmly believing in his words. Cheng Chong felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this change. Pan Jiaying and her companions were preparing lunch. Zhang Heng entered the training room and consumed the 3 blue crystals. Congratulations, host's gene unlocking progress has increased by 30. The 3rd stage gene lock had reached 76, and unlocking the 4th stage was not far off. Observing his steadily growing power, Zhang Heng found himself somewhat entranced by the sensation of becoming stronger. If a 4th-stage zombie were to appear at that moment, he might even dare to test his strength against it. At that moment, a phone call came through. Answered by Su Ling. Zhang Heng pressed the answer button. Hello, Zhang Heng. I saw Pan Jiaying. She seems to be live streaming. Are those 2 transformed Titan zombies yours? Zhang Heng smiled slightly and replied, Yes, they're mine. What's the matter? Su Ling continued, The situation is as follows. Your strength is remarkably outstanding. The Dragon Nation government hopes you can assist them. They plan to construct walls to encircle the city and are seeking powerful evolvers to join. Many have already signed on. I wonder if you and your team would be interested? We can offer you a substantial reward. Zhang Heng expressed his confusion. Building walls? Haven't you seen the Titan zombies? Is constructing walls truly effective? Su Ling remarked. As long as the city walls are constructed high enough, it should suffice. This is the Dragon Kingdom's plan to re-establish a presence on land. By joining now, you will all become pivotal contributors to the reconstruction of the Dragon Kingdom. History shall remember your remarkable achievements. Zhang Heng chuckled wryly. Let me think it over and I'll get back to you. Well then, all right, Su Ling replied. After ending the call, Zhang Heng couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Cheng Chong, puzzled, inquired, Zhang Heng, what is going on? Zhang Heng explained. The government of the Dragon Kingdom intends to return to a terrestrial existence and plans to construct a wall. It seems many will participate, and Su Ling hopes we will join as well. Are you interested? The group questioned. We don't have to assist in building the wall, do we? Zhang Heng shook his head. I don't think so. However, I suspect the sounds of construction might attract nearby zombies. Since the intention is to erect the wall within a city, it is likely that we will encounter a considerable number of zombies. Our role would merely be to eliminate them, and there would be substantial rewards involved, though I'm uncertain of the specifics. At that moment, Pan Jiaying approached, saying, Why should we leave our secure position to assist the Dragon Kingdom government with the zombies? Did they help us when the virus struck? I refuse to go. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. Fine, then we shall not go. I'm not particularly interested anyway. To put it plainly, it would just be acting as bodyguards. Isn't it better to enjoy my freedom? It appeared that everyone was opposed to the idea. Zhang Heng felt a sense of clarity within. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from above. Is it the survival team? This is Cheng Hong. Cheng Gong? Has she already arrived in Songnan City? Zhang Heng stepped out of the bunker to find 5 familiar faces waiting outside. Cheng Hong and her companions. Cheng Hong gazed at Zhang Heng in disbelief. I can't believe there are 2 Titans here. My team didn't even notice, and I didn't expect you all to be capable of dealing with Titan zombies. Zhang Heng smiled gently. It's not safe for you here. Members of the Titan team might come at any moment. You should find a place to hide. Cheng Hong looked at the bunker entrance, barely visible above ground, and asked, Could we join your group? You are quite formidable, and I wish to accompany you. Zhang Heng decisively shook his head. I'm afraid I must decline. However, there's good news for you. Cheng Hong's initial disappointment turned to curiosity as she asked, "What good news?" "The Dragon Kingdom government plans to return to land and may construct walls around a certain city. They require a cadre of evolved individuals to protect them and assist in exterminating zombies. Perhaps you could ally with the government then, alleviating your concerns about lacking support." Chung Hong pondered. "Where should I go?" Zhang Heng handed her Su Ling's contact number, saying, "This number belongs to Su Ling. You may call him to inquire further." Chung Hong looked at the number in her hand with a resigned expression. It is evident that Zhang Heng has no intention of allowing them to join the ranks. Indeed, they possess remarkable strength. Yet what significance does that hold for him? The powerful have no obligation to assist the weak, do they? The strong prefer to engage with those even mightier than themselves. Chung Hong, clutching her phone number, departed with her small team, her expression one of despondency. Zhang Heng then returned to the bunker. At this moment, Pan Jiaying had prepared a meal. A group of individuals gathered around the table, indulging heartily while discussing matters concerning the Dragon Kingdom's government and the Titan Squad. Observing the harmonious scene before him, Zhang Heng felt a sense of satisfaction. His team was sufficient as it stood, for the addition of new members would disrupt their established camaraderie. They were all comrades who had fought side by side, possessing an intrinsic understanding forged through shared experiences. Chapter 179. Torrential Rain and Tsunami. After a hearty meal, Zhang Heng resolved to convene a small team meeting to deliberate on the forthcoming actions of the Titan Squad. He remarked that 2 Titan zombies had perished in Songnan, and the Titan Squad would undoubtedly not remain indifferent to such losses. Therefore, during this period, he advised everyone to limit their movements to the vicinity. It would be ideal if the Titan Squad could continue dispatching Titans, should they cease to do so. He intended to pursue them and eliminate the threat posed by their faction at the earliest opportunity. At this juncture, Chung Chong interjected, suggesting that Pan Jiaying might have broadcast the footage of the Titans' demise via the internet. Since the Titans possessed electronic tools, it was reasonable to assume they could view such videos as well. If they desired to approach, they would need to weigh their options with utmost caution. Pan Jiaying, perplexed, inquired if he knew the Titan's route of advance. Zhang Heng glanced at Chung Chong and replied, "Isn't Brother Chong capable of tracking their scent?" Chung Chong raised an eyebrow slightly, stating that if the distance was too great, he might struggle to trace them. However, they were surely heading toward a nearby city. As long as the direction could be ascertained, it would suffice, albeit it was the most challenging aspect. There were only a few adjacent cities, and he would find a way to assist in identifying them within the next few days. Zhang Heng nodded, assigning this task to Chung Chong, and remarked that it was getting late, urging everyone to return and rest. The group acknowledged his words and subsequently retreated to their respective quarters. The following morning, Chung Chong accompanied Jiang Feng to track the scent of the Titan Squad, while the other members engaged in eliminating zombies in the vicinity. However, a torrential downpour disrupted all plans. Chung Chong and Jiang Feng were compelled to return prematurely. Observing the relentless rain, Zhang Heng realized that it would wash away all scents, thereby nullifying Brother Chong's tracking strategy. This deluge persisted for 3 consecutive days and nights, leaving Songnan nearly inundated. Zhang Heng's expression darkened. It was well known that the viruses carried by such rains could facilitate the evolution of both humans and zombies. With 3 days of continuous rain, the zombies outside were likely undergoing significant evolution. He wondered how other regions fared. Had they also experienced such unrelenting rainfall? Finally, after 5 days and nights of incessant rain, the downpour ceased. Strangely, the entire city of Taiyan appeared eerily desolate, with the zombies having seemingly vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had no intention of vacating the bunker. According to the information displayed on the control panel, there was over 5 meters of accumulated water above the bunker. Opening the entrance would result in a deluge flooding the interior facilities. At this moment, Zhao Yanan remarked, "Captain Zhang Heng, the entirety of Songnan City has been swallowed by floodwaters, with buildings below 3 stories completely submerged. The zombies are trapped within the flood. In other words, we cannot open the hatch and escape from this place." The information conveyed by Zhao Yanan's third eye once again reached Zhang Heng. With swift movements, Zhang Heng manipulated the controls, initiating the bunker's submersion mode. With a series of mechanical clunks, the entire bunker transformed into a colossal submarine, its walls becoming almost transparent, allowing them to observe the underwater landscape with clarity. The streets of the city were submerged in floodwaters, with countless zombies thrashing about, yet miraculously still alive. This indicated that the undead did not rely on respiration for survival, as they could endure even beneath the waves. If the flood in Taiyan did not recede, they would be unable to hunt zombies there to obtain the coveted crystal cores. As for the Titan squad's fate in that city, it remained uncertain unless they verified it city by city. Pan Jiaying furrowed her brow slightly, vexed by the tenacity of these wretched zombies, astonished that they could survive underwater. Cheng Chong expressed his confusion, noting that the flood appeared reluctant to recede, pondering the conditions in other cities. "Should we leave this place?" he asked. Zhang Heng replied, "Yes, let us depart. The nearest city seems to be Huang'an. We shall head there. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and we might encounter the Titans." Previously, they had avoided the Titans, but now he yearned to find the Titan squad and eliminate them all. The bunker activated its flight mode. Yet at that moment, it was suddenly ensnared by countless blood-red tentacles adorned with suction cups, rendering it unable to take off. The group widened their eyes in shock. "What is this? An octopus? My goodness! How enormous must its body be to possess such massive suckers?" One exclaimed, "Look, it's a giant squid. How could there be such a colossal giant squid?" Songnan, a coastal city, faced the possibility that rising water levels had allowed marine creatures to invade the urban landscape. However, giant squids were deep-sea beings that resided thousands of meters below the surface. Why was one here? Zhang Heng frantically pressed the flight button. Although the bunker showed signs of ascent, it did not truly lift off. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated from the rear of the bunker as a monstrous megalodon, the size of a truck, crashed violently against it. Upon witnessing this, the giant squid released its grip, aware that its nemesis had arrived. While it itself was the megalodon's prey, the bunker began to ascend, soaring into the sky. Through the windows, Zhang Heng and the others gazed downward, witnessing the fierce battle between the giant squid and the megalodon. When they lifted their eyes towards the sea, they were met with a towering wave, rising over 10 meters, surging towards the city with cataclysmic ferocity. All within the bunker stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A tsunami? Could it truly be a tsunami? What was happening? Tsunamis are natural phenomena caused by underwater volcanic eruptions, yet none had ever witnessed a wave of such magnitude before. Everyone held their breath, their faces painted with disbelief as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. It seemed that the threats to humanity extended beyond mere zombies. Nature itself posed a formidable peril. What on earth has happened to this world? Oh, the wrath of nature. Must humanity truly face annihilation? After 5 days of relentless rain, now a terrifying tsunami has arrived. Even if the Titan spares Songnan, this monstrous wave is likely to obliterate the remaining survivors of Songnan City. Yet, fortunately, we find ourselves in the skies. Zhang Heng sensed an ominous acceleration in the extinction of humanity by nature, leaving him to ponder what calamities might follow. Chapter 180. Earthquake and Death. A colossal tsunami surged forward relentlessly, obliterating everything in its path, ultimately crashing into the structures of the Songnan City. The buildings at first encountered the onslaught crumbled like mere paper, as torrents of water inundated the urban landscape, sweeping away countless vehicles, uprooting trees, and merging heaps of debris. All propelled forward, towering skyscrapers succumbed to the relentless force of the flood, collapsing one after another. The bunker was en route to Huang'an. It seemed that the heavy rain had resumed its downpour. Zhang Heng gazed at a distant green mountain peak. Suddenly, a fissure appeared at the summit, growing wider and wider. A resounding rumble emanated from below. Even the bunker, suspended in the air, could perceive the tremors from the depths below. Everyone leaned out of the windows to look down. The undulating mountains cracked and shattered, the earth splitting open to reveal enormous crevices. The crust shifting, and billowing black smoke and flames erupted from the gaping chasms beneath. The ground fissured outward by approximately 3 to 4 meters, leading to an endless abyss of darkness below. Pan Jiaying, gripped by fear, rushed to Zhang Heng's side, disregarding the gazes of others as she clutched his arm. Zhang Heng discerned the profound terror reflected in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Xueshi also ran toward Zhang Heng, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang Heng, is Blue Star on the brink of destruction?" Zhang Heng was at a loss. He too could not fathom why everything had turned so catastrophic. First, there was the virus, then the torrential rain, followed by the terrifying earthquake. What would become of this world, he could not say. Yet, he knew that all of this would eventually come to a halt. The deluge and flood might claim the lives of many evolved beings, but they would also eradicate numerous zombies. Sangnan and Huang'an were bracing for such a dreadful natural calamity. He wondered how the rest of the world fared. One thing was certain, they were safe in the sky. It was precisely because of their elevation that they remained untouched by nature's wrath. Zhang Heng then addressed the two women. "If you are frightened, it would be best for you to return to your rooms. I shall call for you when we reach Huang'an." Pan Jiaying exchanged glances with Lin Xueshi. Both nodded and, along with Zhao Yanan, hurried towards the bedroom. Zhang Heng approached Subo, seemed to sense his arrival, and smiled faintly, saying, "In my lifetime, I have witnessed many things, but this is the first time encountering such a terrifying natural disaster. I never believed in deities or spirits, yet at this moment, I find myself questioning that belief. Perhaps this is a divine retribution for humanity." A few individuals gathered around Subo, who had a vantage point to observe the continent crumbling before them. The ground was suddenly riddled with horrifying gaping holes, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Zhang Heng felt a twinge of concern, pondering the situation of the Dragon Kingdom government residing in the underground world. Such a large-scale natural disaster would undoubtedly have an impact on them. Cheng Chang's expression shifted subtly as he acknowledged, "You raise a valid point. If the Dragon Kingdom government, dwelling in the subterranean realm, has also been affected by this catastrophe, it would spell immense disaster for the other survivors." At this juncture, Jiang Feng interjected, "The floodwaters have surged in." The group looked up to see that the large fissures in the ground had become conduits for the rising flood, with an endless torrent of debris and water pouring into the gaping holes. Zhang Heng gazed towards the direction of Sangnan City, where nearly all the structures had collapsed, and countless large pits marred the surface, leading all the city as floodwater into these voids. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Zhang Heng dashed out of his bedroom as the bunker remained suspended in midair until an alarm blared. He rushed to the control panel, where a notification indicated insufficient power that required immediate replenishment. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in alarm. "What? Power is running low? How am I supposed to replenish it?" "To restore power once, a payment of 100 points is required." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Heng sighed in relief. "Only 100? I was unnecessarily anxious." He paid the 100 points to restore the bunker's power and then an additional 20 points to fill the water tank. After completing these tasks, he stretched lazily and stood by the window, gazing outside. The bunker remained stationary, hovering over city. Looking down at the urban landscape, he saw that it had been reduced to ruins with a massive black abyss at the city's center. On the rooftops of various buildings, mutated beings stood in despair, surveying their surroundings. Zhang Heng found himself suspended 5 kilometers above ground. Unless one were to look closely, it would be difficult to discern the existence of the bunker. Alleviating his worries about being discovered, Sangnan had been devastated by the natural disaster, and to his astonishment, Huang'an had also suffered a similar fate. However, after absorbing a portion of the floodwaters, a significant number of zombies still roamed the ground. It appeared that the Titan squad was not present in this city. They likely ventured to a different location. Cheng Chang approached Zhang Heng from behind, observing the despondent survivors below, and inquired, "What do you plan to do? Are you referring to the survivors down there?" Zhang Heng replied, "They're probably still in shock. Surviving the calamity is nothing short of a miracle. What to do? What else can we do?" Cheng Chang continued, "The ordinary zombies seem to have been swept away by the flood. What remains in the city are primarily the anomalous variants and crawlers. If we descend and eliminate them, we could acquire a substantial number of crystals. However, we would inevitably encounter other survivors. Upon seeing us, They are bound to have their own intentions. At this moment, Zhang Heng remarked, "Perhaps I can offer them some assistance. Let us first establish the bunker. You may roam freely, but do exercise caution against the zombies and the survivors." Cheng Chang nodded in agreement. "I shall make the arrangements at once." Zhang Heng positioned the bunker behind a hill not far from Huangyan and subsequently led a group towards the town. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses of evolved beings and zombies. After 5 days, some of the bodies had become bloated, exuding a foul stench. The aberrant subspecies began to emerge in search of sustenance, and these decomposing bodies served as their prime source of nourishment. Zhang Heng and his team fought their way into Huangyan. At the entrance, he bid farewell to his companions, eager to ascertain the situation and whether the Titan squad had indeed arrived in this location. Chapter 181. Rescue. Zhang Heng arrived at a rooftop. Upon his arrival, 2 survivors, seemingly a couple, regarded him with palpable caution. The man shielded the woman behind him, his gaze icy as he confronted Zhang Heng. "If you think we are easy prey, you are mistaken. You will regret this." Zhang Heng replied coolly, "Calm down, I harbor no ill will. I am here merely to ascertain something. If you cooperate, I shall share a portion of my supplies with you. My name is Zhang Heng. May I ask for yours?" Under the influence of Zhang Heng's composed demeanor, the couple settled into a more tranquil state. They appear to be in their 20s. The man introduced himself. "I am Lin Zheng, and this is my girlfriend, Han Shui. What would you like to know?" Zhang Heng nodded in understanding and continued, "I wish to inquire if you have seen a group of pale-skinned individuals with blood-red eyes." Lin Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you referring to the Titan squad? It seems you are familiar with the internet." Zhang Heng affirmed, "Indeed, the Titan squad. Have they been here?" Lin Zheng confirmed, "They have indeed come to this city, hunting us, but this natural disaster has thwarted their efforts. We are unaware of their current whereabouts." So, the Titan squad was indeed in this city, but their movements were obscured by the calamity. Zhang Heng retrieved some supplies from his spatial backpack and placed them on the ground. "This is your reward for the information." After leaving the supplies, he leaped into the air, continuing towards his next target. Lin Zheng looked at the supplies and then at Han Shui. "A spatial ability user? And he can fly?" Han Shui nodded. "It seems so. Moreover, he is not from this city. He must have come from elsewhere. With the disaster unfolding nearby, how did he arrive here? Did he fly over?" Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "Who knows? Regardless, these supplies should suffice for a week's worth of sustenance." Zhang Heng then set his sights on another pair of hapless souls. Unlike the previous couple, these 2 were less vigilant. "Our team originally comprised 8 members, but now only the 2 of us remain." One appeared lost in sorrow, seated on the ground in silence. Perhaps this was the most natural response. After such a horrific event and the loss of comrades, who could bear such tragedy? Zhang Heng, as before, left behind some supplies for the 2 and proceeded towards another target. His mission was to save humanity. These evolved individuals possessed the capability to combat zombies, and it was only natural to assist them. At this moment, Zhang Heng stood atop a hotel roof where a significant gathering of people had congregated. The instant he descended from the sky, he captured the attention of many. A few men, whose gazes appeared rather menacing, approached the direction of Zhang Heng. Among them, a long-haired man inquired, "Who are you? I don't believe I've seen you before. Are you not from this city?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Indeed, I hail from Tian, which is currently experiencing similar calamities." Noticing the apparent lack of hostility from the group, the long-haired man expressed his confusion. "So, are you here to join us, or?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "Your group seems quite large. You must have encountered the Titan squad, correct? Do you have any idea where they might be?" The long-haired man's expression darkened considerably. "The Titan squad is wreaking havoc throughout the city, having claimed the lives of numerous evolved beings. However, due to the natural disasters, they likely sought refuge somewhere. We are currently unaware of their whereabouts." "What business do you have with the Titan squad?" Zhang Heng replied. "I am here to hunt them down. If you happen to spot the Titan squad in this city, please call me." He scribbled his number on a piece of paper and handed it to the long-haired man. The man then remarked, "The entire city is plunged into darkness. The circuits are damaged, and phones are unable to recharge, likely rendering them useless. If I see the Titan squad within 3 days, I might be able to notify you. But after that, the city's circuits have been destroyed and there will be no place to charge phones. In a few days, these electronic devices will become mere e-waste. Has the natural disaster not only claimed zombies and evolved beings, but also the civilization of Dragon Country? At that moment, Zhang Heng's phone rang. It was a call from Su Ling. Hello? Is this Zhang Heng? Can you come save me? The entire underground world has fallen. The flood has washed down the zombies. We are trapped underground. Am I going to die? It seemed the flood and earthquake had indeed wreaked havoc on the underground realm. Su Ling surprisingly called for help. Su Ling, how am I to know where you are? How can I save you? Su Ling chuckled bitterly. Oh, I know, I realize you cannot come to my aid, but before I meet my end, I wanted to inform you that the underground world has been destroyed and Dragon Country will soon be no more. But I don't want to die. Followed by a torrent of sobs. The long-haired man suddenly gazed at Zhang Heng with a serious expression. Who exactly are you? How do you have connections with the Dragon Country government? Is the Dragon Country government also doomed? Zhang Heng disregarded the long-haired man's question and said, Please check your location and see how far apart we are. All right, I will check immediately. Su Ling activated her location services, and Zhang Heng chose to accept it. The distance between them was found to be 1,750 kilometers. Upon seeing this distance, both fell silent. Su Ling then bitterly smiled. Zhang Heng, I'm sorry for putting you in such a predicament. You must live well and slay as many zombies as you can, eradicate them all, understood? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. You are, after all, an evolved being. Find a way to survive. We shall meet again on solid ground. Su Ling replied with a wry smile. Zhang Heng, you are truly compassionate. I feel a bit better now. I will make an effort. We will meet again on land. With that, Su Ling ended the call. Zhang Heng also put away his phone and set off towards his next destination. There were still many stranded survivors in this area, and he could at least deliver some supplies to them. Beyond that, he felt there was little else he could offer. Meanwhile, he would also search for any signs of the Tianan team. Chapter 182. Entering the underground world, Zhang Heng traversed the skies above Huang'an City, delivering a considerable amount of supplies to the survivors. Ultimately, he received a definitive piece of information. The Titan squad appeared to have ventured into the ominous abyss below. Standing at the edge of the chasm, he gazed downward into the unfathomable depths, where torrents of water and debris continuously flowed into the void. What could the Titan squad be pursuing within this dark pit? It seemed he had no choice but to descend and ascertain the truth. Zhang Heng retrieved his phone and dialed Pan Jiaying. Sister Pan, I intend to explore the large pit beneath Huang'an. I cannot predict when I shall return, so feel free to go about your business for now. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not say much more. Just exercise caution. Understood. After concluding the call, Zhang Heng leapt into the gaping maw of the chasm. As he plunged into the inky darkness, he fell for several minutes, only to realize he had yet to reach the bottom. Reluctantly, he accelerated his descent. Time became indeterminate as he suddenly spotted a confluence of floodwaters below, adjacent to which lay a structure resembling a tunnel. This tunnel branched off to either side. Zhang Heng discerned numerous bodies clad in military uniforms within the left corridor. These individuals had evidently been slain not long ago, suggesting that the Titan squad had likely ventured down that path. Clearly, this was a realm of the underground world, a place where the Dragon Kingdom had once stationed its forces. Now, it lay ravaged by seismic upheaval, and it was reasonable to surmise that the underground world had become a graveyard, with its denizens meeting their demise. Even evolved beings like Su Ling had reached out to him in desperation. One could only imagine the fate of ordinary soldiers. As he stood upon the cold, hard concrete floor, Zhang Heng's gaze swept across the grim scene. The corpses were evidently fresh, still radiating warmth. Ahead, the iron gate lay in tatters. Peering through the wreckage, he glimpsed even more bodies. Time was of the essence. Meanwhile, the Titan squad seemed to have sensed a disturbance from behind. The squad leader turned to glance over his shoulder and instructed a man at the rear of the group. Something seems to be approaching. Go investigate. The man nodded and began to retreat. This man, known as Zhang Jian, was a middle-aged individual in his 30s. Beside him stood a burly figure named Xiong Zhe, who was regarded as the second in command within the Titan squad, following Zhang Jian. Xiongzhe inquired, Zhang Jian, as we wander aimlessly forward, how can we anticipate what awaits us? What is your objective? Should we not first eliminate the evolved beings on the surface? As they pressed onward, Zhang Jian replied, have you heard of the Dragon Kingdoms? It should be located here. Its length is comparable to that of the Great Wall, buried deep underground, capable of withstanding even a nuclear explosion. Since the outbreak of the virus, the Dragon Nation's government has been conspicuously absent. Perhaps they have long since taken refuge in the hidden Long Dragon base. Do you not wish to eliminate him? Xiongzhe's expression shifted subtly. Are you implying that the Dragon Nation was aware of the impending virus from the outset and chose to hide beforehand? The faces of the other Titan squad members also darkened in an instant. This would mean they had essentially abandoned them. Zhang Jian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, given the current circumstances, it appears to be the case. The Dragon Nation had foreknowledge of the impending chaos before the outbreak, yet they failed to notify or warn us. And any semblance of rescue only arrived 2 months later. However, what had the world become by then? A realm teeming with zombies and monsters. While we have been branded as the most despised Titan zombies by humanity, the Dragon Nation even disseminated information urging all evolved beings to unite in exterminating us. Initially, I pondered where the Dragon Nation had sought refuge, but upon my arrival here, it became evident they were concealed underground. If we ventured deeper, we might just encounter our illustrious Dragon Nation leader. I wonder what expression he would wear upon seeing us, the Forsaken Ones, who were left to fend for ourselves in solitude. At that moment, the members of the Titan squad revealed sinister smiles. Compared to the evolved beings outside, they yearned more fervently for the demise of the Dragon Nation's leader. Uncertain of their purpose upon arriving here, the Titan squad suddenly grasped their objective following Zhang Jian's words. Instantly, the morale of the entire team surged, and their pace quickened. Meanwhile, at the rear, a Titan named Yang Kong was investigating the situation behind them. As he moved backward, he pondered what entity might be pursuing them. If it were zombies, he would simply dispatch them. If it were evolved beings, he would eliminate them, considering it a temporary reprieve for himself. At that moment, Zhang Heng sensed another presence approaching his direction. He steeled himself for what was to come. The two soon encountered each other in one of the tunnels. Yang Kong was taken aback upon seeing Zhang Heng, then exclaimed, "It's you? You're still alive?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "You were unaware that I had already slain Lin Wenyu and Suatian?" Yang Kong, incredulous, responded, "Impossible. You killed Lin Wenyu and Suatian? Don't be ridiculous. How dare you follow me here? You're courting death." Zhang Heng replied with a cold smirk, as icy mist enveloped his hands. "Whether I am courting death, you will find out soon enough." Yang Kang's gaze hardened, and he charged toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng suddenly thrust his palm forward, unleashing an overwhelming chill. Yang Kang's advance faltered, his body rapidly succumbing to frost, as though frozen in time. Moments later, he transformed into a statue of ice. Zhang Heng pressed his finger against Yang Kang's forehead, declaring, "I know how to eliminate you wretched Titans. You are free to transform, but this space is so confined, suspended thousands of meters above the ground. Go ahead, see if your body can break through these heavy layers of rock." This location is truly the most opportune moment to vanquish a Titan. In such a narrow tunnel, Titans would not dare to transform. Yang Kong quickly comprehended why Zhang Heng had the audacity to utter such words. Indeed, he could not transform. Prepare to meet your end. Rest assured, I will not allow you to feel alone. You shall soon reunite with your friends. With a swift motion, an ice shard pierced through Yang Kang's skull. His eyes widened in shock as crimson blood stained the translucent ice layer. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Titan. Points earned, 10,000. Chapter 183. The beginning of the collapse. Zhang Heng summoned number 1 and number 2, instructing them to lead the way ahead while he eliminated all the soldiers transformed into zombies along their path. The speed of number 1 and number 2 was remarkable, and it did not take long for them to catch up with the Titan squad, which was currently situated within the vast underground military base. The interior of the base had long since transformed into a veritable ocean of zombies. Zhang Jian surveyed the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "It appears that we need not lift a finger. The humans here have all succumbed to becoming zombies. At that moment, Xiongze interjected, "Boss, Yang Kong has been gone for quite a while without returning. Could he have encountered some danger?" Zhang Jian raised an eyebrow slightly, considering the validity of his statement. "You make a good point. This fellow has indeed been absent for too long. What could have possibly happened to him?" Xiongze continued. "Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong have also lost contact. I wonder how they are faring now." Zhang Jian laughed. "Should you really be concerned for Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong? Surely they can handle the likes of Zhang Heng. Although Zhang Heng possesses some strength, he does not pose a significant threat to Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong. With such a catastrophic disaster suddenly befalling this world, I reckon they are hiding somewhere safe. Rest assured." Suddenly, a loud and crude sound of a door being opened echoed from behind. Ma Gu slowly approached their direction, accompanied by a woman who seemed to float gracefully. Zhang Jian and the others turned to face them, their expressions a mix of astonishment. It was evident that they were also zombies, and they appeared somewhat familiar. Perhaps the two zombie servants that had been by Zhang Heng's side? Had Zhang Heng come this far? Zhang Jian furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is happening? It is not Yang Kong returning, but rather them. Where is Yang Kong? Following closely behind, Zhang Heng appeared before the Titan squad. Zhang Jian's expression shifted slightly. "Oh, an unexpected visitor. I did not anticipate you would be here. Have you dealt with Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong?" Upon hearing this, the entire Titan squad was taken aback. If the enemy had indeed eliminated Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong, did that imply Yang Kong was also dead? Otherwise, how could they have made it through? Zhang Heng regarded the horde of zombies, with the long-haired man at the forefront, and inquired curiously, "Are you the captain of the Titan squad?" "Indeed, I have killed both Lin Wenyu and Zhuo Xiong, as well as the one I encountered earlier. Now, it is your turn." Within the arena stood approximately 6 Titan zombies, 2 of whom seemed particularly formidable. One was Zhang Jian, and the other was the burly man beside him. 3 against 6, it was uncertain whether they could prevail. Perhaps if they unleashed their absolute domain, it would be more manageable. For the moment, he would let Ma Gu and the others test the strength of these Titans. Ma Gu and number 2 approached Zhang Heng's side, gazing toward the 6 Titan zombies in the distance. Zhang Jian raised his hands in applause, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly remarkable! I never expected that among humans there would be such a powerful evolved being like you, completely overturning my perception of human evolution. I once believed that the evolutionary beings of humanity possessed formidable powers, yet they remain mere flesh and blood. How could they possibly contend with us Titans? It seems I must reconsider my stance." Xiongze cast a cold glare at Zhang Heng before uttering, "So, you and your 2 undead companions have come to confront our Titan squad? Are you certain you're not courting death?" Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile, "Whether it leads to death or not, we shall soon find out." No sooner had he spoken than he glanced at Ma Gu. Just as the 2 factions were on the brink of battle, the subterranean world was suddenly rocked by a violent tremor. Crack! The ground beneath Zhang Heng began to sink. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why was only the spot he stood upon collapsing? As he prepared to leap, Zhang Jian suddenly surged above him, executing a 170-degree rotation in midair before forcefully planting his foot on Zhang Heng's shoulder. Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling him into the gaping abyss below. As Zhang Heng plummeted, Zhang Jian couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems the goddess of fortune favors me." The entire underground realm shook violently once more. Xiongze, sensing the impending danger, urgently advised, "Boss, I believe it would be prudent for us to vacate this place swiftly. It is evidently on the verge of collapse. We are several hundred meters underground, and should we become trapped, escaping would require tremendous effort." Zhang Jian surveyed the seemingly endless passage ahead. This subterranean world was vast and unfathomable, and he had no idea when they might reach their destination. They were likely situated within an underground military base, and the true location of the Dragon Kingdom's leader remained a mystery. As long as we know they are beneath us, we shall retrace our steps. With that, Zhang Jian surged toward the path they had taken, followed closely by the other Titans. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng, after being kicked by Zhang Jian, fell freely into the abyss. He soon became wedged within a crevice. Number 1 and Number 2 each grasped one of Zhang Heng's arms. while one entangled his waist with her hair, straining to pull him to safety. Zhang Heng, too, exerted every ounce of strength to extricate himself from the fissure. Damn it! Why did the ground beneath me have to collapse? Is the goddess of fortune truly on their side? Perhaps the goddess of fortune was indeed with Zhang Heng. He could sense it from the force behind Zhang Jian's strike. The impact was tremendous, and he could only endure the weight of the blow with his own body. Otherwise, he would not have become so firmly lodged in the rock crevice. Turning to number 1 and number 2, he commanded, "Stand back, I can manage this on my own." Number 1 released his arm, and number 2 withdrew her hair from his waist. Zhang Heng clenched his fist and delivered a powerful strike to the stone before him. Crack! The stone wall suddenly shattered, fragments cascading downward with a resounding crash. Zhang Heng extricated himself from the crevice, addressing his companions, numbers 1 and 2, with urgency. "It is too narrow here. You must retreat first." As he spoke, he swiftly stowed them away in his spatial backpack. Casting a glance upward, he planted his foot against the wall and propelled himself upward with remarkable speed. Debris rained down incessantly from above, and while evading the falling stones, he surged upward with determination. At last, he burst forth from the abyss. The collapse of the underground tunnel intensified, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Heng glanced back toward the direction he had come from and took off running. Chapter 184. Mutual distrust, uncertain how much time had elapsed. Zhang Heng emerged from the abyss, taking a deep breath as he stood upon the ground. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings and immediately set off towards the location of the bunker. The Titan squad had likely retraced their steps as well. It would be disastrous if they were to confront Pan Jiaying and her companions. They were ill-equipped to handle such formidable Titans. As he soared through the air, he fished out his phone and dialed Pan Jia. After a few rings, the call connected. Pan Jiaying's voice came through, weak and trembling. "Zhang Heng, hurry!" A muffled thud echoed, followed by a piercing scream from Pan Jiaying. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in horror as he stowed his phone and propelled himself towards the bunker with utmost urgency. At that moment, the Titan squad was encircling Pan Jiaying and her friends, who found themselves besieged by the Titan zombies. Subo, Changge Jiangfeng, and Zhao Yanan lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated, leaving only Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi to fend for themselves. Lin Xueshi still seemed to hold her ground, valiantly protecting their fallen companions. Pan Jia. As soon as Zhang Heng landed, his allies, number 1 and number 2, materialized at his side. Relieved by Zhang Heng's arrival, Pan Jiaying let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Jian raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You're quite swift. Are your teammates rather weak? They fell without us even exerting ourselves. Such feeble companions will inevitably be replaced. Yet, these 2 women display considerable strength. Perhaps they should join my Titan squad. Together, we could conquer the world. What say you?" Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng scoffed. "What absurdity is this? You are a zombie, and I am human. How could I possibly ally with your faction?" Zhang Jian sighed in resignation. "Even now, you cling to the differences between our species? You've witnessed the ineptitude of the Dragon Kingdom government. This world teeters on the brink of annihilation. We should unite for survival. Observe the foolishness of these evolvers around you. They cannot endure in this world for long. Mere lack of sustenance could spell their doom. Once, they had cities, but now, even those have been laid to waste. Where will they seek nourishment?" In a hushed tone, Zhang Heng instructed Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi. "You must escort the injured back to the bunker and activate its defenses." Pan Jiaying immediately objected. "No, their strength is overwhelming. You cannot confront them alone." Zhang Heng insisted. "Just do as I say, quickly. I am your captain." Without a word, Lin Xueshi hoisted Subo and began to make her way towards the bunker. Su Zhe sneered. "Planning to flee?" Number 2 charged towards Su Zhe in an instant, her flowing hair transforming into countless sharp spikes that relentlessly assaulted Su Zhe's form. He stumbled backward, glancing down at the damage inflicted upon his body. His body was rapidly recovering. Just moments ago, he had been ruthlessly pierced by that accursed corpse servant, leaving his flesh alarmingly vulnerable before the creature's bizarre hair. Could it be that this corpse servant had already attained the 3rd tier of power? The other Titans were equally astonished at this scene, particularly Zhang Jian. His brow furrowed slightly. This corpse servant had managed to injure Xiongzhe. It seemed he would have to re-evaluate Zhang Heng's strength. The lad had taken a kick from him, yet appeared unscathed so quickly. It was likely that his body possessed a similar automatic recovery ability. This was indeed troublesome. Zhang Jian grinned, deciding to let Zhang Heng off the hook for today, but warned that their next encounter would not be so courteous. As his words faded, Zhang Jian turned to leave. Zhang Heng's mind raced. Should he intervene? Did he possess the capability to eliminate these 6 Titan zombies? If a skirmish ensued, it would likely obliterate the already ravaged city, given his current strength. Pursuing the Titans was premature. Su Bo and the others were still unaccounted for. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng ultimately chose not to chase after them. The Titan squad departed at their leisure. Upon witnessing the Titans' retreat, Pan Jiaying exhaled in relief. She hurriedly shouldered Changge and Zhao Yanan, sprinting towards the bunker. Zhang Heng, meanwhile, lifted Jiang Feng and made his way into the bunker. Once he set Jiang Feng down, he approached the control panel to chart course. Pan Jiaying approached Zhang Heng, inquiring, "Where are we headed now?" Zhang Heng countered, "How are Changge and the others faring?" Pan Jiaying replied that she hadn't yet checked, but was certain they were merely unconscious, likely overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. Fortunately, with Xiao Shui present, any further delay could have led to dire consequences. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding and remarked, "The Titan squad clearly wishes to avoid confrontation with me. They are wary of my strength, just as I am of theirs. However, I suspect our next encounter will not be so amicable. We must grow stronger. I refuse to believe that the entire world has collapsed without cities being spared from calamity. Moreover, we must steer clear of the Titan squad." Zhang Heng resolved to seek out Su Ling, unsure if she had escaped. He called her, and she answered promptly, "Hello?" "Zhang Heng," he inquired, "what is the situation on your end?" Su Ling replied with a bitter smile, "What else could it be? The water is rising. It won't be long before we drown here." Zhang Heng, puzzled, listened as Su Ling took a deep breath and continued. "It seems someone had foreseen the earthquake and has already relocated to a safe place." Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. "Please enable your location. I will attempt to find you." Upon hearing this, Su Ling's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you serious? You're coming to find me?" Zhang Heng nodded, saying, "Once we converge, we shall deliberate on our next course of action." Pan Jiaying inquired with a hint of confusion, "Are you intending to rescue Su Ling? Isn't she in the underground world?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Indeed, she resides in the underground. However, it appears she has abandoned everyone and fled. Su Ling is currently trapped below, and the flood seems to have encroached upon her location. It is uncertain how long she can endure." He gazed at the direction indicated by the coordinates and charted a course towards the bunker. "Proceed at full speed." The distance diminished perceptibly, shrinking at a rate visible to the naked eye, covering several hundred meters each second. "I believe it will not take long to traverse the over 1,000 kilometers. You should first check on Su Bo and the others' injuries. I will handle the rest." "Understood." Chapter 185. The rescue of Su Ling. Pan Jiaying returned to assess the injuries of Su Bo and the others. Apart from Changge and Zhao Yanan, who were gravely wounded, both Su Bo and Jiang Feng were in relatively stable condition. Su Bo had already regained consciousness, possessing a natural self-healing ability that facilitated his swift recovery. Jiang Feng, perhaps having utilized his abilities during the onslaught, managed to minimize his injuries. In stark contrast, Changge and Zhao Yanan evidently lacked such regenerative powers, their wounds exhibiting pronounced swelling and redness. Chang Ji's condition was particularly dire, with a rib protruding from his side, necessitating immediate surgical intervention. A persistent high fever exacerbated Chang Ji's plight, causing his temperature to rise alarmingly. Pan Jiaying surveyed the injuries of Changge and Yanan, her brow furrowed in concern. Initially, she had believed their wounds were not as severe, but the reality proved her naivety. Zhang Heng cast a glance at the unconscious Changge, the sight of the exposed rib a harrowing one. This ghastly scene was the primary impetus behind his urgent desire to locate Su Ling. Perhaps there existed doctors in the underworld? If fortune favored them, they might find a surgeon to aid Changge. After examining the others, Pan Jiaying approached Zhang Heng, her expression grim. Su Bo and Jiang Feng are manageable, but Yanan has a comminuted fracture in her arm, and as for Changgu, 6 of his ribs are broken and displaced. I fear he may have sustained internal injuries. I dare not move him. What should we do, Zhang Heng? Zhang Heng's countenance darkened. Blame me. I should never have provoked the Titan squad, dragging you all into this predicament. Pan Jiaying shook her head, insisting, it is not your fault. We were simply inadequate and became a burden. Zhang Heng resolved, I will seek out Su Ling. She is in the underworld where there may be military doctors or the like. If luck is on our side, Changgu might yet be saved. In these times, an external injury is manageable, but internal wounds can claim a life with but a minor infection. Pan Jin inquired, do you have any anti-inflammatory or pain relief medication? We should administer something to them. Zhang Heng nodded, rummaging through his spatial backpack to retrieve an assortment of medicines. Pan Jiaying accepted the medications and began sifting through them for the necessary anti-inflammatory and analgesic remedies. Meanwhile, the bunker continued its rapid flight, drawing ever closer to their destination. Su Ling, glancing at the distance displayed on her phone, could scarcely believe her eyes. Was this man a rocket? The speed was astounding. At that moment, Su Ling found herself in what resembled a storage room, cramped with people. The floodwater seeping through the door crevice had already risen to their waists. She sat atop a table, flanked by 2 others. One of the men, clad in a white coat, queried with evident confusion, who are you communicating with? Is someone coming to rescue us? Su Ling, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently. Yes, someone will come to save us. His name is Zhang Heng. He is my friend. Dr. Qin, we might have a chance. We just need to hold on a little longer. Upon hearing the words, the crowd was suddenly filled with unexpected joy. Was there hope for their salvation? In the depths of despair, even the faintest glimmer of hope can be magnified infinitely within one's heart. Someone was coming to rescue them. They were to be saved. However, at that moment, a sharp bone knife suddenly pierced through the heavy iron door with a loud bang. As the knife was pulled outward, torrents of water surged through the gap, flooding in. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. From the crevice emerged a ghastly pale face, with blood-red eyes peering inside. In an instant, everyone's heart leaped to their throats. Hope was extinguished. The bunker halted directly above Su Ling and then rapidly descended. Zhang Heng suddenly realized they were situated on flat ground, but ahead lay a massive fissure, beneath which was likely the underground world. As he flexed his legs, he turned to Pan Jiaying and said, I will descend to rescue them. You stay here to guard. If anything seems amiss, activate the bunker and leave. Without waiting for her response, Zhang Heng jumped into the fissure, monitoring his distance on his phone and confirming his direction. After descending, he made his way towards the right tunnel, nearly 2 kilometers away from Su Ling's location. Soon, Zhang Heng reached the entrance to the underground world, only to find that nearly half of the right tunnel was submerged. Floating on the water's surface were numerous corpses and zombies. Zhang Heng snorted coldly, releasing an icy aura that instantly froze the floodwaters, which then spread towards the tunnel ahead. At the tunnel's lowest point, a peculiar subspecies had torn apart the iron door. Its skin appeared to have been flayed for some unknown reason, drenched in blood, with large, crimson eyes scanning the room curiously. The crowd screamed in terror, retreating to the corners. Su Ling tucked her hands into her collar. Zhang Heng was approaching, and she could not perish at the hands of the peculiar subspecies. Just hold on. Perhaps if she could endure a little longer, she would be saved. Zhang Heng would undoubtedly rescue her, given his extraordinary abilities. But how could she possibly contend with the peculiar subspecies? If someone were injured, perhaps she could be of some assistance. Suddenly, the dual-bladed subspecies charged towards Su Ling, its eyes devoid of emotion, as it thrust its bone knives viciously at her. At that moment, a series of gunfire erupted from behind. 3 soldiers hidden in the rear began firing their submachine guns relentlessly at the dual-bladed subspecies. Dr. Qin swiftly pulled Su Ling into a corner. Dr. Qin, she exclaimed. He looked at her, exasperated. Have your legs turned to jelly? Why aren't you running? At a loss for words. Su Ling merely gazed toward the soldiers engaged in combat with the dual-bladed subspecies in the distance. 3 soldiers took turns firing their weapons, but after sustaining a few shots, the dual-blade abomination hastily raised its twin blades, successfully deflecting the incoming bullets. In a sudden burst of speed, the creature lunged at one soldier, piercing his heart with a swift thrust. It then violently swung to the right, causing the other 2 soldiers to collapse into a pool of blood. Life at this moment appeared exceedingly fragile. The dual-blade zombie extended its crimson tongue, licking the fresh blood from its bone blades, its greedy gaze surveying everyone in the room. The air was filled with screams and wails. Su Ling gripped his phone tightly, fully aware that their demise was imminent. The dual-blade abomination would annihilate them all. Chapter 186. Su Ling. The healer Zhang Heng glanced at his phone, noting the minimal distance remaining, and called out loudly. The dual-blade abomination paused momentarily, turning its gaze toward the source of the sound. Su Ling, overwhelmed with shock, widened his eyes in disbelief, tears streaming down his face. He longed to inform Zhang Heng of his presence, yet feared that any vocalization might provoke an immediate attack from the dual-blade creature. As the abomination gradually turned, it began to stride toward the direction of the voice. Zhang Heng, while soaring forward, froze the lake beneath him. However, suddenly, an ugly zombie wielding 2 bone blades appeared before him. Zhang Heng checked the distance on his phone. It was less than 5 meters. The dual-blade abomination had already arrived. Had Su Ling arrived too late? A tumult of emotions surged within Zhang Heng as he beheld the creature before him. He opened his right hand, and 5 ice spikes manifested instantly. The dual-blade abomination caught sight of the floating ice spikes in Zhang Heng's grasp and, as if sensing a threat, let out a furious roar and charged toward him. The bone blades gleamed with a sharp, icy glint, and the blood smeared upon them ignited a furious rage within Zhang Heng. Some of that blood might belong to Su Ling. Damn it! I traveled countless miles to save someone, only to arrive too late. Zhang Heng gently tossed the ice spikes and pointed at the dual-blade abomination. In an instant, the creature was struck by a forceful impact, its body colliding with the iron door behind it, which swung open to reveal terrified faces within. Zhang Heng promptly froze the surface of the water, ensnaring the dual-blade creature beneath the icy depths. He stepped upon the ice and cautiously approached the storage room, tentatively calling out, Su Ling? Su Ling hurried toward Zhang Heng, scrambling onto the ice, and collided into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhang Heng sighed in relief, patting Su Ling's back. I thought I had arrived too late. Seeing you safe is truly a blessing. Gradually, several individuals emerged from the storage room, all cheering exuberantly. They were saved. They would not perish. At that moment, Zhang Heng inquired, Is there a doctor among you? One of my team members is injured and requires surgery. All eyes turned towards Su Ling. Zhang Heng noticed their gazes and glanced at Su Ling, who rubbed her tear-stained eyes and said, Oh, I forgot to mention, I am a healer. Is your friend injured? How severe is it? Zhang Heng stared at Su Ling in astonishment. You are a healer? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Su Ling retorted, You never asked. How was I to inform you? Speaking of which, how is your friend? As long as there is breath left in him, I can heal him. Zhang Heng surveyed the crowd before him and asked, What are your plans moving forward? Dr. Qin, puzzled, replied, Are you not going to take us with you? We are all the finest talents of this world. I am a doctor, and beside me stands a renowned physicist with 2 other scientists nearby. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly, and he then spoke, I am truly sorry. The crowd immediately displayed expressions of disbelief. We are the nation's top talents. You truly will not save us. We can rebuild the civilization of this society, restore. At this moment, Zhang Heng interjected, I can lead you away from this place, but I will not allow you to join my ranks. For now, I will first take Su Ling to rescue my friend. You must hold on a little longer. After saying this, Zhang Heng glanced at Su Ling, asking, Are you ready? Su Ling looked at him in confusion, and Zhang Heng swiftly picked her up, soaring into the air. Su Ling was momentarily stunned, but she soon adapted, exclaiming, How did you get here so quickly? I didn't expect you could actually fly. Zhang Heng, thank you for coming to rescue me. If you hadn't, we would have perished. You have given me a second chance at life, so from now on, I am yours. After saying this, Su Ling cautiously glanced at Zhang Heng, her cheeks flushing. Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. My team is in need of a healer. Why not join us and provide our healing? Su Ling sighed in resignation. The underworld of Longhua has been devastated. I cannot fathom how many will perish down there. It is my fortune that you came to rescue me and invited me to join your team. I shall not let you down. Zhang Heng nodded, then quickened their pace. They climbed into the bunker together. Upon seeing Zhang Heng's return with someone, Pan Jiaying was momentarily distracted from her concern, her voice trembling. Zhang Heng. Changge is barely holding on. Since you left, he has been burning with fever and coughing up blood. Zhang Heng was taken aback by the dire situation before him, urgently asking, can Su Ling help? Su Ling rolled up her sleeves and nodded. Of course, I can, though I have encountered many severe injuries before. She approached Changge, placing her hands gently above him, and streams of white light radiated down upon him. Chang Ji's expression transformed into one of astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at his own body. Su Ling offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. You will be fine. I will heal you. After all, this is my sole purpose. As time elapsed, Chang Ji's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Pan Jiaying wiped her tears, casting a reproachful glance at Zhang Heng. You fool. Why didn't you tell me sooner that you were searching for a healer capable of saving Changge? Zhang Heng replied with a wry smile. I had merely intended to find a surgeon for Changge. After all, in the underworld there are many talents, and the prospects are far greater than seeking hope on the surface. Moreover, the situation was urgent, and I had little time to ponder. To my astonishment, Su Ling turned out to be a healer. I can only say that this time, Changge is indeed fortunate to have been granted a second chance at life. Moments later, Changge slowly managed to sit up from the ground. He touched the wound beneath his blood-stained shirt and murmured, am I healed? Is everything all right? At that moment, Zhao Yanan gazed at Su Ling with eager anticipation. Su Ling smiled gently and said, there is still you. Come here. Consequently, Zhao Yanan extended her hand, which had swollen to the size of a bun, towards Su Ling. Under Su Ling's healing touch, Zhao Yanan soon found herself restored as well. Chapter 187. The meeting Zhao Yanan gazed at her hands, her eyes brimming with remorse. She felt utterly powerless, often subjected to beatings by the formidable adversaries she encountered. Had it not been for Zhang Heng's timely arrival, along with the protection of Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, she feared she would have long been slain by the Titan squad. Ching Chong looked at Su Ling with profound gratitude. Miss Su Ling, thank you. Without you. Su Ling smiled gently and replied, there is no need for such formalities. From this moment onward, we are comrades in arms. Zhang Heng has granted me permission to join your ranks. We are all family now. In a family, there is no need for thanks. A smile spread across the faces of the group. At this juncture, Zhang Heng interjected, you all continue your conversation. I must return to rescue those trapped below. He descended back into the underground world, retrieving the individuals who had been with Su Ling. Dr. Qin glanced at the bunker behind Zhang Heng, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. Do you truly refuse to allow us to join you? We are merely ordinary people. How can we survive in this world? Zhang Heng retorted, the only reason I brought you up is due to Su Ling's influence. Weren't you all so self-important before the virus struck? You hid underground, while the zombies surrounding us were once human. Compared to them, you are immensely fortunate. What more do you desire? Should I provide for your old age? Dr. Qin sighed in resignation, waving his hand dismissively. Forget I said anything. He and the so-called physicists and scientists departed in defeat. Zhang Heng, uninterested in further discourse, returned to the bunker, which began to ascend and soar through the sky. Su Ling was evidently astonished by the flying bunker, though she concealed her surprise. Inside, the facilities exceeded even the comforts of her previous underground quarters. It was splendid, complete with a bathroom. She learned numerous secrets about Zhang Heng, discovering that he was the spatial ability wielder they had long sought. He had concealed this from her quite adeptly. The bunker drifted aimlessly through the air as Zhang Heng gathered everyone together. They all sat around the dining table. Pan Jiaying, Changge, Lin Xueshi, Zhao Yanan, Su Bo, Jiang Feng, Su Ling, and Zhang Heng 8 individuals representing the survival team. Zhang Heng's expression darkened as he spoke. I underestimated the Titan's strength. They are far more powerful than I anticipated, especially their leader. Had we not been wary of each other's abilities, I fear I could have inadvertently led to your demise. Now that he has fled, I prefer not to provoke him further. Currently, most cities in Longhua are simultaneously besieged by earthquakes and floods. Our options for refuge are limited. We must proceed cautiously, step by step. Our objective remains the zombies. They're the means by which we can grow stronger. We must eliminate more of them and extract their crystals to enhance our own abilities. For we shall inevitably confront the Titan team. It is an inescapable facet of our reality. Whether we seek them out or they discover us, the outcome remains unchanged. Pan Jiaying crossed her arms, contemplating the situation. The evolved beings outside, at this juncture, might require resources more than mere strength. The city has suffered extensive devastation, resulting in the demise of numerous zombies and evolved beings alike. Their future will undoubtedly grow increasingly arduous. I believe we ought to prioritize rescuing the evolved individuals across various cities while simultaneously dealing with the local zombies. What are your thoughts on this notion? Su Ling inquired with skepticism. Do we possess ample resources? To which Pan Jiaying responded, the room behind me is a greenhouse, capable of yielding approximately 3,000 to 6,000 pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes every fortnight. Currently, we should have around 100,000 pounds of these tubers, far more than we can consume ourselves. If we can utilize them to save the evolved beings, it would be an excellent endeavor. After all, for a city to revitalize, the presence of humanity is indispensable. Moreover, we cannot confront the Titan team solely on our own. The one we encountered is merely one of many. Who knows if others exist in this world? The loss of evolved beings endowed with formidable power, perishing from starvation rather than by the Titan team, would signify a grave blow to all of humanity. Pan Jiaying's words prompted deep reflection. She advocated for rescue efforts while simultaneously eliminating zombies, using the surplus potatoes and sweet potatoes as aid. It is estimated that fewer than a few hundred evolved beings remain in the city, a number that would require minimal resources yet ensure their survival. Zhang Heng interjected, the resources we provide will only sustain them for a short time. Before long, they will face food shortages once again. We can save a portion, but not all. Pan Jiaying nodded, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Of course, I am aware. However, if we do not rescue them, they will perish from hunger. By offering them hope and vitality, they can resume their efforts to forage for sustenance amidst the ruins or find alternative means of survival. They will also engage in slaying zombies, thereby reducing their numbers in this world. It is a form of emergency aid in the wake of catastrophe. Nevertheless, if many oppose this plan, then I shall rescind my proposal. Pan Jiaying's thought process remained consistent, considering the broader implications of the situation. Cheng Chang, on the other hand, was more self-serving. After Pan Jiaying concluded, he remarked, your approach is indeed commendable. It not only saves lives, but also ensures the survival of the evolved beings, while establishing our survival team in the collective memory of all. Yet, herein lies the crux of the matter. Our forthcoming endeavor will not be shrouded in secrecy. The existence of the bunker and Zhang Heng's spatial abilities will inevitably be revealed. You cannot ascertain whether those you rescue possess strength inferior to ours or otherwise. You cannot ascertain whether they will appreciate your efforts or cause you harm. One must always remain vigilant. Moreover, as you have mentioned, there may exist other Titan squads in this world. The prospect of encountering them is indeed perilous. Personally, I believe it is wiser for us to conceal everything and focus solely on exterminating the undead to collect crystals. As for whether other evolvers have sustenance or can survive, I am confident they will devise their own solutions. Additionally, attempting to rescue others might inadvertently expose Su Ling's abilities. A healer in such an environment would be of paramount significance. This is Su Ling's first participation in such a meeting, and she finds herself at a loss for words. How did she become the topic of discussion? Chapter 188. We are the new humanity. Cheng Chang was indeed correct. Healers possess abilities that are on par with those of spatial manipulators. In this era, Marked by a dearth of medical civilization, healers are nothing short of divine beings. Su Ling can heal someone with severe injuries in a remarkably short period of time. Such a power can truly be regarded as godlike. Conversely, for spatial manipulators, if one lacks sufficient resources to sustain their spatial abilities, their significance diminishes considerably. The world is on the brink of collapse, and humanity is gradually edging towards annihilation. In these trying times, what does humanity lack the most? Food, medical care. Beyond that, there is naught else. Pan Jiaying narrowed her eyes, suggesting that we could conceal our identities to undertake these tasks, maintaining an air of mystery. Cheng Chong blinked, suddenly clapping his hands, proclaiming that this would resolve the issue. Hiding our identities would suffice. Everyone looked at Cheng Chong with expressions of perplexity. Really? Is this the point of compromise? Just moments ago, the opposition had been fervent. Su Ling couldn't help but chuckle, finding them quite amusing, as she had anticipated a more heated exchange. At this moment, Pan Jiaying remarked that her thought process was quite the opposite of Cheng Chong's. It was precisely because of this divergence that they could hold differing opinions, eventually leading to discussions that would yield a satisfactory conclusion for both parties. Cheng Chong smiled slightly, stating that hiding their identities was a brilliant idea. This way, they could assist survivors and preserve the human population without revealing their true selves. However, how could they conceal their identities? Zhang Heng interjected, suggesting that they not only hide their identities but also create a new one. If questioned about their existence, how should they respond? Thus, during earlier discussions, I conceived a term by which we could refer to ourselves. From now on, we shall be known as the New Humanity. New Humanity? Everyone gazed at Zhang Heng with a look of confusion. Zhang Heng elaborated that they were once humans, but now evolved beings. Thus, they are indeed the New Humanity. Everyone is part of this New Humanity. Su Bo then commented that New Humanity was a fitting designation, as they, like the survivors they aimed to rescue, were simply new humans. It is only natural for new humans to assist one another, is it not? Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, adding that they should not only perform good deeds, but also have a name. Otherwise, who would know it was them? The others seemed quite pleased with this term. New Humanity may not be an extraordinary phrase. It is rather commonplace. Yet, precisely because it is ordinary, it resonates more deeply. Zhang Heng continued, addressing his fellow new humans, stating that merely having a name is insufficient. They must also disguise their identities. It will be prudent for them to adopt a uniform attire, so that when others see their garb, they will recognize them as new humans and understand their purpose without the need for excessive explanation. As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Heng retrieved 8 white masks and several strips of white fabric from a spatial backpack. Is there anyone here skilled in tailoring? Lin Xueshi raised her hand, declaring, I can do it, but I lack the necessary tools. A group of people regarded her with puzzled expressions. Lin Xueshi can sew? Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Xueshi, we are not making little skirts for dolls. We need to tailor garments for everyone present, and they must be uniform. Lin Xueshi huffed, I have studied this professionally. You talk too much. In any case, I can help you with custom fitting, but I need tools, like a sewing machine and scissors. Zhang Heng began rummaging through his spatial backpack, and soon located everything Lin Xueshi required. Before long, a brand new electric sewing machine materialized within the bunker. Zhang Heng turned to Lin Xueshi and inquired, What do you think of this, Xueshi? She nodded in approval. This is perfect. But what kind of garments do you intend to create? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Heng replied, a full-body white robe, preferably with a hood to cover our heads as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Xueshi remarked, I understand now. It's a mage's robe, right? In that case, I'll want you to take measurements. Just pay attention to the lengths. Pan Jiaying then offered, Xueshi, allow me to assist you. I have also learned a bit about sewing. Lin Xueshi smiled slightly, sure. However, it's too noisy here. Let us retreat to the bedroom to work. All right, Pan Jiaying agreed as they pushed the sewing machine towards the bedroom. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng approached the control console and examined the map displayed upon it. Before the garments are completed, let us take a moment to rest. I need to consider which city we should head to for the rescue, he stated. The Dragon Kingdom's government has fled, rendering them unreliable. In the face of such a terrifying disaster, anyone would likely run away. If we wish to preserve the number of survivors, it must rely solely on their own efforts. At that moment, Su Ling approached Zhang Heng and asked, "What about me? What should I do?" Zhang Heng replied with a hint of confusion, "You should return to the bedroom and rest. However, when we reach a city and encounter those in need of rescue, you may have to exert yourself." He then inquired, "By the way, how many genetic locks have you unlocked?" Su Ling pondered for a moment. "I have only unlocked the first genetic lock so far." "Just the first?" Zhang Heng retrieved a small pouch containing crystals from his spatial backpack and took some crystals from the ground. "Go to your room and absorb these crystals. You might just break through the first level of genetic locks. Your abilities should significantly enhance as a result." Su Ling accepted the crystals Zhang Heng offered, nodding, "All right. I will." Her abilities were exceedingly rare and potent, warranting careful development. Zhang Heng then ventured into the plantation, where he currently possessed 2 acres of land. Perhaps he could cultivate an additional acre, as the points required for such an endeavor would be minimal. Every fortnight to month, an acre of land can yield between 3,000 to 5,000 gene of potatoes and sweet potatoes. He intends to raise some poultry as well. Perhaps it can be implemented now. Consume 2,000 points to activate the ranch. Deduct 100 points to purchase 100 piglets. Deduct 10 points for feed. The growth period for pigs is 6 months. The feed will be regularly provided to these piglets. Although the 6-month maturation period does seem rather lengthy. Gazing at the 100 plump piglets in the ranch, Zhang Heng could not help but smile. After 6 months, who knows how much meat these little pigs will yield? Each pig could weigh at least 200 to 300 gene, right? That would amount to 20,000 to 30,000 gene of pork from 100 pigs. Chapter 189. First, rescue Jiangnan City with a soft clanging sound. Lin Xueshi held aloft a pristine white mage robe. "What do you think? Is it suitable?" Zhang Heng accepted the robe, slipping it over himself and fastening the hood. He then donned a white mask and faced the assembly. "How do I look?" The crowd appraised Zhang Heng from head to toe. Cheng Chong rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "You appear rather peculiar." However, Su Ling countered, "I think it looks splendid. It possesses an air of mystery. If you remain silent, one might even struggle to discern your gender." Pan Jiaying offered a faint smile, acknowledging, "It does have its merits, but white tends to show dirt easily." "Are you certain about this choice?" Lin Xueshi replied, "I can craft a few more for you all as spares. If everyone is satisfied, I shall commence the work." Zhang Heng removed his mask and inquired, "What do you all think?" The group exchanged glances before collectively nodding in agreement. Thus, the survival team was officially renamed the New Humanity and set forth towards the nearest Jiangnan City, beginning their mission of rescue. The bunker descended into the heart of Jiangnan City. Upon emerging, Zhang Heng and his companions surveyed their surroundings, each face betraying a hint of sorrow and helplessness. The city lay in eerie silence, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. Cheng Chong spoke up, "This place is suffocatingly desolate. I wonder if there are any survivors left." The remnants of Jiangnan City were marred by numerous gaping black pits, the city's former visage obliterated, leaving a landscape of ruins in every direction. Zhang Heng suggested, "Let us begin our search nearby. If there are survivors, we shall devise a means to rescue them. Chong, use your keen sense of smell to guide us. You and I will form one team, while Pangaea and Yan'an will compose another. Her sharp eyes may aid in locating survivors. The rest of you can choose to align with either Pangaea or my team, as you prefer." Ultimately, the group was divided. Zhang Heng, Chong, Su Bo, and Su Ling formed one team, while Pangaea led a group consisting of Yan'an, Lin Xueshi, and Jiang Feng. Zhang Heng initiated the operation, relying solely on Chong's guidance. Chong pointed towards a nearby ruin and indicated, "I detect a scent emanating from beneath that debris." Zhang Heng approached the site and called back, "Is this the place, Chong?" Cheng Chong nodded, "Yes, it should be down there and quite deep." "Very well," Zhang Heng replied. "I shall take charge here. Chong, you lead the others to search elsewhere. Su Ling, remain behind. Should the person below be injured, your presence will ensure timely medical assistance." Su Ling nodded and positioned herself nearby. Zhang Heng then approached a heavy concrete slab, effortlessly moving it aside to reveal a hidden space beneath. Peering down, he shouted, "Is there anyone alive?" After a brief pause, a feeble voice echoed from below, "Yes, I'm still alive. Please help me." A surge of elation coursed through Zhang Heng as he leapt down into the abyss. Within what appears to be the interior of a certain dwelling, the speaker seems to be below. Zhang Heng cautiously removed a cement slab, revealing a middle-aged man whose legs were pinned beneath two concrete beams, leaving only half of his body exposed. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, who was adorned with a mask, the man widened his eyes in disbelief. "What is this?" Zhang Heng reassured him, "Do not be afraid. I am a new human, here to rescue you." He descended further until he stood before the injured man. The latter's lower body was entirely ensnared in the crevice of the slab, and a scab had formed over a wound on his head, indicating he must have remained in this state for several days. Zhang Heng's mission in the city was not solely to aid the wounded. A significant part of his intention was to distribute supplies. Otherwise, with his method of rescue, how many could he truly save? With great care, Zhang Heng lifted the cement slab and tossed it aside. He glanced at the man's lower half, which was nearly decayed and emitted a foul odor. The middle-aged man, upon witnessing the condition of his legs, choked back tears and lamented, "What has happened to my legs?" Zhang Heng returned to solid ground and rescued Su Ling. "How is it? Can it be treated?" Su Ling examined the man's utterly flattened legs, nodded, and replied, "Yes, but it will take considerable time." As she spoke, Su Ling placed her hands upon the man's ravaged legs, emanating a radiant white light. This luminescence continuously mended the man's damaged limbs. Zhang Heng turned to the man and said, "Rest assured, she will surely heal you." The middle-aged man, incredulous, stared at his legs. "They're in such a state. Can they truly be healed?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "She claims it is possible, hence it must be so. However, once she has healed you, you must assist in rescuing others." The man eagerly nodded, his expression filled with fervor. "My life belongs to you. As long as you can restore me, I will do anything you ask." As moments ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on Su Ling's forehead. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. The mental toll of treating such severe injuries was beyond his imagination. After an indeterminate period, the middle-aged man, in disbelief, reached down to touch his now intact legs, hesitant to rise from the ground. Not only had his legs healed, but the pain throughout his body had also vanished. Su Ling appeared somewhat pale, leaning weakly against Zhang Heng. "The air here is not good. We should ascend." "Thank you. Thank you. My life is yours. I will do anything you ask." Zhang Heng replied, "Simply assist in rescuing others. Give me your hand. I will take you up." "All right." With one arm embracing Su Ling and the other grasping the man's arm, Zhang Heng soared towards the surface. Once they landed, the middle-aged man gazed around in astonishment. What has happened to this world? Why is it transformed into this? Is the world on the brink of destruction? Su Ling seemed to be capable of standing on her own now. Zhang Heng hurriedly inquired, "How are you doing? Are you all right?" Su Ling nodded, and as she lowered her head, a glimmer of clarity shone in her eyes. At that moment, Chang Gu called out from a distance, "Captain, we've discovered more injured individuals down here." Zhang Heng then shouted to the middle-aged man, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and assist." The middle-aged man suddenly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Right? Help! Save them!" He quickly ran towards Chang Ji's direction. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng cautiously supported Su Ling as they moved forward. Observing Zhang Heng's careful demeanor, Su Ling couldn't help but chuckle. "Why don't you carry me?" Zhang Heng nodded. "All right. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 190. Rescue first. Su Ling chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely jesting. A brief respite will suffice." Zhang Heng nodded in understanding and swiftly made his way toward the debris ahead. One after another, individuals were retrieved from below by Zhang Heng and his team. He decided to equip each of them with a climbing rope, enabling them to lower it next time they encounter a high place. Brother Chang organized the personnel to gather the rescued individuals in a relatively secure area, leaving a portion behind to keep watch while the remainder ventured out in search of survivors. It is undeniable that the vitality of these evolved beings surpasses the limits of human endurance. Of course, they're no longer human, so transcending those limits is rather expected. For instance, the middle-aged man whose legs have been utterly crushed managed to endure with only a semblance of weakness. At that moment, Zhang Heng arrived in the highway district, home to the inhabitants of Yalong Nation, ruled by Jiang Hahai. He believed there must be numerous survivors in this area. Upon his arrival, Zhang Heng unexpectedly spotted 4 or 5 individuals sifting through the rubble, one of whom was none other than Jiang Hahai. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, adorned in a mask and a white mage's robe, a flicker of wariness crossed Jiang Hahai's eyes. Zhang Heng raised his chin slightly, reassuringly stating, "Do not be alarmed. It is I." Jiang Hahai, clearly recognizing Zhang Heng's voice, responded, "Zhang Heng, why have you returned?" Zhang Heng approached Jiang Hahai, explaining, "I have come to rescue those in need. If humanity were to perish entirely, it would present quite the dilemma. Are you few the last remaining in Yalong Nation?" Jiang Hahai nodded. "The others are likely beneath this rubble, though their fates remain uncertain. You claim you wish to save them. How do you intend to proceed?" Zhang Heng replied, "I lack formal training in this area, but if I know where people are, I will attempt to excavate." With that, he lifted a massive concrete slab and tossed it aside onto the nearby street. Jiang Hahai observed Zhang Heng's decisive actions and turned to the 4 individuals beside him, instructing, "Assist him." The 4 momentarily hesitated, having nearly given up hope, astonished that they were contemplating a rescue. The earthquake had obliterated everything. People lay dead, food was scarce, and only they remained. They were uncertain what tomorrow would bring. They had little inclination to consider the plight of others. However, with Jiang Hahai proclaiming the need for rescue, they felt compelled to give it a try. In a hushed tone, Jiang Hahai remarked, "Zhang Heng's arrival signifies that he must have brought ample supplies. Do you understand my meaning?" The 4 individuals' eyes widened, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within them. They quickly grasped the implication and set to work. Massive concrete slabs were continuously lifted, and occasionally they encountered bodies that had been crushed, which they chose to ignore. Before long, after clearing away numerous slabs, a depression emerged in the center of the ruins, revealing a relatively intact room below. Originally, there was supposed to be a hotel, but the entire structure has sunken into the ground. At this moment, Zhang Heng spoke to Jiang Hahai, saying, "Jiang Hahai, please fetch a member of my team named Su Ling." Jiang Hahai, puzzled, inquired, "Where is she now?" Zhang Heng replied, "She is over in the Sanzhong district. You will see her upon arrival. I will descend first to take a look." Understood. Jiang Hahai and several others rushed towards the Sanzhong district, while Zhang Heng smashed open a large hole in the ceiling and leapt downwards. Landing steadily, he retrieved a searchlight and exited the room, moving down the corridor to verify each room. "Is there anyone alive? If you are, please respond. I am here to rescue you." His voice echoed through the dim hallway. Zhang Heng sought out team members 1 and 2, realizing that searching alone would be too slow. Perhaps they could assist him. As they landed, the 2 zombies immediately split up to commence their own tasks. At that moment, Zhang Heng suddenly heard a cry for help. I am still alive. Please save me. I'm coming." Zhang Heng followed the direction of the voice, which seemed to belong to a middle-aged man. He arrived outside room 3602. 3602. Are there still 35 floors below? The entire building leaned slightly, with many areas utterly damaged, leaving Zhang Heng uncertain about how many people remained alive beneath. He pushed open the door and immediately spotted a man seated on a sofa, a wall pressing down upon his thigh, which was drenched in blood. The wall was propped against the ceiling above, unmoving, seemingly treating the man's leg as the ground. Zhang Heng approached the man, who glanced up and pleaded, "Please, help me." Zhang Heng examined the situation between the wall and the ceiling. The wall was bracing against the fractured ceiling above. If he were to forcibly move the wall, the ceiling could collapse at any moment, and he had no way of estimating the weight of the debris that might be accumulated above. He had no choice but to attempt it. Zhang Heng placed 1 foot against the wall and grasped the man's arms with both hands, stating, "It may hurt a bit." The man quickly replied, "The rebar. The rebar is still in my leg." The man's face turned pale as he uttered a shocking revelation. The rebar was still embedded in his thigh. If he forcibly moved it, The leg could be irreparably damaged. Wouldn't that lead to severe muscle tearing? Suddenly, Zhang Heng had an epiphany. A chill began to emanate from him, and soon a robust ice pillar materialized beside him, propping against the ceiling above. A second ice pillar supported another corner. Zhang Heng then embraced the wall, slowly lifting it while using his other foot to kick away the sofa beneath the man. The man braced himself with his hands, staring at his thigh. Zhang Heng instructed, "You must extract your leg from the rebar. It may be very painful, but if you do not, I cannot save you." The man clenched his teeth, gazing at his thigh, nearly brought to tears. "Damn it, if I must die, so be it." He abruptly released his grip on his thigh. With a sickening sound, a piece of flesh adhered to the wall. Zhang Heng swiftly seized the man and dashed outside. The suspended wall collapsed to the ground, crashing down upon the ice pillar, causing the entire ceiling above to cave in, with countless fragments cascading downwards, obliterating the room in an instant. Supporting the middle-aged man beside him, Zhang Heng reassured, "Rest assured, help will arrive shortly." No sooner had the words left his lips than he hoisted the middle-aged man and sped back along the path they had come. This man was indeed fortunate, for Su Ling happened to be above them. As the man lay there, wailing, Su Ling instantly understood the situation and rushed to provide him with treatment. Chapter 191 Discontent. As dusk descended, Zhang Heng and the rescued survivors gathered near the bunker. They kindled a bonfire and established a resting area, preparing to enjoy a well-deserved night of rest. Pan Jiaying and her companions were distributing boiled sweet potatoes and potatoes to those present. After serving the food, they retreated into the bunker to partake in their own dinner. Through their relentless efforts, they had successfully rescued nearly 30 individuals. Thanks to Su Ling, most of the 50 people had suffered physical disabilities, but ultimately they were all healed. Zhang Heng began to realize that the efficiency of the rescue operations was alarmingly low, and the task at hand proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Many of the injured remained buried deep underground, and with Jiangnan City being so vast, no one could ascertain where the living souls were located, making the endeavor both time-consuming and labor-intensive. However, tomorrow promised to be more favorable, as the 50 individuals outside would join the rescue efforts, potentially enhancing efficiency. With an increase in numbers, the effectiveness of their mission would inevitably grow. Outside the bunker, Zhao Qing gazed at the 2 potatoes in his hands, then turned to Jiang Hahai, who was peeling potatoes across from him. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "After an entire day of rescuing people, is this all we get? Just 2 potatoes?" Jiang Hahai replied, "It's not just 2. There's more in that barrel, isn't there?" Zhao Qing retorted, "What I mean is, are we only to feast on potatoes?" Zhang Heng is clearly a spatial ability user, who knows how many supplies he has. Yet, we are relegated to this meager fare. Doesn't it seem rather unjust? Jiang Hahai smiled faintly and replied, "What do you expect? Should we dine lavishly like them?" Zhao Qing glanced at the bunker, which resembled a spaceship, and said, "They are likely indulging in lavish meals inside, while we are left gnawing on potatoes and sweet potatoes. It is utterly unfair. They don't even regard us as human. If you feel uncomfortable speaking up, allow me to do so," Zhao Qing declared, striding towards the bunker. Jiang Hahai did not attempt to stop him. Everyone's gaze fixed upon Zhao Qing as he approached the bunker. He hurled a potato with great force against the bunker window. With a splat, the potato transformed into a mushy mess, adhering to the glass. Zhang Heng and the others, who were dining, were startled by the commotion. "Who did that?" Cheng Chong glanced at Zhang Heng, then stood up and said, "Continue eating. I will investigate." Cheng Chong crawled out of the bunker and emerged outside. Upon seeing someone exit, Zhao Qing scoffed, "Finally, someone has come out." Cheng Chong looked at Zhao Qing in bewilderment and inquired, "Why did you throw precious food at our bunker window? Do you realize that such an act is wasteful? In this era, how dare you waste food? It seems you have never known hunger." Zhao Qing coldly replied, "Food is indeed precious, but is it appropriate to offer us only potatoes? My leader and our team have spent a day rescuing people amidst the ruins of Jiangnan City. You indulge in the comforts of life, untouched by the winds or rain. Here I am, seated on the ground with my leader, gnawing on a potato. If you were in my position, would you feel at peace?" Chung Chong chuckled at these words, unable to suppress his amusement. What an ungrateful lot you are. Without us, you and T even have a potato to eat. Are you suggesting we eat our potatoes outside while you reside in our bunker for your satisfaction? Zhao Qing retorted with a cold laugh. I never implied that. What I meant was, you could be a bit more generous. Don't think I'm unaware. Your captain is a space ability user. He must have amassed a considerable amount of supplies from the markets, supermarkets, and cold storage. Nearly all of it is in his possession. At this juncture, I believe he could share a bit more. Chung Chong raised an eyebrow slightly, questioning whether this individual had come to stir trouble. The onlookers gazed at Chung Chong in astonishment, particularly upon hearing the mention of a space ability user. Your captain possesses space abilities? No wonder. No wonder he came to our rescue. However, since he is a space ability user, isn't it rather inappropriate for him to only provide us with potatoes? We want meat too. Voices erupted around him, each person clamoring for meat. Zhao Qing gradually gained more confidence. Bring your leader out. We don't wish to eat only potatoes. We demand meat. Only then will we have the strength to continue our rescue efforts. And besides, the resources belong to your leader. Had he not hoarded all the good supplies, we wouldn't have endured such suffering. Chung Chong couldn't help but chuckle. You lot are truly ungrateful wretches. We came here with good intentions to save you. And how many of you might not even survive the night? If we hadn't rescued you, you would have perished long ago. Not only did we save you, but we also brought food to sustain you. Is this how you repay our kindness? Understand this. Your captain is a space ability user. How much did he hoard from us in the beginning? It was precisely due to the scarcity of food that we had to scour for supplies, encountering numerous dangers and losing many lives in the process. If you had shared your resources early on, we wouldn't have faced such tribulations. Chung Chong sighed in exasperation. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Not only are you ignorant, but you are also foolish. Go perish on your own. Zhao Qing urgently shouted. Don't let him leave. In an instant, everyone stood up. They had indeed escaped death, yet they could not envision a future. Those without a future are the most perilous. A crowd swiftly surrounded Chung Chong. At that moment, Chung Chong realized just how foolish it was to attempt to save others. Zhang Heng and the others, sensing the commotion outside, began to emerge from the bunker. What are you doing? Let him go, Zhao Qing said, gripping Chung Chong by the neck. So you finally decided to come out? Let him go, but first, surrender the supplies you hoarded earlier. Why should we settle for potatoes while you feast within? Zhang Heng inquired with a hint of perplexity. What is it? Do you have an objection? Was it you who instigated this? Faced with Zhang Heng's piercing gaze, Zhao Qing felt a sudden surge of trepidation. Zhang Heng scanned the crowd before declaring, Where is Jiang Hahai? Jiang Hahai awkwardly smiled. I am here. Zhang Heng turned his attention to Jiang Hahai and questioned, You did not intervene, which suggests your endorsement of his actions. Do you also believe I am in the wrong? With that, he proposed, if that is the case, let us depart from here. The rest of you can save yourselves. However, Jiang Hahai merely smiled softly and replied, We can barely ensure our own survival. How can we possibly save others? Moreover, I support Zhao Qing's perspective. We can now consider ourselves a team. From this point onward, we shall rescue people together every day. What you consume, we shall consume as well. We will not be your subordinates, feasting while we subsist on mere potatoes. Chapter 192. The Dragon Cherry Guild of Samping City. At this moment, Chung Chong freed himself from Zhao Qing and approached Zhang Heng, turning to Jiang Hahai and saying, Our intent to rescue is merely out of goodwill. Providing you with sustenance is a gesture of kindness. Withholding it is our rightful duty. Do not overstep your bounds. Jiang Hahai, puzzled, responded, I have not accused you of excess. I merely wish for fairness. Zhang Heng, you possess spatial abilities, do you not? Surely your space harbors ample provisions. After narrowly escaping death, we must replenish our strength with proper nourishment if we are to participate in the upcoming rescue efforts. Surviving solely on potatoes, devoid of any nutritional richness, will hardly suffice for our strength to save others. Zhang Heng replied, What you consume is identical to my own fare. The only difference lies in your larger numbers. Sister Pan is currently preparing your portion. The potatoes serve as the staple, while the vegetables are still simmering in the pot. but they should be ready soon. Upon hearing this, a wave of glances shifted toward him. Jiang Hahai inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, with 50 of you, 2 large pots are cooking within. Once the potatoes are done, we can prepare other dishes. Am I to indulge in lavish meals while you are left with merely potatoes? Surely you know who I am. During our joint assault on Titan, who was it that airlifted you fresh crabs at Longwan Villa?" At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd darkened, filled with guilt. Zhao Qing, her voice lacking confidence, questioned, "Then why didn't your team member mention this sooner?" Cheng Chong rubbed his neck and replied, "Is it necessary for me to explain myself to you?" Zhao Qing huffed in silence. Zhang Heng interjected, "Let us wait a while longer. Soon you shall have the food you desire." "Yes, you. My daily meals are the same as yours." With that, Zhang Heng retreated into the bunker. After a brief interval, Su Bo and Jiang Feng emerged, carrying 2 large pots of stewed chicken. However, after placing them on the ground, they promptly returned. A throng of people immediately surrounded the pots. Zhao Qing approached the pot, gazing at the whole chickens packed inside, glistening with golden fat, and struggled to swallow her saliva. It seemed she had indeed misjudged them. They were not hoarding the food after all. It was merely that there were too few pots. They had first cooked the potatoes before starting on the chicken soup. Inside the bunker, Cheng Chong seethed with anger, exclaiming, "These ingrates, our efforts to save them were in vain." Pan Jiaying smiled gently and advised, "Brother Chong, calm your temper. It is simply a matter of communication. If we converse well, there will be fewer misunderstandings." Cheng Chong shook his head in resignation, stating, "People are made of iron and rice is steel. Let us continue to eat." At this moment, Jiang Feng turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Boss, shall we continue the rescue? Our good intentions have been mistaken for foolishness." Zhang Heng maintained a serene demeanor, replying, "They are merely venting their frustrations. Initially, I gathered supplies from the mall and supermarkets. Today, we have rescued over 50 individuals. Tomorrow, they will be able to mobilize these people for further rescue efforts. I left some supplies for them and plan to explore other areas tomorrow." Lin Xueshi inquired, "Where do you intend to go? Every city has suffered from natural disasters. Can they be saved?" Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, "I am not alone in this rescue mission. I believe the majority of people are also engaged in relief efforts. We could deliver some supplies to them. After all, there are plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes. I trust they are in dire need." Cheng Chong nodded and remarked, "Providing supplies is indeed a good start. With these provisions, they will have the motivation to save lives." Zhang Heng smiled slightly. "Indeed, let's have our meal first. After we finish eating, we shall depart." Zhang Heng was the first to finish and stepped out of the bunker. Jiang Hahai hurriedly brought Zhao Qing to apologize. "Zhang Heng, I sincerely apologize. I failed to manage my people, leading to this significant misunderstanding." Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "It is nothing. I did not take it to heart." Zhao Qing, filled with remorse, said to Zhang Heng, "Captain Zhang, I am sorry. I acted too rashly, and I assure you it won't happen again." Zhang Heng glanced at Zhao Qing and then addressed Jiang Hahai. "The truth is, we are heading to other cities for rescue. As you know, I have gathered considerable supplies. This is a critical time when everyone is in need. I intend to deliver some supplies to help them through their current hardships. Of course, I will reserve a portion for you. From there, it will be up to you to manage." Jiang Hahai asked, puzzled, "Are you leaving?" Zhang Heng nodded, "Yes. We shall depart shortly. Considering your inability to store supplies, I will try to provide you with canned goods and other easily preserved items." Jiang Hahai, looking somewhat resigned, said, "Very well. I wish you good fortune." Zhang Heng began to distribute the supplies, primarily canned goods, enough for about 50 people for approximately 7 days. If you manage to capture Longwan Island, the fishing boats there should still be operable. At that point, you needn't worry about food. Jiang Hahai smiled slightly. "Thank you for the reminder." In the following period, Zhang Heng traveled extensively to conduct rescues and deliver supplies until he arrived in a city named Samping. Samping appeared to have been spared from the ravages of natural disasters. The buildings seemed intact, and the zombies had been largely cleared away. Evolvers walked freely in the streets, and the entire city exuded an air of prosperity. Zhang Heng concealed the bunker within his spatial backpack and followed a group into Samping. The guard at the entrance promptly halted them. One guard, with yellowing teeth, scrutinized the 8 individuals before him and queried, "From which city do you hail?" Zhang Heng responded, "We come from Jiangnan City, which has been devastated by natural disasters. We seek a place to take refuge." The guard with yellowed teeth spoke, stating that if you wish to enter Samping, you must obtain a residence permit for Samping and become a member of the Longying Guild. We will arrange accommodations for you, but you must undergo training at the school. The training period lasts 3 months, after which you will receive tasks assigned by the Longying Guild. Of course, during these 3 months, your meals and lodging will be taken care of. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. Such favorable conditions? Samping nodded, affirming that indeed. Our guild leader is an extraordinary individual. It is under his protection that this city has been spared from the ravages of natural disasters. Chapter 193. Absolute Defense. Zhang Heng and his companions entered Samping City, greeted by a thriving and prosperous scene. Pan Jiaying, astonished, remarked on the remarkable preservation of the city. It had suffered no damage whatsoever. The streets were impeccably clean, and there were even sanitation workers. "Look over there," she exclaimed. The guard leading them beamed with pride. Indeed, although Samping is a small town, it boasts a population of over 100,000. The moment the zombie virus outbreak occurred, Lord Long Ying began organizing and mobilizing nearby evolved individuals to combat the zombies. Thanks to everyone's efforts, we eradicated all the zombies in the city within a month and initiated a thorough cleanup of any remaining undead. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's government planned to rescue us, but our leader declined their assistance. Just a few days later, a catastrophe struck the shelter established outside the Dragon Kingdom, leaving those people unable to save themselves, let alone come to our aid. It was quite laughable. Chung Chong could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Brother, how did you manage to evade the disaster? Or was there no disaster here at all?" The guard's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, "Of course. We experienced a disaster as well. However, our leader used his abilities to shield this city and us. By the way, our leader is famously known as the strongest defense. Stay here for a while, and you'll understand." "The strongest defense? What does that entail?" Zhang Heng pondered. "Is there truly such formidable protection that it can withstand even natural disasters?" The guard's expression suddenly darkened. "Indeed, our leader bravely faced the disaster, sustaining injuries in the process. He is currently recuperating. Such a remarkable individual." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps we could meet your leader?" The guard looked puzzled. "Why would you wish to see our leader?" "He is recuperating and does not meet outsiders." Zhang Heng replied, "We have a healer in our group who can provide treatment for your leader. I assure you it would be far superior to your medicinal remedies." The guard's eyes widened in astonishment. "A healer? Oh, we've been searching for one. Does your group truly possess such talent? That is simply splendid. I will contact our leader immediately." Before long, a special vehicle arrived before Zhang Heng and his companions. A middle-aged man descended from the car, his face alight with excitement. "Where's the healer?" he inquired eagerly. Zhang Heng gestured to Su Ling beside him. "Is this young lady here?" The middle-aged man turned to Su Ling, smiling gently. "Are you truly a healer?" Su Ling nodded. "Yes, I can treat your leader. But we have one condition." The man laughed heartily. "As long as you can save our leader, we would agree to anything, be it 1 condition or 100. What is your requirement?" Zhang Heng interjected. "This condition is not particularly challenging for you. We seek the right to reside here, but merely for habitation. We do not intend to join your guild." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man remarked, "What difficulty is there? Of course it is possible. I can speak on behalf of the president. However, what is the reason for your intention to reside here without joining us?" Zhang Heng replied, "I suppose I seek to experience it for myself. I wish to observe how this city operates." The middle-aged man smiled wryly and nodded. "In that case, please, get in the car. I shall promptly take you to meet our president." At that moment, Pan Jiang interjected, "Zhang Heng, you should accompany Su Ling. We will communicate later." Zhang Heng nodded. "Very well, Su Ling, let us depart." The two ascended into the vehicle as it began to roll forward slowly. The middle-aged man, seated in the passenger seat, introduced himself. "Greetings, my name is Jiang Wei. I serve as Long Ying's personal assistant." "Zhang Heng, this is Su Ling, Zhang Heng introduced. Jiang Wei nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to ask several questions. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the car halted before a hospital. The entrance appeared rather desolate, likely due to the prevalence of evolved individuals, resulting in few cases of illness. Under Jiang Wei's guidance, Zhang Heng and Su Ling approached a hospital room. Inside, they spotted an elderly man with white hair, leisurely basking in the sunlight while gazing out the window from a reclined chair. Upon noticing Jiang Wei, one of the two guards at the entrance approached and inquired, "Is the boss awake? Has the healer arrived?" Jiang Wei nodded, indicating, "This young lady behind me is the one." The guard scrutinized Zhang Heng and asked, "And who might this be?" Jiang Wei clarified, "They are together." The guard, now understanding, nodded and opened the door without further comment. Jiang Wei entered the room first, followed closely by Zhang Heng and Su Ling. Jiang Wei's voice brimmed with excitement as he announced, "Boss, we have brought a healer for you." Long Ying smiled gently, responding, "I have heard, Jiang Wei. You truly are remarkable." Rising from a chair with one hand resting on it, Long Ying turned to face Zhang Heng and Su Ling. The two exchanged a surprised glance. Long Ying was, in fact, a young woman. With short hair, Zhang Heng had initially assumed her to be male. Long Ying's appearance leaned towards femininity, albeit with a rather androgynous style. "So, among you, who is the healer? Or both of you?" she inquired. Su Ling replied, "I am the healer." "My name is Su Ling." Long Ying, with a look of realization, extended her hand to shake Su Ling's, exclaiming, "What a beautiful lady, and you are a healer as well. Truly, an angel should look like you." Su Ling, feeling a tad flustered, responded, "Please lie down. I shall commence your treatment." Long Ying reclined on the hospital bed, exhaling deeply, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at Su Ling. Su Ling felt herself blush under Long Ying's piercing gaze. Why does she have such an intense stare? Could she possibly be a Yuri enthusiast? Placing her hands above Long Ying's body, Su Ling began the healing process. The brilliant white light instantly enveloped Long Ying's entire being. Su Ling, upon commencing the treatment, sensed something amiss. The healing energy was encompassing the whole body. However, Long Ying appeared to bear no visible injuries. Could it be an internal affliction? For reasons unknown, Su Ling found this particular treatment exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in restoring Long Ying. In an instant, Long Ying's once white hair transformed back to its lustrous black, and he appeared remarkably revitalized, with his lips gradually regaining their color. Evidently, the treatment proved to be remarkably effective. Chapter 194. Departure and Stay. Long Ying, feeling her revitalized body, sat up from the hospital bed with an expression of disbelief. "Am I well?" Jiang Wei's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. Truly miraculous. Miss Su Ling, I am immensely grateful to you." Su Ling smiled gently and replied, "It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for such formality." Long Ying clenched her fists, sensing her strength had returned, and began to scrutinize the two individuals before her, ultimately fixing her gaze on Zhang Heng. "It seems that you are the leader here," she mused. "How did you know I was injured and made a special trip to treat me?" Zhang Heng chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "Chairwoman Long Ying, you are mistaken. How could I possibly know of your injury? It was merely that other cities have suffered calamities, while Samping City remains unscathed. Before arriving here, we visited various cities, all of which were in dire straits. The pristine condition of Samping City piqued my curiosity. It is only natural to want to investigate further." Long Ying nodded in understanding. "So it was by chance that you passed through here. It appears I am indeed fortunate." At that moment, Jiang Wei interjected, "Zhang Heng, since your people have genuinely healed our chairwoman, we shall fulfill your request in due course. Where do you wish to begin your experience of Samping City?" Zhang Heng replied with a slight smile, "I shall ponder this upon my return. It is getting late. We should take our leave now, and will contact you later." Jiang Wei nodded. "Just come find me. The chairwoman and I will be at the Yajin Grand Hotel." After Zhang Heng and Su Ling departed the ward, Long Ying continued to gaze in the direction they had gone, her thoughts lingering. Jiang Wei whispered, "Chairwoman, they are a team, likely comprising around 8 members, with Zhang Heng as their leader. If we could invite them to join our guild, it would greatly enhance our capabilities." Long Ying replied, I'm aware of this. However, we currently face pressing issues that require our immediate attention, far beyond merely inviting them to our guild. Although we have safeguarded the city from natural disasters, the water supply and electrical systems have sustained damage, not to mention the issue of food supply. We must urgently dispatch personnel to repair these systems and assess the water quality of our reservoirs. What is the condition of our plantations outside the city? Jiang Wei sighed helplessly. They have all been destroyed. Long Ying's expression turned somber. Once our food reserves are depleted, there will be no surplus left, and the entire town will suffer from hunger. With nothing to eat, the city's evolutionaries will descend into madness, and we will find ourselves in a situation akin to when we first arrived here. We must deploy several search teams to locate food. Jiang Wei nodded. I have already made arrangements, but perhaps we could deploy a few more teams. Long Ying smiled at Jiang Wei and said, Old Jiang, as expected of you. With you here, I feel at ease. Jiang Wei responded with a bitter smile. If it weren't for the president, I would have perished long ago. The most significant matters in my life are this city and your well-being. Long Ying grinned. I'm fine now. As for Zhang Heng's small team, as long as they refrain from committing violence here, they can do as they please. Jiang Wei nodded. Indeed, within the bunker, Zhang Heng and the others returned to their refuge. The group gathered for a meeting. Cheng Chang inquired, Zhang Heng, what is President Long Ying's ability? How could she protect the entire city so effectively during that calamity? Zhang Heng shook his head. I'm not certain for now, but it seems to be some form of protective capability. Although she managed to safeguard this city, it came at a tremendous cost. When we visited her, her vitality was severely depleted, and she appeared to be on the brink of death. However, Su Ling managed to heal her. So perhaps she could protect Sanping City again when the next disaster strikes. I have an idea, Zhang Heng continued. We should attempt to rescue others, but regrettably, our abilities are too weak, and we can only provide limited supplies. We have scoured several city ruins without finding a suitable refuge. Currently, Sanping seems like a decent choice, and I plan to stay here for a while. What do you all think? Pan Jiaying interjected. Sanping is indeed a good base, but in the long run, it's not entirely safe. Think about it. Other cities have been devastated by calamities. What would the Titan Squad do if they discovered this city? At this remark, everyone became alert. Zhao Yanan said, the Titan Squad likely hasn't found a refuge yet either, but if they uncover Sanping and see that it remains intact, they would undoubtedly target this city. They possess the ability to command zombies, and even if President Long Ying can use her powers to fend off the Titan Squad's attacks, can she hold them off indefinitely? How many zombie assaults can she withstand? Cheng Chang added, so you believe that Sanping's safety is merely temporary, and a storm will eventually arrive? The others nodded in agreement. All eyes turned to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng remarked, our team is not on par with the Titan Squad, and I lack the confidence to defeat them. However, if the Titan Squad is destined to set their sights on this city, we might as well stay here and join forces with Long Ying's guild to combat them. If the Titan Squad intends to command zombies to seize Sanping, that could work to our advantage, sparing us the trouble of searching for zombies elsewhere. Jiang Feng could not help but chuckle. Zhang Heng. The Titan Squad consists of third-tier zombies. Thus far, we have yet to encounter fourth-tier zombies. If the Titan Squad happens to discover fourth-tier zombies outside, or if they themselves advance to that level, can we withstand such a threat? At this moment, Cheng Chang interjected, I have been monitoring some information online. If zombies more formidable than the Titan Squad emerge, I believe there will be reports circulating. Ever since I posted about the Titan Giant zombie, many have begun to use the forum as a platform for information sharing. I will remain vigilant. The group nodded in understanding. Zhang Heng then remarked, during this period, why not immerse yourselves in the workings of this city? Who knows, we might eventually establish a city akin to this one. Chapter 195. Crystals for potatoes the following day. Zhang Heng and his companions returned to Sanping. However, the atmosphere within Sanping seemed to have transformed somewhat. What could be the cause of this? In recent days, we have been provided with so little food. Is our supply nearly exhausted? The plantations appear to have been ravaged. President Long Ying has only safeguarded the city from destruction. Due to natural disasters, several search teams have perished outside, and even if they found resources, they likely could not bring them back. Currently, there are over 500 individuals in Sanping, And with 3 meals a day, the amount of food consumed is incalculable. Even the most abundant supplies would soon dwindle, indicating that we are on the verge of facing starvation once again. Around them, murmurs of concern echoed. Zhang Heng and his companions exchanged glances, accustomed to such discussions. Eventually, food will inevitably be depleted. This holds true even for Samping. Without external food support, the scant provisions in a city's markets and supermarkets would soon run out. Moreover, several months have passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and all supplies should have been consumed by now. Zhang Heng sought out Jiang Wei, who greeted him with evident joy. Zhang Heng, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. You mentioned wanting to experience life in this city, and I offer to be your guide. Where do you wish to begin? At this moment, Zhang Heng replied, rather than experiencing life here, I am more inclined to discuss a potential collaboration with your leader. Collaboration? Jiang Wei looked at Zhang Heng with a puzzled expression. What kind of collaboration are you considering? Zhang Heng stated, that depends on whether you possess what I seek. He produced a crystal from his pocket and inquired, how many of these crystals do you have? Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. Is this a crystal from a zombie's brain? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, but I require the black and red variants. The others are unnecessary. Of course, the blue ones are acceptable as well. The red ones are second-tier crystals, while the black ones are third-tier. The blue ones also belong to the third tier, albeit of slightly superior quality, originating from Titan brains. Jiang Wei nodded in agreement. That is possible. I can certainly take you to meet our leader. Is it a substantial quantity? Zhang Heng smiled faintly, recognizing that this was far more advantageous than hunting zombies for their crystals. If he could elevate his entire team to the third tier, they would stand a fighting chance against Titan squads. Soon, Zhang Heng and Jiang Wei ascended to the top floor of the Yajing Hotel via the elevator. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Long Ying's face illuminated with a smile. Zhang Heng, you've come. Jiang Wei hastened to Long Ying's side and whispered a few words to her. Long Ying raised an eyebrow, indicating that she was aware of the crystal's significance. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Long Ying smiled. Indeed, I have gathered a considerable number of crystals as rewards. However, if you wish to engage in a trade, I would like to know what you can offer in return. Zhang Heng remarked upon crops, particularly potatoes and sweet potatoes. Long Ying's smile slightly diminished as she regarded him with a serious expression. Potatoes and sweet potatoes? How many do you possess? Zhang Heng replied with a faint smile. Perhaps tens of thousands of jin, along with frozen chickens, also in tens of thousands of jin. Long Ying, filled with excitement, approached Zhang Heng. Why do you have so many supplies? Who exactly are you? Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly. Let's discuss the terms of this transaction. A piece of black crystal can be exchanged for 10 chickens or 100 jin of potatoes or sweet potatoes. A piece of red crystal can be exchanged for 2 chickens or 20 jin of potatoes or sweet potatoes. This is quite a generous offer. Long Ying responded, agreed. However, we require only potatoes and sweet potatoes, not chickens. Jiang Wei, please open the safe. She then turned to Zhang Heng and inquired, how do you intend to deliver the goods to me? Zhang Heng stated, first, let us examine the crystals. As for the goods, I shall provide them without fail. At this moment, Jiang Wei produced a small box, opening it to reveal an array of red crystals, occasionally showing a few black ones. Jiang Wei explained, we have compiled statistics on these crystals. There are approximately 376 red ones and merely 7 black ones. The black crystals can only be extracted from the brains of crawlers, hence their scarcity. 376 red crystals, is that all? And only 7 black? This is insufficient for his upgrade. Zhang Heng expressed his confusion. Long Ying clarified, they have all been distributed. Our city's population is quite large. Upon the return of the search teams, I reward them with these crystals. However, we will acquire more in the future. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. In that case, let us proceed with the exchange. You desire potatoes, correct? Allow me to calculate. 367 red crystals would yield 7,520 jin of potatoes, and the 7 black crystals would provide 700 jin, totaling 8,220 jin of potatoes. Do my calculations align with your expectations? Over 8,000 jin of potatoes. Long Ying exclaimed, her joy palpable. This should suffice for our entire city's population of over 500 for several months. Zhang Heng, you have rendered us a tremendous service. Jiang Wei marveled, who are you truly? You have healed our leader and brought us such abundant supplies. You must be extraordinary individuals, correct? Zhang Heng smiled softly, replying, we are all evolvers. It is only natural for evolvers to assist one another. Long Ying then inquired, Zhang Heng, how will you transport over 8,000 gene of potatoes to our city? How many days will it take? I can provide them to you immediately, Zhang Heng responded. No sooner had he spoken than a massive vortex appeared in his right hand. He rummaged within it and retrieved a bag of potatoes destined for burlap sacks. Each bag weighed approximately 100 gene. In total, there were 850 bags, nearly overwhelming the room. But fortunately, Long Ying resided in a presidential suite, which barely accommodated the bounty. In the confined space of a room, the three individuals found themselves momentarily immobilized. Long Ying and Jiang Wei wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Are you a spatial manipulator? Are you truly one of the new humans? Zhang Heng offered a faint smile. Oh, have you heard of me? Long Ying, visibly incredulous, recalled the mysterious team known as the New Humans, who have been tirelessly rescuing individuals and delivering supplies. This had been widely shared online, and since then, he had longed to encounter this enigmatic group, only to discover that Zhang Heng was indeed one of them. At that moment, Zhang Heng remarked, if you desire more supplies, perhaps your subordinates should exert themselves a bit more. I shall take the crystals for now. Chapter 196. Joining the exploration team, Long Ying gazed upon the room filled with potatoes, a smile illuminating her face. For the coming months, the worry of food scarcity would be alleviated. Jiang Wei, gather some people to store these potatoes in the pantry, she instructed. I will arrange it immediately, Zhang Heng replied, clutching the crystals as he sought out Pan Jiaying and her companions. Soon, the group departed from Samping and returned to the bunker. Zhang Heng laid all the crystals upon the table and turned his gaze to the assembled individuals. I acquired these crystals in exchange with Long Ying. Xuexi and Pan Jiaying, you two may utilize them at your leisure. Does anyone have any objections? Cheng Chong interjected. Pan Jiaying and Xue, she can at least contend with the Titans. We lack combat capabilities, so it is prudent to let them use them first. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xue, she exchanged glances before commencing to gather the crystals. Pan Jiaying looked at Zhang Heng and inquired, do you intend for Xue, she, and me to unlock the third layer of the gene lock first? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I require capable allies in battle. As for the others, should there be any surplus, I will ensure you are provisioned. At that moment, Subo spoke up, Zhang Heng. Perhaps we could form a small group to venture outside and hunt zombies. What do you think? Zhang Heng regarded Subo, who evidently wished to assist and not hinder the team. I'm not entirely at ease with you going out. I will find a way to procure crystals for you, he replied. Subo shook his head. I had already conferred with Yan'an. If we remain in Samping for an extended period, perhaps Yan'an, Jiangfeng, and I could seek out zombies to eliminate. When the time comes for actual combat, we could genuinely contribute. Zhang Heng glanced at Cheng Chong. Brother Chong, do you also oppose their expedition? Zhang Heng inferred this, since Cheng Chong had not joined their discussion. Cheng Chong nodded. Currently, zombies are not concentrated in cities, but are dispersed throughout the world. We observe this clearly from the bunker. There is no location in the wilderness that can safeguard us from zombies, nor can we predict their numbers. If we inadvertently encounter a large horde, we might not even have a place to evade. Thus, he expressed his disapproval of their hunting endeavor. Zhang Heng then proposed, perhaps I could send number 1 and number 2 to accompany you. With them alongside you, even if you encounter crawlers, they would effortlessly assist you. After all, it was merely a matter of acquiring the crystals from the zombies' brains. Whether you or I were the ones to slay them, the outcome remains unchanged. Cheng Chong responded, if that is the case, perhaps I could also join. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. With 2 third-tier Titan zombies to safeguard them during their hunt, they would be more than adequately protected. Zhang Heng then retrieved some provisions and water from his spatial backpack. After 5 individuals had gathered these supplies, they departed the bunker, accompanied by number 1 and number 2. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xue, she watched the departing team, their eyes betraying a hint of concern. Zhang Heng reassured them, stating that as long as they did not encounter a Titan, they would remain safe. Moreover, he would keep a vigilant eye on their situation. At that moment, Su Ling interjected, expressing her desire to contribute to the team. Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, "You may stay by our side. I shall ensure that any surplus crystal shards will be reserved for you. Additionally, I've observed that there are numerous zombies around Samping." He continued, "Since you're not suited for combat, we shall assist you in accelerating the unlocking of your genes." Pan Jiaying then suggested, "Zhang Heng, during this period, Xueshi and I shall venture around the city of Samping to eliminate zombies. Perhaps the surplus crystals can also aid Su Ling in hastening her progress." Lin Xueshi, glancing at the crystals in her hand, added, "Before anything else, let us consume these crystals. With a stroke of luck, we may unlock the third layer. At that point, we shall become stronger and more adept at dispatching those zombies." Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the bedroom. Su Ling sighed in resignation, feeling somewhat aimless. Zhang Heng suggested, "If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could assist the residents of Samping by providing them with treatment." Su Ling retorted, "I've already inquired. Long Ying has been protecting them well, and none have been injured." She then mentioned, "However, I spoke with Jiang Wei, and they have a dedicated training area for combat. I intend to give it a try. Would you like to join me?" "Combat?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "My skills have been honed through battling zombies, so I shall abstain. Besides, I currently rely more on my ice abilities." The members of a new human team began to disperse. Zhang Heng, however, was not idle. He resolved to join the exploration team in Samping. Upon learning of this, Long Ying appeared somewhat surprised, but more concerned, wondering if he intended to seize her supplies. Zhang Heng smiled reassuringly, stating, "I only require 10 of the supplies. The remainder belongs to you. I will also assist in transporting them back to Samping free of charge, which will save you several trips. What do you think?" Long Ying was already aware of Zhang Heng's spatial abilities, recognizing that his talents could indeed facilitate their logistics. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "That works. I happen to know of a canned goods processing plant not far from here. However, due to natural disasters, the entire facility seems to have collapsed into the ground. I was planning to organize a group to search for supplies. If you could join us, it would be of tremendous help." "A canned goods processing plant?" Zhang Heng mused. Typically, such factories are situated away from urban areas to alleviate rental pressures and avoid complaint from citizens. Given the nature of canned goods, which are well sealed, spoilage would not be a concern. It indeed sounded like an excellent destination. During this period, Zhang Heng had been performing good deeds, which had unfortunately depleted a considerable amount of his supplies. It is time to seek opportunities for enhancement. Please take me to meet your exploration team." Long Ying nodded and said, "Follow me." Under Long Ying's guidance, Zhang Heng arrived before a fully equipped exploration team. This team comprised 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, led by a burly middle-aged man with a crew cut. The man's physique was imposing, and his sharp gaze suggested he was not to be trifled with. The overall strength of this group appeared commendable, likely nearing the unlocking of the third layer of their genetic locks. Chapter 197. The threat of the Titan squad. The captain of the exploration team, Cheng Yuan, was the first to speak. Extending his right hand toward Zhang Heng, he greeted, "Hello, I am Cheng Yuan, the captain of this exploration team. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." Lin Meijiao, Wang Rongyao, Bai Quan, and Su Kangzhen nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Heng introduced himself. "I am Zhang Heng, and it is an honor to join you in this venture. When do we depart?" Captain Cheng Yuan smiled slightly. "Since you are here, we can set off at any moment. Please, take the front passenger seat." One by one, the team members boarded the vehicle, with Captain Cheng Yuan at the wheel. The vehicle was a black G-Class SUV, seemingly modified, with several vital parts reinforced with steel plates, exuding an aura of robustness. The vehicle slowly exited Samping, heading southward. As they drove, Captain Cheng Yuan informed, "Our destination is a place known as the Red Star Canned Food Processing Plant. However, this factory has plunged into a subterranean pit. The situation inside remains uncertain." "Zhang Heng, it appears you possess spatial abilities?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Indeed. I'm a spatial ability user. If there are canned goods, I can transport them all at once. Suddenly, Su Kongza, who sat behind Zhang Heng, inquired, given your abilities, you must have amassed a considerable amount of resources. With such an abundance, you could establish a guild. What brings you to Samping? Was your guild destroyed by a natural disaster? At this remark, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Zhang Heng. He smiled faintly and elucidated, I had indeed formed a guild. However, recently, the Dragon Kingdom's government intended to address the survivors above ground. I allowed my members who wished to return to the government's embrace to do so. The entire guild followed suit, leaving only a few early associates by my side. Lin Meijiao expressed her astonishment. Wasn't the government's rescue team completely dismantled due to the virus? Zhang Heng replied, yes, they remained in the underground world, unaffected by the virus. However, when they emerged to the surface, following a rainfall, those who had evolved transformed into zombies, and the rescue base was swiftly decimated. Almost all the survivors they had taken for isolation and research perished within. I had ventured into the rescue base once. The Dragon Kingdom's government isolated us for virus research, conducting blood tests. Once I grasped the situation, I seized an opportunity to escape. Bai Quan, the tall figure, could not help but chuckle. The Dragon Kingdom's government took 2 months after the outbreak to rescue us. They clearly knew about the virus from the beginning and had hidden away in the underground world. 2 months later, under the guise of rescue, they used survivors as subjects for research. Who would want to associate with such a government? At this moment, the previously silent Wang Rongyao, the stout figure, remarked, hasn't this recent catastrophe, the earthquake, exposed the underground world as well? The virus and the fallen zombies have likely obliterated the underground world of Longhua, Zhang Heng remarked. One of my team members was brought back from that subterranean realm. Indeed, the underground world governed by the Longhua authorities has been devastated. However, the leader of the Longhua government managed to flee in advance, and his whereabouts remain unknown. Cheng Yuan scoffed, asserting that he should have perished down there. The entire vehicle echoed in agreement. Zhang Heng calmly stated that having a larger group can be cumbersome, especially when confronted with circumstances beyond one's control. If I were in that position, I might also choose to escape. Living affords a glimmer of hope, while death offers nothing at all. At this juncture, Zhang Heng suddenly inquired, have you encountered the Titan Squad? Cheng Yuan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Titan Squad? What is that? Lin Meijiao interjected, explaining that they are a group capable of transforming into mutated zombies, towering several meters high. Didn't I show you that video before? Yet, you were skeptical. Cheng Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, questioning whether that was merely cinematic technology, genuinely believing in such a thing. Lin Meijiao replied, that was live footage, and the woman broadcasting it was part of Zhang Heng's team. In the live stream, there was a man facing away from the camera. Perhaps that man was Zhang Heng? With a peculiar gaze, Lin Meijiao looked at Zhang Heng, seated in the passenger seat, eager to elicit an answer from him. Zhang Heng smiled slightly, confirming that it was indeed him. The Titan Squad exists in reality, and it would be prudent for you to hope they do not come seeking Samping. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. The entire vehicle was suddenly filled with shock. Cheng Yuan, with a grave expression, questioned whether there truly exist zombies capable of transforming into towering figures. Is it real or a hoax? At that moment, Fatty Wang Rongyao chimed in, noting that the crawlers also measure several meters in length, albeit horizontally. Titans merely grow vertically. I believe in this from the start, and sincerely hope we do not encounter such zombies, as I would be at a loss on how to confront such a monstrosity. Lin Meijiao smiled slightly, suggesting perhaps they could consult Zhang Heng, as he had fought against Titan zombies before. Zhang Heng elaborated, explaining that Titans are third-tier zombies, possessing human-like appearance and intelligence. To put it simply, they bear no significant physical differences from humans, save for slightly paler skin and red eyes. More critically, they can transform into giants. Even if a city erects towering walls, they can effortlessly breach them. As for their combat capabilities, they are formidable. If Titans truly descend upon Samping as a squad, they could systematically annihilate the entire population of the town. I share this concern, he admitted. After all, most cities have been ravaged, yet Samping remains unscathed. Should the Titan squad lay eyes upon Samping, I am certain they would not let the opportunity slip by. Cheng Yuan, with a grim countenance, questioned, "Are you here awaiting the Titan squad's arrival?" Zhang Heng shook his head, expressing that the situation was not merely as simple as that. Primarily, the cities beyond had been ravaged, and it remained uncertain whether there were any other places to seek refuge. Moreover, should Samping Town remain intact, I firmly believe that in the future, many would be drawn to Samping. The number of evolvers in Samping will undoubtedly increase, and when the Titan squad arrives, perhaps we could unite our strengths to confront them. Of course, they might also fear the power of the Samping evolvers and choose to abandon their intentions of entering this city. Who can say? For us, survival is of paramount importance at this moment. With Samping being so splendid, who wouldn't he wish to come? Chapter 198. Multiple manipulations. Zhang Heng's words provided a profound analysis of the future situation in Samping. Perhaps the Titan squad poses a threat to Samping, or perhaps the evolvers within Samping instill a sense of caution in the Titan squad, deterring them from approaching. At this moment, Cheng Yuan remarked, "Then you must be the first team to engage with the Titan squad?" Zhang Heng replied, "Not quite. We are the only team that has confronted the Titan squad and survived. To my knowledge, they have obliterated 2 cities' worth of evolvers within 2 months, after which their whereabouts became unknown. This calamity may have delayed their genocidal ambitions against humanity. Yet, many evolvers have perished in this disaster. Humanity is evolving, and so too is the Titan squad. Currently, we may be troubled by a lack of food, but once we encounter the Titan squad, you will realize that our concerns extend far beyond mere sustenance." The atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly grew oppressive, and a heavy silence enveloped the group. Fear began to take root in their hearts, and their initial impression of Zhang Heng shifted considerably. He was evidently more than just a mere space manipulator. As the only team that had survived a confrontation with the Titans, their presence in Samping might offer a semblance of security. After an indeterminate period, Cheng Yuan abruptly halted the vehicle and announced, "Brothers, we have arrived." One by one, they exited the vehicle. Before them lay a vast chasm. They approached the edge and gazed downward, faintly discerning the roof of a processing plant. Cheng Yuan then spoke, "This is the Red Star food processing plant. Previously, we refrained from coming here due to the abundance of zombies and numerous crawlers in the vicinity. However, since the catastrophe, the nearby zombies have seemingly vanished, and the factory has fallen into this deep pit. Let's hope the zombies within the factory are not overly formidable." Having said that, Cheng Yuan turned to Wang Rongyao, Su Kongza, and Bai Quan, instructing begin to pull the rope. The 3 nodded, securing one end of the rope to the vehicle and winding it several times before confirming its sturdiness, then tossing the rope into the chasm. Cheng Yuan then suggested, "Let us send someone down to investigate the situation. Once we ascertain it is safe, we will all descend together." "Who will go?" The group exchanged glances, evidently reluctant to be the first to descend. Observing this, Zhang Heng chuckled, "Perhaps I should go first to show you the situation." Cheng Yuan quickly interjected, "You were once the president of a guild. We cannot let you go down first. I will take the lead." With no one willing to descend first, Cheng Yuan reluctantly volunteered himself. However, Zhang Heng stopped him, reassuring, "Do not worry, leave it to me." He then approached the edge of the chasm. At that moment, Wang Rongyao approached with a piece of rope in hand. Zhang Heng glanced at the rope and replied, "Oh, I won't need that. You may keep it for yourselves." As the words fell, Zhang Heng leaped into the deep pit. The individuals nearby widened their eyes in astonishment. Zhang Heng. A group hurriedly rushed towards the edge of the pit. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Heng had already found himself standing atop the roof of the processing plant below. The sight left several in utter shock. Cheng Yuan marveled, truly a former president, to leap from such a height without so much as furrowing a brow. It must be at least 70 or 80 meters. His physical prowess is indeed remarkable. Could a spatial ability user be this formidable? I cannot simply regard him as merely a spatial ability user. His physical capabilities surpass even those of combat-oriented individuals. Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings, confirming safety before calling out, "I have found no suspicious areas. You may come down. Chung Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seems our trio has encountered an extraordinary team. Securing the rope, Chung Yuan was the first to jump down, followed closely by the others. Soon, all stood upon the rooftop of the processing plant. Opening the deformed door ahead would likely grant them access to the interior. Zhang Heng took the lead, opening the iron gate and affixing a spotlight above his head as he stepped inside, followed closely by Chung Yuan and the others. The entire processing plant exuded a pungent, putrid stench reminiscent of decaying meat. One could only wonder if there were any edible cans within. Chung Yuan remarked, their warehouse should be at the bottom. The upper levels are filled with processing machines. If their cold storage maintains sufficient refrigeration, perhaps the processed meat is still well preserved. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, we must first deal with the zombies below. Zombies? Confusion spread across everyone's faces. Where did the zombies come from? Zhang Heng shone his spotlight downward, revealing a throng of zombies surrounding the processing machinery, with the majority being anomalous subspecies. Witnessing this scene sent chills down their spines. Zhang Heng appeared exceptionally fortunate. With so many anomalous subspecies, it seemed he had made the right choice. There are too many zombies down there. I will clear out a portion first. However, I will mark the zombies I slay, so do not seize my crystals. Chung Yuan, looking astonished, exclaimed, Zhang Heng, with so many zombies, how can we possibly manage it? Moreover, with so many anomalous subspecies, we should return and call for reinforcements. Zhang Heng, perplexed, asked, why call for reinforcements? Are you doubting my abilities? You would provoke the zombies, and if I am unable to handle them, it would put you at risk. Zhang Heng chuckled, after all. I have unlocked the third layer of the gene lock as an evolved being. These anomalous subspecies are merely in their second form, and I can easily deal with them. Unlocked the third layer of the gene lock. Zhang Heng, how did he manage that? Zhang Heng spread his palm, and 5 ice spikes manifested in his hand. He was disinclined to engage in further idle chatter with Chung Yuan and the others. Multiple control. 5 ice spikes were suddenly imbued with extraordinary velocity, hurtling downwards towards the heap of corpses. Under the astonished gazes of Chung Yuan's team, the 5 ice spikes mercilessly obliterated the zombies below, leaving no trace behind. They had no chance to react whatsoever. Only a few anomalous subtypes managed to evade or counterattack, but they soon joined the ranks of the fallen. In fact, there were no zombies capable of lasting even 3 seconds under Zhang Heng's onslaught. A processing plant zombies were entirely eradicated in mere minutes. Furthermore, Chung Yuan and his companions had yet to lift a finger. All was settled. Zhang Heng began to descend. Chung Yuan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to follow suit. Chapter 199. The Wild Titans. Zhang Heng surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any surviving zombies. He then addressed the 5 individuals behind him, suggesting that perhaps they could assist him in extracting the crystals from the brains of the deceased, promising to share a portion of the rewards with them. Chung Yuan nodded in agreement, affirming their willingness to help. Zhang Heng responded affirmatively, stating he would assist them in locating the warehouse and eliminating the zombies in the vicinity. At that moment, Lin Meijiao interjected, wait, I want to accompany you. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. Do you not trust me? Lin Meijiao shook her head and replied, no. It's not that. I wish to help you. If you encounter any danger alone, there would be no one to assist you, and that could lead to trouble. Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Well then, you may come along. As Zhang Heng moved ahead, Chung Yuan grasped Lin Meijiao's arm, expressing his confusion. If Zhang Heng is so formidable, why do you still want to follow him? It would be wiser to remain here and extract the crystals. Lin Meijiao responded. Precisely because he is so powerful, I am concerned. Is he not a space ability user? If he discovers the warehouse and decides to hoard some resources for himself, I believe it is prudent to accompany him, just to be safe. Chung Yuan nodded in agreement. All right then, but do not be too overt about it, lest he becomes aware and jeopardizes our relationship. Lin Meijiao retorted lightly. He has already sensed it. When he asked, do you not trust me? He was already aware. She was unconcerned about Zhang Heng's awareness, for the resources at stake were crucial to the future sustenance of the residents of Samping, and she could not afford to be careless, even if it might displease Zhang Heng. With that, Lin Meijiao swiftly followed in the direction Zhang Heng had taken. It appeared that Zhang Heng deliberately slowed his pace to wait for her. The two traversed a corridor where a map was located at a turn. Zhang Heng paused before the map, noting that the cold storage was situated on the first floor, while the warehouse was at the opposite end, quite a distance apart. Perhaps we should first check the cold storage, Zhang Heng suggested. Lin Meijiao nodded. You need not share your thoughts with me. I will follow your lead. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. I see. At that moment, Lin Meijiao inquired, Zhang Heng, with your strength, are you still unable to contend with the Titan squad? Are they truly that formidable? Zhang Heng replied, the Titan squad is indeed impressive. I cannot speak for others, but they are certainly much stronger than the average third-tier evolved beings. Lin Meijiao sighed in despair. I never imagined such powerful zombies existed in this world. I cannot fathom what we might ultimately become. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, every creature has its match. I do not believe they lack opponents in this world. Nor do I consider myself the strongest evolved being. There are certainly others who surpass me. I simply have yet to encounter them. I trust the Titan squad will come to realize this as well. If they continue to behave like the evolutionary harbingers of destruction they once were, they will inevitably meet with their own demise, Lin Meijiao remarked. The disasters have struck with alarming suddenness, obliterating numerous cities in an instant. I have heard that some coastal regions have even experienced tsunamis. Who knows if even greater calamities are yet to come? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding. The melting glaciers of the Arctic have unleashed these zombie viruses, and the resulting conditions have caused global sea levels to rise, simultaneously altering the tectonic movements of Blue Star. Historically, such phenomena occur only once every several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. It is unlikely that we will witness such terrifying disasters again. What follows will be the true confrontation between humanity and the undead. The natural disasters have receded from our lives. Lin Meijiao could not suppress a smile. You seem quite knowledgeable, Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng shook his head. This is not knowledge of my own. It is information imparted by someone in my team named Chang Guo. Lin Meijiao nodded in understanding. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to a zombie standing at the forefront. Zhang Heng also detected the undead creature at the end of the corridor. The zombie clearly noticed them, its gaze fixed upon their position. Zhang Heng observed the distant figure, perplexed. A wild titan? Lin Meijiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Titan? The zombie slowly approached Zhang Heng's direction. You refer to me as Titan? It seems you have encountered others like me. You can speak. Indeed, it is a Titan. Zhang Heng instantly became more vigilant. I have indeed encountered Titans akin to you. The Titan, puzzled, asked, but you are still alive? Did you escape? Or did you kill them? Zhang Heng replied, I certainly escaped. The Titan chuckled. Then why are you not fleeing now? At that moment, Zhang Heng exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Meijiao. She swiftly took off, running back. The Titan paid no heed to her flight, but focused on Zhang Heng. What has transpired on Blue Star? Zhang Heng inquired. Have you only just awakened? The Titan nodded. Indeed, I have only recently become a Titan. Some events are hazy in my memory, but I know I was the director of this factory. Before the incident, I had been hiding here until a zombie fell from the ceiling. After that, my recollections become unclear. The Titan gazed at its own hands. Now that I have returned to life, I can speak, yet I am a zombie. You call me Titan. It seems I have evolved? Zhang Heng opened his palm, and 5 ice spikes materialized within it. You have indeed evolved, but I shall not allow you to leave this place. The Titan laughed heartily. I have long wished to respond to the voice within me, yet I am uncertain of the consequences. If you intend to kill me, I might just attempt to answer that shadow. I know what I am destined to become, but I do not comprehend your purpose here. Do you seek to annihilate all of this? Zhang Heng, filled with confusion, inquired. Do you mean to say that you wish to avoid combat and instead depart from this place? Titan nodded in affirmation, stating, let me perish in this wretched manner. As for the canned goods you desire, feel free to take them all, but do not attempt to assail me, for I shall resist. Even in the form of a zombie, my will to survive remains unyielding. Death is an unfathomable terror, a state of complete oblivion akin to eternal slumber, where one is forever ensnared in a dreamless sleep, rendered incapable of action, yet occasionally aware, much like a person in a vegetative state. I do not wish to experience that sensation again. The choice is yours. End my life, or allow me to decay in this place. Chapter 200. No room for compassion. Zhang Heng gazed upon the wild titan before him, taken aback by its audacious declaration. Was it truly resigned to perish in this place? He addressed the titan, stating, "The threat you pose to the evolved is far too great. I cannot afford to let you escape." The wild titan, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile and replied, "It appears there is no alternative." In that instant, the titan's demeanor shifted dramatically, and Zhang Heng was quick to act. He unleashed 5 ice spikes that hurtled toward the titan, skimming the ground. The titan, witnessing the rapidly approaching projectiles, unexpectedly accelerated, deftly evading their trajectory and positioning itself behind them. Suddenly, a chilling aura surged from the earth, as countless ice spikes erupted upwards. The wild titan glanced at its foot, now pierced by the spikes, a look of profound astonishment dawning in its eyes. Was this the power of the evolved? Why was it reduced to such a state, while the other remained unscathed? This felt utterly unjust. Fueled by indignation, the titan transformed its sorrow into strength, disregarding the pain in its foot, which it hardly felt at all. It surged forward towards Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng was already prepared, releasing a torrent of frigid air from his body. The titan hastily shielded its upper half, but the chill swiftly cloaked it in frost. The remaining 5 ice spikes effortlessly pierced through the titan's form. Zhang Heng offered no respite to the titan. Should it grow in size, it would wreak havoc upon this processing plant. An unrelenting stream of cold emanated from Zhang Heng. The titan found itself ensnared in ice, its eyes spinning in bewilderment, before suddenly sharpening with determination. The ice shattered instantly. A colossal figure ascended, causing the entire food processing facility to shudder. The titan zombie transformed into a towering giant, reaching over 10 meters in height, and swung its fist down with tremendous force towards Zhang Heng. Bang! The punch obliterated the roof and collapsed the sturdy concrete floor. Zhang Heng leapt into the air, soaring above, as he unleashed waves of icy breath upon the titan's form, further enveloping the area in an extreme cold domain. Suddenly, the sky was blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes resembling feathers. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuan and his companions, having just emerged from the ruins, were met with a roar akin to that of an ancient beast. Upon discerning the source of the sound, their eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Why was Zhang Heng battling a titan zombie? Was this truly a titan zombie? Did such gargantuan undead creatures exist in this world? What were they to do? Panic engulfed them. Despite their battle-hardened experiences, the sheer size of this monster left them momentarily speechless and unsure of how to proceed. The wild titan sensed something amiss. Glancing upwards, it abruptly abandoned its fight with Zhang Heng and began to scramble frantically up the rock face towards the sky. The space here is too confined, hindering his performance. Zhang Heng evidently discerned Titan's intentions. He swiftly soared above Titan, continuously unleashing frigid air to impede him. The wild Titan, consumed by rage, roared at Zhang Heng, lamenting, "I do not wish to become a zombie. I merely wish to survive. What wrong have I committed? Why must you pursue my annihilation?" Zhang Heng gazed indifferently at the grotesque visage of the Titan, as the chilling aura began to encase his form, compounded by the extreme cold of the frigid domain. Under such conditions, the wild Titan's endurance until now was remarkable. Suddenly, a Titan corpse, frozen into a sculpture of ice, appeared upon the rocky wall. Zhang Heng directly stowed the Titan's remains into his spatial backpack. When the time comes, he shall let the crawlers feast upon the corpse, uncertain of how significantly it may enhance their genetic unlocking progress. After vanquishing the wild Titan, Zhang Heng returned to the canned goods processing factory. The factory had not sustained severe damage. Only half was buried beneath the earth, allowing operations to continue. Upon seeing Zhang Heng descend, Cheng Yuan and the others felt a surge of reverence. It was astounding that he had single-handedly dealt with such a formidable wild Titan. "Zhang Heng, are you unharmed?" "Brother Zhang, your prowess is astonishing. I never anticipated you could handle it alone." That wild titan seemed to plead for mercy in the end. Truly, you are remarkable. Zhang Heng shook his head, clarifying he was not pleading for mercy. He merely found the situation somewhat unjust. However, I had no choice. I had to eliminate him. You all witnessed the immense power he wielded after his transformation. A single punch could demolish a building. Cheng Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, Zhang Heng is correct. There is no room for leniency when confronting monsters. Compassion could be fatal. Although he may not wish to become a zombie, we certainly do not wish to be slaughtered by one, so we must preemptively eradicate the threat. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly. You all are unscathed, I trust? The group shook their heads. Zhang Heng continued, then let us proceed. Let us locate the canned goods and depart this place at the earliest opportunity. Yes, as dusk descended, painting the sky in hues of crimson, Cheng Yuan's exploration team gradually made their way into Samping. Zhang Heng bid farewell to Cheng Yuan and the others, heading directly towards the bunker, which lay not far from the outskirts of Samping City. Upon returning to the bunker, he suddenly recalled that Brother Chong and the others had ventured outside to hunt zombies. He wondered about their situation. Zhang Heng then assumed control of Ma Ji's perspective. Su Bo's team was already erecting tents, while another team, led by Jiang Feng, appeared to have found a resting spot. It seemed that both teams were self-sufficient and did not require his concern. Shortly thereafter, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi returned to the bunker. After exchanging greetings with the two women, Zhang Heng immersed himself in the training room. He released the crawler number 3, subsequently moving the corpse of the Titan zombie. The crawler number 3 immediately approached and began to gnaw on the Titan's remains. Perhaps by tomorrow, the effects of gluttony will be revealed. Brother Zhang Heng, Lin Xueshi called as she pushed open the training room door. It's time for dinner. Zhang Heng nodded in response. I'm coming. The three of them gathered around the table, and Pan Jiaying inquired, Zhang Heng, how was your expedition today? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. I received several hundred cans, and I also encountered a wild titan, which I dealt with effortlessly. Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi looked at each other in astonishment. There are wild titans? Chapter 201. The wilderness base in light of Zhang Heng's formidable prowess. Longing seemed to have conceived a bolder idea. She promptly dispatched someone to contact Zhang Heng, who graciously obliged and made his way to the Yajin Hotel upon receiving the call. Accompanying him were Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Long Ying's face brightened with a smile. After hearing Cheng Yuan and his companion's accounts yesterday, she finally grasped the caliber of the formidable individual who had arrived in Samping. An evolutionist capable of single-handedly confronting titans and compelling them to beg for mercy was undoubtedly a powerhouse. While others were preoccupied with the threat posed by titans, this individual had already vanquished one. Consequently, Long Ying intended to discuss with Zhang Heng a matter she had long wished to pursue but had hesitated to undertake. President Long Ying, you had Jiang Wei call me early this morning. What is the matter? Zhang Heng inquired, returning her smile. Long Ying replied, had I not heard Cheng Yuan recount yesterday's ordeal, I would have been oblivious to your capabilities, Zhang Heng. I must apologize for my oversight. Zhang Heng smiled gently and remarked, President Long Ying, you are too courteous. I merely act within the scope of my abilities. Long Ying shook her head, insisting, that is not the case, Zhang Heng. Had Cheng Yuan and his team not accompanied you yesterday, they might have perished at the hands of the wild titans. Cheng Yuan and his team are the strongest in our exploration squad. Their demise would have been a monumental loss for everyone in Samping. If our exploration team were to be wiped out, the reduction in manpower would severely limit our ability to source supplies. Zhang Heng, perplexed, said, let us set that aside for now. I am curious as to why you sought me out today. Long Ying pondered for a moment before stating, there's a place I have long feared to venture due to the overwhelming number of zombies. Zhang Heng inquired, what place is that? Long Ying responded, it is known as the Wilderness Base, situated a day's journey from here. It was once a military base of the Dragon Kingdom and served as a supply depot. I believe it is rich in provisions and munitions, but the distance poses significant risks, and we cannot predict what dangers await us along the way. If you're willing to join me, perhaps we can explore this opportunity. Zhang Heng's interest was piqued at the mention of the Wilderness Base, munitions, and food. So, You mean to say that this base has remained untouched since the onset of the apocalypse? He queried. Longing nodded, indeed. It is quite possible that many Titan zombies still reside within its confines. Who can say for certain? Zhang Heng chuckled softly. I am intrigued. Perhaps we should attempt this expedition, but I propose that my team undertake the journey. You may send someone to guide us. Long Ying glanced at Jiang Wei, who then suggested, perhaps we could take Cheng Yuan, who accompanied Mr. Zhang Heng yesterday, along with you. What do you think? Cheng Yuan, you say? Zhang Heng nodded. That works. Cheng Yuan was soon summoned. Upon hearing the news of our expedition to the wilderness base, Cheng Yuan could hardly contain his excitement, especially since Zhang Heng would also be joining us. Zhang Heng, are you truly willing to venture to the wilderness base? He inquired. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Of course. We are set to depart, after all. Cheng Yuan scratched the back of his head, contemplating. It appears that our trio is destined for fortune this time. With your presence, I dare say there is no place from which we cannot retrieve supplies. So let us set off. He made his way towards his vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Heng interjected. Your vehicle is rather sluggish. We should take mine instead. Just provide me with directions. Cheng Yuan, puzzled, asked, your vehicle? In front of the bunker, Zhang Heng replied. Cheng Yuan gazed at the structure before him, resembling a UFO, and turned to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, what is this? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. A multi-purpose bunker, equipped with advanced technology. Suddenly, a door of the bunker opened, and they entered together. Inside, Cheng Yuan marveled at the opulent decor, as if he had stepped into a luxurious chamber. There were 8 bedrooms and a control panel. Zhang Heng approached the control panel, and to Cheng Yuan's astonishment, the entire bunker lifted off the ground. He hurried to the window, peering down in terror. Goodness, we are flying. Zhang Heng, maintaining his composure, remarked. Cheng Yuan, don't be so astonished. Just give me a direction. Cheng Yuan quickly responded. South. We head south, straight south. Zhang Heng programmed a route on the control panel. With a sudden jolt, the bunker soared southward like a rocket. Cheng Yuan stood by the window, watching the ethereal scenery rush past. The speed was utterly astounding. This truly was high technology. From where did Zhang Heng acquire such a treasure? It seemed to grant them the ability to traverse land and sky without limits. This group was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Cheng Yuan shouted, wait a moment. Zhang Heng, confused, asked, what is it? Cheng Yuan pointed. Now turn left. Do you see the vast mountains ahead? The wilderness base lies deep within those mountains. The speed was astonishing. They had arrived at their destination in mere minutes, a journey that would have taken him half a day by car. Meanwhile, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi were engaging in warm-up exercises, while Zhang Heng sat at the control panel, enjoying the view. Cheng Yuan approached the built-in refrigerator and, upon opening it, was greeted by an array of ingredients: seafood, red meat, a cornucopia of provisions. He trembled slightly and closed the refrigerator, feeling it inappropriate to rummage through someone else's supplies. Cheng Yuan, is the wilderness base located just below us? Zhang Heng inquired. Cheng Yuan rushed to Zhang Heng's side, looked down, and confirmed, indeed, the wilderness base is right below. However, he was taken aback by the sheer number of zombies surrounding the base, far exceeding his expectations. This was, after all, a military installation, with a population that had undoubtedly reached the thousands. At this very moment, these soldiers had all transformed into the undead. In this secluded corner of the mountains, the evolution of these zombies far surpasses that of their urban counterparts. Zhang Heng observed that these zombies did not wander aimlessly. Rather, they seemed to patrol around the wilderness base. Within the confines of the wilderness base, numerous zombies were seen retrieving the carcasses of animals from the outside and transporting them inside. As the bunker passed by the wilderness base, anti-aircraft guns swiftly targeted Zhang Heng in the sky. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in alarm as he maneuvered the bunker out of the artillery's firing range. Remarkably, there appeared to be someone controlling the equipment within the wilderness base. Could it be that Titans were also present here? Chapter 202. Chaotic slaughter. Zhang Heng brought the bunker to a halt in a secluded area of the forest. Pan Jiaying, taken aback, exclaimed, what is happening? Why are the artillery from the military base still automatically aimed at us? Cheng Yuan replied, it might be an automatic airspace lock, predetermined from the beginning or configured later? It's impossible to ascertain. Zhang Heng then turned to Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi, inquiring, I neglected to ask you both. Have you unlocked the third layer of your genes? Suddenly, Pan Jiaying's skin shimmered with a dark metallic sheen. What do you think? She responded. Lin Xueshi, looking disheartened, remarked, I seem to be just a bit short. Had Pan Jiaying already unlocked the third layer of her genetic lock? It appeared that most of the previous crystals had been utilized by her. Lin Xueshi seemed to be on the verge, but it was merely a matter of time. Cheng Yuan, visibly astonished, said, You can't possibly be planning a direct assault, can you? Zhang Heng replied, Aside from that, do you have a better plan? Cheng Yuan took a deep breath and said, I wouldn't dare. I can only follow your lead. Just be cautious. I'll wait for you here. Zhang Heng chuckled lightly. We'll first attempt to breach it and see if we can bring it down. If not, I will devise another strategy. Cheng Yuan, with a wry smile, said, If you two can't bring it down, who else could? I believe in you. Take care. The group nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng took the lead towards the mountain base, with Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi closely trailing behind. Zhang Heng glanced at Pan Jiaying, whose form radiated a mysterious black metallic luster. He inquired, Pan, has your ability evolved? What has it transformed into? Pan Jiaying responded, My bones have turned to steel, as has my skin. Is this what natural evolution entails? To transform a person's bones into steel? It was akin to becoming Wolverine. He wondered what Lin Xueshi would resemble after unlocking her third genetic lock. Zhang Heng too yearned for an evolved ability. Regrettably, unlocking his genetic lock merely opened the potential for humanity without affording him personal evolution. He remained a mere instrument. He sighed in resignation, envy glinting in his eyes. To have a body of steel would render one invincible. Noticing Zhang Heng's eager gaze upon her, Pan Jiaying felt a surge of pride within her. The group soon arrived at the outskirts of the mountain base, where all the zombies had retreated inside. Dozens of crawlers encircled the base, both inside and out. Dozens of crawlers. These are undoubtedly solidified entities, Zhang Heng observed, turning to Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi. You two will team up? Is that acceptable? They nodded, having collaborated numerous times before, undaunted even in the face of the crawlers. Very well, let's commence the assault. Zhang Heng sprang into the air, soaring towards the heavens. He arrived at a midpoint above the mountainous base. It appeared that the aerial artillery only reacted to aircraft, failing to automatically lock onto human targets. This made things quite intriguing. Zhang Heng unleashed an extreme, cold domain in the sky. Suddenly, snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to fall from the heavens. The temperature plummeted. Pan Jiaying, her body transformed into a glossy black steel, was the first to charge towards the crawlers. 3 crawlers roared as they surged towards her. With a swift movement, Pan Jiaying unleashed 10 elongated blade-like fingers. She leapt high, thrusting towards the gaping maw of a crawler. Lin Xueshi followed closely behind, her body radiating a fierce crimson glow. Her right fist flickered with intense heat as she unleashed a powerful blow upon one of the crawlers. Bang! It was as if a landmine had detonated. A plume of black smoke erupted from the crawler's head, its massive form crashing to the ground. Yet, the crawler soon staggered back to its feet. Lin Xueshi had already locked onto another target. Zhang Heng observed the battle below. It was evident that the 2 women could manage the crawlers, though they required a bit of time. Pan Jiaying, with her ironclad skin, did not bother with defense, relentlessly clawing at the crawlers' mouths, leaving several bloodied and severing their tongues. Meanwhile, the temperature within the base continued to drop. The zombies congregated at the entrance had yet to comprehend the situation, accumulating blankets of white snow upon their bodies. Some were even frozen in place. The cold was swiftly spreading throughout the base. At this moment, in the control room of the mountainous base, a man watched the battle unfold on the screen, his eyes gleaming with intense fury. Damn those evolved beings. How'd they find this place? As he spoke, the man stormed out of the control room, racing towards a nearby chamber. Boss, evolved beings are attacking. Inside the office, 2 evolved beings were engrossed in a game of chess. The iron door was flung open, accompanied by explosive news. Both men halted their game, looking up towards the entrance. They appeared to be in their 40s, middle-aged men, one clad in military uniform with a scar etched across his face. Officer Titan questioned, "Evolved beings are attacking? Is there really a need for such fear? We have over a dozen crawlers. Surely that is enough to deal with them? Shally, you are still too young. Too rash. Let them play for now." "No. 3 crawlers have already perished. The mutated zombies are frozen, and hundreds of ordinary zombies have also been slain." The officer's hand trembled slightly as he played chess. "What nonsense is this? How many of them are there?" "3. Just 3. The scarred officer quickly rose, heading towards the control room. The officer, a titan among the undead, set aside the chess pieces in his grasp, closely followed by an eerie silence. What transpired? I discerned not a single sound, yet the losses outside among the zombies were astonishingly severe. Among them, one wielded the power of ice, and the majority of the zombies met their demise frozen solid. 3 titan zombies stood before the surveillance screens in the control room, precisely as Shally had described, and the number of casualties had only escalated. 5 crawlers lay lifeless upon the ground. As for the zombies within the base, over 80% had been transformed into icy statues, while the remaining 20% struggled ineffectively to inflict harm upon the airborne evolved being, anxiously hopping below. At this juncture, the officer Titan remarked, "Such an evolved being still exists. It seems they are indeed targeting us. Let them witness the might of our technological weaponry." With a cold laugh, the officer Titan pressed a crimson button, and a control lever began to ascend. Chapter 203. Survival. The officers of Titan had several anti-aircraft guns aimed at Zhang Heng, who sensed an unusual tension in the air. These anti-aircraft guns seemed to be adjusting their positions, targeting precisely where he was located. Zhang Heng promptly descended to the ground. The anti-aircraft guns, designed solely for aerial threats, struggled to lock onto ground targets. Officer Titan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have detected it? This young man's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Realizing that the anti-aircraft guns seemed incapable of launching a surprise attack, Officer Titan felt a pang of frustration, pondering where things had gone awry. At that moment, a soldier named Shally spoke up. "Major, may I go deal with him?" Officer Titan turned to Shally, his expression shifting slightly. "First, ascertain their intentions. Why have they invaded our military base? Are they affiliated with the government?" Scarface Titan could not suppress a chuckle. "Old Wong, what are you thinking? The government? There is no government. They abandoned us long ago. I suspect they are evolutionists intending to seize our arms and supplies." He continued, "This base is well preserved and serves as a secure refuge. We cannot allow them to take it from us. We must eliminate them." After Scarface Titan finished speaking, he urged Shally, "Take your weapons and deal with them. Don't waste time on idle chatter." Officer Titan appeared exasperated. "Old Sue, you're being too hasty. What they are sent by the government. Regardless, Shally, go ask them. Based on their response, decide your next course of action." Shally nodded, "Yes, sir." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shally headed towards the control room. Not long after, Zhang Heng observed an armed figure resembling a zombie emerging from the shadows. Just as he was about to take action, Shally quickly inquired, "This is Mountain Wild Base. Who are you? Why do you dare invade our military facility?" Zhang Heng was momentarily taken aback. "So, they truly are Titans. Have their numbers begun to proliferate so rapidly?" To his astonishment, even this Mountain Wild Base housed Titans. Although he had suspected it from the start, witnessing it firsthand still surprised him. Gazing at the distant Shally, Zhang Heng responded, "Who are we? We are survivors, here to search for supplies." Upon hearing this, Shally asked, "What has become of the world outside? Is the government still intact?" Zhang Heng looked at him, puzzled. "You are a military district, yet you remain oblivious to the situation outside?" Shally shook his head. "The network was compromised for various reasons, leaving us unable to ascertain the external circumstances. However, we are aware that the world beyond may have succumbed to a viral outbreak. Given that we have all transformed into this." Zhang Heng found it strange. "Haven't you ever ventured beyond this place?" Little Titan remarked, "The Major does not permit us to leave this place. We shall remain here until the government arrives to address our situation. They likely remain unaware that the government was aware of the virus from the outset and retreated underground with a portion of the populace. The subsequent events, I assume, are also unknown to them. We are to linger here, clinging to hope, awaiting the government's rescue and support? Little Titan inquired. Surely the virus can be cured? Zhang Heng, hearing this, shook his head in resignation. It appears that the government is utterly powerless against the virus. One could argue that the government itself has ceased to exist, the virus having obliterated it, while natural disasters have ravaged human civilization. No one will come to your aid. Only evolved beings like us venture here, in search of resources or shelter. You are akin to zombies, and evolved beings will not easily spare you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Little Titan's eyes. How? How could this be? Can we not coexist peacefully? Zhang Heng replied with a bitter smile. From what we can see, humanity and zombies indeed cannot coexist harmoniously. However, I can allow you to remain here, provided you surrender your resources and arms to me. I intend to take them and protect the remaining humans. Little Titan gazed at Zhang Heng in despair. They had endured for so long, never leaving the wilderness base, steadfast in their duty, only to learn that the government had been destroyed by the virus. This revelation was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Little Titan, likely equally devastating to the Major and the others. At that moment, Little Titan said, I shall return to consult my superior. You wait here. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Little Titan sprinted back towards the base. Officer Titan and Scar Titan observed Little Titan returning without engaging in combat. Officer Titan curiously asked Little Titan, what did you discuss with him? Why did he not attack you? Little Titan, with a sense of resignation, replied, Major, the evolved being outside informed us that our government has been annihilated by the virus. They have come here solely for the resources and arms within the base, hoping we might relinquish them in exchange for the ability to remain. How could this be? Our government has fallen? Is there no hope for a cure? Will I be condemned to this existence for eternity? What has become of the outside world? Did you inquire? Little Titan then relayed the entirety of his conversation with Zhang Heng to the two officers. Upon hearing this, the two officers felt as if their spirits had been extinguished. Sitting in silence for a long while, Officer Titan sighed. In order to avoid causing trouble for the government, I refrained from going there, even sealing off the entire military base internally. This way, when they come seeking us, it will save them considerable hassle. Little did we anticipate that the government had been obliterated by the virus. Is it possible that this world is now solely inhabited by us, the monsters, and the evolved beings? The scarred Titan remarked, observing the figure at the entrance, who appeared to be a mere child but was, in fact, an evolved individual endowed with extraordinary abilities. Sooner or later, these evolved beings would eradicate us, the zombies. What course of action should we pursue now? Should we relinquish our resources to them? The Officer Titan gazed at Zhang Heng on the screen and said, if we were to eliminate him, it might provoke a greater onslaught of evolved beings against us. We have no place to flee. Perhaps it is better to seek survival. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the control room. Chapter 204. Distress. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng arrived at the control room of the wilderness base, accompanied by Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi. The trio regarded the three titans before them with a hint of caution. The military titan smiled slightly and said, young man, we have honored your request. The supplies and arms have been gathered and stored in the basement. However, I require a guarantee. Can you assure me that other evolved beings will not attack us? Zhang Heng nodded and replied, of course. I will inform the other evolved beings to refrain from coming here. The three exchanged satisfied glances and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Shaoli said, allow me to escort you to the storage room. With that, he took the lead, and Zhang Heng and his companions followed closely behind. The ease of their progress left them somewhat incredulous. It seemed almost too smooth. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it had ended without conflict. Following Shaoli, they arrived at the storage room, which turned out to be an expansive underground chamber filled with military weapons and ammunition. Adjacent to the munitions was a cold storage facility, brimming with frozen meat, at least several tons of it. Shaoli, the Titan, inquired, how do you intend to transport all this? Zhang Heng replied, I will manage to take it with me, so I shall not hold back. As he spoke, Zhang Heng extended his right hand, and a massive spatial vortex materialized before him. In an instant, Everything within the cold storage began to be drawn into the swirling void. Within mere seconds, the entire contents of the cold storage were consumed by the spatial rift. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, How did you do that? Are you truly human? With a gentle smile, Zhang Heng responded, We are the new humans. A wistful expression crossed Xiao Li's face as he lamented, Why can't I transform to be like you? He gazed at his pale skin, his eyes filled with despondency. Observing this, Pan Jiaying cautiously glanced at Zhang Heng before declaring, I believe that one day, new humans and zombies will coexist peacefully. Fundamentally, we are not so different. Lin Xueshi then asked, Do you consume humans? Pan Jiaying and Zhang Heng were momentarily taken aback, and Xiao Li also paused. He touched his stomach and said, We do not experience hunger. At least we won't perish from lack of food. However, my body is decaying, and perhaps once it has completely deteriorated, I shall truly meet my end. A pained smile crossed Xiao Li's lips as he addressed the trio. Zhang Heng countered, That makes us quite similar. We too will age and ultimately perish. Zombies decay slowly, while we age gradually. In that light, there is indeed not much difference. Xiao Li burst into laughter, saying, Hearing you say that has brightened my spirits immensely. Thank you. Zhang Heng smiled softly and replied, You're welcome. They then proceeded to the armory. Little Li expressed his concern that Zhang Heng might deplete all the ammunition in a moment of haste, and urgently remarked, Could you possibly leave some for us? Zhang Heng gazed at the armory and replied, As evolved beings, we each possess our own unique abilities. Ammunition is not an absolute necessity for us. Perhaps we can leave it for you. Upon hearing this, Little Li nodded appreciatively. That would be splendid. Zhang Heng then returned to meet with the officer, Titan, and others. Officer Titan surveyed the three individuals before turning to Zhang Heng, saying, Zhang Heng, if you were to encounter any government representatives, could you convey to them that Wang Zhiping at the mountain base remains steadfast in his post? We hope the government has not forgotten us. Where is the government now? Zhang Heng thought, but he did not wish to express such coldness. He nodded. If I encounter anyone from the government, I shall relay your message. At that moment, Pan Jiang interjected, We have been out for a while. It's time for us to return. Lin Xueshi waved goodbye to Officer Titan. Goodbye, uncles. The three departed from the mountain base. Officer Titan watched the trio on the screen, enveloped in silence, unsure of what to say. On the road, Pan Jiaying turned to Zhang Heng and remarked, They are so pitiable. Do you think they will wait indefinitely? Zhang Heng sighed, Perhaps they will. The spirit of a soldier compels them to wait, but sadly, the current government is unworthy of their resolve. Lin Xueshi then speculated, What they venture out to cause chaos? That would mean 3 Titan zombies, and they seem unaware of their own power. Zhang Heng recounted, Not long ago, I did encounter a wild Titan, much like them. Whether evolved beings or zombies, they merely seek survival. The wild Titan pleaded for its life, offering all resources in exchange for its existence. Yet I still chose to end its life. Pan Jiaying, taken aback, asked, Then why did you not eliminate these 3? Zhang Heng turned his gaze back to the mountain base and said, I cannot precisely explain why. Perhaps I was mistaken. Not all Titans share the destructive intentions of those in the Titan Squad. Lin Xueshi interjected, I have heard that the Titan Squad initially did not intend to eradicate humanity, but instead made that decision after enduring relentless attacks from evolved beings. Everyone is merely striving for survival, eliminating any threats to their existence to ensure their own continued existence. Ultimately, we all seek to survive. At that moment, Zhang Heng felt a sense of confusion. This was the first time he had been uncertain about whether to take the life of a zombie. Upon returning to the bunker, Cheng Yuan was relieved to see Zhang Heng and the others back. Exhaling deeply, You returned so swiftly? It seems everything went well? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed. We found quite a number of supplies. However, I intend to split the acquired resources equally with you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuan could not help but chuckle, remarking that he was merely guiding them, and that their willingness to share equally was already commendable, as it was evidently they who were exerting the effort. Zhang Heng remained silent, instead approaching the control panel to set the course for their return. The bunker began to ascend, flying towards Sanping. Noticing that Zhang Heng seemed to be in low spirits, Cheng Yuan turned to Pan Jiaying and inquired about his condition. Pan Jiaying sighed in response, suggesting that he might be troubled by certain matters, but reassured that he would soon find clarity. Additionally, she noted that they too needed to take a break, as they would soon arrive at Samping. In this world, what could possibly trouble a formidable figure like Zhang Heng? Chapter 205. The Three Gorges Mountain Mine. Upon returning to Samping, Zhang Heng graciously allowed the bunker to settle upon the rooftop of the Yajin Hotel. Feeling no need for concealment, he sought out Long Ying, who upon seeing his swift return, initially assumed he had failed. To her astonishment, Zhang Heng had indeed succeeded. At that moment, Zhang Heng inquired, "President Long Ying, do you have a cold storage facility here?" Long Ying was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Originally, there had been none, but they had constructed one to store supplies. "Why do you ask?" she queried. With a subtle smile, Zhang Heng replied, "With over 10 tons of raw meat. How do you intend to preserve it without a cold storage?" The revelation left everyone in the room stunned, including Long Ying. "Over 10 tons of raw meat," she exclaimed in shock. "You succeeded?" Zhang Heng affirmed. "Yes, please take me to your cold storage." Jiang Wei quickly interjected, "I will send someone right away." However, Long Ying stopped him, saying, "Jiang Wei, I will personally escort him." "Zhang Heng, please follow me." Nodding, Zhang Heng accompanied Long Ying as they descended in the elevator. Inside, he could not contain his laughter, saying, "President Long Ying, I have thought it over. Our new human team should establish ourselves in Samping. You possess the ability to protect the city, and I can help you gather supplies. Together, we can navigate these challenging times." Long Ying smiled wryly. "With you here, what do we have to complain about? Life is quite bountiful. Over 10 tons of raw meat." Zhang Heng then asked, "Once we have resolved the issue of sustenance, what are your plans next, President Long Ying?" Caught off guard, Long Ying hesitated before responding. "Truthfully, we have primarily focused on survival, slaying zombies, scavenging for supplies, and addressing minor issues faced by the city's residents. If we have sufficient food to sustain us, I intend to reconstruct a plantation. Our previous plantation was destroyed by a mudslide triggered by an earthquake. Eventually, our supplies will dwindle, so we must cultivate and raise livestock to achieve self-sufficiency." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. "I initially had similar plans. After stockpiling a certain amount of supplies, I decided to assist survivors in other cities. Yet, just days into this endeavor, disaster struck, and numerous cities were devastated. I had thought the arrival of zombies marked the apocalypse, but it was merely the beginning of our trials. A catastrophic event further exacerbated the survivor's plight, and he abandoned the notion of widespread rescue. It felt futile, as I could only make a minimal impact, and I was but one person stretched thin. Additionally, the looming threat of Titans posed a significant concern. I believe even more formidable zombies than Titans will emerge. Thus, it is prudent to prioritize self-care. My team and I will remain here, contributing to the development of Samping while striving to grow stronger." President Long Ying gazed with admiration, acknowledging the idea as quite commendable. "You have only been here for a few days, yet have already resolved numerous issues for us. If you could remain here long-term, I believe Samping will undoubtedly flourish." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, stating, "Then it is settled." In the cold storage, Zhang Heng retrieved 10 tons of fresh meat from his spatial backpack, instantly filling the entire freezer to the brim. He reserved approximately 2 to 3 tons for himself, reasoning that since he would be residing in Samping henceforth, having a little extra would be inconsequential. Zhang Heng was not one to squander the resources of Samping. He simply sought a suitable location to dock the bunker, deciding to make it his long-term abode. On this day, a team that had been hunting zombies outside received a phone call from Brother Chong. "Zhang Heng, we've discovered a densely populated area of zombies. It's a mine. We can't consume all the provisions we have. Perhaps you could come over and bring Pan Jiaying and the others." Zhang Heng glanced at the location. Their walking speed was surprisingly swift, having covered several hundred kilometers in just a few days. A mine? It might be worth investigating. He summoned Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi and took the bunker towards a mine. After a brief flight of 10 minutes, Zhang Heng arrived at the location where Brother Chong and his team were stationed. The group appeared weary from their endeavors, and the two teams had already converged. Everyone stood atop a high mountain, gazing at the colossal mine in the distance. As Zhang Heng and his companions exited the bunker, Brother Chong approached eagerly. Zhang Heng looked. Following Brother Chong's, Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon the imposing words read, Three Gorges Mine, immediately followed by a vast expanse teeming with zombies. Among them loomed a creature towering over 10 meters, resembling a crawler, standing upright like a monstrous figure. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Had he misjudged? Was this Godzilla? Brother Chong, equally horrified, acknowledged the resemblance. It does appear to be Godzilla. I suspect it is an evolved form of a crawler, likely a fourth-tier zombie. Wouldn't you agree? This is the first time encountering such a formidable foe. Surrounding this fourth-tier zombie were predominantly crawlers and aberrant variants. Not a single ordinary zombie was in sight. It seemed that the regular zombies had all evolved into aberrant forms, with one crawler transforming into a fourth-tier zombie. Zhang Heng was uncertain how to classify this fourth-tier zombie, so for now, he deemed it appropriate to refer to it as Godzilla. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Heng remarked, The sheer number of aberrant variants is overwhelming, and with so many crawlers present, a direct confrontation would yield little benefit. Furthermore, I am unaware of the true extent of the fourth-tier zombie's strength. We must find an opportunity to gauge its capabilities. At that moment, Zhao Yanin interjected, I have observed this zombie. It possesses only 3 vulnerabilities, its eyes and mouth. Its outer layer is likely even tougher than that of crawler. This creature, even for you, would be quite challenging to contend with. Zhang Heng nodded, realizing that the steel skin of the crawler was already formidable. Godzilla's hide, however, was undoubtedly far more resilient. If the adversary's vulnerability lay in its head, the disproportionate size of its cranium to its body made targeting its eyes and mouth no simple feat. Moreover, I observed tendrils of black smoke wafting from its maw. Albeit faint, it might well be releasing some toxic gas. Approaching carelessly could lead to dire consequences. I must seek an opportunity to probe further. Pan Jiaying gazed down at the horde of corpses and suddenly thought, wait, they seem to be emerging from the mine. Is someone directing them? Someone commanding the zombies? Indeed, these undead beings were gradually gathering, with many more continuing to emerge from the depths of the mine. This phenomenon is exceedingly strange. Chapter 206. The fourth form bone armor zombie. At this moment, Zhang Heng addressed everyone, urging them to refrain from acting recklessly and to observe the direction in which the zombies were heading. It was evident that these zombies were advancing purposefully towards a specific location. He then instructed, Yanin, utilize your celestial eye to monitor their movements. We shall return to the bunker. This was indeed a prudent decision, as curiosity about the zombies' destination was palpable among them all. Consequently, everyone retreated to the safety of the bunker. Zhao Yanin's celestial eye ascended into the sky to surveil the situation. The zombies marched at a leisurely pace, yet their formation exhibited remarkable orderliness. Rather than returning to the bunker, Zhang Heng positioned himself on a nearby hill to observe the zombies below. It was apparent that a unique entity was orchestrating their movements. What was their destination? What purpose drove them? There were no nearby cities. The closest urban area had already succumbed to ruin. Were they headed towards the desolate remnants of a city? Suddenly, atop Godzilla's head, Zhang Heng spotted a man seated there. He was garbed in the attire of a miner, and a peculiar white bone mask adorned his face. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly, for it was clear from his vantage point that the mask seemed to be an extension of the man's very visage, rather than merely a mask worn upon it. Only one eye peered from the mask, a blood-red orb that radiated an otherworldly luminescence. Beneath the miner's attire, strange angular protrusions were visible, suggesting that there were concealed anomalies beneath his garments. Could this be the being in question? It was Zhang Heng's first encounter with a zombie possessing a bone mask affixed to its face. Was he truly a fourth form zombie? Godzilla had evolved from crawler, embodying the fourth form of the undead. 2 fourth form zombies were commanding such a vast horde of their kind. What could their intentions possibly be? Surely, they were not merely out for a leisurely stroll. There had to be a deeper motive at play. Zhang Heng then returned to the bunker, where Zhao Yanin relayed the external developments to the others within. Pan Jiang remarked that the number of zombies was approximately in the thousands, the vast majority being aberrant subspecies, alongside numerous crawlers. Zhang Heng scoffed, not only that, but there are also two fourth-form zombies. Given their trajectory, it appears they are headed towards the nearby city ruins. There seem to be survivors in the city. We must alert them immediately to evacuate. I shall take it upon myself to notify them. You all remain here in the bunker. Brother Chong, elevate the bunker. Chung Chong nodded in agreement, moving to the control panel to operate the bunker. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng soared from the bunker, hastening towards the northern city. The distance was not great, and he soon found himself above the city known as Zhangjiaji. As he descended vertically, the survivors below appeared to have noticed his presence. The sudden arrival of the evolver, Zhang Heng, drew peculiar glances from the assembled crowd in the city. A few individuals hurriedly approached his direction. "Who are you?" inquired a young man with cracked glasses, his expression laced with suspicion. Zhang Heng replied, "I have come to inform you of a grave matter. A horde of zombies is advancing towards this city and will likely arrive within a few hours. This horde comprises several thousand formidable creatures. It would be wise for you to evacuate immediately." "Who leads you?" Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Oh, how terrifying! A horde of several thousand zombies?" Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. "Do you not believe me?" A man with a dark complexion interjected, "Then enlighten us as to why these zombies would come to our city. It is nothing but a wasteland. What could they possibly want here? This world has truly changed if even zombies are forming hordes to seek us out." Zhang Heng surveyed the surroundings before reiterating, "Who leads you?" The group, sensing his apparent disregard for them, grew visibly agitated. "We lead ourselves. What of it? Are we not qualified to converse with you?" Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon a middle-aged man, saying, "It is not a matter of qualification. Rather, with your intellect, you may struggle to comprehend the impending events. However, I believe the one who can truly lead you will understand my words. I am concerned for your safety. Within that horde, there are two fourth-stage zombies, and this entire group is commanded by them. You must have heard of the Titan zombie, which is merely a third-stage zombie, but the fourth-stage zombies. What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once." Another shouted, "Who do you think you're scaring? Third stage, fourth stage, what does it matter?" Zhang Heng extended his right hand, and an ice spear materialized above his palm. In an instant, it shot forth, dispatching 3 individuals beside him. Unfazed, Zhang Heng glided towards a particular direction. Beneath a dilapidated building, a crowd had gathered, suggesting their leader was among them. However, Zhang Heng's earlier actions had not gone unnoticed. He had swiftly eliminated 3 of their companions, leading them to wonder if he intended to annihilate them as well. Boss, someone has killed our men." Panic ensued among the gathered crowd. A man with a flat top and a square face emerged from the crumbling structure, flanked by several subordinates. Zhang Heng addressed him. "I bring you unsettling news. A horde led by fourth-stage zombies is approaching this city and is expected to arrive shortly. In due time, the zombies may eliminate all the survivors here. I suggest you leave this place immediately." The man with a square face is named Lin Long. Lin Long scrutinized the man before him, perplexed. "The fourth form zombies?" Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the fourth form. One even more formidable than the Titan zombies of the third form. You stand no chance against them. You must flee at once." Upon hearing this, the square-faced man scoffed. "Once I leave here, what will become of you? Are you planning to bring your people to seize this city?" Zhang Heng sighed in resignation. "How can I convince you of my sincerity? Perhaps you would care to witness this horde of zombies for yourself? Then you shall discern whether I speak the truth." Chapter 207. Emergency meeting. Lin Long's expression shifted subtly. "Why not let us accompany you? I am quite curious to see what a zombie even more formidable than the Titan zombie looks like." "Lead the way," he proposed. Zhang Heng responded, "There are too many of you. I can only take one with me. You shall decide amongst yourselves who will accompany me." Lin Long scoffed, "I find that unnecessary. We are quite capable of managing our own affairs in this city, regardless of the troubles we may encounter. Noble one, you may depart. Otherwise, perhaps you should reconsider." At that moment, a young man interjected, "Boss, he just killed 3 of our men moments ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Long's countenance froze. Why did you slay our people? What is your true intention? Zhang Heng shook his head in resignation. It is futile to reason with the damned. You must handle this as you see fit. I have no time for idle chatter. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Heng leaped into the air, soaring away from the scene. Lin Long and the others gaped in astonishment. He fled. This is not merely a matter of running. He can actually fly. Is he even human? How can he fly? Some individuals with unique abilities might possess the capacity for flight, which could be deemed normal, merely a difference in powers. However, Lin Long pondered, but can we trust what he said? This man is clearly here to cause chaos. He just killed 3 of our own, and I witnessed it. Lin Long gazed skyward at Zhang Heng's vanishing figure and instructed, Xiao Chong, gather a few people and pursue the direction in which he flew. If you happen to spot any zombie horde, call us immediately. Go. Understood, replied a man named Xiao Chong, as he led several others in pursuit of Zhang Heng's trajectory. Lin Long returned to the dilapidated building. The Titan zombies were already a rare sight. The existence of a 4th form of zombie seemed preposterous. This fellow likely aimed to intimidate us and seize control of our city. The treachery of humanity knows no bounds. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng arrived at the Sanxia mountain mine, re-entering the bunker. The moment the others saw him return, a sense of calm washed over them. Pan Jiaying inquired, Zhang Heng, what transpired? Zhang Heng shook his head. No one believes me. They regard me as a fool. Despite my earnest attempts to convince them, they remain skeptical. Let them fend for themselves. The group exchanged perplexed glances. At that moment, Cheng Chong remarked, even if they doubt you, they should exercise caution. Zhang Heng replied with a cold smile. When I suggested they come witness the zombie army, they refused and even insulted me. What more could I do? Lin Xueshi fumed. They're a bunch of imbeciles. They deserve their fate. Su Bo chuckled bitterly. Perhaps they would rather trust in their own delusions. Jiang Feng added, if I were in their position and heard of a zombie army approaching the city, I too would be doubtful. However, I would at least see confirmation. They seem not even to entertain such a notion, which indeed is foolish. After Zhang Heng's return, the bunker once again fortified itself. Zhang Heng gazed at the approaching horde of zombies, a flicker of helplessness passing through his eyes. It was likely that this legion of the undead would wreak havoc upon this city before moving on to the next, seeking to annihilate all of humanity, or perhaps encountering the Titan squad, thereby growing even more formidable. At this pace, it was only a matter of time before they reached Samping City. Zhang Heng then declared, we cannot linger over this. Let us return to Samping and inform Long Ying, so she may prepare herself accordingly. Upon reaching Samping, Zhang Heng relayed the information to Long Ying. Her response was one of evident shock. Her plantation had only just begun to take root, and now the zombie army was on the verge of an assault yet again. Moreover, there were even 4th-stage zombies leading the charge. Long Ying swiftly summoned all the officers of the guild for an emergency meeting. Zhang Heng, of course, participated in this urgent assembly, taking a seat beside Long Ying. Everyone had developed a certain understanding of Zhang Heng, and since the news had been brought back by him, there was a collective belief in its veracity. Long Ying then addressed Zhang Heng. Please, share with us the details regarding the zombie army. Zhang Heng replied, the estimated number of this horde is around 2,000, predominantly consisting of aberrant subspecies and crawlers. They are led by 2 4th-stage zombies, which I have encountered for the first time, and I remain largely unfamiliar with their capabilities. However, I am convinced that when this zombie army next arrives in Samping, their numbers and strength will undergo a significant enhancement. At present, there is no guild or team that can contend with this horde. Currently, they are located in Zhangjiajie, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. They are expected to reach our city within half a month. The Titan zombies already possess intelligence and cognitive abilities akin to ours, and one can only imagine the prowess of the 4th-stage zombies. 4th-stage zombies. I have never heard of such a thing before. Does this imply they are even more powerful than Titan zombies? I had thought Titan zombies represented the pinnacle of undead evolution, yet it seems they can advance further. If we can evolve, surely the zombies can as well. As they continue their advance, assimilating the undead they encounter along the way, this horde will indeed grow more formidable, and it is only a matter of time before they arrive at our doorstep. Long Ying then asserted, We must immediately implement defensive measures. I wonder if anyone has any viable strategies? Zhang Heng countered, my perspective differs from that of President Long Ying. Rather than fortifying defenses and samping, it would be more prudent to send a contingent to ambush them en route. Reducing their numbers or disrupting their march would be ideal, though completely annihilating them would be the best outcome. Furthermore, if we ambush them along the way, we can retreat if necessary, thus safeguarding our city from any potential harm. Upon hearing this, Long Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. What a splendid idea! In my fervent focus on how to withstand the onslaught of this zombie army, I completely overlooked the possibility of ambush. Zhang Heng, since this strategy originated from your mind, you shall lead the charge. My people are at your disposal. When do you intend to initiate the attack? Zhang Heng replied with a cold smirk. Naturally, the sooner, the better. Moreover, it would be prudent to employ firearms against them. They are a massive force numbering in the thousands, and engaging them in close combat would result in catastrophic losses for us. Are there any elemental enhancers within your city? If so, please inform me of their identities, as I indeed have an offensive plan in mind. Chapter 208. Encountering the most powerful zombie. Long Ying shook her head and said, I'm afraid our guild does not possess any elemental evolvers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng felt a slight pang of disappointment. Though elemental evolvers were rare, it was not unreasonable to expect to encounter a few. In Jiangnan City alone, he had met two, one who manipulated gravity and another who breathed fire. Since then, he had not encountered any more elemental evolvers. Had they all perished? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Heng inquired, what about firearms? How many weapons do you possess? Long Ying glanced at Jiang Wei, who replied, we only have a few handguns. Zhang Heng was astonished. Then how do you plan to deal with the crawlers? Long Ying responded, our town has not experienced any crawlers. It is a small community with a limited population. Moreover, they reacted swiftly and united to cleanse the zombies in this town at the earliest opportunity, preventing any crawlers from evolving. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. As for firearms, I will find a way to assist you. Gather your people, and we shall meet at the eastern entrance of Samping. With that, Zhang Heng strode out of the conference room. As he departed, he accessed his personal information. Host, Zhang Heng ability. Core of Ice Command of Words Strength, 531 Speed, 553 Mentality, 516 Gene. LV, 376 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV1 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV1 Ice Shield Ice Spike LV1 Ice Domain LV1 Jet Flight LV1 Multiple Control LV1 Points 106395 with 100. 000 points. He pondered how many could be exchanged. Command of Words. This ability seemed seldom utilized, applicable only to those of lower realms and in one-on-one scenarios. Against zombies, it likely had little effect. After some contemplation, he opened the system's exchange interface. RPG rocket launcher, 100 grenades, 10 nitric acid Molotov, 5 assault rifle, 1,000 at present. These options appeared most worthwhile. He decided to first exchange for grenades and nitric acid Molotovs, as these two items could prove immensely effective against the hordes of zombies. He also opted to exchange for 10 assault rifles and rocket launchers, along with some ammunition. He would wait at the eastern entrance for now. Meanwhile, his team had gathered completely. Su Ling arrived at the eastern entrance, accompanied by a middle-aged man. She had been undergoing training during this time, but having only recently started, she likely had not acquired significant skills yet. I heard there's going to be a battle, so I came, Su Ling exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and replied, indeed, a battle is imminent. Your return is timely. I will assign you a task when the moment arises. Long Ying, accompanied by his cadre and combat personnel, arrived at the eastern entrance, numbering approximately 20 individuals. He declared, these are our expedition team, the most formidable among our guild. Zhang Heng nodded and instructed, everyone, follow me into the bunker. Let us go. He led the way, with the others closely trailing behind. Long Ying did not join them. Zhang Heng noticed Cheng Yuan and Lin Meijiao, who had previously teamed up with him at the canned food processing factory. Over 20 individuals entered the bunker, which quickly became quite crowded. Zhang Heng began retrieving nitric acid firebombs and grenades from his spatial backpack, distributing them among the group. Rest assured, we will not engage directly with the horde of zombies. Our aim is merely to diminish their numbers. Should any zombies stray from the group, you will handle them. My team will provide aerial support. The individuals accompanying me are skilled fighters. They will assist you in combating the zombie horde. Utilize these nitric acid firebombs as needed, and inform me when you require more. You all know how to use grenades, correct? The crowd shook their heads. Zhao Yanin then interjected. The usage of these grenades is quite simple. Observe this safety pin. Once removed, pull the ring, and after 5 seconds, the grenade will detonate. As for the nitric acid firebombs, just ignite the fuse and release it. After a brief explanation of the 2 types of projectiles, everyone began to distribute the grenades and nitric acid firebombs. Zhang Heng sought out Lin Xueshi and inquired, Xueshi, has your ability evolved? Can you still utilize your previous powers? Lin Xueshi nodded. I can, but I believe it is more efficient to operate separately. I'm no longer the same as before. Besides, Brother Zhang Heng, do you not possess range attack capabilities? Zhang Heng smiled gently. Very well, let us proceed separately. He then turned to Changgu, who was controlling the bunker, and asked, Changgu, have we located the zombie horde? Cheng Chong replied solemnly, we have found them, in the city ahead. It appears there are also evolved beings combating them. The group quickly gazed towards Zhangjuji. Zhang Heng observed the individuals in the city struggling against the zombies and scoffed, I warned you to flee. Your reluctance to do so is no concern of mine. After assessing the terrain, he instructed, descend the bunker towards the city of Zhangjuji. I trust you all know how to deal with the zombies? Given that the room was filled with seasoned veterans, further explanation was unnecessary. As the bunker approached, the survivors in Zhangjuji noticed, as did the 4th stage zombies. The 4th stage zombies refrained from engaging in the battle, instead perching atop Godzilla, observing humanity's desperate resistance. Cheng Liang watched as the evolved humans were mercilessly slaughtered by the horde, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that taking a stroll was indeed a wise decision, as it provided some amusement. Suddenly, Cheng Liang looked up at the sky and beheld a disc-shaped flying object reminiscent of a UFO. This aerial anomaly entered Zhangjiaji and subsequently alighted upon the rooftop of a certain building. Cheng Liang raised an eyebrow, pondering, UFO? Aliens? What on earth is happening in this world? His curiosity was piqued as he observed Zhang Heng and others descending from the UFO, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. Oh, it turns out they are merely evolved humans. I thought they were extraterrestrials. Fire Dragon, let them witness your prowess. Godzilla's form suddenly glowed a fierce red, a terrifying energy coalescing within its maw. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in alarm as he urgently shouted to everyone, leave this place at once. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of flame struck the rooftop where they stood. Boom! The entire rooftop collapsed, sending everyone plummeting downwards. Chapter 209. Tenacity. Everyone tumbled from the floor, the entire bunker descending with them. Zhang Heng swiftly stowed the bunker into his spatial backpack, while the others scrambled to halt their fall. Grasping Zhao Yanin's hand, he brought her safely to the ground. He could only save one. Cheng Yuan from the Dragon Sakura Guild bore various injuries, yet there were no fatalities reported. Zhang Heng cast a cold gaze towards the distant figure perched atop Godzilla's head, an evolved 4th stage zombie. He had not anticipated Godzilla possessing such abilities. It seemed they needed to tread carefully. At this moment, the group gathered around Zhang Heng. He spoke sternly, instructing them to disperse. Their objective was to eradicate the zombies, not to engage in a reckless battle. Each should proceed with caution and retreat if the situation turned dire. Nodding in agreement, the group began to scatter. Zhang Heng leaped into the air, soaring towards the 4th stage zombie seated atop Godzilla. He needed to contain this creature, otherwise his companions would struggle to unleash their full potential. Cheng Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued to see someone flying directly towards him. How fascinating! As Zhang Heng approached the 4th stage zombie, he regarded Cheng Liang and the colossal beast beneath him, astonished that zombies could evolve to such an extent. Cheng Liang smirked, noting, you evolutionists are quite impressive. managing to develop the ability to fly. And you brought so many with you. Are you planning to eliminate me? Do you possess the strength for that? Zhang Heng replied coolly. How would I know without giving it a try? Suddenly, Cheng Liang stood up on Godzilla's back, realizing Zhang Heng's intent to restrain him. Clearly, this was to allow his companions to deal with the zombies around the city unimpeded. It was evident they had come prepared. Perhaps this individual was a seasoned warrior. Otherwise, he would not dare confront him directly. Cheng Liang grinned, asking, How do you plan to deal with me, little flyer? Zhang Heng's expression turned icy as he summoned his first and second zombies. Upon landing, they transformed into titans. Cheng Liang's pupils constricted slightly. Titan zombies? His adversary could control titans? The transformed first and second zombies launched an immediate assault on Godzilla. Cheng Liang leaped from Godzilla's head, sprouting a pair of bony wings. He too could soar through the skies. Observing the two titans grappling with Godzilla, Cheng Liang cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Heng. Who are you, really? How can you control titans? Zhang Heng retorted. And who are you? Why do you attack humanity? Cheng Liang chuckled. I am a zombie. Isn't it natural to assault humans? You, on the other hand, are an anomaly, capable of controlling titans. No wonder you dare to confront me. However, you are overly naive. You will all perish here, even if I do not intervene. Zhang Heng inquired. Is your objective the annihilation of humanity? Cheng Liang smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious? Allow me to witness your prowess. As he spoke, Cheng Liang unfurled his wings and charged toward Zhang Heng's position. Zhang Heng swiftly activated the ice shield. Bang! The entire ice shield trembled, enduring an unimaginable force of impact, with a slight crack appearing on its surface. Zhang Heng's eyes widened slightly as he deftly manipulated 5 ice spikes to launch an offensive against Cheng Liang. In midair, Cheng Liang evaded continuously before once more charging at Zhang Heng. Both combatants exhibited remarkable speed. This time, Zhang Heng chose not to confront Cheng Liang's fist head-on, but opted to evade instead. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, on another front, combatants numbered 1 and 2 relentlessly assaulted Godzilla. The colossal creature's presence on the ground caused the earth to tremble. Godzilla unleashed fiery breath. Yet both assailants skillfully dodged the onslaught. However, unknown to him, Combatant 1 had suffered a grievous wound to his chest. Combatant 2 utilized her hair to seal Godzilla's maw, ensnaring his body while coordinating attacks with Ma Ge. Within the city, Zhang Heng's team faced an overwhelming horde of zombies. The throng had transformed into a sea of flames. Yet the undead remained unscathed, with the deafening roar of gunfire echoing throughout. This locale had become a veritable battlefield. The outcome of the confrontation between Zhang Heng and Cheng Liang soon became clear. Cheng Liang delivered a crushing blow that shattered Zhang Heng's ice shield, sending him hurtling to the ground like a projectile. Boom! The earth was instantly marred by a massive crater, with Zhang Heng becoming ensnared in the fractured concrete. He experienced a brief ringing in his ears, but quickly rose to his feet, hearing the sound of flapping wings nearby. Cheng Liang, arms crossed, gazed at Zhang Heng emerging from the rubble and couldn't help but chuckle. If this is all the strength you possess, you lack even the capability to occupy my time. Zhang Heng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This adversary was indeed formidable. No wonder he was a 4th-stage zombie. The captain of the Titan squad he had previously encountered was likely only a 3rd stage. Yet now he faced a 4th-stage zombie. He was clearly outmatched. At that moment, Pan Jiaying and Lin Xueshi appeared by his side. The two women flanked Zhang Heng, their icy gazes fixed on Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang raised an eyebrow. Oh, such intimidating stares. Are you planning to join forces? Perfect. I find him too weak to even entertain me, so you may as well team up. Perhaps that will provide me with some amusement. Zhang Heng whispered, do not act rashly. He is not an opponent you can defeat. Moreover, in this place, my abilities cannot be fully realized. I was merely careless earlier. We must leave. This was the first time Pan Jiaying witnessed Zhang Heng bleed, a clear testament to the strength of their foe. Cheng Liang could not help but chuckle. No, please don't let them leave. It has been ages since I last encountered a woman. Rest assured, I won't harm them. They can keep me company later, haha. Pan Jiaying's expression transformed abruptly. Godi. As soon as the words left her lips, her entire body became encased in steel, and she charged fiercely towards Cheng Liang. Cheng Liang merely smiled faintly, intentionally lowering his stance to allow Pan Jiaying to reach him. With a single hand, he effortlessly blocked all her attacks. A casual kick sent Pan Jiaying flying a considerable distance. Zhang Heng swiftly caught her, while Lin Xueshi surged forward once more. Zhang Heng's face was etched with exasperation. Chapter 210. Escape. Lin Xueshi dashed towards Cheng Liang, with Pan Jiaying following closely to provide support. Zhang Heng could only manipulate 5 ice spikes to launch an assault against Cheng Liang. Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions emanated from Cheng Liang's body. To his surprise, Cheng Liang began to laugh, exclaiming that it was the new year. These explosions clearly inflicted no harm upon him. Instead, they evoked thoughts of celebration. The ice spikes struck Cheng Liang's body as if they were mere bullets hitting steel, producing only a tinkling sound, unable to penetrate his formidable frame. This skeletal defense was astonishingly resilient. Zhang Heng's ice spikes were far more potent than bullets. With a sudden thrust of his hands, Cheng Liang forcefully kicked Pan Jiaying aside and seized Lin Xueshi's fist with one hand. Lin Xueshi let out a sharp cry. Bang! An explosion erupted from her fist. Yet, Cheng Liang did not release his grip on Lin Xueshi's hand. Such a fierce little one reminds me of my daughter. She was just as disobedient. Cheng Liang then clutched Lin Xueshi's throat, eliciting a pained scream from her. Xueshi! Pan Jiaying exclaimed in shock. Zhang Heng unleashed a chaotic barrage of ice spikes toward Cheng Liang, producing a cacophony of clanging sounds. However, he found himself unable to breach Cheng Liang's defenses. Cheng Liang looked at the three of them and chuckled. Do you still not understand? You can never defeat me. You can't even wound me. With such feeble attempts, you dare to confront me? How utterly laughable. Now, allow me to show you the fate that awaits those who oppose me. Cheng Liang lifted Lin Xueshi into the air, causing her to thrash helplessly as her feet dangled above the ground. Pan Jiaying and Zhang Heng rushed towards him. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from afar. Cheng Liang's head jerked to the side, and he released Lin Xueshi, sending her flying. Zhang Heng caught her in his arms. A terrifying handprint appeared on Lin Xueshi's neck, her complexion turning ashen. Xueshi, are you all right? Pan Jiaying asked, her face etched with concern. Zhang Heng handed Lin Xueshi over to Pan Jiaying, asserting, you have done your best. Leave the rest to me. You both must retreat to the bunker immediately. Pan Jiaying understood the grave danger posed by this formidable foe. Even their combined efforts yielded little success. It seemed their only option was to flee. Cheng Liang touched the ash on his head and removed a bullet lodged there. His gaze shifted to the distance, where a sniper was aiming at him. Bang! Another shot rang out. Cheng Liang swiftly caught the bullet in his hand, revealing it to be scorching hot. At that moment, a thick white fog enveloped him, obscuring his surroundings. This was the ability of that boy who controlled the cold. The chill intensified, gradually consuming everything in its vicinity. In the midst of the frigid air, Cheng Liang found his body gradually encased in ice. Did he think this would be sufficient to vanquish me? How naive! Zhang Heng remained silent, surrounded by an absolute stillness. Cheng Liang heard not a sound, felt not a sensation, and even the scent was stifled, perhaps due to the intense cold. Was this young man's reluctance to allow his allies to intervene rooted in his possession of this skill? Indeed, should he unleash it, his comrades would undoubtedly become a burden. Cheng Liang let out a cold laugh, thinking, do you believe I would remain docile within your icy grip? He leaped into the air, yet to his bewilderment, no matter how he soared, he could not break free from the chilling domain that enveloped him. Was the reach of this cold truly so extensive? It was beyond mere breath. Zhang Heng controlled the icy expanse from the outside. No matter where Cheng Liang attempted to fly, as long as he remained within the cold's grasp for even a fleeting moment, and as long as Zhang Heng could match his speed, he would forever be ensnared in the icy clutches. Zhang Heng focused all his attention on Cheng Liang. determined to keep pace, his eyes not daring to blink. In this deathly silence, even Cheng Liang's heart began to race with anxiety. The cold was progressively freezing his body. Although it could not shatter his bone armor, the chill seeped through, penetrating deep within. He felt the cold. No, an unbearable, bone-chilling cold. This sensation evoked a profound sense of mortality within him. The terror of this feeling was overwhelming. Suddenly, the thought of Godzilla struck Cheng Liang. He must still be nearby. Godzilla was certainly close. The battle between the first and second entities in Godzilla had ravaged the ground beyond recognition. Godzilla's form was battered and bruised. Yet the first and second entities were no better off. The three colossal beings appeared on the brink of collapse. At that moment, it seemed Godzilla received some form of signal. He unleashed a fiery ray towards the distant, mist-laden cold. The searing heat dispersed the icy fog instantly. Cheng Liang swiftly spotted what resembled an escape route. He charged toward the exit, thinking, "Your demise is imminent." However, as he burst forth from the cold mist, he found no trace of Zhang Heng. Not even the first and second entities remained visible. It turned out that at the moment Godzilla unleashed his fiery ray, Zhang Heng had recalled the first and second entities, swiftly leading them away from the scene. High above, amidst the clouds, Zhang Heng gazed down upon the city. Despite their efforts to eradicate a significant number of zombies, the few they had eliminated were but a drop in the bucket compared to the vast horde. Zhang Heng's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated them. He had not anticipated the formidable defenses of the fourth-stage zombies. His techniques were utterly ineffective against them. Lin Xueshi seemed to have strained her throat, rendering her momentarily unable to speak, consumed instead by her own frustration. Pan Jiaying hurriedly offered her comfort. At that moment, Zhao Yanan remarked, "I distinctly aimed for his weakness, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. If only this gun possessed a bit more power. But the Magnum is already a premier sniper rifle." Despite the formidable nature of the enemy, which cast a pall over everyone's spirits, fortune favored them. The number of those who arrived matched the number who would return. There were no casualties, merely a majority sustaining minor injuries. Zhang Heng then suggested, "Let us first return to Samping and contemplate other strategies. I refuse to let this matter rest so easily." Chapter 211. The invitation from the long-haired handsome man indeed. It cannot simply be brushed aside. This formidable horde of zombies, in their wake, will surely leave behind a desolate silence, with not even a cockroach to be found. At their current pace, they will soon converge upon Samping. By that time, the number of zombies will not merely amount to thousands, but could escalate to tens of thousands, or even more. Originally, it was believed that the Titan squad was already exceedingly monstrous, yet unexpectedly, an even more terrifying faction has emerged. Should they unite with the Titan squad, the apocalypse for humanity will soon be upon us. Zhang Heng returned to Samping and revealed some of the intelligence he had gathered to Longyang. He then made his way back to the bunker, where everyone seemed to be awaiting his next decision. At that moment, Zhang Heng remarked, "The fourth form of zombies is not to be trifled with. Godzilla, even under the assault of number 1 and number 2, remains unyielding, showcasing an incredibly tenacious vitality. To eradicate these zombies, we must divert the attention of these two fourth-form zombies. I will devise a strategy to confront them. As for you, focus on recuperating and resting well." Having spoken, Zhang Heng proceeded to the training room. During this fleeting moment of daydreaming, the zombies were quietly evolving and growing stronger. Clearly, he had squandered an inordinate amount of time. He should have dedicated himself to cultivating the zombies. Now, faced with such formidable adversaries, he found himself powerless. One could only wonder if it was still timely to devote himself to improvement. Zhang Heng summoned number 1, number 2, and number 3. The 3 zombies stood before him, with number 1 and number 2 beginning to show signs of recovery from their injuries. Number 3, having not ventured out for quite some time, curiously surveyed its surroundings. Zhang Heng addressed the 3 zombies, stating, "From this moment on, I want you all to train here daily. Sparring is permissible. Only by growing stronger can we confront the 2 foes you previously encountered." Number 1 and number 2 nodded in agreement. Although training may not augment their genetic unlocking progress, it would enhance their statistical values. An increase in these values would naturally elevate their strength, with genetic unlocking progress to be addressed later. The three zombies commenced their joint training. Exiting the training room, Zhang Heng was met by a large gathering of individuals. Puzzled, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Pan Jiaying and Chang Chang each produced a small bag, stating, "Zhang Heng, these are the crystals we acquired during our recent hunting expedition. We believe that growing together may be somewhat challenging, so we can only allow one person to become stronger for now." They intended for him to gain strength first. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng accepted the crystals they offered, expressing, "I am delighted by your intentions. I will find a way to grow stronger. You all should rest well." With that, Zhang Heng took the crystals back to his chamber. The bag contained 30 red crystals and 1 black crystal, which appeared to hold little significance. Nevertheless, recognizing the sentiment behind their gesture, Zhang Heng resolved to set them aside for the time being. Zhang Heng addressed the system, inquiring, "System, I desire a zombie detector. This should not pose a challenge, correct?" The system replied, "Please proceed to the shop to redeem." Thus, Zhang Heng accessed the shop redemption system. He discovered an item labeled detector, priced at 500 points. Without hesitation, he exchanged for one. The detector was palm-sized and circular, resembling a pocket watch, clearly indicating the positions and distances of zombies. It appeared that all zombies within a 30-kilometer radius had been eradicated, with the nearest zombies located far to the north. Zhang Heng then summoned Unit 3 from the training room and departed the bunker, heading north. Along the way, he encountered a first-generation aberrant, a crawler, which without a word swiftly consumed its prey. Effect of gluttony activated. All zombie gene unlocking progress increased by 0.1. The host gains the same effect. Zhang Heng remained silent, allowing the crawler to hunt at its discretion. The crawler had not emerged in a long while, evidently famished, consuming any zombie it encountered. The effects of gluttony continued to accumulate. Units 1 and 2 trained diligently, while the crawler hunted to enhance its gene unlocking progress. It was high time for such actions. Zhang Heng, however, remained oblivious to the rapid evolution of zombies in this world. Perhaps he should have been more vigilant the moment Titans appeared. He hoped it was not too late to realize this now. As the crawler continued to feast, the gene unlocking progress steadily rose. By nightfall, having devoured countless aberrant creatures, Zhang Heng's progress had increased by 5. At this moment, Unit 3 was engaged in a fierce struggle with another crawler. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Startled, Zhang Heng turned to see a strikingly handsome man with flowing hair standing there, who greeted him with a polite smile. "Hello, you must be Zhang Heng?" Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you?" The handsome man replied with a calm smile, "You need only to know that I am not an adversary. In fact, I am seeking individuals of comparable strength. I hope we can unite our forces to create a kingdom, exhausting all resources in this world to combat the zombies. I have heard of you. You are a spatial ability user, precisely the kind of ability we currently require. However, I seem to have discovered something intriguing. You appear to be a dual-type ability user capable of controlling zombies?" Zhang Heng questioned. "Who informed you of my whereabouts?" The handsome man chuckled and said, "I visited Jiangnan City, where a person named Jiang Hahai mentioned you might have gone to Tainan. Thus, I searched tirelessly for you. To be honest, my search was arduous. Fortunately, all my efforts have borne fruit. I have finally found you. What do you say? Are you interested in joining us?" Zhang Heng remarked, "I have no idea what you all do, so how could I possibly join you? Moreover, there's a troubling matter that has been weighing heavily on my mind. Until I resolve this issue, I cannot entertain thoughts of anything else." The handsome young man with long hair expressed his confusion, asking, "What is this perplexing issue that could cause you such distress? I had assumed you were the least likely person to be troubled, considering you are a space ability user. You need not worry about sustenance, and you have a comfortable refuge. The leader of Samping possesses quite a unique ability, yet we have yet to reach the point of inviting her. What we truly require are individuals like you, those who have unlocked the 3 genetic locks. However, it seems that your team also includes 2 third-tier powerhouses. Perhaps they could join us as well." Chapter 212. Titan Hunt. Zhang Heng scrutinized the man before him, puzzled. You have gathered formidable individuals. Surely. There must be a purpose behind it. What is your objective? The handsome man smiled faintly and replied, Isn't the purpose rather evident? It is, of course, to combat the Titan zombies. Do you believe you are the first evolved being to encounter a Titan? Zhang Heng then remarked, So, if I were to join you, you would be seeking out Titan zombies to eliminate them? The man nodded, affirming, Indeed, that is precisely our aim. Titans are on the hunt for evolved beings to eradicate, and we are likewise on the hunt for evolved beings to vanquish. Should you choose to ally with us, I shall divulge more about our organization, my identity, and our members. At this, Zhang Heng suggested, Perhaps you should consider how to confront the impending assault of the fourth-tier zombies. The man smiled diminished slightly. Fourth-tier zombies? He inquired. Zhang Heng confirmed, Yes, fourth-tier zombies. I have already engaged with them preliminarily. There are two in total, one evolved from a crawler and the other from a Titan. They are likely assaulting Zhangjiaji now, or perhaps they have already seized it. Their subsequent trajectory is uncertain, but it will probably include nearby cities. Let me witness your strength, Zhang Heng proposed. The man's expression shifted. Please wait. I need to contact my team to ascertain if any of our members are nearby. He displayed unwavering trust in Zhang Heng's words and promptly reached out to his teammates. Zhang Heng observed the man as he hurried to make a call, unable to suppress a chuckle. What sort of individuals are these? They invite me to join without revealing the nature of their organization, cloaked in mystery. However, he soon realized that he was not alone in his concern regarding the Titan's existence. Others shared this apprehension and were employing their own methods to confront the threat. This was undoubtedly a positive development. At such a critical juncture, it was indeed imperative for human evolvers to unite against the zombies intent on exterminating humanity. After a brief interval, the man returned and said, There are two other team members nearby, and they are en route to Samping City. However, I am curious about the whereabouts of the fourth-tier zombies you mentioned. Zhang Heng questioned, Do you intend to confront them? The man shook his head. That had not crossed my mind. But we need to gather intelligence and data about them to relay to our superiors. We must understand them to receive further instructions. However, you have already engaged with them, correct? Perhaps you could share some insights regarding their capabilities? Zhang Heng nodded. That is certainly feasible. I have been contemplating strategies to confront this horde of zombies, though I have yet to devise an effective plan. If you're prepared to face them, we can join forces. With a slight smile, the handsome man said, As for your willingness to join us, that is a matter for later discussion. My name is Wang Hui, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I will be in touch with my superior, who wishes to speak with you directly. If you agree, I will reach out to him. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing this, Wang Hui smiled slightly and began to contact their leader. Once the video call was established, Wang Hui directed his phone towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng looked at the middle-aged man on the screen, who smiled gently and said, You must be Zhang Heng, correct? My name is Lin Jian, the president of the Titan Hunting Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you. Is Titan Hunting the name of your guild? Zhang Heng nodded, replying, It is a pleasure to meet you as well. Regarding the information about the fourth-stage zombies, here are the specifics. Zhang Heng succinctly conveyed the information about the fourth-stage zombies to Lin Jian. Upon hearing this, Lin Jian's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated the emergence of the fourth-stage zombies before Titan had even managed to address the situation. It seemed that the evolved beings had not yet appeared to unlock the fourth gene lock. Are the fourth-stage zombies and their horde located near Samping? Zhang Heng shook his head, stating they are not far from Samping, but they will likely find their way here soon. They do not utilize transportation. They simply walk. Eventually, they will arrive in Samping, absorbing zombies along the way to bolster their numbers, stopping to wreak havoc upon encountering the city. One of the fourth-stage zombies resembles Godzilla, capable of unleashing devastating fire breath. As for the fourth-stage zombie evolved from Titan, it is covered in armor that even magnum bullets cannot penetrate, and it is armed to the teeth. It possesses a pair of bone wings that enable high-speed flight. All zombies obey its commands and exhibit a high level of intelligence and combat skills, comparable to that of evolved beings. I believe that, thus far, there exists no entity capable of defeating the fourth-stage zombies. My sole objective is to eliminate the other zombies gathered by the fourth stage zombies. If you wish to assist, you may send some people over. Lin Jian hesitated slightly, asking, how many individuals do you think you will need? Zhang Heng replied, in the face of thousands of advancing zombies, numbers are not the primary concern. I require elemental evolvers who can strike zombies from a distance. Lin Jian nodded and instructed, please provide the information to Wang Hui. I would like to discuss matters with him. Wang Hui then walked over to the corner. Zhang Heng turned to observe his crawler, which had nearly consumed all the nearby zombies. He activated the detector, confirming that there were no zombies remaining in the vicinity. The crawler lay resting on the ground. What a glutton! Wang Hui asked Lin Jian through the phone, boss, do you have any instructions? Lin Jian replied, I will arrange for the fire demon to head to Samping immediately. Please send a location pin. Wait in Samping until the fire demon arrives. Wang Hui nodded, saying, understood. However, Zhang Heng has yet to agree to join our Titan hunting guild. Lin Jian smiled faintly. Having already engaged with the Titan in its fourth form, it was evident that his own strength was formidable. Before we could demonstrate our capabilities, he might not easily consent to joining our ranks. In any case, it would be prudent to observe for the time being, allowing the fire demon to gauge his true strength. Wang Hui nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. He then sought out Zhang Heng to convey that he would wait in Samping for reinforcements to arrive. Zhang Heng acknowledged this, opting not to return with Wang Hui to Samping, but instead continuing to explore the vicinity for the location of the zombies. Chapter 213. Assault on the zombie horde. The strength of the Titan Hunt Guild is likely formidable, with the minimum requirement seemingly being the unlocking of the third genetic lock. Comprising a cadre of third-tier evolvers, this guild is fervently dedicated to the extermination of Titans, which is undoubtedly beneficial for all evolvers. However, until the fourth-stage zombies are dealt with, he cannot afford to contemplate other matters. Once the fourth-stage zombies are vanquished, he shall reconsider. Zhang Heng activated the detector and swiftly soared towards a southerly direction. By the following day, Zhang Heng returned to Samping with the crawler in tow. The member dispatched by Titan Hunt, whom Wang Hui had been anticipating, also arrived in Samping that year. He was a middle-aged man, clearly a fitness enthusiast, with a striking physique, a buzz cut, and sharp eyebrows, exuding a sense of integrity. Wang Hui introduced him to Zhang Heng, stating, this is Hua Mo, one of our elemental power users from Titan Hunt. He will assist you in confronting the fourth-stage zombies. Zhang Heng nodded and turned to Hua Mo, saying, I am Zhang Heng, pleased to make your acquaintance. Their hands clasped in a firm handshake. Hua Mo, with a serious demeanor, inquired, I have heard that there exists a fourth-stage zombie more formidable than the Titans. You have encountered it. What is its strength? Zhang Heng replied, physical attacks seem ineffective against its bone armor, yet both high and low temperatures appear to inflict damage upon it. Hua Mo nodded in understanding. At this juncture, Zhang Heng proposed, since your personnel have arrived, why not we venture forth together to test our mettle? Hua Mo expressed disbelief. Just the two of us against the fourth-stage zombies? Zhang Heng clarified, not merely the fourth-stage zombies, but the entire zombie horde. We must reduce their numbers, ideally eradicating them entirely, as these zombies will inevitably evolve. If left unchecked, we may soon face a multitude of Titans, which will prove even more challenging. Wang Yu interjected, isn't it too perilous for just the two of you to embark on this mission? Zhang Heng responded, previously, I led a group, but to little avail. We engaged in guerrilla warfare rather than a decisive battle. Numbers are not paramount. The two of us should manage well, able to fight and retreat without concern for other safety. Hua Mo nodded in comprehension. Zhang Heng then asked, Hua Mo, are you prepared? Hua Mo affirmed, lead the way. I shall follow you. Zhang Heng retrieved the bunker from his spatial backpack and entered it directly. Hua Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering if this was some form of aircraft. He followed Zhang Heng into the bunker. Once inside, Zhang Heng operated the bunker and activated the detector, directing it toward Zhangjiajie. Even though the fourth-stage zombies had overtaken Zhangjiajie, it was likely they would not linger there for long, moving onward to the next city. Thus, their course of travel became quite predictable. The fire demon stood behind Zhang Heng, surveying the marvels before him. What advanced technology is this? Zhang Heng, what were you involved in before? Zhang Heng smiled slightly and replied, I stumbled upon this in some underground location, uncertain of its origins. I simply put to use. The fire demon nodded in understanding, recalling tales that prior to the viral outbreak, the Dragon Kingdom had retreated underground, perhaps already aware of the impending dangers the virus posed to the world. The bunker appeared well equipped, possibly crafted by one who possessed knowledge of the situation. However, it was likely only someone with spatial abilities, like yourself, could have extracted it. Zhang Heng then turned to the fire demon and inquired, what is the foundation of Titan Hunt? The fire demon raised an eyebrow. We had already begun recruiting before the calamity struck. We had arranged to meet several capable evolvers, but after the disaster, we lost contact. Our leader decided to leave messages online, hoping they might reach them. We discovered some information about you and your videos on the internet. It was not surprising to find that Titans roamed the world. We must gather all-powerful evolvers swiftly to confront these Titans. It seems that sharing videos online was not in vain after all. Zhang Heng asked, how many members do you currently have? The fire demon replied, 12 all third-tier evolvers, including 3 elemental users, myself included. If you join us, that would make 4. Zhang Heng remarked, I, too, wish to seek out Titans alongside capable individuals. After all, personal safety does not equate to true security. If humanity perishes, what use is safety? The fire demon agreed. Our leader shares this sentiment. If we only ensure our own safety, we risk extinction, leaving no future evolvers. The Titans may grow stronger, and we shall eventually be overwhelmed. Thus, pursuing Titans and recruiting new blood is our paramount task. Zhang Heng grinned. It seems our leader's thoughts align closely with mine. I anticipate a harmonious collaboration. The fire demon also displayed a slight smile, agreeing that this was indeed the best course. Suddenly, Zhang Heng glanced at the detector in his hand and moved to the window. Below, Cheng Liang sat atop Godzilla, commanding the legion of zombies marching northward, their numbers having doubled. The fire demon, shocked, gazed at the colossal creature and exclaimed, have you battled such a monster before? How did you manage to escape unscathed? Zhang Heng nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. Our focus is on the zombies trailing behind. Surely you possess some form of ranged attack? Our objective is to strike the zombies and diminish their ranks. The fire demon nodded, acknowledging the task at hand. When shall we proceed? He inquired. Zhang Heng approached the control panel, setting the aircraft to automatic flight before opening the door. A fierce gust of wind rushed in, and Zhang Heng turned to the fire demon, declaring now. The fire demon's pupils constricted slightly, and without hesitation, he leaped after Zhang Heng. Instantly, he transformed into a colossal fireball, with the two of them soaring through the air, one to the left and one to the right, hurtling towards the horde of zombies below. At that moment, Zhang Heng instructed, focus solely on attacking the zombies behind. I shall handle the rest. Observing Zhang Heng charging towards the fourth form of the zombies, the fire demon surmised that he intended to distract the foe. Without uttering a word, he elevated his energy to its zenith. In the sky, a multitude of blazing fireballs materialized, saturating the heavens in a vivid crimson hue. Chapter 214. The might of the fire demon fireballs cascaded from the heavens like rain, crashing down upon the horde of zombies below. Upon impact, these fiery orbs erupted in explosions, igniting the surrounding undead. The zombies, devoid of any sensation of pain, continued their relentless advance, while many lifted their gaze towards the sky. At this moment, Cheng Liang sensed unusual movements from behind and turned to look. Zhang Heng suddenly appeared before him, standing atop Godzilla's massive head. Godzilla's enormous eyes gazed upward. Cheng Liang, upon seeing Zhang Heng, could not suppress a chuckle. You dare return, and you brought company. It seems you intend to fight me to the bitter end. I am curious. What emboldens you to come back? Do you still fail to grasp the chasm that lies between us? Zhang Heng retorted with a cold laugh. There is no chasm, otherwise it would not be a challenge. I am here to slay you and your legion of zombies. Humanity, having endured the ravages of a virus, now finds itself in dire straits. After natural disasters, the human population has dwindled, and with the emergence of the Titan Squad and your kind, if no one intervenes, humanity may soon face extinction. Yet, Cheng Liang was in no haste to strike. He merely regarded Zhang Heng with a smile. The extinction of humanity is a consequence of its own making. The virus did not descend from the heavens. This is all self-inflicted. Blue Star is undergoing a profound upheaval, and those who have ravaged its ecology will be utterly expelled from this world. Blue Star is alive. The virus and disasters are merely manifestations of its wrath. I am but an agent of Blue Star, eradicating the pests that plague this world. Zhang Heng scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? You claim to represent Blue Star in purging the pests of this world. You are merely a demon who recklessly takes lives. So go on, act. Cheng Liang unfurled his wings, his body instantly cloaked in a formidable exoskeleton. This time, I shall show no mercy. I underestimated you before, allowing your escape. Indeed, he was clad in an armor that fortified him from head to toe. Zhang Heng, wary not to underestimate his opponent, swiftly conjured an area of extreme cold around them, while simultaneously deploying an icy shield. His attempts at multiple controls seemed ineffective against Cheng Liang. The exoskeleton was impervious to his attacks, compelling him to resort to low temperatures for assault. If the cold could hinder Cheng Liang's movements, it would enable the fire demon to eliminate more zombies, thus fulfilling his objective. Cheng Liang commanded Godzilla, Fire Dragon, deal with the other one. The fire dragon nodded and proceeded towards the fire demon. A colossal column of fire erupted from the fire dragon's maw, directed straight at the airborne fire demon. The fire demon widened his eyes in shock, crossing his arms defensively, only to be propelled backward by the force of the flame. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in alarm. You should be all right? Are you still concerned for others? A voice interjected, urgent and forceful, as Zhang Heng was engulfed by the chilling mist. The dense fog swiftly enveloped Cheng Liang as well. This move again? Cheng Liang's expression instantly darkened. He had been contemplating how to escape this maneuver, or perhaps to unravel it. Ultimately, he realized that unless the fire dragon expelled the frigid air, he would need to possess a speed surpassing that of Zhang Heng to break free from the icy mist. It was evident that Zhang Heng remained within the mist, commanding the area it enveloped. He could perceive Cheng Liang's presence clearly and maneuver accordingly. This resulted in the phenomenon where no matter which direction Cheng Liang attempted to flee, he remained ensnared within the mist. He mistakenly believed the mist's reach to be vast, when in fact it was confined to a small area, entirely due to Zhang Heng's speed and control, which ensnared him within. Numbers 1 and 2 were currently training, and Zhang Heng had no intention of interrupting them. Godzilla's attacks were avoidable, while the zombies below were nothing short of living targets. As long as he could restrict Cheng Liang's movements, the fire demon could seize the opportunity to eliminate the zombies below, merely needing to be cautious of Godzilla's fiery breath. The fire demon possessed considerable strength, having withstood the fire dragon's flame beams, which seemed to be its sole method of attack. Not only did the fire demon evade the fire dragon's flames, but a colossal fireball also manifested in the sky, plummeting towards the horde of zombies below like a meteor. Boom! The moment the fireball struck the ground, it erupted with force, shattering into a massive wave of flames that radiated outward in all directions. In an instant, thousands of zombies below were engulfed by the Inferno. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. How formidable! This fire demon, with just this one maneuver, he had ignited the entire zombie army. Although some zombies continued to resist, it was clear that their demise was merely a matter of time. Zhang Heng gestured towards the fire demon, pointing skyward. The fire demon immediately understood and leaped towards the clouds above. Boy, is this all you can do? Do you dare to face me? Let us clash with real weapons. The icy mist gradually dissipated. Cheng Liang, momentarily taken aback, found himself alone before a sea of fire below. His eyes widened as he beheld the land transformed into an inferno and the zombies within it. His entire army had perished in the flames, utterly annihilated. How could this be? How could this happen? Godzilla glanced at his legs, noticing that the flames had seemingly inflicted no harm upon him. Cheng Liang's face turned ashen. His zombie army had been so effortlessly obliterated. His plan had been thwarted. Even if he managed to gather more zombies, they would likely meet the same fate. Damn it! However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Cheng Liang. It was a man with a cold gaze. No, it was Titan. The man cast a glance at Cheng Liang and said, "I am a member of the Titan squad. Our leader wishes to meet you. Might you be interested?" Cheng Liang realized that the other was also a zombie, specifically a Titan zombie of a lower rank than himself, and he immediately relaxed his guard. "I too have been seeking my kind. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. If your leader is present, I shall go meet them at once. Please lead the way." Cheng Liang glanced once more at the zombies strewn across the ground, let out a resigned sigh, and then followed the young Titan as they swiftly ascended in a particular direction. It seems that human evolvers are not to be underestimated. Chapter 2:15. Joining the Titan hunt within the bunker, the fire demon erupted with laughter, exclaiming how exhilarating it had been after such a long time. Indeed, the fire demon relished the thrill. Otherwise, his emotions would not have been so heightened. With a multitude of zombies amassed together, a single colossal fireball from him had obliterated thousands of the undead. Could anything be more exhilarating than that? Yet at this moment, Zhang Heng gazed coldly at the Inferno below. If he had not misjudged, one of the Titan squad members had made contact with a fourth form zombie, suggesting that the fourth form zombie had seemingly allied with the Titan squad. The fire demon patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder and said, "Hey, brother, why the long face? We've dispatched so many zombies. You should be elated." Zhang Heng offered a faint smile and replied, "I am indeed quite pleased. Let us return now." The fire demon then inquired, "By the way, where is the fourth form zombie?" Zhang Heng responded, "I noticed a member of the Titan squad engaging with it, so we must depart from here." As he spoke, Zhang Heng produced his detector. The device indicated that the Titan squad and the fourth form zombies were departing at an alarming speed. The two most formidable zombies had converged. What developments awaited them? The fire demon stared in shock, eyes wide. When did this happen? How was I unaware? Zhang Heng maneuvered the flying bunker while saying, "It was just as we were making our escape." The flying bunker gradually descended. At this moment, the eastern gate of Sanping was thronged with people. Zhang Heng and the fire demon emerged from the bunker, whereupon they were immediately surrounded. Pan Jiaying and others approached Zhang Heng with curiosity. "What happened?" Pan Jian inquired eagerly. Zhang Heng glanced at the fire demon, who was joking with his team. This fellow was indeed powerful, and their synergy had been quite agreeable. So was it a success? Pan Jiaying's expression shifted slightly, realizing that their smooth collaboration implied the fire demon's formidable strength. Had they truly eradicated all the zombies? At that moment, the fire demon and Wang Hui approached Zhang Heng. The fire demon asked, "Zhang Heng, have you given any thought? Would you like to join us in the Titan hunt?" Zhang Heng surveyed the fire demon before turning to Pan Jiaying and the others behind him. They seemed to have anticipated this development. If Zhang Heng were to fight alongside them, the likelihood of vanquishing the Titan squad would significantly increase. However, joining them would likely prove challenging. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities and the improbability of defeating the Titan squad. Pan Jiaying then spoke, "Zhang Heng, you should go with them." Lin Shueshi shot Pan Jiaying a perplexed glance. "Aunt Pan, what are you saying? If Zhang Heng leaves, what will we do?" Pan Jiaying replied, "Zhang Heng requires allies of comparable strength to contend with the Titan squad. It is not as if he will leave and never return. During times like these, we must allow him to depart." Upon hearing this, although the crowd felt a pang of reluctance within, they all nodded in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Heng declared, "I will deal with the Titan squad and return to find you." After speaking, Zhang Heng turned to the fire demon and Wang Hui, saying, "Take me to meet your leader." The fire demon smiled faintly, remarking, "With your addition to the Titan hunt, we shall undoubtedly gain a significant advantage. Follow me." Wang Hui also smiled gently, adding, "You shall not regret your decision." After resolving the Titan squad, reuniting with them will not be too late. It was evident that everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Without addressing the Titan squad, humanity had no future. Zhang Heng led the fire demon and Wang Hui towards the flying fortress, which gradually ascended, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Pan Jiaying gazed at the receding fortress, realizing, "I always knew that one day he would depart from us, but I did not expect it to happen so soon. Lin Shueshi huffed, pushing her way through the crowd. Make way, do not obstruct. Clearly, Shueshi was somewhat displeased. Inside the fortress, Wang Hui surveyed the surroundings and could not help but chuckle. I never imagined such flying vessels existed in this world. Where exactly did you discover this? Zhang Heng smiled slightly, replying, I stumbled upon it by chance. But let's not dwell on that. Where is your leader? The fire demon explained. Our base is located in a city called Huaizhou. Although severely damaged, some structures remain intact, serving as our outpost. There are only a few of us, around a dozen, still in Huaizhou, but most of the remaining inhabitants have ventured out in search of team members. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. Clearly, the Titan Hunt was actively seeking comrades of similar strength to join their ranks, aspiring to represent humanity in a decisive battle against the Titans. This ambition was indeed commendable. The fire demon was already formidable. One could only wonder about the prowess of their leader. Would they be capable of defeating the Titan squad? Zhang Heng suggested that Wang Hui and the fire demon take a brief respite while he made his way toward the training room. The first zombie has completed its training, totaling 12 hours with strength, speed, and spirit all at 20. The second zombie has finished its 12-hour training in attack, also achieving strength, speed, and spirit at 20. The third zombie's gluttony has concluded, resulting in a 7 increase in genetic unlock progress. Host, Zhang Heng ability, Core of Ice Word Manifestation, Strength, 571 Speed, 573 Mentality, 536 Genetics, LV, 388 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1, Longsword Mastery LV1, Close Combat LV1, Crossbow Mastery LV1, Ice Shield Ice Spike LV1, Frost Domain LV1, Jet Flight LV1, Multiple Control LV1 points. 134512, First Zombie, Strength, 307 Speed, 301 Mentality, 274 Genetics, LV 312 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1, Longsword Mastery LV1, Close Combat LV1, Titanization. Second Zombie, Strength, 337 Speed, 332 Mentality, 377 Genetics, LV 312 Abilities. Self-Healing LV 3 Titanization. Third Zombie, Strength, 317 Speed, 163 Mentality, 157 Genetics, LV 353 Abilities. Self-Healing LV 5. Iron Skin LV 4, Gluttony LV 2. Zhang Heng gazed at the data panel before initiating self-training for the third zombie as well. The 3 zombies resumed their training, while Zhang Heng adjusted the gravity settings, elevating it to 100-fold. He had previously forgotten to activate the gravity function. He wondered how many attribute points would be gained by the conclusion of this training session. Departing from the training room, Zhang Heng proceeded to the plantation. The 2 acres appeared to be ripe for harvest, yielding 3,000 pounds each of sweet potatoes and potatoes. After the harvest, he opted to plant again, spending 20,000 points to cultivate an additional 2 acres with corn and rice, thereby diversifying the variety of agricultural products. Chapter 216. Huai Prefecture Titan Hunting Base in Huai Prefecture. The bunker gradually came to a halt before a grand building. A man with violet hair approached the bunker, accompanied by several individuals. Upon first laying eyes on Lei Tao, Zhang Heng could hardly believe his sight. The man before him had long, purple hair, adorned with arcs of electricity that danced continuously. A hint of astonishment flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. Lei Tao regarded Zhang Heng with a slight smile. Are you Zhang Heng? I have long admired your reputation. I am Lei Tao, the captain of the Titan hunting team. It is a pleasure to meet you. He extended his broad hand toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded, replying, I am equally pleased to meet you. Beside the arena stood a pair of twin women, strikingly similar in appearance, distinguished only by small beauty marks at the corners of their mouths, which lent them an alluring charm when they smiled. This group was indeed formidable. At this moment, Lei Tao suggested, let's step inside and discuss what you know. Zhang Heng nodded and followed Lei Tao inside. It appeared that at this point, he could only see 5 members of the Titan hunting team, as the others were likely still outside searching for additional members. The first floor of the building had been transformed into a space reminiscent of a conference room. A large, round table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by plush chairs. Lei Tao and the twin sisters seated themselves in the middle, while Wang Hui and Hua Mo joined them. Zhang Heng took a seat opposite them. With a gentle smile, Lei Tao inquired, Zhang Heng, could you share your gene unlocking progress and abilities? Zhang Heng nodded, of course. I have unlocked the third layer of my gene lock, granting me the abilities to manipulate cold air and utilize spatial storage. Upon hearing this, Lei Tao nodded with satisfaction. Not only are you a spatial ability user, but you can also control cold air. A dual-type ability user. This is indeed the first time I have encountered such a talent. I have met many powerful evolvers, yet never one with dual abilities. At that moment, Zhang Heng asked, is it possible that your ability is to control lightning? Lei Tao affirmed, indeed, my ability is to manipulate lightning. Since unlocking the third gene lock, my appearance has changed uncontrollably. Hence, I did not intentionally maintain my current form. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. I can relate. One of my teammates, Lin Xueshi, experiences the same issue. Her appearance cannot be altered. Hua Mo interjected. Is she the girl with the wild hair? Zhang Heng confirmed. Yes, that is her. Hua Mo chuckled. I was just thinking. That girl has quite the fashionable style with her wild hair. It seems to be a result of her abilities. Wang Hui then asked, Zhang Heng, from this moment onward, you are a member of our Titan hunting team. I heard from Hua Mo that you encountered the Titan squad and the fourth stage zombies. Can we assume that the fourth stage zombies have now joined the Titan squad? Zhang Heng nodded, affirming the understanding that the Titan squad was indeed quite formidable. And with the addition of the fourth form of zombies, their strength would only escalate. It remains uncertain what their next course of action will be, whether they will continue to amass power and recruit more zombies or wreak havoc indiscriminately. I believe it is prudent to exercise some caution. At that moment, Lei Tao interjected, stating that ever since encountering the first mutated zombie, he had resolved to assemble a team, predicting the emergence of even more powerful zombies in the future. To confront these formidable foes, strength is essential. I have never subscribed to the notion that a larger team is advantageous. What I seek are elites, warriors of exceptional caliber. Of course, if my predictions hold true, the zombies are indeed growing stronger. After the mutated zombies come the crawlers, and following them, the titans. Now we are faced with the fourth form of zombies. Zhang Heng interrupted, clarifying that both crawlers and titans belong to the third form of zombies, with crawlers being a failed evolution of titans. The fourth form resembles a creature akin to Godzilla, which the fire demon has encountered. The fire demon nodded, recalling that it was a monster even larger than a titan, entirely gray and capable of spewing fire, a near catastrophe for him. Lei Tao, understanding now, asked if the fire demon had seen the fourth form of zombies. The fire demon affirmed, describing them as covered in bone armor with a pair of bony wings, though he was uncertain of how to name this new breed, temporarily dubbing it the fourth form of zombies. Turning to Zhang Heng, Lei Tao inquired about his encounters with the fourth form of zombies. Zhang Heng recounted his initial shock at the formidable defensive capabilities of the bone armor, which was followed by a realization that brute force was ineffective against such foes. Victory would require elemental power. While the zombies are resistant to physical damage, they are not immune to elemental attacks. Should the opportunity arise again, perhaps he and the fire demon could join forces to vanquish the adversary. The fire demon raised an eyebrow, recalling how he had witnessed Zhang Heng restrain the fourth form of zombies with his abilities. He mused that if they encountered it again, they might indeed be able to rescue it. Suddenly, Lei Tao asked Zhang Heng whether he had temporarily allied with them to combat the zombies or if he intended to remain with their group indefinitely. Zhang Heng replied with a wry smile, stating that he had his own team and was only temporarily joining them. Once they had dealt with the fourth form of zombies and secured a semblance of safety, he planned to return to Samping. Should even more powerful zombies emerge, he would be willing to assist once more. Lei Tao nodded in understanding, recognizing the merit in their collective purpose to confront the zombies. Once the threat was neutralized, they could each return to their respective pursuits. Zhang Heng then asked if they were merely in the process of recruiting and had yet to seek out the Titan squad. What were their future plans? Lei Tao smiled faintly and remarked, "You are indeed correct. We are still in the process of recruiting. You are the first evolved being we have encountered who meets our criteria. We have encountered numerous evolved individuals, Yet they all seem reluctant to join our Titan hunt. I cannot fathom the reason behind their hesitance. Zhang Heng's expression shifted subtly. Perhaps they had not experienced the peril posed by the Titans, leading them to doubt the very existence of such beings in this world. Chapter 217. New Techniques. The Titan Hunt is currently in a phase of recruitment, while simultaneously gathering relevant intelligence on the Titans. The primary challenge lies in pinpointing their location. Zhang Heng has decided to hunt zombies near Huizhou until they locate the Titan squad. It appears that Huizhou has suffered significant damage, with only the Seahorse building remaining intact. It seems that the Titan hunt has activated some ability to preserve this structure. The pair of twin sisters beside Lei Tao possess an unknown ability that piques Zhang Heng's curiosity, as he has yet to hear them speak. At this moment, Fire Demon approached Zhang Heng, suggesting, since you are also an elemental evolver, why not engage in a friendly spar? We might both benefit from it. Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, responding, very well. Fire Demon grinned, then I shall not hold back. In the blink of an eye, Fire Demon transformed into a blazing fireball. Zhang Heng swiftly summoned a layer of ice shield, banishing the oppressive heat that had enveloped him. With his hands outstretched, Fire Demon unleashed twin pillars of fire from his palms. In turn, Zhang Heng manifested 5 ice spikes, and both combatants launched their assaults upon each other. A barrage of searing fireballs hurtled towards Zhang Heng, who valiantly attempted to fend them off with his ice spikes. However, the sheer volume of fireballs forced him to retreat repeatedly. In response, he unleashed the realm of extreme cold, significantly lowering the temperature in the vicinity. The fireballs in the sky began to coalesce at a noticeably slower pace. With a mocking chuckle, Fire Demon roared and transformed into a towering column of fire that shot skyward, rendering Zhang Heng's ice spikes ineffective against its range. In the next instant, a colossal dragon of flame coalesced from Fire Demon's hands. As the fire dragon surged towards Zhang Heng, he found himself utterly captivated by the dazzling display of elemental prowess. It was astonishing how ornate the techniques of an elemental evolver could be, and yet they possessed immense power. Clearly, he had much to learn. The fire dragon vanished mere inches from Zhang Heng, leaving behind no trace of the surrounding flames. Zhang Heng smiled at the distant fire dragon, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Fire Demon, with a wry smile, replied, it was merely a demonstration. No need for thanks. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not interrupt you further. With that, he departed, seemingly intent on imparting a few techniques without directly stating his intent, perhaps to spare Zhang Heng's pride. Consequently, Zhang Heng abandoned his plan to hunt zombies and turned his focus towards studying his own abilities. Fire Demon's myriad techniques and ingenious methods of attack were truly remarkable, showcasing the full potential of his fiery capabilities. In contrast, Zhang Heng had merely conjured 5 ice spikes. Although these spikes had their own merits, they paled in comparison to Fire Demon's prowess. He realized he needed to develop new techniques to amplify his chilling abilities. With an increase in offensive capabilities, there comes a greater assurance. Zhang Heng gazed at the chilling energy emanating from his palm. Fire possesses but a singular form, the essence of flame itself. In contrast, coldness can manifest in various forms, as vaporous mist or as solidified ice. The solid form allows for physical strikes, while the misty state facilitates elemental assaults. His abilities are formidable. He merely lacks proficiency in their utilization. At this moment, he recalled the skeletal armor of the 4th stage zombie. The armor was exceptionally resilient, rendering his ice spikes nearly ineffective. Yet, was it truly insurmountable? The quality and density of the armor evidently surpassed that of his ice spikes, which hindered their capacity to inflict damage. Perhaps he could enhance the mass and density of his ice spikes? How could he achieve this? The answer was simple: compression. Zhang Heng began to concentrate on compressing his abilities within his palm, as the chilling energy rapidly coalesced into an ice spike, which was continuously being condensed. The volume of the spike gradually enlarged with the influx of cold energy, yet he did not desire an increase in size. Thus, he focused on compressing his abilities, reducing the ice spike's volume. 10 minutes elapsed. A deep blue ice spike, smooth and bulbous at the rear, emerged in his hand. Previously, His ice spikes weighed merely around 100 grams. Now, this spike, not much thicker than his pinky finger, weighed several kilograms. He could sense an overwhelming energy of frigid power contained within the spike. With a flick of his finger, the ice spike levitated, balancing delicately atop his fingertip. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon a dilapidated building in the distance and gently pointed forward. The ice spike pierced through the air, hurtling towards the crumbling structure. With a resounding crash, the spike shattered upon impact, and in that fleeting moment, the chilling energy within erupted forth. Within mere seconds, the derelict building was transformed into a mass of ice. It was as if it had been instantaneously frozen, with the terrifying coldness radiating outward, freezing all it touched. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the power generated from compressed spiritual energy? In contrast to the fire demon, who unleashed their strength to its fullest potential, he chose the path of compression, sealing his power within a spike no larger than a pinky. The spike itself may not have possessed significant force, but upon its shattering, the cold energy was released in a manner akin to radiation, wreaking havoc of a profoundly terrifying nature. On the rooftop, Lei Tao observed the distant collapse of the building, his brows instinctively arching. Beside him, the fire demon wore a look of shock, marveling at the boy's remarkable insight. This power was indeed astonishing. Lei Tao couldn't help but chuckle, acknowledging that the individual indeed possessed some potential. However, in comparison to those of us who specialize in the study of our own powers, he still had a considerable distance to cover. Yet, following today's battle between you and him, he may have had an epiphany, and I believe his abilities will continue to grow stronger in the future. The fire demon smiled wryly, lamenting that he was merely a temporary addition to our ranks. Lei Tao replied, "Even if he is just a temporary member, he is still a valuable asset to our team. It would be a great pity if he cannot unleash the full extent of his capabilities." The two exchanged faint smiles and fell into a contemplative silence. "Congratulations, host, on creating a unique technique. Please provide a name for it. Let it be called Extreme Icy Flow." Zhang Heng grinned widely, feeling an immense satisfaction with his creation. Extreme Icy Flow. It freezes all things. Chapter 218. I want you to be my subordinates in Yundisk City. Cheng Liang gazed at the distant Titan squad, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. "Are you the Titan squad? Who is the captain?" Zhang Jian stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. "I am the captain of the Titan squad. My name is Zhang Jian. It is a pleasure to meet you." Cheng Liang scrutinized Zhang Jian, a smile creeping onto his face. "So, you're indeed the captain of the Titan squad? Truly befitting, all Titans here, haha." His mocking laughter stirred discontent among the Titan squad, yet he appeared indifferent. With his hands clasped behind his back, Cheng Liang addressed Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian listened closely. "From this moment forth, the Titan squad shall be renamed as the Predators. I am your leader, and you shall be the zombie titans of the 10 Blades. As there are exactly 10 of you, correct? Should you discover another 10 Blades, you will compete amongst yourselves. The stronger shall remain as 10 Blades. As for the rankings, you may decide that internally, for I trust you are well aware of each other's strengths." Upon hearing this, the Titan squad was taken aback. A name change? And to become the subordinates of another? They exchanged glances, yet remained silent, their attention fixed on their captain, Zhang Jian. With a grin, Zhang Jian remarked, "Though you are a 4th-stage zombie, to unilaterally change our squad's name and demand to be our leader seems rather disrespectful, does it not?" Cheng Liang retorted with a cold smile, "It is your honor that I lead you. Do you not realize this? Is it not strength that commands respect? Your prowess has placed you as their captain. Now that a being stronger than you has arrived, you must yield. Do you think you can hold the title of captain for eternity? Or do you wish to witness my strength?" At this moment, Zhuxiong interjected. "We sought you out to confront the human evolvers together, not to play the role of your subordinates. You ought to clarify your position." Cheng Liang sneered. "Why should I assist you in dealing with the human evolvers? Can I not handle them myself? Or do you believe you can confront the human evolvers without my aid? Just the 2 evolvers I have encountered could annihilate you all, not to mention they have an entire squad." Suddenly, Zhang Jian raised his hand. "It appears you possess vital intelligence that we seek. Perhaps a temporary collaboration is in order. Cheng Liang shook his head. Indeed, a bunch of fools. I'm not here to negotiate. I come as a fourth-stage bone demon to command you as my subordinates, just as I did with the low-tier zombies I once led. Low-tier zombies must obey the orders of high-tier zombies. That is the present reality. Do you comprehend? Zhang Jian was taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly invited someone to establish dominance over him, requesting a name change and demanding their allegiance in a commanding tone. At this moment, Zhang Jian could not help but laugh. He never anticipated such an outcome. Since that is the case, you may leave this place. Cheng Liang retorted with a cold smirk. Do you think you can come and go as you please? It appears I should demonstrate what a high-tier zombie truly is. As he spoke, a skeletal armor instantly enveloped Cheng Liang's body, and a pair of bony wings violently unfurled, stirring a fierce wind throughout the venue. Zhang Jian's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he charged towards the skeletal demon without hesitation. The others, witnessing this, surged forward as well. Cheng Liang's gaze turned icy, with his right hand raised. He swiftly sliced forward. Zhang Jian's eyes widened in shock as his head was sent crashing to the ground, rolling several times. The remaining titans stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Zhang Jian, had he truly been defeated in a single strike? Their leader Zhang Jian was dead? Cheng Liang approached Zhang Jian's severed head, crushing it beneath his foot, and then addressed the crowd. The first position of the 10 blades is now vacant. All of your rankings have been elevated. Quite fortunate, isn't it? Is there anyone else eager to challenge me? In that instant, a wave of terror washed over everyone. What manner of monster was this? Their leader had not even lasted a single attack against him. At this moment, Zhuo Xiong spoke solemnly, skeletal demon. From this point forward, you shall be our leader. I am Zhuo Xiong. He was the first to express his allegiance, clearly unwilling to share the same fate as Zhang Jian on the ground. Moreover, the skeletal demon's strength was evidently superior to theirs. No, it was vastly superior, merely a difference in realm, and the disparity in power was so pronounced. The other titans, recognizing their defeat, lowered their heads in submission. Cheng Liang sneered. It would have been much better had you acquiesced sooner rather than forcing my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Liang strode towards Yunpan's city. Fire Dragon, come inside as well. The Fire Dragon's form suddenly shrank to over 2 meters in height before following Cheng Liang into the building. Zhuo Xiong hurriedly followed, skeletal demon. Since you intend to lead us, what precisely shall our next course of action be? The skeletal demon replied, your strength is far too weak to be of any use, let alone oppose the elite human team known as the Titans. Before you evolve into your skeletal form, I will assist you in your evolution. You shall undoubtedly be grateful. Zhuo Xiong, astonished, exclaimed, Boss, can you really help us evolve? Do you know how to facilitate our evolution? The skeletal demon chuckled, of course. The method to aid your evolution is quite simple. How do you handle human corpses? Zhuo Xiong shook his head. We have not done anything with human corpses. The skeletal demon laughed. That is precisely why you remain mere titans. Before becoming titans, you possessed neither memory nor consciousness, merely following instinct to seek out humans and consume them. The more humans you consume, the higher the evolutionary realm of those devoured, thus providing greater assistance to your own evolution. Yet, when you regain consciousness and memories, you inexplicably disregard the bodies of the fallen. You ought to adhere to your primal instincts and continue to feast upon human remains, for this is the path to complete evolution. In this time of calamity, the number of evolved beings has drastically diminished, and the human population is continuously declining. What follows is the moment to vie for the remaining humans against other zombies. Only by obeying your instincts can you truly evolve. Go forth and assault the cities where human survivors reside, and then evolve. Leave the minds to me, while the bodies are all yours. Chapter 219. The results of a month of training the flesh and blood of humanity serve as essential nourishment for the evolution of zombies. The more corpses consumed, the swifter the evolution. Titans, having acquired human memories, harbor a profound aversion to devouring corpses. They merely slay humans without further desecration. However, the Bone Demon has enlightened them on the means of zombie evolution. Perhaps from this moment forth, the strength of the Titan squad shall rise significantly. In Huai Prefecture, Nearly a month has elapsed since Zhang Heng's arrival. During this time, he has relentlessly honed his combat skills. After achieving the pinnacle of icy currents, he has also elevated his proficiency with the ice shield and multi-control to level 5. Now, he can simultaneously command over 30 ice spikes to launch an assault. These spikes swirl densely around him, a formidable spectacle. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze upon a dilapidated building in the distance. Instantly, the 30 ice spikes sped forth towards their target, causing the structure to collapse as if made of mere paper. After circling the ruined edifice, the ice spikes returned to Zhang Heng's side. Observing this display, the fire demon remarked, "Zhang Heng, your mastery of your abilities has become increasingly adept, and their power has notably intensified. I wonder if you could prevail against a 4th-stage zombie upon encountering one again." Although Zhang Heng's powers cannot evolve, he can enhance the proficiency of his abilities. As the proficiency increases, so too does the resultant power. Even without the evolution of his abilities, he can attain the strength akin to that of evolved powers. Hearing the fire demon's words, a subtle smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. "I am uncertain, for I have yet to witness the true strength of such beings. By the way, have there been any recent updates regarding the Titan Squad?" The fire demon nodded in response. Indeed, the Titan Squad has been launching attacks on human cities, resulting in the demise of numerous evolved individuals. Unlike before, they have been taking the corpses of the fallen with them. Their intentions remain unclear. Each time we arrive, we find ourselves a step too late, always trailing behind them. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding, contemplating, perhaps we can explore the cities they have attacked and the surrounding areas. "I believe it is time for me to seek them out." The fire demon expressed astonishment. "In just a month, you feel you are ready to confront them?" Zhang Heng replied with a cold smile. "You have no idea what has transpired within me over this month." With that, he strode towards the bunker, heading directly to the training room. Zombie No. 1 has completed training. Strength 30, Speed 30, Spirit 30, Close Combat Skills elevated to LV5. Zombie number 2 has completed training. Strength 30, Speed 30, Spirit 30. The training of zombie number 3 has concluded, possessing Strength of 30, Speed of 30, and Spirit of 30. Host, Zhang Heng abilities. Core of Ice Words Manifest Reality. Strength 3,571 Speed, 3,573 Mentality, 3,536 Gene. LV 388 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV5 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV1 Ice Shield LV5 Ice Spike LV1 Domain of Frost LV1 Jet Flight LV1 Multiple Control LV5 Ultimate Cold Current LV1 Points 114,512 Zombie No. 1 Strength 1207 Speed 1201 Mentality 1274 Gene. LV 312 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV 5 Titanization Zombie No. 2. Strength 1237 Speed 1232 Mentality 1277 Gene. LV 312 Abilities. Self-Healing LV 3 Titanization Zombie Number 3. Strength 1117 Speed 1063 Mentality 1057 Gene. LV 353 Abilities. Self-Healing LV5, Steel Skin LV4, Gluttony LV2, with comprehensive enhancement of all 3 metrics. Within a month, their 3 attributes increased by nearly 900 to 1,000 points. A single day of training could yield an increase of 30 in each attribute. The training successes of the 3 zombies accumulated upon Zhang Heng, providing him with close to 3,000 attribute points over the month. Throughout this period, he dedicated himself entirely to training, unaffected by external events, free from concerns about sustenance, and untroubled by the presence of nearby zombies. The 3 zombies contributed a substantial 3,000 attribute points, while he focused on enhancing his proficiency. Today, it could be confidently asserted that even if a bone demon were to confront him, he would not even blink. With sheer physical prowess alone, he might very well vanquish the bone demon. After appreciating his own data, Zhang Heng approached Lei Tao to share his current thoughts. Upon seeing Zhang Heng, Lei Tao could not suppress a smile. "Zhang Heng, I've heard you've been honing your elemental abilities this past month. It seems you must have made significant progress. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have improved considerably. Therefore, I have decided to leave here in search of the Titan Squad. Lei Tao raised an eyebrow. To seek the Titan Squad? Alone? Zhang Heng smiled lightly. Perhaps I alone shall suffice. What need have I for so many? Astonishment crossed Lei Tao's face. But it has only been a month of training. Where does this confidence come from, believing you can confront the Titan Squad alone? Lei Tao inquired. Could you share your reasoning? I would prefer not to witness you recklessly courting death. Zhang Heng responded with a faint smile, assuring them that he was certainly not courting death. Rest assured, I would never utter such grandiose claims without absolute certainty. Lei Tao, realizing he could not sway Zhang Heng, accepted that he would have to let him proceed. He turned to the twins beside him and inquired about the last known whereabouts of the Titan Squad. The twins replied, Lianyan City was the last city they attacked. Lei Tao glanced at Zhang Heng, asking, Do you plan to seek them out? Lianyan City, is it? I believe I know its location. If fortune favors me, I may eliminate them. After that, I shall not return, for I have already dispatched the Titan Squad and see no reason to remain. If luck does not smile upon me, I may not return at all, as it is possible I could meet my demise. Upon hearing this, Lei Tao could not help but chuckle. You are embarking on this journey with a resolve to meet your end, are you? It seems I should not deter you. I wish you success. Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, I will not disappoint you. He then exited the hotel, making his way directly toward the flying fortress. The twins exchanged glances with Lei Tao, noting his apparent confidence. Where does this confidence stem from? Let not be mere bluster, one remarked. Lei Tao smiled softly. Bluster. He does not strike me as such a person. He likely possesses a genuine assurance of victory. Let's wish him well. Chapter 220. Pursuit of the Titan at this very moment. The flying fortress was hurtling at full speed towards Lianyan City. Zhang Heng gazed upon his personal information. In the early stages, to ensure his survival, he had devoted considerable time to stockpiling resources and seeking refuge. Had he devoted himself wholeheartedly to training against the zombie from the outset, perhaps he could have vanquished the fourth form zombie the instant he encountered it. However, all his efforts were not in vain, for he had amassed a commendable group of companions. No matter how formidable one may be, living in solitude inevitably leads to madness. Moreover, it was not too late for everything. Uncertain how long they had flown, the flying fortress arrived above Lianyan City. The city lay in eerie silence. Not a single zombie was in sight. Like other cities, Lianyan had suffered devastation from natural disasters, with most buildings collapsed, leaving the city looking akin to a refuse dump. Standing atop a building, Zhang Heng surveyed the desolate landscape of Lianyan City. Clearly, the Titan zombies were not present here. They must have ventured to other cities. It was said that they had taken away human corpses. Could it be that they had begun to feast upon them? Why was that? They had previously shown no interest in human remains. In every city he had passed, they had merely slain the evolved and left the bodies behind. Did human corpses now hold some special significance for them? Could it be that these bodies facilitated the zombies' evolution? Otherwise, why would they go to the trouble of removing human corpses, if not for futile endeavors? In the span of a month, he had grown stronger, and it was likely that the Titan Squad had also improved in that time, particularly with the addition of the fourth form zombie. The reason the fourth form zombie had attained its status might be its knowledge of how to evolve. Upon joining the Titan Squad, it could impart this evolutionary secret to the Titans. Perhaps he would soon confront a throng of fourth form zombies. With his 3 attributes nearly quadrupled, there was no reason for him to fear them. In any case, the priority was to locate them. Zhang Heng returned to the flying fortress and opened the world map. He was currently in Lianyan City, and the nearest city nearby was called Linan. Linan might very well be the next target for the Titan Squad. He resolved to head to Linan to ascertain the situation. If it was not the case, he would address it then. Unsure of how much time passed, the flying fortress gradually came to a halt in the air. Destination reached, Linan. Zhang Heng rose and peered out the window. Was this Linan? It appeared that Linan had yet to suffer an assault from the Titan Squad, as numerous evolved individuals were still active within the city. Simultaneously, many evolved noticed the fortress. Zhang Heng exited the fortress, stowing it in his spatial backpack, and then descended towards Linen City. An evolver rushed towards him, clearly astonished by his presence. Scrutinizing Zhang Heng with a look of disbelief, and inquired, "Are you also an evolver?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am also an evolver. What is the situation here? Have you encountered any Titan zombies?" The evolver before him appeared to be around 40 years of age, with a square face and a full beard. The bearded man shook his head and replied, "At this location, we have yet to face an attack from Titan zombies. However, since you are asking, has Linen already caught the attention of the Titans?" Time had passed, and evidently, all evolvers had gained a certain understanding of the existence of Titan zombies, sparing Zhang Heng the need to provide explanations. Clearly, this place had not yet suffered an assault from the Titans, but it was merely a matter of time. Zhang Heng left his phone number with the middle-aged man, stating, "If any Titan zombies appear in this city, please call me immediately. I might be able to arrive before the Titans destroy this city." The bearded man took the number Zhang Heng offered, glanced at it briefly, and then asked, "May I know your name?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I am Zhang Heng." After saying this, Zhang Heng retrieved the flying bunker, intending to head to another city named Chaoyang. Chaoyang was in the opposite direction, and it seemed the Titans would not randomly attack cities. Rather, they would target those nearby. After evading the Titans for so long, he found it surprisingly difficult to seek one out now. The flying bunker recalibrated its course towards Chaoyang. However, just as the flying bunker had not traveled far, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Zhang Heng pressed the answer button. "They've come. The Titans are here." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly maneuvered the flying bunker to reorient. After several minutes, Zhang Heng returned to Linen. At that moment, all the evolvers had surrounded two Titans. Zhang Heng recognized these two Titans. They were evidently from a Titan squad, and only two had arrived. Had they separated to act alone? It was rare for Titans to assault a city in such small numbers. Clearly, they did not regard the evolvers with much respect. On the ground lay numerous corpses of evolvers. The two Titans looked around with a bemused expression. One of the elongated-faced Titans remarked, "Did I not say? You can come at us together, or one by one. Yet you chose the latter. Do you enjoy dying one by one?" The female Titan then cautioned, "They might be stalling for time, waiting for someone to assist them. Let us not play with them. Eliminate them all." Upon hearing this, the elongated-faced Titan raised his eyebrows slightly, realizing, stalling for time? "I see. That could have been problematic. In that case, we have no choice but to eliminate them all." The elongated-faced Titan's lips curled into a faint smile as his gaze swept over the evolutionary beings before him. Who should he begin with? Just then, a figure descended from the heavens. Zhang Heng slowly floated down, his toes gently landing on a protruding shard of stone, which gradually crumbled into dust beneath his weight. Observing the two Titans before him, Zhang Heng spoke, "I shall spare one of you. You may decide amongst yourselves who shall survive. You have but 1 minute." Upon hearing this, the two Titans instantly displayed expressions of shock and fury, clearly perceiving Zhang Heng's words as a grave underestimation of their prowess. They felt utterly disregarded. Chapter 221. A display of skill. The long-faced Titan sneered. "Do you think that without our leader, you can defeat us? You have no idea how much we have transformed over the past month." The female Titan responded with a cold laugh. "Let him witness our prowess." In an instant, the long-faced Titan's right hand morphed into a bone dagger, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. He lunged towards Zhang Heng, aiming for his chest. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhang Heng effortlessly grasped the bone dagger with his bare hands. The long-faced Titan's eyes widened in disbelief, while the female Titan stood behind him, equally incredulous. How could this be possible? What was his body made of? He had managed to halt an assault propelled at the speed of sound. Wielding a blade of bone, Zhang Heng's palm appeared unscathed, as if he were clutching a mere plastic knife. The surrounding evolvers gaped in sheer astonishment, as if they had witnessed a ghost. To receive such an attack with bare hands was unfathomable. "I thought he was doomed. Who is he really? Is he the one we have been waiting for? Truly formidable." A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the evolvers. They were saved. They would not perish. This was incomprehensible. The long-faced Titan observing the dagger firmly held in Zhang Heng's grasp, felt his face flush with frustration, exerting tremendous effort yet unable to withdraw or advance. As if his weapon were ensnared by iron pincers. With a slight exertion of his right hand, Zhang Heng caused the surface of the bone dagger to fracture, the cracks rapidly spreading across its entirety. Zhang Heng smiled at the long-faced titan. Did you think I remained idle this past month? While you grew stronger, so did I. Our rates of growth simply differ. With a resounding crack, the bone dagger shattered instantly, seemingly connected to the titan's nerves. The long-faced titan emitted a piercing wail, a scream echoing like that of a slaughtered pig throughout the skies of Linen City. The female titan behind him was already pale with fright, frozen in place. Unable to move, Zhang Heng seized the long-faced titan's face. I once believed you lacked pain receptors. It seems I was mistaken. You do indeed feel pain. A flicker of malice crossed the long-faced titan's eyes, and the remnants of the broken dagger lunged toward Zhang Heng. Yet, Zhang Heng continued to smile at him. As the jagged remnants approached, they met Zhang Heng's skin and shattered upon contact, disintegrating piece by piece. The titan's hand collided with an impenetrable force, delivering a searing pain that penetrated to the bone. That's enough. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhang Heng thrust his hand forward. With a sickening pop, the long-faced titan's head exploded like a ripe fruit. With a sudden crash, fresh crimson blood pooled on the ground, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent. Zhang Heng, gazing at the headless titan sprawled on the ground, calmly lifted his eyes towards the distant female titan. At that moment, the female titan snapped back to reality, and in the next second, she bolted away in a panic. Zhang Heng grinned. Don't run. I still intend to pursue you. The female titan, in a state of utter disarray, not only failed to halt, but instead quickened her pace, vowing she had never run so fast in her life. However, as she sprinted, she suddenly spotted Zhang Heng sitting ahead of her. How had he gotten there? Was it instantaneous movement? Zhang Heng seized the female titan by the head, applying a slight pressure. The cracking sound of her skull echoed in her ears, yet she found herself powerless to resist, only able to emit muffled cries. Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. It would be futile. I require you to lead me to your encampment. Transform into a titan. You have witnessed the consequences of defiance. You will meet a gruesome end. Releasing the female titan, he observed her terror-stricken expression. What you experienced? How have you become so formidable? She feared that even their captain, Zhang Jian, would stand no chance against the Zhang Heng before her. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Still not transforming into a titan? Reluctantly, the female titan complied, and a colossal titaness, towering over 10 meters, materialized in the city of Linen. Zhang Heng leaped onto her shoulder. No tricks. Take me to your base. Initially hesitant, the female titan began to move forward, questioning. What is your objective? Do you intend to defeat us all single-handedly? Do you understand our current strength? We are no longer just a titan squad. We are the Titan 10 Blades. And our leader is no longer Zhang Jian, but Bone Demon. Bone Demon? Zhang Heng inquired, pondering if she referred to the fourth stage zombie. Is your captain also one of the 10 Blades? The female titan replied, Zhang Jian is dead, killed by Bone Demon. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the ruthlessness of Bone Demon, eliminating the captain and transforming others into his subordinates. Continue, Zhang Heng urged. How many Bone Demons do you currently have? 3. 3. If they unite, along with our leader, they will surely kill you. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. How can one know without trying? Just like your companion earlier. How could he know he could not kill me without attempting? He advised her, you'd better run faster. Thus, the female titan took off again, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Zhang Heng's every move. At that moment, Zhang Heng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Sister Pan. I believe I will be returning soon. Just want to give you a heads up. Returning soon? Was this fellow truly planning to confront Bone Demon and the Titan 10 Blades all on his own? Within a month, a considerable influx of new talent had been absorbed, yet they were hardly worthy of being compared to the Espada. This individual will undoubtedly come to regret his actions. In Samping City, the moment Pan Jiaying received Zhang Heng's call, her heart brimmed with joy. It had been a month since they last communicated, and she had no knowledge of his circumstances. Now, with this phone call, not only was she informed of his current situation, but he also expressed his intention to return soon. This news would surely be a blessing for everyone. I am now tasked with confronting the Titan Squad. Once they are dealt with, a period of tranquility will ensue. However, if I were to fail, Pan Jiaying's expression darkened for a moment, but she quickly reassured the phone, that won't happen. You would never undertake a task without confidence. We await your return in Samping. Chapter 222. Rampage. The female Titan indeed possessed remarkable speed, yet the destination remained a mystery. Time slipped away as she continued her relentless sprint. Eventually, breathless, she halted, coming to rest near a desolate ruin. This was the current encampment of the Titan Squad, Cloud Disk City. Here we are. I have brought you to this place. Will you now release me? Zhang Heng rose from the female Titan's shoulder, casting his gaze towards the Titans gradually emerging in the distance. A faint smile graced his lips. Release you? But will you also spare the evolved beings you encounter? The female Titan's eyes widened in shock, her realization dawning too late as countless ice spikes pierced through her skull. With a muffled grunt, her massive form collapsed to the ground. Zhang Heng hovered in the air. More than 20 ice spikes spiraled around him after piercing the female Titan's head, stained with her blood, dripping incessantly onto the ground. Zhuoxiong observed the scene from afar. Zhang Heng, who had just slain their comrade, his eyes glinted with cold resolve. He turned to a fellow Titan behind him and commanded, "Quickly find a way to contact the boss and the other 10 blades. Inform them that Zhang Heng has arrived." Yes. A long-haired Titan approached Zhuoxiong, inquiring, "What should we do now?" Zhuoxiong removed his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, and patted the serial 10 tattoo on his chest, declaring, "I am one of the 10 blades. What shall we do? Of course, we must eliminate this intruder. But the other 10 blades are not here, nor is the boss. Are we truly a match for Zhang Heng? He has 2 Titan zombies with him." The long-haired Titan protested. With a cold laugh, Zhuoxiong retorted, "He has come to our doorstep. Isn't it only right that we test our mettle? I am not the same as before, though I may not yet rival the other 10 blades." In the past month, the Bone Demon had discovered numerous Titans, causing the remnants of the original Titan Squad to gradually fade away. Once ranked as the number 1 among the 10 blades, his position had plummeted to the 10th rank within just a month, with a 9 beneath him not even qualifying as 10 blades. Zhuoxiong's gaze fell upon Zhang Heng, who approached with unwavering confidence, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared he had significantly grown stronger, effortlessly dispatching a Titan. As he spoke, Zhuoxiong began to leap towards Zhang Heng, closing the distance to less than 5 meters. With a smirk, Zhuoxiong greeted, "Zhang Heng, we meet again." Zhang Heng scrutinized the tattoo on Zhuoxiong's chest, perplexed. 10 blades? Are you the strongest among them? Zhuoxiong chuckled. Our ranks are ordered from the bottom up. Number 10 is the lowest. You are fortunate, having chosen to confront us when the other 10 blades and our boss are away hunting. So, the Bone Demon and the other 10 blades were not present? What, then, was the purpose of the figures behind him? They too appear to be Titans. These individuals cannot even be ranked among the 10 blades? I recall that Zhuoxiong's strength seemed to be second only to that of the captain of the Titan Squad. Yet, at this very moment, his rank stands at a mere 10th. This implies that there are 9 beings above him, each exhibiting greater prowess. The arrival of the Bone Demon has indeed transformed the Titan Squad. It is likely that the other 9 Titans were absorbed later on. It is said that among them, there are 3 Bone Demons, which are essentially 3 4th-stage zombies. Zhang Heng inquired, "I have heard that your captain was slain by the Bone Demon?" Zhuoxiong shrugged, acknowledging that it was a consequence of his own hubris. He was overestimating his capabilities and was swiftly vanquished. Had he not surrendered immediately, he would have met the same fate. It appears that the Bone Demon still retains a portion of its strength. Or perhaps his icy aura truly managed to seal the Bone Demon's movements. It could be that he was well aware of the Bone Demon's formidable power, for otherwise, he would not have employed such a chilling technique to immobilize his opponent. Once the adversary emerges from the icy mist, they would indeed become a formidable opponent. These Titans have consumed voraciously over the past month, though it is unclear just how much stronger they have become. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng possesses unwavering confidence. He is invincible at this moment. The ice spikes surrounding Zhang Heng began to expand, encircling Zhuoxiong within their grasp. Zhuoxiong gazed towards the encircling ice spikes, recognizing them as a novel technique. Moments ago, this individual had utilized this very technique to extinguish the life of a titan. He must proceed with caution. Zhuoxiong dared not act recklessly, but Zhang Heng was not so courteous. 20 ice spikes launched an immediate assault on Zhuoxiong. His expression shifted dramatically as he surged towards Zhang Heng with astonishing speed, his hands transforming into colossal tusks aimed ferociously at Zhang Heng. However, in Zhang Heng's perception, Zhuoxiong's movements appeared sluggish. The adversary's body had evidently adapted to manipulate these peculiar bones, suggesting that he was not far from becoming a bone demon himself. If the 10 blades are thus, the remaining 9 must be even more formidable. Zhang Heng gripped each tusk firmly. Zhuoxiong's eyes widened in shock. His strength was being suppressed. In that fleeting moment, the 20 ice spikes pierced through Zhuoxiong's body, transforming him into a veritable hive of ice. His form was gradually disintegrating, disbelief etched in his eyes. Zhang Heng regarded Zhuoxiong with an air of indifference. Surprised? Is it so inconceivable that I could grow stronger? With a cold scoff, the 20 ice spikes instantaneously penetrated his skull. Zhuoxiong perished on the spot. Zhang Heng collected the blue crystal from the ground. With this piece, he now possessed a total of 3. It seems he can grow even stronger before encountering the bone demon. However, it appears that other titans linger nearby. In the distance, titans beheld this scene with wide eyes, many unfamiliar faces amongst them. These newcomers were evidently unaware that a human evolutionist could attain such extraordinary strength. The 10 blades have been dispatched so effortlessly. After a brief moment of stunned silence, all the titans hastened towards the city. Zhang Heng let out a cold laugh. With a single step, he traversed thousands of meters. In an instant, he captured a fleeing titan, crushing its skull with a single grip and extracting its crystal. He then swiftly altered his direction and raced onward. However, regardless of their speed or the path they took in their escape, none could evade Zhang Heng's grasp. The remaining titans in Yunpan City gradually succumbed to Zhang Heng's might. Within mere minutes, he gathered all the titan corpses into a heap, and in his possession now lay 11 blue crystals. Gazing at these crystals, Zhang Heng contemplated the possibility of a comprehensive evolution before the arrival of the Bone Demon. Chapter 223, Subduing the Bone Demon. Devouring 3-tier crystals X3, Gene Lock Breakthrough Level 3, Promotion to Level 4. Congratulations, host. Gene unlocking for all humanity has reached Level 4. Congratulations, host. You have gained a random ability once. Congratulations, host. You can now cultivate 1 zombie. Host, Zhang Heng ability. Core of Ice Word Manifestation. Strength 3,571 Speed. 3,573 Mentality. 3,536 Gene. LV40 Abilities. Self-Healing LV1 Mastery of Longsword LV1 Close Combat LV5 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV1 Ice Shield LV5 Ice Spike LV1 Ice Domain LV1 Jet Flight LV1 Multiple Control LV5 Extreme Cold Current LV1 Points 114,512 8-tier crystals remain. They seem capable of aiding zombie number 3 in evolution. However, there is no urgency for now. Zhang Heng decides to randomly select an ability, uncertain if this time the ability might prove to be more useful. The previous ability, Word Manifestation, had yet to serve any significant purpose. 1 random ability consumption executed. Randomization complete. Ability stored in spatial backpack. Zhang Heng glanced at his spatial backpack and indeed found an ability gem. He picked it up, holding it in his hand. Ability gem, Demon of Sand Details, can manipulate sand for attacks. Demon of Sand? Zhang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. He spread his hands, releasing his spiritual energy, causing countless grains of sand to surge forth from his palms, promptly soiling his trousers. Zhang Heng squinted at the scattered sand. This ability, how describe it? Perhaps it remains undeveloped. and its utility is yet to be discerned. In any case, he decided to keep it for now and find time to study it later. As darkness fell, Zhang Heng still awaited the return of the 10 blades, and the bone demon, Cheng Liang, remained elusive. His impatience began to mount. To his surprise, having come to confront them, he found the adversaries absent. This was quite awkward. Just as Zhang Heng contemplated returning home to seek information elsewhere, a deep, resonant vibration echoed from a distance. The sound was far off, yet it was evident that it was gradually approaching his location. Zhang Heng leapt into the air, hovering as he gazed in the direction of the sound. Godzilla! The shoulders of Godzilla were crowded with people, and atop its head sat the bone demon. At last, they had arrived. Zhang Heng could not wait for them to draw near. He soared directly towards the bone demon. The bone demon's expression shifted slightly, as if sensing someone approaching. He slowly opened his eyes and looked in Zhang Heng's direction. An unexpected figure was flying toward him. Zhang Heng. The bone demon's eyes flashed with surprise. This young man had the audacity to seek him out? The bone demon was momentarily uncertain of Zhang Heng's intentions. His audacity to personally confront me indicates that he harbors no fear whatsoever. Such a naive young man. This time, I shall ensure he leaves with no chance of return. Godzilla suddenly halted, while the remaining 9 of the 10 blades slowly raised their heads to gaze at Zhang Heng, who was suspended in the air. There was no trace of fear on Zhang Heng's face, only a hint of brazen amusement. The expressions of the 10 blades shifted subtly, and the bone demon could not contain a laugh. Zhang Heng, you dare to come here of your own volition. It seems you truly believe I cannot kill you? Zhang Heng looked at the bone demon and then spoke to the system, requesting to bind him as my corpse servant. Confirmed. Corpse servant binding completed. Cheng Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Zhang Heng, blinking in disbelief. What is happening? Why does he feel no hint of murderous intent toward Zhang Heng? Instead, he finds himself genuinely respecting his presence. At this moment, Zhang Heng opened his list of corpse servants. Zombie number 4, strength, 2,117 speed, 1233 spirit, 757 gene, LV 466 abilities, bone armor LV1 self-healing LV10 titanization. Observing the panel of zombie number 4, a faint smile graced Zhang Heng's lips. Perhaps this was the reason he sought to hunt down the bone demon. The crystals obtained from defeating titans would allow him to instantly unlock the 4th layer of the gene lock, granting him another opportunity to recruit a corpse servant. Despite the bone demon's formidable power, he is merely a 4th form zombie. Now, having unlocked the 4th layer of the gene lock, Zhang Heng could directly bind the bone demon as a corpse servant. Suddenly, Godzilla transformed into a bizarre frenzy, wildly swinging the bone demon from atop his head. The bone demon leaped up, wielding a tremor. The corners of the 10 blades' mouths curled into faint smiles, indicating that their leader was preparing to take matters into his own hands. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bone demon directly approached Zhang Heng and stood beside him. With a puzzled expression, the bone demon looked at Zhang Heng, who then issued his first command: eliminate them all. The bone demon abruptly turned to face the 10 blades. Under their incredulous gazes, he swiftly charged at one of them. The air was filled with screams, and all 10 blades quickly realized what was happening, beginning to unite for a counterattack. Yet, their strength was no match for that of the bone demon. In just a few minutes, they all lay lifeless on the ground. The bone demon stared at the remnants of his once loyal 10 blades, now reduced to corpses. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, questioning why he had acted so. Moreover, he felt as though his ability to speak had been stripped away. He could not utter a word or inquire. Yet, he still held genuine respect for Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and summoned zombie number 3. The crawler began to consume the corpses, initiating gluttony. Gluttony yields results. All members' gene unlocking progress at 13. 3-tier crystals X6. 4-tier crystals X3 discovered. Will you consume? Consume. Congratulations to the host. Gene unlocking progress has increased by 36. The 4th gene lock had barely been unsealed for long, and the unlocking progress was already approaching 50. It seemed that the unlocking of the 5th gene lock was not far off. Zhang Heng nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the bone demon, saying, Old 4, let us return. He retrieved a flying fortress from his spatial backpack and stepped inside, with Old Four following closely behind. The Bone Demon surveyed the surrounding environment with a puzzled expression before entering a realm of pure white alongside Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng then began to issue commands to Old Four. "You shall train here as well." The Bone Demon nodded and made his way towards the other 3 zombies. Having taken the Bone Demon under his wing, and with the complete annihilation of the 10 blades, it seemed unlikely that any zombie stronger than the Bone Demon would emerge in the near future. However, prior to that, one must not become complacent in training. The zombies would train for him daily, generating attribute points. He could certainly use this interval, before any formidable zombies appeared, to further enhance his prowess. This level of power was still far from sufficient. Chapter 224 Farewell to Jiangnan City. Zhang Heng returned to Samping City, and the anticipation surrounding his return was palpable. As soon as Zhang Heng appeared, Pan Jiaying rushed towards him and collided into his embrace. Embarrassed, Zhang Heng gently set her down, exclaiming, "Sister Pan, I'm back." Pan Jiaying, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, replied, "It's wonderful that you're back. We've missed you dearly." At that moment, Lin Xueshi approached from behind and teased, "Aunt Pan, with so many people watching, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Pan Jiaying huffed playfully, "Let them laugh. It's just a hug after all." Lin Xueshi then shyly inquired, "May I have a hug too?" Zhang Heng graciously opened his arms, saying, "Of course. I missed you both." Lin Xueshi eagerly dashed into his embrace, exclaiming, "Seeing you safe is the greatest relief." At this juncture, Chang'e couldn't contain his laughter. "Xueshi, have you finished? Is it my turn now?" Zhang Heng chuckled. "Surely you all don't want to take turns hugging me, do you?" Su Ling, standing behind Chang'e, chimed in, "Come on, everyone line up. Everyone deserves a chance to hug Zhang Heng." Laughter erupted among the group. Afterward, Zhang Heng met with Long Ying, who welcomed him back warmly and inquired, "Zhang Heng, since you've returned, does this mean the Titan Squad has been?" Zhang Heng nodded, confirming, "The Titan Squad has completely vanished from this world. However, I cannot speak for other regions. For the time being, it seems we won't encounter them again." Long Ying's face brightened at this news. "That is splendid. We can finally stop worrying about when the Titan Squad might strike." Zhang Heng reassured her, "There will be no threats that can affect Samping anymore. The city can now develop in peace." Long Ying nodded appreciatively, declaring, "Zhang Heng, you are a hero to all of humanity." Zhang Heng smiled awkwardly, feeling unworthy of such a title. After bidding farewell to Long Ying, Zhang Heng returned to the flying bunker, where everyone had gathered in the kitchen, awaiting his address. Cheng Chang was the first to speak. "Zhang Heng, do you have any plans moving forward?" "Plans?" Given his current strength, he could easily overpower a 4th-stage zombie. Until the appearance of a 5th-stage zombie, he was practically invincible. Perhaps he could take a break and save her life? Yet, the emergence of the Bone Demon had delivered a stark reminder. While he indulged in life's pleasures, somewhere in the world, a Bone Demon had surfaced, almost overwhelming him. It was possible that similar, or even more formidable beings lurked throughout the world. Zhang Heng remained silent for a considerable duration, before finally lifting his gaze to the group before him and declaring, "Esteemed friends, I intend to embark on this journey alone. Perhaps I can no longer accompany you." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback in astonishment. Lin Xueshi inquired, "Are you worried that we might hold you back?" Pan Jiaying gently embraced Lin Xueshi, saying, "Xueshi, Zhang Heng might find us to be a burden. He must have other thoughts in mind." Zhang Heng nodded and replied, "To be candid, I'm unaware of how the world outside has transformed. I am familiar with the circumstances in several cities of Jiangnan City, but what lies beyond? Do entities akin to the Titan Squad exist? Can the Evolvers contend with the Titan Squad? I plan to ascertain this. Should I encounter Titans, I shall eliminate them to prevent the emergence of even more formidable zombies. As for Jiangnan City, based on your current combat capabilities, I believe there are no longer any threats to you. Remaining here will not enhance my strength. Rather, it would merely squander my time. Let's not forget, this is a race between humanity and zombies. I do not wish to waste time indulging in the pleasures of life. I will depart from Jiangnan City, heading first to the nearby city of Jiangzhou to assess the situation. As for provisions, and the flying bunker. I shall leave them for you. If I encounter zombies on the road, I will deal with them, treating it more like a journey. Chung Chong could not contain a chuckle. It seems you have everything planned out. The others exchanged glances, seemingly grasping the essence of Zhang Heng's intention. At this juncture, Su Bo remarked, Zhang Heng, you are different from us. You have ambitions to pursue and grand goals to achieve. We shall not hinder you, but we do hope you take care of yourself. Do not cause us undue worry. Zhang Heng nodded. Su Bo, rest assured, you shall. Pan Jiaying then asked, when you plan to set off? Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before responding, it is already late today. Perhaps tomorrow. What is it? Pan Jiaying wiped away a tear and said, tomorrow would be best. I will cook tonight, and we can all share a good meal together. We will see you off tomorrow. Sounds great. I can't wait to taste Sister Pan's cooking again. The group began to bustle with activity. Zhang Heng returned to the training room, where 4 zombies were fiercely battling. The Bone Demon was fending off 3 opponents. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's entrance, all the zombies halted. Zhang Heng smiled gently. Do not mind me. Continue your training. The 4 zombies resumed their combat. With no titans remaining in Jiangnan City, he realized that staying here would hinder his ability to unlock the genetic locks. Leaving this place was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Bringing Pan Jiaying and the others along would complicate matters. Every endeavor would require their coordination. He bore the grave responsibility of saving humanity, and he could not afford to take this lightly. Moreover, he once believed that human strength had its limits. However, at this moment, he harbored a different conviction. The power of an individual is sufficient to alter the course of an era, and he aspired to be the one to effect such change. His journey with Pan Jiaying and the others could only reach this juncture. He hoped they would continue to thrive in this world without worry. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Pan Jiaying sought out Zhang Heng, preparing an elaborate feast. The group appeared to revel in joy, indulging to the point of inebriation. Zhang Heng, with his current constitution, seemed impervious to intoxication. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Zhang Heng prepared to retire for the night. Tomorrow heralded the commencement of a new journey. Chapter 225. Father and daughter on the highway in the early morning. In Samping City, all the evolved beings mobilized, numbering at least 500 to 600 individuals. Leading them was Long Ying, positioned at the back, gazing at the new human formations ahead. Pan Jiaying, Lin Xueshi, and Su Ling stood before Zhang Heng, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of reluctance and discontent. Chang Gu, accompanied by others, stood at the rear and could not help but speak to Zhao Yanan beside him. Yanan, why don't you join them? Zhao Yanan, stroking the magnum on her back, looked at the man bathed in the morning light in the distance and replied, I had anticipated such a day. I just did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Chang Gu smiled slightly, recalling his initial doubts about awakening his abilities. Unaware that Zhang Heng would evolve into a formidable figure capable of single-handedly tackling a Titan squad. Few will be able to keep pace with his footsteps. We have been cared for by him for quite some time. Even though we feel reluctant, we can only bid him farewell. Observing the 3 women before him with reddened eyes, Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. Do not cry. In Samping, Longing will take good care of you. I will return a visit whenever I have the chance. Of course, if you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to call me. I will arrive as swiftly as possible. Pan Jiaying looked at Zhang Heng and said, Zhang Heng, although we have spent less than a year together, I have come to regard you as family. Promise me you will take good care of yourself. If you face formidable zombies, think twice before acting recklessly. We will also strive to unlock the gene locks. Lin Xueshi and Su Ling nodded in agreement. Lin Xueshi then asked, Aren't you taking the flying bunker with you? Zhang Heng shook his head, responding, The flying bunker stays with you. Have you forgotten? I have another one. Su Ling then inquired, Where do you plan to go next? Zhang Heng replied, To Jiangxia City, which is relatively nearby. Along the way, I will eliminate any zombies I encounter. Who knows if these zombies might survive and become a troublesome presence one day. Thus, I intend to walk there. Now, you all should return. I must set off. Zhang Heng, remember to come back and see us. We will be waiting for you in Samping. If you dare not return, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Zhang Heng smiled and waved to those behind him. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Even in reluctance, one must endure the pain of separation. Zhang Heng spent 50,000 points to upgrade bunker number 1 into flying mode, which would be operational in 24 hours. Until then, he would continue on foot. After an indeterminate time of walking, Zhang Heng arrived at the highway. The road was strewn with abandoned vehicles and remnants of corpses, suggesting that this place had previously endured a horrific upheaval. Though it was described as walking, Zhang Heng actually flew directly to his destination, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. After soaring along the highway for over an hour, he suddenly spotted another large truck ahead. Surrounding the truck was a throng of zombies, seemingly fixated on whatever lay within, some even clawing at the windows. Zhang Heng's arrival instantly captured their attention, and several zombies began to advance toward him, shrieking in hunger. In an instant, an ice spear materialized in his hand, which he casually hurled, transforming into a multitude of luminous projectiles that swiftly dispatched the zombies in his path. Suddenly, the truck door swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged, his face etched with gratitude as he gazed at Zhang Heng. You are an evolver? Thank you. Thank you so much. Zhang Heng noticed a bite mark on the man's arm, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Had this individual been bitten by a zombie? He hurriedly approached the man, inquiring, "Were you bitten by a zombie?" The man glanced at his wound, a bitter smile playing on his lips. "Yes, I understand what I am destined to become. May I ask you a favor?" Zhang Heng, intrigued, responded, "What is it?" The man gestured toward the truck. "My daughter. She wishes to go to Linzhou to see her mother. I am of no use, having brought her here. Perhaps you are headed to Linzhou as well?" Linzhou? Indeed. That was Zhang Heng's intended destination. Suddenly, the man erupted into a fit of coughing, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he seemed unconcerned. After spitting blood onto the ground, he looked up at Zhang Heng. "If it's not too much trouble, please help my daughter. I beg you. I'll kneel for you." The man dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing before Zhang Heng. "Please get up. I will assist you. Where is your daughter?" Zhang Heng urged. The man managed a pained smile. "She is likely still asleep in the truck. You go find her. I fear I am nearing the end. I feel as though my body is ablaze. I was fine in the truck, but after stepping out, the pain overwhelmed me. Please end my suffering." Without hesitation, Zhang Heng plunged an ice spear into the man's heart, swiftly taking his life. He then proceeded toward the truck, where he discovered a small bed behind the driver's seat. A girl, approximately 13 or 14, lay sleeping upon it. Zhang Heng patiently waited for her to awaken. As her eyes fluttered open, she gazed at Zhang Heng and murmured, "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Zhang Heng turned slowly, his voice gentle. "Your father is no longer with us. However, I promise to take you to Linzhou to see your mother. My name is Zhang Heng. You may call me brother. What is your name?" The girl stared at the unfamiliar man, her eyes wide with fear. "Where is my father?" Zhang Heng replied solemnly. "He has passed away." The little girl's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "You are lying. How could my father possibly be dead? My father is Superman. He cannot die. You are deceiving me. Bring my father out." Zhang Heng felt a wave of headache wash over him. If it were possible, he would rather not involve himself with this little girl. However, since their paths had crossed, he could only afford to lend a little more assistance. Zhang Heng spoke softly. "It is getting late. You should sleep in the car tonight, and we will set off tomorrow. Here is some food. If it is insufficient, feel free to ask me for more." He tossed a bottle of water and 2 cream-filled buns to the girl. The little girl stared at the water and buns on the blanket, then looked up at Zhang Heng. "Is my father really dead?" Zhang Heng nodded gently. "Yes, you will need to come to terms with this quickly, for we must also journey to Linzhou to find your mother. You should know where your mother is in Linzhou, correct?" Zhang Heng surmised that the girl's mother was likely deceased as well. What puzzled him, however, was the existence of non-evolved individuals in this world. Could it be that some people evolved at a slower pace? Chapter 226. Yang Yuerong, after the little girl had her fill. She regained her strength and began to stir restlessly. "I want to see my father. Let me out." Yang Yuerong pushed against Zhang Heng's back. Zhang Heng glanced at the lifeless body of the girl's father in the rearview mirror and replied, "You are right. Perhaps we should lay him to rest." Yang Yuerong suddenly froze. Bury him? Zhang Heng nodded. Would you like to help? Wiping away her tears, she seemed to accept the harsh reality of her father's demise and nodded vigorously. I. Suddenly, she broke down in tears. Zhang Heng picked her up and set her down gently. Yang Yuerong caught sight of her father's body lying in the distance and rushed over, wailing in grief. Zhang Heng walked slowly behind her. She grasped her father's hand, leaning over him as her cries echoed in the desolate air. At that moment, Zhang Heng pondered a troubling question. Why had this father and daughter not evolved? Furthermore, how had her father transformed into a zombie after being bitten? Logically, those who survived were typically evolved beings immune to the zombie virus, and over time, they would progress further. He decided he would inquire with the little girl later. Zhang Heng lifted the sobbing Yang Yuerong from the ground and said, Yuerong, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Let us find a place to lay your father to rest. Being about 13 or 14, she had matured quickly and soon stifled her sobs, turning to Zhang Heng. Brother Zhang Heng, can you help me lift my father? Suddenly, countless grains of yellow sand seeped from Zhang Heng's right hand, gradually covering the lifeless body of Yang Yuerong's father and gently clearing the road. Observing the spectacle, Yang Yuerong asked, Brother Zhang Heng, are you an evolved being? He nodded. Yes, I am an evolved being. Though his ability, the demon of sand, had not yet been fully understood, it seemed perfectly suited for this task. Using the yellow sand to transport the body, Zhang Heng brought it to a patch of lush grass. Yuerong, let us bury him here. She nodded in agreement, her voice trembling. All right. As darkness enveloped the sky, Yang Yuerong and Zhang Heng stood before a small sand mound. Yang Yuerong bowed her head in respect 3 or 4 times before Zhang Heng helped her rise. Wiping her tears, she looked up at him and asked, Brother Zhang Heng, can I become an evolved being like you? Zhang Heng gazed at her, contemplating the complexity of her question. Before answering, he had another pressing inquiry for her. Yuerong, before I respond to your question, you must tell me, where were you and your father hiding? A flicker of bitterness crossed her eyes as she recounted. My father built a bunker several years ago. One day, he suddenly brought me there, and we never left. It has been nearly 7 or 8 months since then, but one day an earthquake struck, destroying our bunker. My father and I had no choice but to leave, for our food supplies were nearly depleted. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. It seemed that Yang Yuerong's father was privy to some information, which prompted him to construct a bunker. However, an unforeseen earthquake had compelled them to emerge from their refuge. At this moment, Zhang Heng spoke, Yuerong. The survivors currently inhabiting Blue Star are predominantly immune to the zombie virus and will gradually evolve into advanced beings. Since you and your father initially sought shelter in the bunker, I cannot ascertain whether you will transform into an advanced being or succumb to the virus and become a zombie. Yang Yuerong, perplexet, inquiret. Is it not the case that everyone can become an advanced being? Zhang Heng nodded. 99% of humanity cannot evolve, while the remaining 1% possesses the conditions to unlock their genetic potential. After the rain, it will be clear whether you can become an advanced being. Confused, Yang Yuerong asked, why must we wait for the rain? Zhang Heng smiled and explained, the virus resides in the atmosphere. When it rains, the virus descends to the earth, and the awakening of advanced beings relies on the virus. Yang Yuerong, with a bittersweet expression, nodded. It appeared she had a 50% chance of becoming a zombie and a 50% chance of evolving into an advanced being, just like Zhang Heng. Eventually, they returned to the vehicle, and Yang Yuerong quickly fell asleep. Zhang Heng also retired early, having expended considerable energy from flying all day. The following morning, they set off on their journey. Zhang Heng found a car by the roadside and decided to drive along the highway toward Linzhou. Along the way, he encountered zombies, which he easily eliminated with his ice spikes. Yang Yuerong seemed to realize that Zhang Heng was perhaps one of the more formidable advanced beings. The zombies that once filled her with dread now appeared as fragile as paper in his hands. Gazing out the window, she spoke, Zhang Heng. My dad said you would take me to Linzhou to find my mom, right? Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, that is what he said. Are you able to contact your mother? Yang Yuerong replied with a wry smile. I have never been in touch with my mother. We merely intended to go to Linzhou. Her hometown is there, but for some reason, she refused to accompany my father to the bunker and return home. I have no idea what has become of her. She may have either turned into a zombie or evolved into an advanced being, correct? Zhang Heng nodded. That is a reasonable assumption. However, I am merely passing through. Once I take you to Linzhou, if you manage to evolve afterward, perhaps some team will be willing to accept you. Yang Yu Rong Asked. What if no one wishes to accept me? After all, I am just a little girl. Who will want to take in a child? Zhang Heng replied calmly. There will always be a way. If there are other advanced beings, they will likely give me some consideration. Yang Yurong felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty regarding her future. As a mere girl and an ordinary person who would care to intervene, it seemed that only Zhang Heng, a passerby, would be inclined to help her. Moreover, whether she will become an evolver remains a matter of speculation. Perhaps with the arrival of the next torrential downpour, she might transform into a zombie amidst the rain. Yang Yurong hogid herself deeply, her eyes once again glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, Zhang Heng reduced the speed of the vehicle as a large horde of zombies appeared ahead. In front of these marauding creatures lay a multitude of abandoned cars and a ravaged road. Clearly, this place had also suffered the ravages of an earthquake. Countless fissures marred the ground, rendering it impossible to drive through. Zhang Heng could vaguely discern the silhouette of a city not far ahead. Could it be Linzhou? Chapter 227. Linzhou. Yang Yurong's body began to tremble involuntarily. Clearly, the sheer number of zombies before her surpassed her wildest imagination. Zhang Heng gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Fear not, I shall ensure your safety. Climb onto my back." A flicker of doubt crossed Yang Yurong's eyes as she asked, "Brother Zhang Heng, are you still going?" Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I came to Linzhou specifically for these zombies. However, their ranks are too low. I intend to tackle the formidable ones first." Brother Zhang Heng is indeed formidable, Yang Yurong exclaimed as she climbed onto his back. With a swift leap, Zhang Heng soared into the air, causing Yang Yurong to instinctively tighten her legs around his waist in fright. "Ah!" she gasped. Zhang Heng offered a calm smile. "There is no need to be anxious. If you're scared, simply keep your eyes closed." As Zhang Heng ascended to a certain altitude, he began to glide towards Linzhou. The destruction wrought by the earthquake in the city appeared somewhat minimal, with only a few buildings collapsed. Gaining courage, Yang Yurong opened her eyes to behold the sea of corpses below, her body quivering either from the biting cold of the heights or from fear. "Brother Zhang Heng, it seems the entire Linzhou has succumbed. Zombies are everywhere." Zhang Heng, too, was taken aback. Not only was there an abundance of zombies, but their ranks were impressively high. He spotted a dozen crawlers and suspected that numerous Titan zombies lurked in the vicinity. Are there no evolvers here? He pondered as he gradually descended towards the tallest building in the distance. This towering structure, reaching 50 to 60 meters, appeared to be Linzhou's most iconic landmark. Standing atop the building, he gazed down at the zombies crowding the city streets. Yang Yurong looked at the scene before her, contemplating. If it rains again and I do not awaken, will I become like them? Zhang Heng chose not to respond to her query, instead focusing on searching for signs of evolvers. He saw no Titans. Were they perhaps hiding? Linzhou was a vast metropolis, with a population exceeding 3 million. The zombies visible now were likely former residents of Linzhou. Had all these people truly transformed into the undead? Just then, Zhang Heng noticed a figure on a distant building, parting the curtains to peer outside. The individual was unmistakably human. Zhang Heng turned to Yang Yurong and said, "Yurong, let's go." She hurriedly climbed onto his back once more, and he made his way towards the target. Arriving at the window, he knocked gently. The occupant inside was startled. To Zhang Heng's surprise, he saw several people within the room. The individuals inside stared wide-eyed at him, yet one person stepped forward to open the window. Zhang Heng flew inside, leaving behind a frosty trace on the windowsill. The room housed around 20 people, a mix of men and women, none appearing too young or too old. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and introduced himself, stating, "I am an evolver from Jiangnan City. Who is your leader?" A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward from the crowd. He appeared to be in his 40s, clad in sports attire, exuding a robust and masculine aura. He Xingxing, observing Zhang Heng before him, expressed his confusion. Jiangnan City is quite distant, at least several hundred kilometers away. Did you fly all the way here? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I traveled here directly. I would like to inquire if there are any Titan zombies or bone demons in this vicinity. Upon hearing this, He Xingxing furrowed his brow and replied, Yes, there were, but they have already departed. Recently, a winged zombie arrived and took all the Titan zombies away, which has relieved us. Zhang Heng pondered, could it be him? As he spoke, Zhang Heng summoned zombie number 4. The moment zombie number 4 appeared, panic ensued among the crowd, causing them to retreat in disarray. Who are you? It's him. He took all the Titans. Are you in league with him? Are we to perish here? Damn it. The room erupted into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. Zhang Heng smiled calmly and reassured them, do not panic. He is currently my undead servant. I merely wish to confirm if it is indeed him. If so, it indicates that the bone demon who took the Titans is the same one. After speaking, Zhang Heng returned zombie number 4 to his spatial backpack. Seemingly sensing Zhang Heng's lack of malice, He Xingxing swallowed hard and cautiously asked this, esteemed brother, do you have any instructions? It was evident to all that Zhang Heng was not an ordinary individual. Moreover, the bone demon that had previously instilled fear in them had now become his servant, signifying that his strength was undoubtedly superior to the bone demon's. Faced with such a transcendent being, they felt little trepidation. If he had intended to kill them, they likely would have already met their demise. Zhang Heng continued, I am searching for Titans and zombies of the bone demon variety. Since this city no longer harbors them, I shall proceed to the next city. By the way, I will entrust this little girl to your care, and I will leave behind some supplies as compensation. Is that agreeable? At this moment, Yang Yurong hurriedly interjected, Brother Zhang Heng, I do not wish to stay here. Can I not accompany you? Zhang Heng, perplexed, replied, What would you do by following me? It is better for you to remain here. Yang Yurong wore a sorrowful expression. But I do not want to stay here. I wish to be with you. I promise I won't be a burden. Zhang Heng then utilized the command of his ability on Yang Yurong, stating, You will remain here and become companions with the people of this place. Yang Yurong's eyes instantly glazed over, and she fell silent. This display left everyone utterly astonished. What manner of power was this? What manner of man stands before me? Not only can he soar through the skies, but he also wields the power to command the undead. And there lingers an aura suggesting he possesses the ability to manipulate the very essence of others' minds. Observing that Yang Yuan has fallen silent, Zhang Heng inquired, Have you conducted any investigations into the neighboring cities? Perhaps you could offer me some insights. At this juncture, He Xingxing interjected, Given your formidable prowess, why not assist us in eradicating the zombies in this vicinity? Zhang Heng's expression shifted subtly as he replied, If I eliminate them, what will you do? Who here has unlocked the highest genetic lock? To what stage have you advanced? He Xingxing raised his hand, proclaiming, It is I. I have just unlocked the 3rd genetic lock. Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the leader among them as a 3rd stage evolver. Very well, he continued. I shall allocate some resources for you. In return, you will provide me with intelligence regarding the surrounding areas. I will assist you in dealing with the Titans and bone demons, while the remaining zombies will be your responsibility. Chapter 228. Knowing the tiger is there, yet still approaching the tiger's den, He Xingxing furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, Could it be that such formidable zombies exist in other places as well? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and there are quite a number of them. My objective is precisely those. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others turned grim. Such powerful zombies still exist in other regions? Zhang Heng addressed everyone, saying, I forgot to mention something crucial. If you do not eliminate these zombies, among them will emerge Titans and bone demons. The sheer number of zombies in this city was indeed alarming. Do you not confront these zombies regularly? He Xingxing shook her head. We kill zombies daily, but their numbers are overwhelming, and the number of evolvers in this city is quite limited. Zhang Heng's expression shifted, a look of understanding dawning upon him. Are you the only remaining evolvers in this city? He Xingxing confirmed, Yes, we are indeed the last of the evolvers here. I have gathered as many as possible, yet our numbers remain scant. The abundance of zombies in Linzhou is indeed a significant issue, but the scarcity of evolvers is equally problematic. It seems he cannot simply walk away from this. Entrusting it to them, one wonders how long it would take to resolve. Zhang Heng then stated, in that case, I shall assist you by clearing out a portion. The rest will be left for you to handle. He Xingxing immediately smiled. That will be splendid. Zhang Heng then departed the building, soaring into the skies above. Gazing down at the vast sea of zombies below, an ice spear materialized in his hand. This ice spear was unlike any he had conjured before. Its surface was impeccably smooth, a manifestation of his latest technique, ultimate cold flow. What intentions did he harbor with that spear? What could one ice spear achieve against such numerous zombies? He expressed his desire to assist in eradicating the zombies. Surely he would not be so perfunctory. Just remain quiet and observe, one of them urged. As Zhang Heng concentrated the energy into the ultimate cold flow, he gently hurled the ice spear toward the throng of zombies below. Even without aiming, it was evident that with so many zombies clustered together, a random throw would suffice. The spear struck the head of one zombie, shattering upon impact, and in that instant, a terrifying cold wave erupted from within the ice spear. Rather than merely releasing, it radiated outward. The speed of this chilling radiation reached approximately 100 meters per second. The expanse was astonishing, extending a full 2 to 3 kilometers. All the zombies within that range were instantly transformed into ice sculptures, reminiscent of creations by a master with a twisted psyche. Witnessing this scene, He Xingxing and the others stared in disbelief. A gust of cold wind surged through the open window. He Xingxing hurriedly shut the window, and, as it closed, the entire pane began to freeze. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The sun on the horizon gradually descended. He Xingxing and the others opened the window, peering outside. The sight was nothing short of an icy expanse that could be aptly described as a frozen wasteland. Not only were the buildings below ensnared in ice, but even the zombies were similarly entombed, rendered equal under the cold wave. Regardless of their forms, all zombies have been transformed into sculptures of ice. The onlookers were awestruck by the horrifying scene before them. Could an evolved being truly wield such power? Was this the might of an evolver or the divine? It was undeniably terrifying. At that moment, Zhang Heng was soaring toward a city named Jiashan, situated a few hundred kilometers from Linzhou. 80% of the zombies in Linzhou had succumbed to the cold, while a few had managed to evade their fate in the shadows. Zhang Heng believed that the small team in Linzhou could handle the situation. He hastened his flight towards Jiashan. That night, Zhang Heng entered the bunker, stepping inside its confines. The first bunker had reached a scale comparable to the second, its construction now complete. Aside from the absence of a plantation, everything else was identical. Zhang Heng retired to his bedroom for a night of rest. The following morning, he retracted the bunker and set off towards Jiashan at a deliberately slow pace, intending to deal with the zombies along the way. His mastery over multiple controls was already manifesting, even without actively seeking out the zombies. His keen senses allowed him to manipulate ice spikes to eliminate nearby threats effortlessly. Suddenly, Zhang Heng noticed a man with iron wings soaring towards him. The man glanced down, surprise flickering in his eyes before he descended slowly. "Hello." Zhang Heng nodded in response. The man appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a crew cut, dressed in a white tank top and worn jeans, exuding an aura of sunshine. He smiled slightly. "I am Qian Feng, pleased to meet you." "I am Zhang Heng," came the reply. Qian Feng nodded. "Could you tell me where you hail from and your destination?" Zhang Heng responded, "I intend to go to Jiashan." Upon hearing this, Qian Feng's expression shifted. "I advise you against it. Jiashan is not a place for ordinary evolvers. There is a zombie clad in armor and other Titan zombies that have seized Jiashan, alongside a formidable team of evolvers engaged in battle against them." Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Perfect. I am precisely seeking the Bone Demon and Titans. In that case, I shall proceed." Qian Feng grasped his arm urgently. "Wait, are you out of your mind? Knowing the dangers, you still wish to go? Do you not fear for your life?" Zhang Heng replied, "You are an evolver who escaped from Jiashan. Am I correct?" Qian Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am not a combat-oriented evolved being, and I cannot be of much assistance. I can only flee. My sole intention is to prevent you from sacrificing your life in vain. It would be wiser for us to form a team. I sense that your abilities are quite commendable. If we join forces, our lives should be rather prosperous. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. There's a city called Linzhou behind me, where the majority of zombies in Linzhou have nearly perished. There's a team there. Perhaps you might consider joining them. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly took flight towards Jiashan. Qian Feng gazed at Zhang Heng's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, unable to comprehend why one would willingly venture into perilous territory. Chapter 229. Iron Man Li Tai Qian Feng found it impossible to comprehend Zhang Heng's actions. Zhang Heng departed from Jiangnan City, journeying to various provinces in search of the Titan and Bone Demon. Upon learning that both the Titan and Bone Demon resided in Jiashan City, he hastened his flight towards it. Covering the distance of 200 to 300 kilometers in mere minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of Jiashan City. The city had evidently been ravaged by a natural disaster, leaving it unrecognizable. However, amidst the desolate ruins stood a towering cylindrical steel fortress, resolutely defying the devastation. Outside this fortress, a Titan zombie stood guard. Zhang Heng's arrival instantly captured the attention of the Titan zombie. Observing that the Titan did not approach him, he boldly advanced towards it, a faint smile gracing his face. The Titan, perplexed, regarded Zhang Heng with astonishment. An evolver? You truly fear not for your life, daring to present yourself before me. Zhang Heng scrutinized the Titan zombie before him, noting its middle-aged male features and unremarkable appearance. Curiously, he inquired, "Where are your companions? Why are you alone?" Within the fortress, an evolver named Lu Tao had also spotted Zhang Heng. Above the fortress were several small openings resembling windows, each no larger than a fist. Lu Tao, tasked with monitoring the Titan outside, was taken aback to see an evolver standing boldly before it. Hastily, he grabbed the intercom and reported to his superior, "Boss, we have a new development. An evolver has appeared outside and is confronting the Titan." In less than a few seconds, a man clad entirely in black, resembling an iron figure, entered the surveillance room. This man, named Li Tai, was the captain of the Iron Man squad. He inquired, "Where's the evolver?" Lu Tao pointed towards Zhang Heng outside the window, stating, "Look, yes, right there. We don't know where he came from or what his intentions are. He could strike at any moment. It seems he is questioning the Titan." Li Tai gazed at Zhang Heng's youthful countenance, a flicker of recognition passing through his eyes. The face seemed eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it online before, albeit only in profile, yet it felt unmistakably like him. At that moment, Lu Tao suggested, "Captain, should we assist him?" Li Tai shook his head, replying, "Let us observe the situation for now. Perhaps the Bone Demon and other Titans are lurking nearby." Zhang Heng addressed the Titan, asking, "Where are your fellow companions?" With a disdainful sneer, the Titan's right hand transformed into a bone knife. "Why don't you ask my treasure instead?" It taunted. As the words left its mouth, the Titan surged towards Zhang Heng with ferocity. With a swift motion, Zhang Heng deflected the trajectory of the bone knife and seized the Titan's head in his grasp. The scene left both the Titan and those inside the iron fortress utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Titan gazed incredulously at Zhang Heng, though he could only see half of his face. A sudden, intense pain surged through his head, as if a slight increase in pressure from the other would cause his mind to explode. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and inquired, "Your companion should return, right?" Titan's gaze turned icy, and he lifted his legs in an attempt to break free from Zhang Heng's grip on his right hand. A heart-wrenching roar escaped Titan's lips, yet it did not liberate his head from Zhang Heng's hold. With a swift motion, Zhang Heng forced Titan to the ground, rendering his mind a muddled mess. Zhang Heng gradually stood up, shaking off the flesh and blood from his hands, and then he turned his gaze towards the small window of the iron fortress. At that moment, a door appeared in the fortress. A figure clad entirely in black, an Iron Man, stood atop the fortress, observing Zhang Heng below. "We welcome every evolutionist friend," he proclaimed. Zhang Heng smiled slightly and stepped through the iron door. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the Iron Man's body seemed to be intertwined with the fortress itself. His feet appeared to merge with the ground like liquid. Zhang Heng remarked with a smile, "An intriguing ability. Perhaps this is why you can survive under the calamities? The Iron Man nodded, and in an instant, the iron door transformed back into a wall. This Iron Man was part of the fortress, and the fortress was a portion of his very being, a splendid defensive capability. The Iron Man smiled faintly and extended his right hand. Greetings, I am Li Tai, the captain of the Iron Man Mercenary Corps. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Heng reciprocated the gesture, introducing himself. I am Zhang Heng. The pleasure is mine. At that moment, Lu Tao interjected, Titan skin is impervious to bullets. How did you manage to crush his skull? Zhang Heng replied with a gentle smile. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, it is achievable. By the way, what are the other Titans? I came here for them. The Iron Man, his expression inscrutable in his dark exterior, remained silent. Lu Tao's face shifted slightly as he spoke. They likely went to other cities to feed. The Titan you just killed was left behind to guard us. Zhang Heng pondered aloud. One Titan can guard you? I heard your team is quite formidable. The Iron Man sighed softly. In this city, there are other survivors. The other Titans are searching for them, while my team is engaged with other Titans, albeit at a considerable distance. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. So if I remain here, I can await the return of the other Titans? Lu Tao chuckled lightly. You killed one Titan. The others will surely return upon learning of it. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. Can you defeat the Bone Demon? Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. I've yet to try. How else would I know? Of course, if I lacked confidence, I would not have come here. I shall rest here for a time. Should the Bone Demon or other Titans arrive, please do inform me. At this moment, Li Tai remarked, have you come here specifically to hunt Titans? From where do you hail? Have you already dealt with the Titans in your region? Zhang Heng nodded, responding, indeed, otherwise I would not have departed from there. I come from Jiangnan City, where the number of Titans is relatively sparse. I am curious about the situation here. Litia Ravilla. There are at least 3 or 4 here, and 5 bone demons. They arrived 7 days ago and have slaughtered nearly 70% of the evolvers in this area. I utilize my abilities to safeguard my team, which consists of only 6 individuals. Chapter 230. A punch for each Li Tai's team consisted of merely 6 individuals. Previously, an evolver encountered along the way mentioned a formidable team that was engaged in combat against the Titans. Could it be that this was Li Tai's group? The Titans and Bone Demons appeared to be hunting, while others were engaged in lethal battles with various evolvers within the city. Zhang Heng pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile and addressing Li Tai, suggesting they warm up before the Bone Demons returned. Li Tai, puzzled, inquired whether Zhang Heng intended to confront other Titans in the city. Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively and requested that the door be opened. Li Tia Shukla, remarking that it was his first encounter with such a confident evolver, and perhaps there was hope for Jiashan after all. As he spoke, Li Tai opened an iron door in the wall. Zhang Heng promptly flew through the door, soaring towards the city. After an indeterminate time, Zhang Heng's gaze fell upon 2 figures engaged in combat below. One was a muscular man with a ponytail, bare-chested, and the other was, of course, a Titan. They exchanged blows, seemingly evenly matched, and unable to gain the upper hand. Zhang Heng's arrival instantly drew the attention of both the evolver and the Titan below. Gradually, he descended toward the ground. The Titan raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself that another fool had come to meet his fate. The ponytailed man, gazing quizzically at Zhang Heng, asked, Who are you, brother? I don't believe we've met before. Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, I have just arrived here. Do you mind if I intervene in your battle with him? The ponytail man, displeased, retorted, Of course I mind. I could eliminate him at any moment. Zhang Heng shrugged. Very well. If you find yourself unable to, I shall step in. He moved aside, allowing the man to continue. The ponytailed man chuckled. You will be sorely disappointed, brother. With that, he turned his attention back to the Titan, urging, Come on, bring it on. The Titan sighed, acknowledging that he had only intended to play. But it appeared the man had developed a delusion of victory. My apologies, he said mockingly, but since you believe you can defeat me, I shall unleash my full power to entertain you. At that moment, the Titan's right hand transformed into a bone blade. The ponytailed man grinned, declaring, In that case, I shall also exert my full strength. As he spoke, the man's grayish-white fur erupted, and he underwent a transformation into a beastly state. morphing from an ordinary human into a humanoid white bear. With a deafening roar, he charged toward the Titan. The Titan, grinning widely, lightly tapped the ground, causing debris to scatter in all directions. He accelerated suddenly, thrusting his blade towards the ponytailed man. The man, with his powerful arms, seized the bone blade in the Titan's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent the Titan crashing to the ground. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, noting that the ponytailed man's strength seemed commendable. The Titan, momentarily disoriented by the throw, was left reeling. The man with the ponytail, having taken advantage of the situation, could not suppress his laughter, boasting that he was once the champion of the city's wrestling competition. While he claimed that his fists were not his forte, he was soon to be proven wrong. Titan lunged forward, his blade aimed directly at the ponytail man's face. The man's laughter was abruptly silenced as he desperately turned his head to evade the strike. Nevertheless, a ghastly scar was left etched upon his visage. Titan, executing his maneuver with precision, leaped back, aware that engaging in close combat could result in being thrown once more by his opponent. The ponytail man touched his face, feeling the crimson blood streaming down from the wound, which gushed forth relentlessly. Was it poison? His cheek burned with an intense pain as the blood continued to flow. Zhang Heng seemed to recognize that the bone blade bore toxins. The wound inflicted by it was proving difficult to staunch. Titan licked the blood off his blade, savoring the taste, and craved more. Suddenly, the ponytail man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body growing heavy, his mind clouded. Titan charged at him once more. The ponytail man reached out but grasped only thin air. Just as the bone blade was about to pierce his abdomen, a shadowy figure appeared beside him, seizing Titan's weapon with a swift motion. Titan stared in shock at the hand that had caught his blade. When had this person arrived? And how could he have caught the bone blade barehanded? The ponytail man staggered backward, drenched in sweat, realizing that his moment of negligence could cost him his life. Fortune smiled upon him as an unknown evolver intervened just in time. Zhang Heng gradually lifted the bone blade, compelling Titan to raise his arms in a futile and desperate show of resistance, his grimacing face revealing his struggle. However, Zhang Heng remained unfazed by the Titan's efforts. With a gentle smile, Zhang Heng raised his left hand and said, "I shall accept your crystal." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful punch, and Titan had no time to evade. His head was driven inward, blood gushing from the back of his skull. Zhang Heng extracted a crystal from Titan's head and stored it within his spatial backpack. Congratulations, host, for defeating Titan and earning 10,000 points. Ignoring the system's notification, Zhang Heng turned to the dazed ponytail man and inquired, "Are you from Li Tai's team?" The ponytail man managed a nod. "Yes, I'm part of Li Tai's team. I've been poisoned. Can you take me back?" "Thank you." Zhang Heng smiled slightly, of course. Grasping the ponytail man's hand, he leaped into the air, swiftly heading towards the Iron Fortress. Unbeknownst to them, a young Titan, barely in his 20s, watched the scene unfold from the shadows. The young Titan initially intended to take action, but upon witnessing Zhang Heng obliterate his companion's head with a single punch, he promptly abandoned that notion. Was stepping out a death wish? The young Titan picked up his device and dialed a number. "Hello, boss. An exceptionally powerful evolver has arrived in Jiashan. He killed Li Ku with a single blow. You must return swiftly, or we shall all perish at his hands." "Killed Li Ku with one punch? Are you certain?" The voice on the other end was filled with astonishment. It was utterly shocking. Was it truly possible for an evolver to exist who could defeat the Titan with such ease? Had this evolver unlocked the fourth genetic lock? "It's true, boss. Please hurry back. We don't know how long we can endure." Chapter 231. The Thunder King Yin Ing Li Heng brought the man with the ponytail back to the Iron Fortress. Upon seeing him, Li Tai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lin Heng, what happened to you?" The ponytail man curled up on the ground. "I've been poisoned, but it's nothing serious. I just need to rest for a bit." Li Tai nodded in understanding and then turned to Zhang Heng. "Thank you, Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, "You're welcome. I'll take my leave now." He departed, leaving them behind. Leaning against the wall, Lin Heng asked Li Tai, "Boss, who is he?" "He single-handedly shattered the Titan zombie's skull. I've never encountered someone so formidable before." Li Tai shook his head. "He is an evolved individual from Jiangnan City, reportedly here specifically to hunt titans and bone demons. If he lacked strength, he surely wouldn't engage in such acts. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng flew above Jeshan City, his pace swift and purposeful. Not far ahead, the sounds of battle echoed. He spotted an evolved individual, radiating a brilliant white light and wielding lightning, battling against 3 titan zombies. The zombies' faces turned charred from the electric strikes, yet they remained undeterred, refusing to retreat. The figure enveloped in white light appeared to be female. Another lightning-wielding evolved one? Zhang Heng mused, recalling Lei Tao, who also commanded electricity. This woman seemed equally powerful, taking on 3 opponents alone. Zhang Heng observed from the skies, pondering whether she might be part of Li Tai's team. Truly, his team was filled with extraordinary talents. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking one of the titans. The titan, hit by the electric force, plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater, flames engulfing its form as white electric currents danced like a spider's web from the cracks formed upon impact. Zhang Heng's expression shifted. Her abilities were remarkable. Seeing their companion ignited by the lightning, the remaining 2 titans began to transform into giants. In an instant, 2 towering figures emerged on the battlefield. They swung their fists violently towards the female lightning wielder. She deftly dodged the blows, her arms moving gracefully as bolts of lightning cascaded from the dark clouds above. However, for reasons unknown, the lightning seemed to inflict minimal damage on the giant zombies, akin to mere tickles. Witnessing this, the female lightning wielder ceased her futile strikes and swiftly flew towards Zhang Heng. What are you waiting for? They've transformed into titans. We must flee, she urged, zipping past him. In a fleeting glance, Zhang Heng discerned her features, a rather ordinary appearance, likely in her 30s, yet possessing a certain charm that remained captivating, never tiresome to behold. Zhang Heng did not depart. Instead, he wielded a frigid current in his hand. With a casual toss, he hurled it to the ground. In an instant, the icy wave detonated. The 2 titans, caught off guard, found their bodies inexplicably frozen in place. They remained in that frozen state, motionless, their large eyes darting about, seemingly struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. After immobilizing the titans, the cold rapidly spread in all directions, freezing the zombies in its path. At that moment, the woman who had flown away returned. The female electric being gazed incredulously at the frozen titan corpses and asked in astonishment, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Heng, perplexed, inquired, "Are you from Li Tai's group?" The female electric being's expression darkened at his words. "Am I one of his people? Are you insulting me? How could I possibly belong to his team? I wouldn't deign to associate with that cowardly crew." Zhang Heng, still curious, asked, "Cowardly crew? What makes you say that?" The woman scrutinized Zhang Heng before suggesting, "Let us find a place to rest for now, and I will explain later." Zhang Heng nodded, subsequently storing the titan corpses within his spatial ring. The woman's expression shifted slightly. "You're a spatial evolver? Have you awakened dual abilities?" Zhang Heng affirmed, more or less. "Is there a problem?" The woman couldn't help but chuckle. "No, I merely find it enviable how much favor fate seems to bestow upon you." Zhang Heng offered a faint smile, but said nothing further. Together, they ascended to the rooftop of a tavern. There, they found a tent and various cooking utensils, indicating that the woman had been living in this place. Zhang Heng inquired, "Do you live here alone?" The woman replied, "Is that so strange? I can manage on my own. Why would I want to live among a crowd?" Given her strength, it was indeed plausible for her to survive alone. She had single-handedly dealt with 3 titans. Even if she were to struggle, she could always escape. However, most individuals would prefer companionship for mutual support. The fact that this woman relished solitude was perplexing. Extending her right hand towards Zhang Heng, she introduced herself. "I am Yuning. It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?" Zhang Heng took her hand and replied, "I am Zhang Heng. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Yuning cautioned, "I advise you to keep your distance from Li Tai. He is exceedingly selfish, caring only for those within his own group. This has been his nature from the beginning. No matter what occurs, they tend to avoid involvement with others. Such individuals are not likable. Even when the titans and bone demons arrived in this city, they only acted out of necessity. Why would you engage with someone so self-serving? You might find yourself betrayed before you even realize it. Yun Ying's assessment of Li Tai appeared to be rather unfavorable. Zhang Heng could perceive the disdain that Yun Ying exhibited in her eyes while describing Li Tai. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Indeed, selfish individuals can be quite irksome. However, they often thrive remarkably well." Upon hearing this, Yun Ying chuckled softly and nodded. "You are right. Perhaps I harbor a trace of envy towards them. Why can those six be so united while I struggle to achieve the same? I detest joining other groups and associating with those insufferable men. Their minds seem preoccupied solely with food and women." Zhang Heng replied, "Not all men can be generalized in such a manner, can they?" Yun Ying shrugged. "The vast majority of them certainly fit that mold. Thus, I prefer solitude. Yet, I sense you are among the minority. Where do you hail from?" Chapter 232. "Allow me to join your team." Zhang Heng then proceeded to offer a brief self-introduction to Yun Ying. Upon hearing his words, Yun Ying nodded in realization, exclaiming, "So that is why your name sounds so familiar. You are indeed Zhang Heng. You're the one who has dealt with the Titans and Bone Demons in Jiangnan City?" Zhang Heng moved to the wall, gazing outward as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Roughly speaking, I came here in search of the Titans and Bone Demons. However, it appears that fortune has not favored me, as they are not present at this moment." Yun Ying chuckled lightly. "Given your remarkable strength, it seems that confronting the Bone Demons should pose little challenge for you. Since your arrival in this city, and having already vanquished so many Titans, I anticipate you will soon encounter the Bone Demons." Zhang Heng nodded. "That would be ideal. I prefer not to linger here too long. I am uncertain whether other cities harbor Titans and Bone Demons, and I still need to verify that." Yun Ying raised her eyebrows slightly, pondering the enigma before her. How could he speak of the Bone Demons with such nonchalance? To him, they seemed as commonplace as ordinary zombies, and he exhibited no trepidation whatsoever, almost wishing for the Bone Demons to appear before him. Zombie number 1 has completed training. Duration 24 hours, strength 30, speed 30, mentality 30. Zombie no. 2 has completed training. Duration 24 hours, strength 30, speed 30, mentality 30. Zombie number 3 has completed training. Duration 24 hours, strength 30, speed 30, mentality 30. Zombie no. 4 has completed training. Duration 24 hours, strength 30, speed 30, mentality 30. Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. He had just acquired 360 attribute points. His muscles quivered as the successful training of the 4 zombies instantaneously augmented his own capabilities. Host, Zhang Heng abilities. Core of Icebergs Manifest Demon of Sand Power, 3,931 Speed, 3,933 Mentality, 3,986 Gene, LV 449 Skills. Self-Healing LV 1 Mastery of Long Blade LV 1 Close Combat LV 5 Mastery of Repeating Crossbow LV 1 Ice Shield LV 5 Ice Spike LV 1 Ice Domain LV 1 Jet Flight LV 1 Multiple Control LV 5 Extreme Cold Flow LV 1 Points 124,512. Zombie 1 Power 1237 Speed 1231 Mentality 1304 Gene LV 325 Skills. Self-Healing LV 1 Mastery of Long Blade LV 1 Close Combat LV 5. Titanization Zombie 2 Power 1267 Speed 1262 Mentality 1307 Gene LV 325 Skills. Self-Healing LV 3 Titanization Zombie 3 Power 1147 Speed 1093 Mentality 1087 Gene LV 364 Skills. Self-Healing LV5 Iron Skin LV4 Gluttony LV2. Zombie 4 Power 2147 Speed 1263 Mentality 787 Gene LV4 79 Skills. Bone Armor LV1 Self-Healing LV10 Titanization. Zhang Heng briefly glanced at his attributes and those of the zombies before closing the interface. Yun Ying, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What were you just looking at?" Zhang Heng smiled slightly, replying it was nothing. Merely pondering when Bone Demon and the others will return. Perhaps I should wander about and see if there are other Titans nearby. At this moment, Yun Ying remarked, "There are none left. Those were all the Titans. You have vanquished them, and there were not many Titans remaining in the city." Zhang Heng nodded in realization. No wonder I haven't heard any commotion. Yining then asked, "Hey, can I travel with you?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "Travel? Do you consider this a form of travel?" Yining replied, "The food in this city is dwindling, and sooner or later, I will go hungry due to the lack of sustenance. However, as a space evolver, I assume you need not worry about food. If I accompany you, you only need to provide me with meals, and I shall be yours in return, willing to do whatever you ask. Above all, I wish to become as strong as you." Zhang Heng shook his head, saying, "That will not be the case. No one can surpass my strength. You are unaware of how I have grown powerful. In a single day, defeating zombies could yield him 360 attribute points, amounting to over 10,000 points in a month. Furthermore, as he amassed more zombies, his strength would only continue to increase. He was not concerned about encountering any zombies. Rather, he worried about not finding bone demon zombies. There is no need for companions, nor does he care whether anyone wishes to confront him, for he knows that in this moment, he is invincible. The future will also be one of invincibility. No one possesses the terrifying speed of enhancement that he does. Yining questioned why. "Though I may be inferior to you, I can at least offer some assistance." Zhang Heng smiled faintly and replied, "Yining, I shall single-handedly eradicate all titans and bone demons in this world. Your task is merely to eliminate the zombies in this city to prevent their evolution." Yining countered, "But I may starve without food. Unlike you, I do not possess a spatial backpack to stockpile provisions. I require a sustainable food source, which is why I am willing to follow you. Furthermore, it is impossible for you to eradicate all titans and bone demons alone. If you were to embark on a journey to exterminate the zombies and bone demons in various cities, do you comprehend the vastness of this world, the multitude of cities, and the countless bone demons? If by some chance you succeeded in eliminating the bone demons in every city of the Dragon Kingdom, have you considered that other evolved beings might have perished from starvation by then, and the remaining zombies could have evolved into titans and bone demons, necessitating a repeat of your efforts?" Zhang Heng gazed at him in bewilderment. "Why do you harbor such thoughts? To grow stronger, you must slay zombies and extract the crystals from their brains. Killing zombies is an essential daily task for you. I would expect that by the time I truly eradicate all bone demons in the world, you would have eliminated the remaining zombies in the city." Yining couldn't help but chuckle. "You are mistaken. We may starve. Perhaps evolved beings can endure a bit longer, but without food, we will lack the strength to confront zombies. We will abandon this city and journey to others in search of sustenance. By then, all food will be consumed, and other cities will have turned into desolate wastelands, devoid of evolved beings to combat the threat. Zombies can evolve over time, in the rain, or even by consuming evolved beings. Ultimately, you will fail. Human evolved beings will perish from hunger. Moreover, titans and bone demons possess intelligence and can utilize human communication devices. Upon learning of your existence, they will undoubtedly unite against you or conceal themselves to achieve higher-level evolution. Thus, you require companions. You must gather more allies along the way to face that day. That day will be the day of reckoning against all high-level zombies, and you cannot accomplish this alone. Therefore, allow me to join your team." Chapter 233. Zhang Heng's Strategy. Zhang Heng pondered the words spoken by Yining, and then remarked, "Are you suggesting that after I vanquish the titans and bone demons in this city, you may consider departing in search of sustenance in other cities due to potential food shortages? Consequently, the zombies left behind in this city would remain unchallenged?" Yining nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the case. Once you venture out and return, there may be new titans and bone demons, or perhaps even more advanced zombies. Even if you were to eliminate all the zombies in this city now, it would only hinder your progress, as the zombies would have already evolved during your absence. Currently, there are very few evolvers capable of confronting the bone demons and titans. Some cities may not even possess anyone who can contend with the bone demons. Human resources are finite. What can one person accomplish alone? If I were in your position, I would seek companions, allies with whom to fight side by side. The efficiency of two working together would be significantly greater." Yining emphasized the importance of efficiency. Zhang Heng was confident in his ability to defeat the titans easily. However, his experience with the bone demons was limited, and he was uncertain. Yet, Based on the metrics of zombie number 4, the disparity between the bone demon and his own capabilities seemed manageable. He contemplated the possibility that these evolvers might perish from starvation in the future. His mission was to eradicate the zombies in this world and save humanity. But what if, in the end, he eliminated all the zombies only for humanity to starve to death due to lack of food? Perhaps his true task was not merely to assist the evolvers of this city in vanquishing the zombies, but rather to ensure they have a continuous source of sustenance. Farming techniques? Zhang Heng's brow arched slightly as he turned to Yuning. Yuning, I must decline your request to become my companion, but I can assure you a future food supply. However, I will only disclose the details after I have dealt with the titans and bone demons. Moreover, you should no longer focus on solitary survival. It would be wise for you to band together. Yuning grimaced. Why should I live amongst those foul men? Zhang Heng chuckled ruefully. Very well. I shall explain how to secure future food supplies. Follow me. I will take you to see Li Tai. Yun Ying's expression shifted slightly, but after a moment's contemplation, she gritted her teeth and decided to accompany him. Zhang Heng led Yun Ying to the bunker of the Iron Man. Upon seeing Yun Ying, Li Tai was taken aback, not expecting her to seek him out. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Zhang Heng and asked, Brother Zhang Heng, what brings her here? She is notoriously aloof, hardly deigning to glance our way. Yun Ying retorted with a cold smile, You know very well why I do not deign to look at you. Li Tai could not suppress a laugh. We neither steal nor bully others. What have we done to warrant such disdain from you? Yun Ying's expression suddenly transformed with fervor, expressing her disdain for the indifference displayed towards the plight of others. It was evident that self-preservation overshadowed any concern for fellow beings, which she found utterly detestable. Li Tai's eyes widened in astonishment. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone lived in trepidation, he was no hero nor a paragon of justice. He merely needed to safeguard himself and his companions. Why should he concern himself with the fates of others? It was absurd that she looked down upon them for this. And what of herself? Yun Ying retorted coldly, asserting that she was indeed different from him, though not entirely selfless. She would extend a helping hand when she saw someone in peril. What about them? They seemed to care not for the lives of others, always fleeing irrespective of whether they could fight or not. Li Tai chuckled lightly, convinced he was in the right. If she held him in such contempt, then his iron fortress certainly had no need for her presence. He suggested she leave. However, Yinning did not storm off in a huff. Instead, she cast a glance at Zhang Heng and stated, I did not come here of my own volition. It was Zhang Heng who brought me. I must hear him out regarding the purpose of my arrival before deciding whether to depart. Li Tai scoffed, seemingly disinterested in further discourse with Yinning, and turned his attention to Zhang Heng. Brother Zhang Heng, I am grateful for your assistance in saving my team member, but I have no words to share with this woman. I am uncertain why you brought her here. If your intention was to collaborate with her on some matter, I believe it unnecessary. Once their quarrel had subsided, Zhang Heng interjected, Have you both concluded? Then allow me to speak. I possess a batch of crop seeds that I intend to share with you. Together, you can establish a plantation, alleviating your concerns regarding food supply in the future. What do you think? Li Tai's expression shifted slightly at the mention of planting. The thought of cultivating crops himself was intriguing. Yinning, too, nodded in realization, asking, Is this truly your plan? To cultivate now, so that we need not worry about food in the future? Zhang Heng affirmed, Indeed, that is my intention. I cannot conceive of a better solution. If you have a sustainable food source, perhaps you could remain in this city instead of seeking provisions elsewhere. This would allow them to live here until the last of the zombies were eradicated. Once the zombies within the city were eliminated, they would no longer be a concern, and the fear of more advanced zombies emerging would dissipate. Li Tai pondered, what types of seeds are we discussing? I had contemplated cultivating crops to alleviate the food scarcity long ago, but after the calamity struck, the number of evolved beings in the city diminished significantly, making the search for food easier. I had not revisited the matter since. Moreover, seeds are notoriously difficult to procure. We are unaware of where to find them, nor do we possess the knowledge to cultivate. Zhang Heng smiled softly and remarked, A piece of land requires only appropriate watering. The seeds I have provided for you are quite easy to cultivate, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. At that moment, Yunning interjected, Are you suggesting that I should plant potatoes and sweet potatoes alongside them? Li Tai raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, What? Are you unwilling? That's perfectly fine. We can cultivate them ourselves. Yuning then said, You may share some of those seeds with me. I can manage the planting on my own. I have no desire to collaborate with them on any endeavor. Chapter 234. The Bone Demon's Astonishment. Zhang Heng stated, If the evolutionaries of your city cannot learn to cooperate, I cannot provide you with these seeds. Upon hearing this, Li Tai and Yun Ying exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Li Tai, perplexed, questioned, Even if we feel uncomfortable around each other, are we still expected to collaborate? Yun Ying let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Zhang Heng, however, smiled gently and replied, Your discomfort arises from differing philosophies. With time, you will learn to harmonize. Only through unity can you enhance your efficiency in eliminating zombies. Otherwise, working independently will not only slow you down, but also squander precious time. He continued, As for the crops, they should be planted and managed collectively. In due course, you need not worry about a lack of food. At this moment, Li Tai turned to Yuning and asked, So what do you think? If we do not collaborate, we will be left without seeds. Will you join forces? Yuning glanced at Zhang Heng, sighed deeply, and said, I will give Zhang Heng a chance. Let us cooperate. However, you cannot give me orders. Li Tai smiled slightly, assuring her, Whatever arises, we will discuss it together. There will be no commands involved. Yuning nodded in agreement. That is for the best. Zhang Heng then retrieved 2 bags of seeds, one containing potatoes and the other sweet potatoes, from his spatial backpack. Li Tai. These 2 bags contain potato and sweet potato seeds. I leave them in your capable hands. Consider how best to establish this plantation. If you need assistance, feel free to search for information online. Li Tai nodded. Rest assured, I should be able to manage. He opened the bags to inspect the seeds before carefully stowing them away. At that moment, Lu Tao rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, the Titan and Bone Demon have returned. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. A faint smile crept onto Zhang Heng's lips. In that case, I shall go meet them. Li Tai, allow me to exit. Li Tai hurriedly advised against it. You intend to go alone? Wait until I can gather everyone, and we will face them together. Zhang Heng shook his head. No need. Just open the door. I can handle them. Li Tai felt uncertain whether Zhang Heng's confidence was well-founded or if he truly possessed the strength needed. Although he had witnessed Zhang Heng defeat a Titan with his own eyes, Titans were one thing, while Bone Demons were an entirely different matter. The Bone Demon's strength far surpassed that of a Titan, and there were 4 or 5 of them. Could Zhang Heng truly contend with 4 or 5 Bone Demons in addition to the other Titans? With a heavy heart, Li Tai opened the iron wall. Zhang Heng swiftly slipped through the opening, gazing upwards. There, a Bone Demon soared through the air. Below, several Titans stood on the ground. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Was this all there was? The Bone Demon appeared to be in its 30s, handsome, clad in a leather tracksuit, with hands tucked into pockets and a hood obscuring its face, observing him with an indifferent expression. Meanwhile, the 2 Titans below appeared to be middle-aged men in their 40s. Of average build, the skeletal demon slowly descended towards the ground, followed by Zhang Heng. He looked up at the demon and inquired, What is your purpose? Zhang Heng, puzzled, asked, Why are there only the 3 of you? Where are the others? The skeletal demon, seemingly unfazed and brimming with confidence, chuckled, I alone can handle you. The others have naturally gone off to attend to their own matters. You appear remarkably self-assured. I have encountered many evolutionists like you, but alas, their brains ultimately became my sustenance. I suspect you will not be an exception. Zhang Heng, unable to suppress a smile, retorted, There are always exceptions. Otherwise, how would the term exception even exist? Let us dispense with the trivialities and get to it. The skeletal demon, Jiang Jun, gestured to a middle-aged Titan beside him, saying, Old Li, why don't you engage him? The Titan, referred to as Old Li, nodded and began to stride toward Zhang Heng, flexing his limbs with a grin. Young man, you are blissfully unaware of the magnitude of your provocation. This world will inevitably fall under our dominion. You are all destined to be our prey, without exception. Do you comprehend? Zhang Heng chuckled. Did I not just mention? If there are no exceptions, the word itself would not exist, dear uncle. Old Li's expression turned icy, and with a thunderous sound resonating beneath him, he lunged toward Zhang Heng like a black panther. As he soared through the air, his arms transformed into two bone blades, slicing fiercely toward Zhang Heng. However, just as Old Li was about to strike, he accelerated mid-flight, swiftly circling behind Zhang Heng. Jiang Jun observed Zhang Heng's steady gaze fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to Old Li's speed, and a smile crept across his lips. It appeared that it was not so formidable after all. Old Li sneered, crossing his blades and thrusting violently toward Zhang Heng's back. Yet, just as the blades were about to pierce him, Zhang Heng executed a swift countermove, seizing Old Li's head and yanking it forcefully to his front. Cold sweat broke out across Old Li's brow, his eyes wide with terror. What manner of creature is this? Zhang Heng regarded Old Li with indifference, exerting pressure with his right hand. In an instant, Old Li's head was crushed. A violet crystal materialized between Zhang Heng's fingers, glistening ominously. The headless corpse toppled backward, its arms flailing in the air. Zhang Heng held the violet crystal aloft, admiring it as one would a masterpiece. Jiang Jun's expression darkened considerably, while another titan looked on in sheer astonishment. What kind of monster is this? He crushed a titan's head with ease. Is this something a human can achieve? Meanwhile, in the Iron Fortress, Li Tai and the others, having witnessed this spectacle before, were nonetheless left in disbelief upon witnessing it once more. This individual is astonishingly powerful. He utterly disregards the titans. These titans in his grasp are as fragile as mere pieces of paper, easily torn apart at his whim. Zhang Heng tossed the violet crystal upwards before stowing it away in his spatial backpack. He then turned his gaze toward the bone demon Jiang Jun and the titan by his side, inquiring with curiosity, "Will you approach one at a time, or shall you come all at once? I have no further questions. Make your decisions swiftly." At that moment, Jiang Jun addressed the titan beside him. "Lao Su, return to our leader immediately and inform him to come here without delay. I will handle this." Upon hearing this, Lao Su wore a look of disbelief, realizing that Jiang Jun was uncertain whether he could deal with this young man before them, which is why he was being sent to relay the message. Chapter 235. Zhang Heng versus Bone Demon. Jiang Jun Zhang Heng did not deter the titan known as Old Su from relaying information. Rather, he welcomed the prospect of summoning more bone demons. Observing Zhang Heng's amused demeanor, Jiang Jun was left in a state of confusion, oscillating between shock and fury, ultimately erupting into laughter. "How intriguing you are! I have yet to encounter an evolver like you." Zhang Heng retorted. "I have, however, encountered bone demons like you. Are you prepared?" Jiang Jun's expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful flap of his wings, his right fist became encased in bone armor, protruding with 4 conical spikes. The punch he unleashed was as swift as lightning. Zhang Heng opted not to confront it head-on, but deftly evaded the strike, countering with a direct punch aimed at Jiang Jun's face. Bang! The force of the blow sent Jiang Jun hurtling backward. He skidded across the ground for several meters, demolishing surrounding structures before finally coming to a halt. Rising from the ground, Jiang Jun found the armored plating on his mouth shattered, a fragment of bone armor tumbling from his face. The armor he had once taken pride in had only been able to withstand a single blow. What level of strength did this individual possess to shatter his bone armor with such ease? It appeared that today would be his last. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang Jun charged once more at Zhang Heng, unleashing a flurry of punches in rapid succession. Once a boxer, his strength had become immensely potent after his transformation into a bone demon. Often, he merely needed to make contact to eliminate an evolver. He had never needed to employ such boxing techniques before, but facing Zhang Heng compelled him to do so. The combination punches were designed for rapid assault, and while ordinary individuals could achieve impressive speed with them, Jiang Jun's strikes were propelled by the foundational strength of a bone demon. In an instant, his fist became a blur, dazzling the onlookers. Zhang Heng, however, was no slouch. He consistently deflected Jiang Jun's punches with his palms before delivering a powerful kick to Jiang Jun's chest. The impact sent Jiang Jun flying a considerable distance. Yet, he did not fall. Instead, he braced himself, glancing down at the shattered bone armor on his chest, which had cracked into a spiderweb-like pattern. The onlookers in the Iron Fortress were rendered speechless. This was a pure contest of physical strength. Zhang Heng's power exceeded that of the Bone Demon. Despite being an elemental evolver, seemingly akin to a dual-type evolver due to his additional capacity for spatial manipulation. Nevertheless, Zhang Heng's innate strength should have aligned with elemental abilities, which typically exhibit limited physical enhancement. Yet, the strength he displayed surpassed that of his elemental evolver identity, akin to an evolver who had awakened physical enhancement capabilities. He could effortlessly contend with a Bone Demon, suggesting that his genetic locks might well have been unlocked to the 4th level. Originally, one would have thought that the Bone Demon was already a formidable entity. However, it is utterly astonishing to discover that an even more powerful evolved being has emerged, leaving one in disbelief. Had it not been for witnessing it firsthand, few would have believed such a reality. At this moment, Zhang Heng gestured towards Jiang Jun with a tilt of his chin, inquiring about the prowess of their leader in comparison to his own. The Bone Demon patted the imprints on his chest, gazing at Zhang Heng. Our leader is significantly stronger than I. Otherwise, how could he assume such a position? Yet, do not take pride too soon. Your strength and speed indeed surpass mine, but you must not underestimate the vitality of the Bone Demon. As he spoke, the armor upon the Bone Demon began to heal completely, appearing as though it had suffered no damage at all. Zhang Heng noticed this phenomenon and realized that the Bone Demon's armor possesses the ability to self-heal. Indeed, at an astonishing rate. The question lingered, what does this process require? Perhaps it draws from physical stamina. The Bone Demon retorted with a cold smirk, before you can inflict repeated blows upon me, I shall recover time and again. I am eager to see which of us possesses the more resilient life force. So, the energy for restoring his armor derives from his vitality? It all became clear to Zhang Heng, who nodded in understanding, gaining a deeper insight into the Bone Demon. Once again, the Bone Demon charged towards Zhang Heng with the same fervor as before. As he surged forward, the bone wings on his back trembled in unison. A deafening roar erupted from front. Zhang Heng instantly felt an overwhelming force barreling towards him. The Bone Demon's speed approached that sound, and by the time Zhang Heng reacted, his body had already been propelled away. With a resounding crash, Zhang Heng collided with the Iron Fortress, causing it to cave inwards with a tremendous thud. The evolved beings within the fortress felt a palpable sense of dread, their scalps tingling at the thought that had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Shaking his head, Zhang Heng fell from the iron wall, his mind swirling in confusion. What had just transpired? In an instant, the Bone Demon had accelerated to speeds akin to that of sound, delivering a blow that left him momentarily unconscious. Such a technique is impressive. He recalled a report regarding speed, wherein experts postulated that if an indestructible grain of sand were accelerated to the speed of light, upon impact with the surface of Blue Star, it would leave a vast crater. The faster an object moves, the harder it becomes, and thus the force exerted is exponentially greater. This principle is akin to that of a bullet. A tiny steel ball, propelled by explosive force, wreaks immense destruction. Observing Zhang Heng shake his head, Jiang Jun, the Bone Demon, smiled with pride. How about that? Now you recognize my strength, do you? Care to test it again? Zhang Heng grinned, feeling a sudden tension in his calf muscles, and in the next moment, buzz, a terrifying sonic explosion erupted from beneath his feet. In an instant, Zhang Heng propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the Bone Demon. The creature left behind a multitude of shattered bone fragments, its body propelled backward like a bullet. Zhang Heng glanced at his fist, realizing that he had likely punctured the demon's stomach. The Bone Demon, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the impact, rolled its eyes back and fainted on the spot, yet its body continued to fly uncontrollably backward. With a resounding crash, it collided with a building, smashing through 7 or 8 walls before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 236. Invincible Jiang Jun suddenly awoke, only to realize that the sun was already setting in the west. He gazed at the distant horizon, and for a moment, he found a semblance of calm. However, He soon discovered that his body seemed beyond his control, and his head was inexplicably placed upon a stone. Beside him sat a youth, engrossed in his self-heating rice meal. Zhang Heng, while consuming his meal, glanced at the adjacent Jiang Jun, noting, "It appears my conjecture was accurate. The vitality of the bone demon is indeed tenacious. I never anticipated that you, reduced to merely a head, could still cling to life." Jiang Jun attempted to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a word, only able to open his mouth and emit a series of incoherent sounds. At that moment, Zhang Heng remarked, "You were once human, yet now you feast upon humanity. I realize that ending your existence is far too merciful. This manner of existence shall render you to a fate worse than death, allowing you to experience the depths of despair." As the youth continued to eat his self-heating rice, Jiang Jun's mouth remained agape, tears streaming down his cheeks. After finishing his meal, Zhang Heng proceeded towards the Iron Fortress, where a group of individuals were also dining on self-heating rice, a gift from him. Li Tai then suggested, "Zhang Heng, with your formidable strength, why not lead us in combating the zombies?" Yuning interjected coolly, "I believe you should conserve your energy. I previously extended an invitation to him, yet he has no intention of leading anyone." Li Tai retorted, "Perhaps Zhang Heng simply does not wish to team up with you." Yun Ying's expression shifted slightly. "What did you say? Do you wish to compare abilities?" Li Tai chuckled, "Your abilities are ineffective against me." "Yuning, you know this well." Yuning scoffed, "Who says they are ineffective? Why don't we test it?" Zhang Heng interjected, "I will remain here until the other bone demons arrive. As for the head of the bone demon outside, ensure it is guarded. I shall take a moment to rest." Li Tai nodded, "Very well, you may rest." Zhang Heng tapped on the iron wall. Li Tai inquired, "I have prepared a room for you. Are you not going there?" Zhang Heng replied, "I have my own place to reside. Please assist me in opening the wall." "Your own place?" This referred, of course, to the bunker. Zhang Heng no longer exhibited the caution he once had. Now invincible, he feared no one. Should anyone choose to target him, they would be welcome to meet their demise. Retrieving the bunker from his spatial backpack, Zhang Heng opened its grand door and stepped inside. Li Tai observed the bunker Zhang Heng carried, marveling at how convenient spatial abilities could be capable of containing a house, and wondered how it even had electrical facilities superior to his own. Once inside the bunker, Zhang Heng rummaged through the refrigerator for a few items, preparing a meal for himself. Subsequently, he took out his phone and sent a video to Pan Jiaying. Soon enough, Pan Jiaying received the video. Zhang Heng smiled softly at her image and inquired, "Sister Pan, how have you been lately?" Pan Jiaying beamed upon seeing Zhang Heng. "Everything is fine. Where are you now? Have you encountered the bone demon? Is it easy to deal with?" Zhang Heng nodded. "I am currently in a city called Jiaxian, where I have also encountered a bone demon and have already dispatched one. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in a city named Kaiyuan, the bone demon commander, Yang Chun, brutally decapitated an evolver, while his fellow bone demons eliminated other evolvers around him, advancing towards his location. Is this truly the strongest team of evolvers in this city? They seem rather feeble. They don't even provide a decent warm-up. Stop the idle chatter, third brother. If I hadn't helped you earlier, you would have been injured." "Injured? Second sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm someone who could be injured?" Yang Chun interjected, "Enough squabbling. Are all the evolvers in Kaiyuan gathered here?" Third brother Lu Hu nodded. "Boss, they should all be here. We've been slaughtering for 7 days and nights. No evolver would dare remain here. Even if there were, they likely fled long ago." The woman whom third brother referred to as second sister was named by Su. She then asked, "Boss, what about Jiang Jun, Old Su, and Old Li? Have they returned to deal with the newly arrived evolvers in Jiaxian? I wonder how it's going for them." At that moment, Yang Chun took out his phone, intending to check, only to find a dozen missed calls. An ominous feeling washed over him as he pressed the call back button. "Hello, Old Su. What do you mean by underestimating the situation?" The wind howled, only to quickly subside. "Boss, Old Li was instantly crushed by an evolver, and Jiang Jun is still engaged with that guy. I tried calling Jiang Jun several times, but he hasn't answered. It's likely Jiang Jun." Yang Chun activated the speakerphone. Old Su's words cast a shadow over the previously victorious bone demon squad. Yang Chun furrowed his brow. Although Jiang Jun was the weakest among them, being a fourth-stage zombie. How could he possibly be defeated by an evolver? Old Su, where are you now? Jiang Jun told me to return and inform you. I'm on my way back and will arrive shortly. I have to hang up now. Yang Chun stared blankly at his phone screen, bewildered. What was going on? Jiang Jun actually instructed Old Su to return first? Were the newly arrived evolvers truly that formidable? In Kaiyuan, there were only a few powerful individuals. One could manipulate steel, while another was a woman who controlled lightning. The woman who controlled lightning was incredibly swift, disappearing as soon as she approached. The steel manipulator created an iron fortress, hiding within it, making it quite a task to breach. The abilities of a new evolver were unknown, but he had effortlessly crushed Old Li's skull. This level of strength was indeed remarkable. The fact that Jiang Jun had instructed Old Su to return left Yang Chun in disbelief. It seems that Jiang Jun feels he has encountered an adversary he cannot contend with, prompting him to summon Lao Su back, to prevent unnecessary sacrifice and to relay vital intelligence. At this juncture, Lu Hu remarked, "Boss, could it be that Jiang Jun has truly been dealt with by that young man?" Given Jiang Jun's character, if he were confident in his ability to handle the situation, he would never have allowed Lao Su to return first. Yang Chen nodded in agreement, stating, "Lu Hu, you speak wisely. I share your sentiments. It appears he has indeed met his match. We shall await Lao Su's return to deliberate further." The few bone demons exchanged glances, surprised that their leader had no intention of directly confronting the enemy. Could it be that he, too, harbors trepidation towards the newly arrived evolver? The atmosphere in the room grew palpably tense. Chapter 237, 1v5. After 30 minutes, Lao Su arrived at Kaiyuan City. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Lao Su, could you describe the appearance of that individual?" Lao Su exhaled deeply, then replied, "A young man in his 20s, exuding confidence. No, an overwhelming confidence. His ability lies in manipulating cold air, yet his innate strength surpasses elemental power. He may have unlocked the fourth gene lock." Upon hearing this, Yang Chen nodded, asking, "Is Jiang Jun still not answering your calls?" At that moment, Lao Su said, I'm trying to call him." He dialed Jiang Jun's number again, and this time, the other party actually picked up. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. "Lao Su tentative asket, Jiang Jun. What's the situation? Where have you gone? When will you bring your people over?" A completely unfamiliar voice resonated from the other end of the line. Lao Su's brow furrowed slightly, and the faces of the others also turned grim. Clearly, the speaker was the very evolutionist Lao Su had described. Yang Chun then took the phone from Lao Su, demanding, "Did you kill Jiang Jun? Are you still in Jiashan? It seems you're their leader. I am waiting for you in Jiashan. Hurry over, or I will come find you. Where are you now?" In a fit of rage, Yang Chun crushed the phone, his eyes blazing with fury. "That arrogant brat! Everyone, return to Jiashan. I must see just how formidable this fellow truly is." Lao Su, who had just returned, wore a look of helplessness, realizing he would have to run back again. After Zhang Heng ended the call, a faint smile graced his lips, and he promptly went to sleep. The following morning, Zhang Heng awakened and, after a brief wash, prepared himself breakfast. During the meal, he glanced at the phone on the table, which seemed quiet, not receiving any calls. A night had passed, and if they had traveled overnight, they should have arrived by now. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Heng entered the training room to assess the results from the training of the 4 zombies. Zombie 1. Training complete. Duration 24 hours. Strength 30. Speed 30. Spirit 30. Zombie 2. Training complete. Duration 24 hours. Strength 30. Speed 30. Spirit 30. Zombie 3. Training complete. Duration 24 hours. Strength 30. Speed 30. Spirit 30. Zombie 4. Training complete. Duration 24 hours. Strength 30. Speed 30. Spirit 30. Host. Zhang Heng abilities. Ice Core Word Manifestation Demon of Sand Power. 3931 Speed. 3933 Spirit. 3986 Gene. LV 449 Skills. Self-Healing LV1 Longsword Mastery LV1 Close Combat LV5 Crossbow Mastery LV1 Ice Shield LV5 Ice Spike LV1 Ice Domain LV1 Jet Flight LV1 1. Multiple control LV5 extreme, cold flow LV1 points. 12451, 2 zombie no. 1 power, 1267 speed, 1261 spirit, 1334 gene. LV 325 skills. Self-healing LV1, longsword mastery LV1 close combat LV, 5 titanization zombie no. 2 power, 1297 speed, 1292 spirit, 1337 gene. LV 325 skills. Self-healing LV 3 titanization zombie number 3 power, 1177 speed, 1123 spirit, 1117 gene. LV 364 skills. Self-healing LV5. Iron Skin LV4. Gluttony LV2 zombie number 4 power. 2177 speed. 1293 spirit. 817 gene. LV 479 skills. Bone Armor LV1. Self-healing LV10 titanization after closing his personal information. Zhang Heng exited the bunker, storing it within his spatial ring. The 4 zombies surprisingly began to enter a dormant state. Had he perhaps overused them during this time? Were they fatigued? As he gazed at the dawn light in the sky, he inquired of the system, "Why have my zombies entered a state of dormancy?" Ordinary training can no longer provide the host with attribute points. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow in confusion. What could be the reason? Why had ordinary training ceased to yield training points? The host's physical strength exceeds that of the zombies by 3-fold, rendering them unable to provide attribute points through ordinary training. While it was true that his strength surpassed that of his zombies by more than 3 times, could that be the sole reason he could no longer gain attribute points? What means could he employ to elicit points from them? Currently, there are no alternative methods available to provide the host with additional attribute points. Zhang Heng found himself at a loss for words. Very well, he would ponder this matter later. His attention was drawn to several Titan zombies charging towards him from afar. The ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. At that moment, Li Tai hurriedly opened the iron wall and approached Zhang Heng. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Zhang Heng shook his head, gesturing towards the 6 Titan corpses in the distance. They are coming. You should take cover. I will deal with them. Li Dia Tarifia swiftly retreated to the iron fortress. Moments later, 6 colossal Titan corpses approached Zhang Heng, who watched as their bodies gradually diminished in size. Yang Chun, gazing at Zhang Heng, inquired, "Are you Zhang Heng?" With a slight smile, Zhang Heng replied, "Indeed, I am Zhang Heng. So you are their leader? Without further ado, let them come at me." This young man exuded a remarkable confidence, boldly inviting them to advance. At that moment, Yang Chun noticed a severed head atop a large stone in the distance. It was the head of Jiang Jun. Lu, who also discerned Jiang Jun's head, which appeared to be alive, albeit merely a head. This was a deliberate act. He understood that as long as Jiang Jun's brain remained intact, he would not perish. Thus, he resorted to this method of torment. Recognizing Yang Chun and his companions, Jiang Jun repeatedly opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. A profound fury welled up within Yang Chun and the others upon witnessing this scene. By soothing urged, "Boss, what are we waiting for? Eliminate him." Taking a deep breath, Yang Chun commanded, "Charge." No sooner had he uttered the words than the 5 bone demons, fully armed, surged toward Zhang Heng with ferocity. In that instant, everyone within the iron fortress held their breath. 5 bone demons were attacking simultaneously. Would Zhang Heng withstand the onslaught? Yang Chun was the first to dash towards Zhang Heng, delivering a powerful punch in his direction. Zhang Heng clenched his fist tightly and retaliated with a ferocious strike. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a resounding thud, causing Yang Chun to stagger back several paces, his arm's bone armor shattering instantly. He stared in shock at the fractured armor on his right arm. Although the bone armor absorbed some of the force, he still felt an astonishing sensation of muscle tearing. He was not supposed to experience pain, yet in that fleeting moment, he felt a hint of it. The other 4 bone demons were simultaneously sent flying by Zhang Heng's blows. In mere moments, all 5 bone demons sustained severe injuries and hesitated to continue their assault. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "Is this truly all the strength you possess?" Chapter 238. The 5th form of zombie? The 5 skeletal demons exchanged glances, while the elderly Su cowered behind a rock, trembling uncontrollably. Within the iron fortress, Li Tai and Yuning peered through a window at the skeletal demons that had emerged, all varying in degrees of injury. Their faces were etched with astonishment. What were these skeletal beings in the eyes of this individual? How could he manipulate them so effortlessly? Yun Ying's right hand trembled with excitement. This was perhaps the visage of humanity's most formidable evolver. Observe closely, Zhang Heng remarked, noting that the once menacing skeletal demons stood frozen in place after a brief confrontation. What has happened to you? He queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. The skeletal demons exchanged incredulous glances, and Yang Chun gestured with his hands. Upon deciphering the meaning of his signals, disbelief washed over their faces. Their leader had commanded them to disperse and flee immediately. Suddenly, Yang Chun bolted in the opposite direction, prompting the others to swiftly scatter as well. Zhang Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated their retreat. Li Tai and the others emerged from the fortress, unable to stifle their laughter at the fleeing demons. Zhang Heng, you are truly remarkable. I have never witnessed skeletal demons retreating from an evolver before. You are the first. Gazing at the fleeing figures, Zhang Heng declared, I did not foresee their escape. I must pursue them. Take care. Without hesitation, he sprinted after Yang Chun's fleeing form. Old Su followed closely behind Yang Chun, but was quickly overtaken by Zhang Heng. With a single punch, Zhang Heng obliterated Su's skull. As Su crumpled to the ground, Zhang Heng propelled himself forward, gaining speed to chase after Yang Chun. Yang Chun caught a glimpse of his pursuer and, realizing the danger, hastened his pace. Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted from behind. Yang Chun's eyes widened in shock as a hand clamped onto the back of his head, lifting him off the ground. Zhang Heng seized Yang Chun's head, forcefully driving it down toward the earth. In response, Yang Chun spread his wings, shaking off Zhang Heng's grip and launching himself upward, pivoting to kick at Zhang Heng's position. Zhang Heng caught Yang Chun's leg, driving his knee upward with ferocity. A resounding crack echoed as Yang Chun's leg was shattered. In retaliation, Yang Chun launched a powerful punch at Zhang Heng, who deftly grasped his fist and yanked him forward, delivering a knee strike to Yang Chun's chin. Yang Chun tilted his head back, audaciously fracturing his own arm to escape Zhang Heng's hold. Upon hitting the ground, he leaped on one foot, swiftly advancing forward. Miraculously, his arm and injured leg healed almost instantaneously. What a terrifying ability for self-recovery. Zhang Heng chuckled from behind. Where do you think you can escape to? Realizing he could not evade capture, Yang Chun hastily halted, calling out, Wait a moment. Zhang Heng, with a look of confusion, asked what? Do you have anything else to say? Yang Chun gazed at Zhang Heng and inquired, Are you aware of the existence of the fifth form of zombie? Zhang Heng's expression shifted slightly. The fifth form of zombie? Yang Chen nodet, Indiet. The fifth form of zombie. I know where she is. I encountered her before. She is a woman who is inviting beings like myself to form a force aimed at completely annihilating human evolvers. I know her location, and, if you release me, I can reveal to you where she is. The fifth form of zombie? Zhang Heng was astonished to learn that zombies could possess a fifth form. He questioned, Am I not bound to encounter her eventually? Yang Chen shook his head, no. Her appearance is indistinguishable from that of a human. You would never recognize her. Moreover, she possesses the ability to transform other evolvers into zombies. This is the power of the fifth form. I witnessed her transform an evolver into a zombie, specifically a bone demon zombie. I can tell you where she is and what she looks like. Zhang Heng scoffed. Why should I believe you? At this moment, the bone demon produced a mobile phone and stated, I have video evidence. You can take a look. Zhang Heng accepted the phone tossed to him by the bone demon and began to play the video. On the screen appeared a woman with white hair, whose appearance was indeed strikingly similar to that of a human, flesh-colored skin and black pupils, making it impossible to discern her as a zombie. Yang Chen remarqued, She is the fifth form of zombie. The fifth form resembles humans so closely that an ordinary person would never suspect otherwise. She might be hiding among other evolvers, waiting for the opportunity to convert them. Do you not wish to combat the zombies? If you cannot find her, more bone demons will arise, and you alone cannot eradicate them all. By eliminating her, you will have no further concerns. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly. Then tell me, where is she now? Yang Chen replied, I can call her, and then I will know her exact location. I could even take you to her. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. Very well. Go ahead and call her. He tossed the phone to Yang Chen. Yang Chen caught the phone and began to dial. Hello? White Demon, it's me, Yang Chen. I accept your proposal. The voice on the other end, unmistakably feminine, responded, What made you suddenly accept my proposal? Weren't you vehemently opposed before? Indeed, it is a woman's voice, Yang Chen explained. I encountered a formidable evolver, and without you, I stand no chance against him. I have no choice but to rely on you now, as my other team members have scattered. I see, she replied. But I'm even more curious about the evolver who could defeat you. What abilities does he possess that forced you all to this extent? Yang Chen glanced at Zhang Heng and said, Let us discuss this in person. Where are you? I will come to find you. The White Demon sighed wryly. I am in Samping City in Jiangnan. Come find me. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. Samping? She is in Samping? With Pan Jiaying and the others? Yang Chen hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Heng. Do you believe what I said now? How about giving me a break? Without hesitation, Zhang Heng drew out the bunker and rushed inside. No, he had to return to Samping immediately. He had not anticipated the existence of a fifth form of zombie. Moreover, it had ventured into Samping. Zhang Heng hastily mapped out a route and then called Pan Jiaying. Zhang Heng, what is the matter? Are you missing me? Pan Jiaying inquired. Zhang Heng replied, Indeed, Pan Jia, I have been longing to see you all and plan to return for a visit. By the way, if you happen to spot a woman with white hair in the town, please keep an eye on her whereabouts. Chapter 239. Who is Line the Bone Demon had yet to be dealt with when the fifth form of the zombie appeared. A turn of events that Zhang Heng had not anticipated. He ventured out in search of zombies, partly to prevent the emergence of more advanced undead, and partly to expedite the unlocking of his fifth genetic lock. This White Demon was not merely a fifth form zombie. She was also present in Samping of Jiangnan City. Zhang Heng immediately set aside all else and hastened towards Samping. In Samping City, the White Demon traversed the streets, her entire form shrouded beneath a black hooded cloak. At that moment, a man passed by her, inadvertently snagging her hood with the cargo box he was carrying. As the hood fell away, cascades of silver hair flowed down like a waterfall. The man, taken aback by her stunningly beautiful visage, expressed his astonishment. I am so sorry. Truly, I apologize. The White Demon smiled gently. It's quite all right. Please continue with your tasks. The man, utterly enraptured, watched as she gracefully moved forward. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from above. A flying fortress descended from the sky. The White Demon and all onlookers instinctively retreated towards the corners. Zhang Heng emerged from the flying fortress, surveying the scene before retracting the craft into his spatial backpack. He made his way directly to the Golden Horse Hotel. The White Demon observed Zhang Heng's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity evident in her eyes. Such a convenient ability? Is he also from the city? A smile graced her lips as she began to follow him. At that moment, Zhang Heng sensed an unusual gaze upon him and turned around, only to be startled by the sight of the White Demon, the very same he had glimpsed in the Bone Demon's phone, now right before him. She approached with a smile. Hello. Zhang Heng scrutinized the woman before him. Indeed, she bore little distinction from a human, save for her striking silver hair. Was this truly the authentic form of a fifth form zombie? He addressed her, Hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you. The White Demon chuckled. You have quite the sweet tongue. You must be quite popular with the ladies? Zhang Heng sighed, Not really. I merely speak the truth. This place was teeming with humans, and the presence of a fifth form zombie was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to wreak havoc upon the city at any moment. He needed to devise a way to persuade this woman to leave the city with him. Stepping closer to the White Demon, he inquired, You haven't yet told me your name. A girl as lovely as you must have a delightful name, I presume? With a light laugh, she replied, My name is Yang Nan. Do you find it pleasing? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Not bad at all. Em Zhang Heng. The White Demon nodded in realization. Zhang Heng, I just saw you emerge from a rather peculiar flying machine. Was that a UFO? Zhang Heng shook his head. It's a high-tech flying bunker. It certainly resembles a UFO, but it is not one. By the way, when did you arrive here? I have been here for some time and haven't seen you. The white demon, Yang Nan, gestured towards the path ahead. Would you mind talking as we walk? Zhang Heng nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded forward. I arrived in this city just yesterday, the white demon remarked. I was astonished by how well-preserved it is, and it seems to warmly welcome outsiders. You arrived just yesterday. Yang Nan continued. I also took a stroll around Jiangnan City and discovered that there are neither titans nor bone demons here. I'm quite curious about where they have all gone. Later, I learned that they were all eliminated by a man named Zhang Heng. The white demon turned to Zhang Heng. Did you say your name is Zhang Heng? Could it be that you are that man? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, indeed, that is I. The white demon nodded. No wonder. I never anticipated encountering such a powerful evolver here. It truly astonishes me. In fact, I have been searching for evolvers like you. Would you be interested in conversing with me a while longer? What could this woman be scheming? Zhang Heng pondered, curious about her intentions. She was actively seeking powerful evolvers like himself. He nodded in affirmation. Of course, it would be my honor to chat with such a lovely lady. The people around us are quite envious. Yongnan laughed softly. They are merely watching you. In any case, let us first leave this city. Did she intend to make a move against him? Well, he too wished to test the white demon's capabilities, and it would be more convenient to leave this city. Thus, the two made their way out of Samping Town. Eventually, they arrived at a desolate ruin. The white demon looked at Zhang Heng and said, Zhang Heng, what if I were to tell you that the bone demon is not the highest known evolutionary form of zombies? What would you think? Zhang Heng gazed at the white demon and replied, You must be the white demon, correct? I was right beside the bone demon when he called you. Yang Nan appeared astonished, then quickly relaxed. I was wondering when Yang Chan would change his ways and agree to join my team. It turns out you coerced him. So, did you kill him? Zhang Heng shook his head. Yang Nan smiled slightly. Well, it is for the best that you didn't kill him. Once he evolves to the fifth form, he will become human. Zhang Heng paused, perplexed. Human? The fifth form of zombie is to become human? The white demon inquired. Didn't the bone demon tell you? Zhang Heng found it increasingly absurd. Are you suggesting that the fifth form of a zombie is human? The white demon nodded. Indeed. Do I not appear to be human? I sought out Yang Chan solely to persuade him to cease his indiscriminate slaughter of humanity. Upon evolving into his fifth form, he transformed into a being akin to humans, yet a superhuman who has unlocked the fifth genetic lock, much like myself. Concurrently, he would awaken certain extraordinary abilities. My own gift is the power to restore zombies to their human state, albeit only those whose bodies remain intact. What on earth is this woman uttering? Is she deceiving him? Or perhaps the bone demon informed him that the white demon possesses the ability to transform an evolved being into a zombie. Yet, the white demon claims he can revert zombies back into humans. What is truly unfolding here? Who is weaving a web of lies? Chapter 240. The information brought by the white demon. Zhang Heng gazed at the white demon before him, contemplating a means to ascertain who was speaking. Was it not sufficient for the white demon to demonstrate its abilities? He addressed the white demon, inquiring whether it meant that once a zombie evolved to the fifth form, it could transform into a human. The white demon shook its head, clarifying that it referred to an existence that transcends both humanity and evolved beings, a new kind of humanity. Puzzled, Zhang Heng queried, New humanity? What distinguishes it? At that moment, the white demon produced a dagger and lightly drew it across its hand. The skin, marked by the blade, contracted and healed instantaneously. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, realizing the implication. Are you suggesting that all zombies evolving to the fifth form will possess such abilities? The white demon nodded, explaining that while fifth form zombies may outwardly resemble humans, they fundamentally differ in essence. As for the potential emergence of extraordinary abilities, it remained a conjecture. The white demon could not ascertain whether they would indeed possess such powers. However, it undeniably possessed the ability to transform zombies into humans. The prospect of fifth-form zombies becoming human, coupled with their shared capacity for instantaneous healing, raised the question of how to eliminate such monsters. Zhang Heng then stated, Follow me. The white demon, perplexed, asked where to. Zhang Heng replied nonchalantly, "To verify your abilities." The white demon, with a wry smile, retorted, "Do you not trust me?" Zhang Heng responded with skepticism, "If what you say is true, you would not suggest verifying your abilities. Are you perhaps lying?" The white demon shook its head, asserting, "I am not lying. What I stated earlier is indeed true." "Very well, I will accompany you. How do you wish to validate my abilities?" Zhang Heng proposed. "Let us venture outside to find a zombie. I wish to witness your capabilities. If you truly can transform a zombie into a human, you will become an invaluable asset to humanity. Surely, you do not desire a world overrun by zombies? You must wish for it to return to its former state." The white demon nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I yearn for the world to regain its original visage. However, my abilities are regrettably limited, and I require your assistance. Yet, it seems you do not entirely trust me." As the two conversed while making their way outside, Zhang Heng inquired, "Miss Yang Nan, how do you intend for us to assist you?" Yang Nan smiled gently and replied, "As far as I understand, in order for human evolvers to unlock their genetic locks, they must absorb the crystals found within the brains of zombies, while zombies must consume human flesh to evolve. But what if this world were devoid of zombies? Would humanity not seek alternative methods to unlock their genetic locks? And if humanity were to vanish, would zombies not find other means for evolution? The conclusion I have drawn is that regardless of whether the world is left with zombies or humans, both species possess alternative methods to evolve and unlock additional genetic locks." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, intrigued, such as, "Yangan chuklet ligli, absorbing viruses." Absorbing viruses? What manner of evolution is this? Noticing the puzzled expression on Zhang Heng's face, she proceeded to elucidate, "Our abilities stem from viruses. Whenever it rains, the viruses descend with the raindrops, affecting both zombies and humans, thus prompting evolution and awakening. The viruses reside within the human body, embedded in our very flesh. This explains why zombies can evolve more rapidly by consuming humans. They're not devouring mere flesh, but rather the viruses contained within. The same applies to humans. It is the viruses that propel our evolution, rendering us stronger." This notion evoked memories of the ancient era of cultivation. Cultivators absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enhance their limits. Yet, why has such spiritual energy vanished in our generation? Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, slightly so. "Are you suggesting that the spiritual essence absorbed by those cultivators in the past is akin to the viruses we absorb now?" With a snap of his fingers, Biamo interjected, "Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed a presence akin to a virus. Viruses can alter the human body and transcend limits, much like the spiritual essence of the cultivation era, which must have contained elements similar to potent substances that can transform the body and break through barriers. However, spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce. In our time, it has completely dissipated. It's akin to the melting Arctic glaciers releasing viruses that transform the environment. Some perish, others become zombies, while some evolve into stronger beings. What I aim to convey is that whether human or zombie, our evolution is entirely reliant on viruses. We can absorb viruses to evolve without any need for violence." Zhang Heng suddenly comprehended by Mu's intent. He meant that both humans and zombies could, much like ancient cultivators, enhance their strength and elevate their realms through the absorption of viruses. Zhang Heng inquired further, "Have you perhaps mastered the method of cultivation? Otherwise, how did you evolve to the fifth form?" Biamo smiled slightly. "In truth, I have not mastered any specific method of cultivation. My previous location was a water station. I collected rainwater, and the viruses contained within it facilitated my evolution to the fifth form. Initially, I was merely a floating corpse in the rainwater, but as I absorbed more rain, I grew stronger. I reached the fifth form without having slain a single evolved being." Her tone suddenly took on a playful note. At that moment, the two had arrived outside the city. While Biamo's assertions held some merit, Zhang Heng could not fully trust them until he witnessed her abilities firsthand. A zombie ambled toward them from the front. Zhang Heng turned to Biamo. "This is a normal form zombie. Can you transform it back into a human?" Biamo scrutinized the approaching zombie, noting its relatively preserved state with no significant injuries. I can convert him, she replied. Having spoken, the white mage strode towards the direction of the zombie. Upon noticing the white mage, the zombie fell silent, standing still before him. The white mage gazed at the zombie with a faint smile before gently blowing a breath towards it. This breath permeated the zombie's being, instigating a terrifying transformation within its body. The once pallid complexion began to visibly regain a healthy hue as the lifeless figure, with its ashen face and vacant eyes, gradually morphed back into a semblance of humanity over time. After an indeterminate duration, the zombie suddenly lifted its head, casting its gaze towards Zhang Heng and the white mage. What is this? Zhang Heng stared in astonishment, eyes wide, incredulous that the creature had truly begun to regain its human form. Chapter 241. Water Reservoir. The fifth stage zombie possesses the astonishing ability to transform others into zombies, a unique power that belongs solely to her. Initially, it was anticipated that the emergence of the fifth stage zombie would usher in a fierce battle. However, the situation unfolded quite differently. Mo turned to the man before her and inquired, "What is your name? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" "I am Jiang Wei, a teacher by profession. I reside in Samping City. Aside from feeling a bit hungry, I have no other notable sensations," he replied, realizing that his clothes were tattered and that he was oblivious to the events that had transpired. Mo then addressed Zhang Heng, stating, "Those who have been transformed retain only memories of the virus outbreak. They are unaware of anything beyond that. This is related to their stage. The higher the stage, the more they remember." Zhang Heng nodded in understanding and extended his right hand to Mo, saying, "Miss Yangnan, I believe your words to be true. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Heng. I am glad you choose to believe me," Yangnan replied, returning the handshake. Zhang Heng then led Mo to find Long Ying. His arrival was met with a warm welcome from all present. Yet he was more eager to introduce Mo to everyone. In the conference room of the Long Ying Guild, all senior executives were gathered, with Zhang Heng and Mo standing at the forefront. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make, and I hope you will not be overly surprised," he began. Pan Jiaying whispered to Lin Xueshi beside her. "Zhang Heng previously asked me to keep an eye on the woman with white hair. Isn't that her companion?" Lin Xueshi scoffed. "Who knows where he met that vixen? Isn't he satisfied with us? He keeps bringing girls back. Fan Jin Chaka Draidi Xuexi. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you perhaps feeling jealous?" Lin Xueshi huffed. "I am not jealous. I am merely curious about what he is about to announce next." Zhang Heng continued, "The lady standing before you is named Yang Nan. She is a fifth-stage zombie." At this revelation, everyone gasped in astonishment. "A fifth-stage zombie?" Long Ying exclaimed in disbelief. "Zhang Heng, are you serious? Is she truly a fifth-stage zombie?" Mo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I'm a fifth-stage zombie. However, my appearance is indistinguishable from yours, though there are inherent differences." Changgu interjected. "She does carry a hint of the scent of a zombie, yet her exterior resembles that of a human. How can this be explained?" Zhang Heng responded, "Allow me to clarify. The exterior of a fifth-stage zombie closely resembles that of a human, yet there are significant differences. Fifth-stage zombies possess the ability to heal instantaneously. Their white hair serves as an identifier, and they seem to awaken certain unique powers." Long Ying, with a pained expression, asked Zhang Heng, "Why is a fifth-stage zombie with you? Aren't we enemies of zombies?" Zhang Heng nodded. Prior to her revealing her capabilities, I shared a similar belief. However, upon witnessing her extraordinary abilities, I pondered the potential for a significant transformation in the relationship between humans and zombies. "Yang Nan possesses the power to convert zombies back into humans," exclaimed Pan Jiaying in astonishment. "Can this truly be so? Zhang Heng, did you witness this firsthand?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. The individual who entered with me, claiming to be a teacher, Jiang Wei, was merely an ordinary zombie 10 minutes ago, his memories frozen since the day the virus erupted. I believe we can harness Ms. Yang Nan's abilities to save humanity and restore the Blue Star to its former glory." Long Ying inquired, "So, when we encounter zombies henceforth, we should refrain from killing them outright. Instead, We should bring them back for Ms. Yang and to transform them into humans? Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. Correct. However, there are specific conditions for the transformation. The zombie's body must be intact without significant injuries. If they're in a state of dismemberment, it is best not to bring them back. At that moment, a member of the Dragon Cherry Guild stood up and asked, how shall we unlock the higher genetic locks? After all, if we are bringing zombies back to convert them into humans, this may increase our numbers, but the issue of sustenance remains. We still have to care for them, do we not? Furthermore, will we no longer pursue unlocking higher genetic locks? And what of the titans or bone demons who do not wish to revert to humanity? Zhang Heng replied, you raise an excellent point, one I have also considered. For the time being, we can gather intact zombies and wait for a specific moment to proceed with their transformation. Thus, until the transformation occurs, we need not worry about a shortage of food. Our primary targets for conversion will be the bone demons and titans, followed by the crawlers. The official nodded and returned to his seat. In summary, they would not convert humans en masse, as an increase in numbers would inevitably heighten daily food consumption. Even those with spatial abilities would likely feel the pressure of catering to a large human populace. At this juncture, Yongnan interjected, I hope you will disseminate this information through various channels. The essence of this revelation is that the fifth form of zombies is indeed the human form, and the evolution of humans and zombies does not solely rely on mutual slaughter. There exists another method, the collection of rainwater. We must establish a reservoir to capture substantial amounts of rainwater during precipitation, whether zombies or humans. Immersion in rainwater can accelerate our evolution. Yang Nan then reiterated the points she had previously shared with Zhang Heng in front of the assembly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was left with expressions of disbelief. Pan Jiaying could not help but chuckle, remarking that she had contemplated this issue long ago. Since rainwater has the potential to awaken evolvers, it implies that the viruses within the rainwater could expedite the unlocking of our genetic locks. However, she had not delved deeply into this matter until now. At this juncture, Long Ying interjected, Zhang Heng, are you suggesting that we should accumulate a substantial amount of rainwater? Does this necessitate the construction of a reservoir or the excavation of one? Zhang Heng nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, that is precisely my intention. The larger the reservoir, the better. You need not exclusively hunt zombies to collect crystals. Soaking in rainwater will also accelerate your genetic unlocking progress. Long Ying, would you kindly oversee this task? Long Ying smiled gently and replied, of course. We initially intended to create a reservoir for cultivating crops. However, it appears we will need to expand its dimensions. Chapter 242, Departure. Zhang Heng returned to their flying bunker with Yang Nan. Bai Mo gazed curiously at the surroundings, then turned to Zhang Heng and said, you truly astonish me. Where did you find such a convenient flying vehicle? Zhang Heng smiled faintly and responded, you are welcome to reside here. There are still spare rooms available. Bai Montauk nodded. Thank you. Among the evolvers, you are indeed exceptional. I believe you can assist me. Oh no, it is a mutual aid. I plan to seek out high-level zombies. Would you be interested in accompanying me on this journey? The group exchanged glances. Lin Xueshi then inquired, Brother Zhang Heng, you have just returned for less than a day, and yet you are leaving again? Will you not stay for a while longer? Zhang Heng looked at Lin Xueshi and couldn't he help but chuckle. Xueshi, I have pressing matters to attend to. I recently visited Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where the Bone Demon and Titan have caused great havoc among the city's evolvers. I must stop them swiftly. I was already dealing with them, but for some reason, I returned here. Fortunately, the outcome was positive. I met Yang Nan. I initially thought there would be a fierce battle. Zhang Heng continued. Yang Nan, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but laugh? Who wouldn't he think that? After all, I'm a fifth-stage zombie. Shall we head back to Jiashan tomorrow to find Yang Chun and the others? Zhang Heng's expression changed slightly. He estimated they had already left Jiashan, but likely had not departed from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. We should be able to find them. Yang Nan nodded. It's getting late. You should rest early. We will set off tomorrow. Your friends seem to miss you greatly, so I shall not disturb you. I will come to find you tomorrow. Which room here is vacant? Pan Jiaying then said, follow me. Oh, thank you. Pan Jiaying led Yang Nan to the new bedroom. Zhang Heng looked at the familiar faces before him and smiled gently. Once the water reservoir is excavated, I will also design one in the bunker, allowing you to collect rainwater to expedite the unlocking of genetic locks. At this moment, Chang'e said, Zhang Heng, tell us about what you have been doing recently. Everyone is quite curious. Zhang Heng smiled wryly. Well, let me share during this time. When it was only deep into the night that Pan Jiaying and the others returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Heng also entered his bedroom. However, he had scarcely sat down when a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he found Yang Nan standing there, clad in a white bathrobe, clutching a pillow. Can we talk? Zhang He nodded, of course. Please come in. Yang Nan stepped into Zhang Heng's room. Your bunker appears small, yet I am surprised by its spaciousness. It seems somewhat beyond the technological capabilities of this era. Although I previously worked at a water plant, my sole hobby was watching educational programs and reading novels. This bunker is certainly not the creation of an ordinary person. It may well have been constructed by extraterrestrials, Zhang Heng remarked with a wry smile. I believe everyone shares this sentiment. I too am inclined to think it was the work of aliens. Yang Nan suddenly turned to Zhang Heng, saying, in fact, I just spoke with Yang Chun. He expressed a desire to avoid becoming human. Even if he were to transform, he would prefer to ascend to the fifth form. Moreover, he has already departed from Jiashan and asked me to leave him be. Yang Nan looked up at Zhang Heng, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I never imagined there would be someone who would rather remain a zombie than become human. Zhang Heng scoffed. He must have savored the experience and grown accustomed to being a zombie. However, with your presence, I firmly believe that Blue Star will eventually return to its former glory. Yang Nan shook his head. In truth, this is merely our hope. Who knows if we will face another global catastrophe? The previous worldwide upheaval had inflicted severe damage upon us, rendering many cities into ruins. I have traversed numerous locations and scarcely encountered an intact city. Thanks to Long Ying's protection, Samping has managed to endure. If deities truly exist in this world, I suspect they are gradually orchestrating our demise and the destruction of the world. At this juncture, Zhang Heng interjected, if there are indeed deities intent on exterminating us, then the emergence of evolvers would not be plausible. The existence of evolvers signifies a rebellion against such occurrences. We can forge hope and create a brighter world. Yang Nan, seated on the sofa, tilted his head and smiled at Zhang Heng. So, you are an optimist after all. Yet, optimism has its merits, as it can inspire hope. And without hope, what motivation is there to continue living? Zhang Heng replied with a smile. Life ought to hold some semblance of promise. Without such promise, one lacks the drive to persist. Yang Nan and he exchanged idle chatter, but Zhang Heng's thoughts wandered to another matter. If his zombie servant were to become human, would it still be classified as a servant? After bidding farewell to Yang Nan, he inwardly consulted the system. If Yang Nan were to transform my zombie servant into a human, would I still retain command over it? The zombie servant will be unlocked and will no longer fall under the realm of command. Zhang Heng nodded, realizing he would only be able to command the zombie known as Brother Ma. If they were to become human, command would no longer be possible. Should Brother Ma regain his humanity, it would likely restore his original memories, thus rendering him no longer a zombie. It seems maintaining the status quo is the only viable option, although the four of them are currently unable to provide him with attribute points through training. Their existence remains crucial. Having four loyal assistants by his side, who would never betray him and would fully obey his commands, is indeed a remarkable fortune. The following morning, Long Ying initiated the plan to construct a large water reservoir. Zhang Heng bid farewell to Chang'e and the others before steering the flying bunker toward Jiashan. Should one encounter titans or crawling bone demons, forcibly transforming them into humans is not a matter open to their consent. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng commenced a new endeavor in the creation of an aerial fortress. Initiating the construction of a rainwater collector completed, it will automatically activate during rainfall. Constructing a rainwater storage tank capable of holding 100 tons of rainwater. Total consumption, 10,000 points. For Zhang Heng, the expenditure of 10,000 points was a trivial matter. Although future engagements with zombies may not be as indiscriminate as before, He remained confident in his ability to accumulate points. There will still be zombies reluctant to become human. When the time comes, their demise will yield points aplenty. Chapter 243. Pingu, Jiaxing City. The flying bunker descended from the heavens, landing outside the iron fortress of Jiaxing City. Upon seeing the flying bunker, Li Tai recognized that Zhang Heng had returned. Zhang Heng, is it you? Have you dealt with the bone demon? Li Tai approached him with several companions. Zhang Heng shook his head, responding, "They have already left this place. I came here to confirm whether they had returned. Since they have not, we shall proceed to the next city." Li Tai nodded in understanding, realizing that their absence indicated they might not return at all. Zhang Heng replied calmly, "I cannot guarantee that, but it seems unlikely they will come back here." At that moment, Yang Nan suggested, "Since they are not here, let us move on to the next city." Zhang Heng nodded, and the two re-entered the bunker. The flying bunker ascended once more, with Zhang Heng setting the course for their next destination, Pingu City, the closest city to Jiaxing. Perhaps Yang Chun and the others were in Pingu, or perhaps they had ventured even farther away. Yang then turned to Zhang Heng and inquired, "Do you think the two of us can alter the future of humanity?" Zhang Heng, observing Yang Nan's serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Human strength has its limits. With just the two of us, changing humanity's future seems quite challenging. We shall take it one step at a time. Yang Nan gazed out the window in silence, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Heng's words. It was indeed naive to believe that they could single-handedly transform the fate of humankind. All they could achieve was to alter the lives of a small fraction of humanity. Pingu. The flying bunker descended from the sky. Pingu appeared as a wasteland. Zhang Heng piloted the bunker slowly above the desolate expanse. The number of zombies in Pingu was relatively sparse, with only a few crawlers visible on the streets. The remaining aberrant subspecies leapt about in the vicinity. As for the Titans, there was no sign of them, let alone the bone demon. Suddenly, Zhang Heng spotted a wall ahead. The wall seemed to have been erected not long ago, encompassing several miles and enclosing the central area of the city. Within the confines of the wall, numerous evolved beings curiously looked up at the flying bunker overhead. Zhang Heng remarked, "The inhabitants of this city have enclosed the zombies within a wall. It appears they are faring quite well. Should we descend to take a look?" Yang Nan smiled slightly, agreeing that it would be prudent to inquire if they had seen any Titans or the bone demon. The flying bunker gradually descended to the city's center. A group of individuals immediately rushed toward the bunker. Zhang Heng and Yang Nan stepped out, and a middle-aged man with a flat-top haircut approached them, puzzled. "Who are you? Are you also evolved beings?" Zhang Heng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, we are evolved beings, and I have come here to gather some information." The middle-aged man scrutinized Zhang Heng from head to toe, ultimately fixing his gaze on Yang Nan, who stood behind him. "What would you like to inquire about?" Zhang Heng asked. "Have Titans or bone demons ever appeared here?" The middle-aged man's complexion shifted noticeably, becoming rather grim. Observing the change in his demeanor, Zhang Heng inquired, "What is it? Is it such a difficult question to answer?" The man lowered his voice and replied, "They are right here. Our boss is in their hands. You must leave this place first, then come to find me." Zhang Heng's expression altered slightly, and after casting a glance at Yang Nan, he said, "Let us go." Yang Nan nodded, and the two returned to the flying fortress. Meanwhile, atop a distant high-rise, Yang Chun gazed through the window at the flying fortress slowly ascending. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned to a corpulent man behind him and remarked, "You are fortunate. Your subordinates have just preserved your life." The man, named Jiangda, was the president of the Pingu Black Dragon Guild. Jiangda responded, "I came across some information online. The fifth form of zombie is human. The training methods for zombies and human evolvers do not necessitate mutual slaughter. They can absorb the virus from rainwater instead. I believe we have no reason to eliminate one another." Yang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. "Absorb rainwater? How long must I do that to defeat Zhang Heng? Evolvers with a higher gene lock can expedite our evolution. You will soon become a part of me. What an honor." The other bone demons also erupted in laughter. Yang Chun watched as the flying fortress vanished into the distance. At that moment, Bai Su asked Yang Chun, "Shall we make our move?" Yang Chun shook his head. "Let us wait a bit longer. There's so many people here. We can take our time. For now, We cannot engage in open murder as we did before. Lu Hu's expression darkened. I never anticipated such powerful evolvers existed. It is truly unbelievable. Yang Chen scoffed. That is merely an exception. Not every evolver is that strong. Once I reach the 5th form, I will be the one pursuing him. Until then, don't act recklessly. By nightfall, we will proceed slowly, causing the people of this city to vanish one by one. Understood? After the flying fortress had drifted far away, Zhang Heng gradually descended it in a secluded area. The two then exited the fortress. Yang Nan questioned, did Yang Chun take control of their boss? Zhang Heng nodded, it seems so. They plan to deceive us while gradually eliminating the evolvers in Pingu. We must infiltrate and seize the opportunity to eliminate them. This time, they must not escape. Yang Nan then remarked, if they are willing to be transformed by me, they could potentially become excellent allies. Zhang Heng couldn't help but laugh. Yang Nan, you are too naive. From a moment they began consuming humans, they cease to be human. Even if they accept your transformation, they will no longer be human. They are hunters, predators. They must be eradicated. Previously, I harbored concerns that your existence might pose a threat to the safety of my friends, which is why I spare them. Now, I have no such reservations and seek an opportunity to address them. You will assist me, won't you? Yang Nan raised an eyebrow slightly, stating, of course, if they threaten the existence of humanity, I shall not hesitate to confront them alongside you. However, what are your plans? Zhang Heng replied, first, we shall infiltrate Pingu and locate the individual who previously communicated with them, and then we will act according to the situation. Let's proceed. Yang Nan nodded and swiftly followed suit. Chapter 244. Siblings? Zhang Heng located the middle-aged man he had previously encountered, upon seeing them unexpectedly appear in the city. The man was taken aback and hurried towards them. Zhang Heng inquired, where's the bone demon? The man glanced at a distant building and replied, he is likely in our boss's office. Our boss has been controlled by him, and only a few are aware of this, not knowing what they intend to do. Zhang Heng remarked, the bone demon has certainly come to feast upon humans. However, this time they did not kill you outright, but instead controlled your boss and sent you to deceive us, diverting our attention. It seems they have changed their approach. At this moment, Yang Nan asked, which floor is your boss on? The middle-aged man responded, on the top floor. Zhang Heng looked up towards the top floor, contemplating. He was not afraid of the bone demon, but was concerned that recklessness might allow it to escape once more. He turned to Yang Nan and asked, what are your plans, Yang Nan? Yang Nan replied, Zhang Heng, perhaps you have already sensed it? Zhang Heng smiled slightly. I may not have. Why not enlighten me? Yang Nan's expression shifted slightly as she said, actually, Yang Chun is my brother, my biological brother. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. You are Yang Nan, and he is Yang Chun. I thought they merely shared a surname. I had no idea he was your brother. You don't appear to be that old. Yang Nan smiled gently. I simply take good care of myself, and perhaps in many years to come, I shall remain unchanged. Returning to the matter at hand, may I handle this situation? A grave look crossed Zhang Heng's face as he said, from the moment they began to feast upon humans, they ceased to be human. What do you intend to do? Transform him back into a human? Or eliminate them yourself? Yang Nan met Zhang Heng's gaze and replied, in any case, leave it to me. Without waiting for Zhang Heng's response, she leaped from the ground, soaring towards the rooftop. The sturdy walls crumbled under her touch, easily pierced as if they were mere paper. The bone demons within the room widened their eyes in disbelief at Yang Nan's sudden entrance. Simultaneously, everyone turned their attention to Yang Chun, surprised by Yang Nan's unexpected arrival. Yang Chun exclaimed, I didn't expect you to stay. Aren't you supposed to lure him away? Yang Nan looked at her brother and stated, brother, I came here seeking just one answer. Do you wish to be transformed back into a human, or will you continue to resist? Yang Chun coldly gazed at Yang Nan, retorting, Yang Nan, you are a zombie. Even if you become human, you will still be a zombie. That cannot be changed. Why do you wish to save humanity? Has your mind broken? Yang Nan, slightly threatening, replied, is this how you speak to your sister? You are insane. You mad woman. Yang Chun glared at his sister. Do you understand why the virus turned us into zombies and evolutionaries? This is a competition. A confrontation looms, determining whether humanity will reclaim dominion over this world or if we, the undead, shall reign supreme. As zombies, our purpose is to kill. Much like the initial onslaught of the evolved, who vanquished us. Our survival thus far has been merely a stroke of luck, had fortune not favored us. We would have perished at the hands of the evolved long ago. Do you comprehend this? Yang Nan scoffed, repeating the same rhetoric. It seems this is your answer? Yang Chen mocked. What? Do you wish to slay me? The only family you have left in this world? Go ahead. I am here. Come and kill me. Yang Chen seized Jiangda's head, declaring, before you slay me, I shall crush his skull. You profess a desire to save humanity? Then commence with the life of this very human before you. Yang Nan smiled faintly, saying, his fate does not dictate the future of humanity. You know as well as I that it would be exceedingly simple for me to end your life or that of all your kind. After all, we exist on different tiers of evolution. You are but 4th-stage zombies, while I am a 5th-stage new human. I shall grant you an opportunity. Those who wish to be transformed back into humans stand behind me. Those who refuse, remain where you are. I will deal with you one by one. You have approximately 10 seconds to decide. After that, I will eliminate the bone demon before me. 10, 9, Yang Jin roared. Yang Nan, I am your own brother. Yang Nan continued without pause. 8. The bone demons exchanged glances, wary of the expressions on the faces of those nearby. They were acutely aware of Yang Nan's prowess and the certainty that he would indeed kill them. At that moment, Su interjected, Boss, there is no shame in becoming human. We are still evolved beings who have unlocked the 4th genetic lock. Yang Chen replied solemnly, if we become human, we relinquish our chance to attain the 5th stage, which bestows upon us the power of instantaneous healing. Transforming into a human now would be akin to severing my own limbs. Why must I not survive in this zombie form? Yang Nan stated, if you desire evolution, you must kill. Before you reach the 5th stage, many more will fall at your hands. Furthermore, out there, a man seeks your demise. Even if I do not intervene, you would not stand a chance against him. I believe you have already experienced his strength. Yang Chen's eyes brimmed with crimson fury. I won't be like you. To attain the 5th stage, do not force my hand. I refuse to be transformed into a human. Yang Nan Kuriet Brater. I regret to inform you that the current situation leaves you no choice but to comply. 3, 2, perish. Yang Nan grasped Jiangda's head, launching him into the air towards Yang Nan. In an instant, Yang Nan caught Jiangda. The next moment, Yang Chen crashed through the wall, his bone wings unfurling as he soared outward. The other bone demons instantly followed suit, fleeing into the open air. However, at that very moment, Yang Chen was struck back by a powerful punch, crashing violently to the ground. The unyielding concrete floor bore the mark of a drag trace. Zhang Heng stood at the entrance of the wall, speaking with a hint of disappointment. You let him escape? Yang Nan replied calmly. I was aware of your presence outside. Did you not manage to capture him? He refused my transformation. From here on, you may proceed as you wish. I shall not intervene. Yang Chen lifted his gaze, and the fragments of bone armor fell like scattered leaves around him. Zhang Heng. Chapter 245. Huangshan City. The other skeletal demons dared not move recklessly. Yet Yang Chen was filled with indignation. What are you doing? Hurry and help. At that moment, Lu Hu and Bai Su, along with other skeletal demons, had unexpectedly positioned themselves behind Yang Nan. Clearly, they intended to embrace Yang Nan's transformation and become human. Yang Chen glared at Lu Hu and Bai Su, exclaiming, have you lost your minds? If we can evolve into the 5th form, we will become the new humanity, possessing the ability to heal instantly. At that point, we shall be immortal. If you all unite, we can surely. Lu Hu interjected, Yang Chen, we are evidently no match for them, are we? Whether it be your sister or Zhang Heng. Yang Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? What did you say? Lu Hu, what did you say? Dare you repeat that? Lu Hu, however, remained silent. Suddenly, Zhang Heng appeared beside Yang Chen and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Yang Chen instantly felt a jarring sensation in his head, as if his entire brain had momentarily ceased to function. With his vision blurring, he struggled to control his body to rise, yet his form involuntarily collapsed to the ground. Zhang Heng unleashed a wave of icy air, encasing Yang, Chun, and Frost. His body transformed into a visible ice sculpture, which Zhang Heng subsequently shattered with a single kick to his head. Kill skeletal demon. Points earned. 10. 000. Zhang Heng picked up the purple crystal from the ground, wiped it clean, and placed it into his spatial backpack. He turned to Yang Nan and inquired, "Do you intend to transform them into humans?" Yang Nan gazed at Yang Chen's decapitated body on the ground, a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. "Could you hand me his remains?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Of course, you may handle it as you wish." Yang Nan cast a glance at Lu Hu, commanding, "You all carry his body and follow me." Lu Hu nodded, hastily stepping forward to lift Yang Chen's headless corpse. In a remote area outside the city, Lu Hu dug a pit and placed Yang Chen's body within. Zhang Heng stood at a distance, leaning against a large tree, his expression calm as he observed the scene. In the balance between family and the future of humanity, Yang Nan chose to save humanity. Zhang Heng felt fortunate that if Yang Nan had intended to attack humanity, perhaps not many evolved beings could withstand her onslaught. Yang Nan personally buried her brother, then stood silently before his grave, lost in thought. The four skeletal demons exchanged glances, uncertain how long this moment would endure. Suddenly, Yang Nan spoke. "Who among you wishes to go first?" Lu Hu replied, "I shall go first." Yang Nan turned to Lu Hu and began the transformation process. One by one, the four skeletal demons were transformed into humans. Yang Nan led the four newly transformed humans before Zhang Heng and asked, "What shall we do with these four? Shall they accompany us, or—" Zhang Heng cast a glance at the four of them before stating, "Let them fend for themselves. After all, they are human now and pose no threat. Should they desire strength, they will naturally confront the zombies." At that moment, Lu Hu inquired, "Are you not planning to take us with you?" Zhang Heng met Lu Hu's gaze and replied, "I shall not allow a creature that once feasted on humanity to remain by my side. You ought to be grateful that Yang Nan is willing to transform you. Otherwise, your fate may well mirror that of Yang Chun." The others clearly had no objections. Zhang Heng then produced the flying fortress and addressed Yang Nan. "Yang Nan, it is time to depart." Yang Nan nodded and proceeded towards the flying fortress. Zhang Heng set the course, and the flying fortress began its activation. Yang Nan looked down at the four individuals and said, "Zhang Heng, what if I forcibly transform my brother? Would the outcome be any better?" Zhang Heng replied calmly, "A life once lost cannot be revived, Yang Nan. I advise you to refrain from such futile thoughts. There are many more zombies awaiting your transformation." Yang Nan smiled. "If I cannot even transform my own kin, what right do I have to transform others?" Zhang Heng remarked, "Since you have chosen to save humanity, it is inevitable that certain sacrifices must be made. Do not dwell on it too much. Go rest in your room. I will call for you upon our arrival in the next city." Yang Nan nodded in agreement and made her way to the bedroom. Zhang Heng took a moment to inspect the state of the plantation, where the potatoes and sweet potatoes continued to thrive. The four zombies in the training room could not contribute to his attribute points and thus remained idle. Zhang Heng glanced at zombie number 4, who looked up with a hint of confusion in its eyes. Presently, his strength surpassed these zombies by threefold. Should he choose to be lazy, he could enlist their help to eliminate other zombies. For now, he did not require their assistance. "Continue your training," he instructed. Although their training could not augment his own attribute points, it would enhance their abilities. Once their strength no longer lagged behind his by a factor of 3, their training would once again benefit him. The four zombies resumed their paired training. Time passed, and eventually, the flying fortress gently descended in a city named Huangshan. The number of evolved beings in Huangshan was quite substantial, and there appeared to be no zombies in the vicinity. The city was remarkably well managed, with walls erected around it, creating a designated living area within. In the heart of the city, all buildings had been raised, transforming the landscape into fields and pastures. Zhang Heng's arrival captured the attention of the city's overseer. "Greetings. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" A middle-aged man, adorned with spectacles, asked with a smile. Zhang Heng responded, "We have come in search of zombies, titans, and bone demons. Do you possess any intelligence regarding them?" Upon hearing this, the bespectacled gentleman couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed there is. The master of this city is none other than the bone demon, who, along with his Titan crew, eradicated the surrounding zombies, erecting walls for our protection and guiding us in the cultivation of crops. Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief and glanced back at Yang Nan, who also wore a look of astonishment. The master of this city is a zombie? The bespectacled man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is a zombie. However, he harbors no intent to harm us. We are all gathered under his aegis. The transformation of this city into its current state is largely thanks to them. At that moment, a portly fellow approached the bespectacled man and whispered a few words in his ear. The bespectacled gentleman nodded in response and then addressed them. Gentlemen, our master wishes to make your acquaintance. Might you be inclined to honor him with your presence? Chapter 246. The young girl, Ajiao Zhang Heng, remarked nonchalantly. I am indeed quite curious about your leader. Please lead the way. Right this way, came the response. A few minutes later, Zhang Heng and Yang Nan encountered the master of the city, Cheng and Cheng, and was evidently a fourth-stage zombie. Upon seeing Yang Nan beside Zhang Heng, Cheng and expressed astonishment. You are also a zombie? Why? Are you different from us? Zhang Heng elucidated. This is Yang Nan, a fifth-stage zombie, a new breed of humanity. Cheng, and still in disbelief, exclaimed, the fifth stage of zombie evolution has transformed into a human? Yang Nan nodded and inquired, why do these evolved beings obey you? I have heard that you save them. Cheng, and appearing as a gentlemanly man in his 40s clad in a suit and tie, could not help but chuckle at her question. Initially, I believed I was an evolved being myself, so I fought alongside them against the zombies here. It was only later that I realized I, too, was a zombie. By that time, however, I had already become their leader, and I felt no malevolence towards them. Thus, I have continued to lead them until now. Zhang Heng questioned, when did you first become aware of your consciousness? Cheng replied, I regained some memories when I became a Titan. Zhang Heng nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Yang Nan then asked, so, after becoming a Titan, you were unaware of your zombie nature and lived alongside humans until you became their leader? Cheng chuckled wryly. I sense a bit of interrogation in your tone. Nonetheless, that is indeed the case. Do you not believe me? Have you not seen how well I protect the humans outside? They lack for nothing. And I have even constructed walls for them, eliminated nearby zombies, and cultivated crops to ensure they do not go hungry in the future. Zhang Heng had indeed observed the agricultural plots in the city center upon his arrival. However, he could not shake the peculiar feeling that a zombie could be the leader of humans. Was it his preconceived notions that led him to perceive all zombies as malevolent, thus finding Cheng An's existence so strange? At that moment, Cheng An addressed his guests, since you have traveled so far, why not stay here for a few days? Allow me the pleasure of hosting you, and share with me the happenings outside. Zhang Heng smiled slightly. Certainly, but there is no need to arrange accommodations for us. My flying bunker has bedrooms. I hope you do not mind if I explore the vicinity? Cheng An replied lightly, not at all. Here, everyone is free and equal. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Just as Yang Nan was about to follow, Cheng An suddenly called out to her, beautiful miss. May I request that you stay? I wish to understand what it feels like to be a fifth-stage zombie, if that is convenient for you. Yang Nan cast a glance at Zhang Heng, who, without turning back, walked away, seemingly indifferent to whether she followed him. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why he harbored thoughts of leading humanity. Of course, Cheng An replied with a gentle smile, let us take a seat on the sofa ahead. The two exchanged places, and Cheng raised his gaze to Yang Nan, stating directly, I shall cut to the chase. How did you evolve to the fifth form? Yang Nan explained, I work at a reservoir where the rainwater is teeming with a multitude of viruses which I absorbed. Cheng nodded in understanding, realizing that their paths to advancement were indeed similar, though their capacities for rainwater absorption differed. It seems I must endeavor further, he mused. However, I have noticed that rain has been sparse lately, and my reserves have dwindled, especially since others also rely on them. By the way, does the fifth form bestow any special abilities? Yang Nan affirmed, certainly there are advantages. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng had exited the office and stepped onto the street. The city had been remarkably restored, with some individuals actively engaged in mending the damaged areas. The citizens appeared devoid of sorrow, gathering in small clusters. laughing and living their lives. Shops lined the streets, bustling with activity. Zhang Heng entered an arcade, the most crowded venue, where people sought amusement to pass the time. It felt as if the cataclysm had never occurred. He approached a slot machine, and a staff member approached him, inquiring, "Are you new here?" First-time visitors receive 100 free game tokens. With that, the attendant placed a small basket containing the tokens into his hands, wishing him an enjoyable experience. "Thank you," Zhang Heng replied, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him as he clutched the basket. He sat before the slot machine, inserted a coin, and casually pressed a button. At that moment, a stylish young woman adorned with white headphones settled beside him, embodying the spirit of urban youth. The young woman glanced at him instinctively. "New here?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. "Have you met everyone here? How else would you know I was new?" Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "Please, there are only about 500 or 600 of us. I prepare meals for you in the cafeteria, seeing you multiple times each day. It's easy to recognize a newcomer." Zhang Heng nodded. "Indeed, I am new, and this place is quite pleasant." The young woman scoffed. "Pleasant? Everyone is merely squandering time, idly wasting their lives. With the zombies gone, they can't be bothered to venture out and seek more. Despite being evolved, they lack the motivation to cultivate themselves, frivolously indulging in pleasure. They have become useless. I have too." With a frustrated tap on the machine, her irritation was palpable. Zhang Heng inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Have you lost your mind? Why do you say that?" The young girl replied, "Because I have to prepare meals for you every day. I scarcely have time to venture elsewhere, and moreover, without the leader's permission, we are forbidden to leave the confines of these walls. We are akin to prisoners in confinement. The only distinction being that we bear no shackles." Frustrated, she exclaimed, "Darn it, how come it still hasn't worked? This wretched machine." She gave the contraption another tap. At that moment, Zhang Heng extended his small basket towards the young girl, expressing, "I find your words most intriguing. Would you be so kind as to elaborate further?" Glancing at the basket he offered, the young girl accepted it without hesitation, introducing herself. "I am a Jiao. And you, handsome sir, what is your name?" Chapter 247. The Peculiar City. Zhang Heng watched in astonishment as a Jiao finished off an entire basket of gaming tokens. He couldn't quite comprehend the situation. Her hands were emitting a rather unpleasant odor. The two of them made their way to the lounge area. A Jiao perched herself with one leg crossed over the other, facing Zhang Heng. "You're not planning to flirt with me, are you?" "I have exceedingly high standards for my partner," she teased. Zhang Heng smiled mildly and replied, "With your beauty, there would undoubtedly be many suitors. Yet my intentions are not to pursue you at present. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." A Jiao rolled her eyes, relieved that it was not a romantic advance. "Go ahead, what do you wish to know?" Zhang Heng settled beside her and lowered his voice, asking, "You're managed by a horde of zombies. Do you not find the situation rather unsettling?" A Jiao took a deep breath. "What do we do about it? The zombies around us were all slain by him and his crew. They provide us with electricity, food, and even cultivated a vast expanse of crops for us. They simply do not allow us to leave, claiming that the outside world is too perilous. If we were to step beyond the city walls, they could no longer protect us. After all, we are evolutionaries, aren't we? If we were to fear the zombies, we would have perished at their hands long ago." Zhang Heng remarked, "So, your freedom to venture outside has been stripped away." A Jiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and once midnight strikes, we are forbidden from leaving our quarters. With all day spent in leisure, who can possibly sleep? It feels just like a prison. I used to worry about finding food, but living like this makes me long for my past life. At least back then, I was free. The restrictions on the evolutionaries' freedom to roam and the enforced bedtime certainly resembled a form of governance. This management, however, appeared to pose no significant issues at face value. The sole concern was the stunted growth of the evolutionaries. In fact, they were not growing at all. Without engaging in combat against the zombies, they would not harvest any crystals, and relying solely on the rain would result in painfully slow development. Zhang Heng nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Have there been any occurrences here that you find particularly strange or perplexing?" A Jiao raised an eyebrow. "I'm not sure when it began, but someone goes missing every day. Yet, It seems they are ultimately deemed to have left the city. After all, not everyone desires a life of captivity. We're not livestock, right? Captivity? Zhang Heng pondered, realizing that it indeed appeared as if they were being confined. A group of humans held in a pen, with the zombies free to feast upon them at will. One person disappears each day. Perhaps they are not merely vanishing, but being consumed by the zombies? He considered his past encounters with numerous zombies, wondering if any would engage in such a thankless task. When others treat you well, it is usually for their own gain, with ulterior motives. Zhang Heng then inquired, the territories of the zombies and the titans must differ, correct? Where do the zombies typically reside? Ajiao gestured towards the towering building outside, remarking that they all resided in the blue-collar tower, which did not permit casual entry. By the way, why are you asking about all this? Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle, explaining that as a newcomer, he wished to learn more about the place. Noting the time, he decided to take his leave, suggesting that she enjoy herself. Ajiao quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Hey, aren't you going to pursue me? I think you're quite nice. Why not accompany me?" Zhang Heng simply smiled faintly and exited the arcade room. The blue-collar tower was indeed the very building he had departed from earlier. It appeared that this group of zombies resided within its walls. He wondered about Yang Nan's current situation. Why had she not yet called him? Upon reaching the entrance of the blue-collar tower, Zhang Heng spotted Yang Nan and Cheng En emerging from the building. Cheng En, upon seeing Zhang Heng, waved excitedly, saying, "Zhang Heng, you arrived just in time. We were about to head somewhere. Would you like to join us?" Zhang Heng, puzzled, inquired, "Where to?" Yang Nan timed in. "He wants to take us to see the plantation." Zhang Heng smiled slightly, responding, "All right, let's take a look then. Lead the way." As Cheng En enthusiastically discussed his plantation, he also inquired about their backgrounds. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng observed the reactions of passers-by towards him. It was evident that they did not regard Cheng En favorably. A hint of fear flickered in their eyes, albeit subtly. The city, indeed, harbored some troubling issues. Zhang Heng turned to Cheng En and asked, "Managing these humans must be quite challenging, I presume?" Cheng En chuckled in response. "Actually, I don't need to manage them personally. I have quite a capable team under me, and they have established a management system that functions seamlessly without any issues." Zhang Heng remarked, "But I've heard that people mysteriously disappear here every day. No one knows where they go." Yang Nan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Cheng and Cheng inside. "Where did you hear that?" Zhang Heng replied, "I simply asked someone about the situation here." Cheng En continued, "Speaking of this, it frustrates me to no end. I provide for them, ensuring they have enough to eat and drink, and even eliminating the nearby zombies. They have everything they need here, yet some still yearn to leave the city for the outside world. How perilous is that world? Not to mention the potential for natural disasters looming at any moment." Yang Nan queried, "Are you suggesting they leave on their own accord?" Cheng En nodded. "Yes, they depart on their own, often without so much as a word." Zhang Heng then stated, "I find this rather peculiar. If they wish to leave, surely they would prefer to do so in groups. It is quite unlikely that someone would venture out alone." Cheng En remarked that after someone had departed from this place, he established a rule. Once one leaves, returning would not be so straightforward. He added that if anyone were found to be privy to this and failed to report it, he would expel them as well. Zhang Heng let out a cold laugh, exclaiming how impressive such management tactics were. Cheng En responded with a wry smile, stating that he was simply thinking of their safety. "By the way, we have arrived. This is the plantation. Look, we have potatoes, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, crops that are relatively easy to cultivate and yield abundantly. They should be nearing maturity." Cheng En continued to elaborate enthusiastically, yet Zhang Heng absorbed none of it. He couldn't shake the feeling that this place was not as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 248. The Dungeon. As night fell, two individuals returned to the flying fortress. Yang Nan turned to Zhang Heng and remarked, "There is something amiss with Cheng," and Zhang Heng smiled faintly, acknowledging the truth of her observation. "Indeed, he harbors secrets, adept at concealing them. I have yet to uncover any substantial evidence. This is the first time I have encountered such a character." Lin Nin interjected, "If we can find evidence of his malevolence towards humanity, I shall not let him escape justice. Moreover, the proof we seek may very well reside within the building he inhabits." The strict prohibition against outsiders suggests there are unspeakable secrets within. I shall devise a means to infiltrate tonight. What about you? Yang Nen intended to penetrate the building in search of evidence, but Zhang Heng, who had also planned to venture inside, realized that their simultaneous actions could lead to exposure. He proposed, "Perhaps you should remain in the fortress while I seek the evidence within the building. I possess a method to compel the zombies inside to guide me to the proof." Yang Nan, puzzled, inquired what method. A glint of sharpness shone in Zhang Heng's eyes as he replied, "Have you ever heard of the principle of words manifesting their magic?" Yang Nan's expression reflected skepticism, as she clearly did not comprehend his meaning. As the night deepened into silence, Zhang Heng emerged from the fortress. It was evident that they were under surveillance, and his departure would not have gone unnoticed. Nevertheless, he approached the source of their watchful eyes with confidence. At a distance, a titan concealed itself, and upon noticing Zhang Heng's approach, hastily diverted its gaze. As Zhang Heng passed by, he caught a glimpse of the titan, then abruptly turned back. The titan, now alert, questioned, "What are your intentions at this hour?" Zhang Heng regarded the titan with a calm smile and asked, "What brings you here?" In that moment, a brilliant blue light flickered in Zhang Heng's eyes. The titan, upon witnessing this luminescence, widened its eyes in astonishment, becoming momentarily entranced, akin to a marionette, its eyes unblinking. "I am here to monitor you," it confessed. "Indeed, you are monitoring me," Zhang Heng continued, pressing further. "What about the missing evolved beings? Are they truly lost?" "No, they are confined in the dungeon beneath the building," the titan replied. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, his suspicions confirmed. Cheng was indeed a figure of intrigue. Otherwise, there would be no cause for his unease and relentless search for evidence. "Let me there," he commanded. "Very well," the titan acquiesced, leading the way, with Zhang Heng following closely. They arrived at the base of the building and effortlessly scaled the wall to gain entry. Behind the structure lay a rear garden, which appeared to conceal a parking lot beneath. Several titans stood guard at the entrance of the parking area. Zhang Heng inquired, "Is the dungeon located directly below?" The titan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it lies just beneath us." "What purpose does your leader serve by imprisoning them below?" Zhang Heng questioned. "They are reserves of sustenance," the titan replied. Zhang Heng could not suppress a laugh. "Food reserves, is it? Well then, you're no longer needed. Find a place to end it all." At that moment, the right hand of Titan transformed into a bone dagger, fiercely piercing toward his own head. Zhang Heng chose to disregard this spectacle and proceeded toward the underground parking lot. Outside the parking garage, two titans were guarding the entrance. Upon noticing Zhang Heng's approach, they heightened their vigilance. One of them stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? This is not a place for you. Leave at once." "And at all," Zhang Heng replied. The titan was momentarily taken aback. Then his right hand gradually morphed into a bone dagger. Another titan approached, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "You should end it as well," Zhang Heng retorted, uninterested in even casting a glance in their direction as he walked into the underground parking lot. However, this scene was precisely what the watcher in the surveillance room observed. The monitor displayed the bizarre events, filled with disbelief. His companions, after conversing with Zhang Heng, began to take their own lives. In a panic, he seized the intercom, urgently notifying his superior. "The new evolver is entering the dungeon." "What did you say? Why would he go to the dungeon? Where are the guards? Why didn't they stop him?" "The guards inexplicably committed suicide. I'm just as baffled. Hurry and inform the boss." "All right." A few minutes later, Chang'an arrived at the dungeon entrance with a group. Several titan corpses lay scattered on the ground. Chang'an's expression turned grim. Could they have been discovered? "Damn it. I knew their arrival here could only bring trouble. Everyone follow me inside." "Yes." At this moment, Zhang Heng was traversing the transformed underground parking lot. As he glanced around, he saw nothing but iron cages, each containing a different evolver. Some were missing hands, others feet, and some had been reduced to mere cocoons, their bodies tightly bound. For reasons unknown, they maintained an eerie silence. Upon approaching one of the captives, Zhang Heng discovered that these imprisoned individuals had all their ears, eyes, and tongues removed. Zhang Heng couldn't help but frown slightly. "Damn it." Gripping the iron cage tightly, he exerted force, and the entire cage was ripped apart. Such cages were countless, extending throughout the underground parking lot. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. Zhang Heng, what brings you here? Chang'an approached with a smile, accompanied by a group of people. Zhang Heng turned to Chang'an, inquiring, what on earth is going on here? Can you explain? Chang'an assessed the surroundings and couldn't help but chuckle. Can't you see? They are all injured. This is their recovery room. Zhang Heng was exasperated, laughing in disbelief. Injured? Their wounds are strikingly similar, aren't they? Eyes, tongues, and ears all severed. Some of their wounds have healed, while others are still bandaged. Moreover, your people refer to this place as a dungeon. Did you not refer to this place as a sanatorium? Why do people label it a dungeon? I never anticipated you would attempt to argue. Chang'an's gaze turned frigid. You are quite an odd individual, aren't you? Why do you take such pleasure in meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Nothing would have transpired otherwise. Zhang Heng glared fiercely at Chang'an. Do you confine them here as if they were mere livestock? Do you intend to slice off a leg or sever a hand whenever you desire a meal? The entirety of Huangshan serves as your breeding ground. You certainly indulge in your whims. I shall not let you escape unscathed today. You all shall perish. Chang'an's expression shifted slightly. Do you truly believe you can contend with the entire cadre of evolvers in Huangshan? At that moment, the alarm blared unexpectedly. Chapter 249. Rescue. All of a sudden, every iron cage sank into the ground, transforming the entire basement into an expansive parking lot. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there an elevator in this parking area? Were these iron cages all mounted on the lift? Just then, an influx of evolved beings surged in from outside. Clearly, these individuals were residents of Huangshan City. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, evidently unaware of the circumstances. What was happening? The alarm sounded, and I initially thought it was an enemy attack. Others rushed over, questioning the situation. Zhang Heng, however, seemed to anticipate the ensuing events. Yet, it appeared that escaping from this predicament would not be straightforward. At that moment, Yang Nan appeared amidst the crowd, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she regarded Zhang Heng, who was encircled by a throng of people. Had he failed? Had he been discovered? Chang'an looked at Zhang Heng with a jovial expression, his eyes brimming with provocation. Ladies and gentlemen, the individual standing before you has the audacity to attempt to kill me, the one who provides you with sustenance and safety. Is it merely because I am a zombie? What do you propose we do? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. Although our leader is a zombie, he has never harmed a human. Have you lost your sense of right and wrong? I warned you that their arrival boded ill. It seems my suspicions were correct. While Mr. Chung may be a zombie, he has undeniably provided us with a safe haven and ample food. If you kill him, do you wish to starve us? Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. Yet he refrained from countering their remarks. Instead, he addressed Chang'an, I never expected you would resort to this tactic. However, I must express my gratitude. Chang'an's expression shifted slightly. Gratitude? Why? Zhang Heng replied with a light laugh. Because you summoned them here, which has conveniently alleviated much of my trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng stomped down, shattering the ground beneath him. Boom! The underground parking facility had several levels. The iron cages that had descended could be revealed merely by breaking through this layer of flooring. With a single step, he shattered the surface, and the ground instantly fractured. Stones cascading downward. One by one, the iron cages became visible to the onlookers. Chang'an and the Titans were suddenly struck with alarm. Suspended in midair, Zhang Heng looked toward the evolved beings. You are so eager to protect a zombie. Do you aspire to become like them? To transform into mere flesh and blood like the zombies? Chang'an's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that Zhang Heng, confronted with such a multitude of evolved beings, would not even consider fleeing. Instead, he calmly smashed the floor, exposing the dungeon below. At that moment, Yang Nan approached the upper level of a dungeon, peering down at the wretchedly tormented humans below. Her expression instantly darkened. The nearby evolutionists were now filled with trepidation. Wang Longquan, has he not departed from his place? Why is he here? Where are his legs? Linghua, is it Linghua? Zhao Zhong, Zhao Zhong. One by one, names were called out by the evolutionists. The faces of the zombies turned a ghastly shade. At this moment, Yang Nan approached Zhang Heng, gazing into the distance at Cheng Un, and inquired, Cheng Un, do you have anything left to say? Cheng Un forced a smile and replied, given the circumstances, there is little left for me to say. Since you have discovered me, I shall no longer conceal myself. I had intended to entertain you a while longer, yet I did not expect matters to unravel so swiftly. Let's proceed. No sooner had he spoken than Cheng Un abruptly brandished his weapons. Instantly, all the evolutionists wailed and fled. Zhang Heng was the first to charge towards Cheng Un. Cheng Un's pupils involuntarily contracted as their hands clasped together. Bang! A visible ripple of energy emanated from their joined hands. Behind Yang Nan, two blade-like appendages resembling bone knives sprouted, extending freely around him, resembling a claw that swiftly lashed out at the other zombies. With a swift flash, a bone demon was cleaved in two, its innards spilling onto the ground, oblivious to what had transpired. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and Cheng Un continued their contest of strength. Cheng Un glared fiercely at Zhang Heng, demanding, why do you come to thwart my plans? Why? Zhang Heng retorted with a cold smirk, thwart your plans? Have you lost your mind? Humanity is inviolable, especially when it comes to being raised by you as mere livestock. This world still belongs to humanity, and I shall eradicate every last zombie from existence. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Heng withdrew his hand, clenched his fist, and struck fiercely at the bone demon. Bang! Cheng Un's eyes widened. He had extended his hand to block the punch, yet it was a moment too late. The strike was heavy and powerful, shattering the bone mask upon his face. Zhang Heng grinned, executing a spinning kick. Bang! The kick sent Cheng Un crashing to the ground, and with a powerful thrust of his right foot, Cheng Un's head exploded. A cacophony of rushing winds filled the air. Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. Turning to see that all the zombies behind him had been vanquished, their remains scattered across the ground. The four seemingly supple, yet razor-sharp bone knives swiftly retracted into Yang Nan's back. Observing the surrounding corpses, Zhang Heng remarked, you are quite formidable. Yang Nan smiled slightly. You are not too shabby yourself. However, what do you intend to do next? Zhang Heng glanced outside and replied, first, let us call back the evolutionists outside. I need to find someone. Yang Nan queried, who are you looking for? A girl named Su Ling possesses the potential to heal those imprisoned evolvers whose ears, noses, and tongues have been severed, likely extinguishing any desire for life within them. Only by rescuing them can one truly claim success. Yang Nan offered a wry smile and said, very well, you go in search of Su Ling while I take care of everything here. With that, Zhang Heng sprang into action, soaring out of the underground parking lot. Shortly after, the flying fortress ascended into the sky, swiftly heading towards Samping City. Yang Nan then made his way out of the underground parking lot, where he was met by a crowd of onlookers, all incredulous about the extraordinary events unfolding before them. Nevertheless, Yang Nan knew he must instruct them on the necessary actions to take next. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and rescue those down below. Do you expect me to do it myself? Chapter 250. Life-draining healing. Zhang Heng returned to Samping City and explained the situation to Su Ling before leading her to Nanshan City. Under Yang Nan's direction, all the evolvers who had been imprisoned in the dungeon were sent to the hospital, totaling around 50 individuals. Su Ling gazed at the evolver before her, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. The individual had lost his ears, tongue, and eyes. Had they been devoured by zombies? Zhang Heng nodded, confirming that all present were similarly afflicted, with several missing limbs as well. Su Ling's hands glimmered with a faint white light, illuminating the evolver seated in front of her. I never imagined you were engaged in such a noble endeavor. If it weren't for you, they might have been slowly consumed by zombies, she remarked. Zhang Heng chuckled. Noble is perhaps an overstatement. I am merely seeking to unlock higher-level genetic locks more swiftly. At present, only the crystallized essence of the bone demon proves effective for me. Su Ling smiled lightly. I see. Under the radiance of the white light, the evolver's previously lost eyes began to visibly regenerate. Witnessing this, Yang Nan gasped. This transcends mere healing abilities, does it not? To have such an extraordinary evolver by your side is remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Su Ling replied, "My power resembles a reversal of time, restoring a person's physical state to its original normalcy. Their injuries occurred at varying times, making treatment complex. However, rest assured, I will save them." With that, she gently closed her eyes, intensifying the flow of energy. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng and Yang Nin stepped outside, where a throng of evolvers had gathered. Upon realizing they were merely livestock raised by the zombies, their gratitude towards Zhang Heng and Yang Nin was profound, almost overwhelming in sincerity. Zhang Heng inquired, "What are you all doing here? Focus on your own matters. Next time, do not place your trust in zombies so easily. While some may be benevolent, the majority are malevolent. Choose a leader to manage you swiftly. We will tend to the injured here." The crowd exchanged glances before gradually dispersing. Yang Nin observed Su Ling treating the evolvers within the ward. "Zhang Heng, this girl's abilities are impressive. Perhaps we should consider bringing her along?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. "You mean a healer? Her skills won't always be necessary. Moreover, being with us can be perilous. I have a flying bunker. If we encounter injured individuals, I can transport them back and forth." Yang Nin questioned, "Are you reluctant to assume risks?" Zhang Heng sighed. "It's not that I am unwilling to take risks. I simply find it unnecessary. Su Ling claims I am great, yet I have never viewed myself as such. I am merely a selfish individual." Yang Nin shook her head. "I do not share that sentiment. You are far from selfish. You merely prefer to avoid risks. However, if we choose not to bring her, so be it." Just then, Su Ling emerged from the ward. Healed next, Zhang Heng and Yang Nin peered into the hospital room, where the evolved individual had fully recovered, gazing around in astonishment. Utterly oblivious to what had transpired, the evolved one approached the doorway, looking at the three individuals before him, and inquired, "What has happened? Why am I here?" Zhang Heng replied, "You were injured. We saved you. Please rest for a while, and someone will come to explain the situation." The evolved individual nodded, still bewildered. Su Ling then proceeded to the next ward. By the end of the day, she had completed the treatment of all the evolved individuals. However, her own condition had noticeably deteriorated, appearing exceedingly weak. It seemed that utilizing this ability exacted a significant toll. This was precisely why Zhang Heng was reluctant to have Su Ling accompany him. Her abilities were limited, and it remained uncertain what adverse effects might follow their use. Along their journey, they could encounter numerous wounded, and the question lingered whether Su Ling could withstand the strain of treating them all. Seeing Su Ling's frail state, a flicker of concern crossed Zhang Heng's eyes. "Su Ling, are you all right?" he asked. She nodded. "I'm fine. I just need a place to rest. There shouldn't be any other injured individuals, right?" Zhang Heng shook his head, reassuring her. "They are all here. There are no other casualties. Let me carry you to rest." He noticed that Su Ling was on the verge of collapsing, and before she could respond, her legs gave way, leaning heavily against him. Zhang Heng swiftly gathered her into his arms, her head resting limply on his shoulder, her breathing soon becoming steady. "Has she fallen asleep already?" Zhang Heng remarked to Yang Nan. "Yang Nan, I will take her back first. Wait for me here, and we'll head to the next city together." Yang Nan nodded. "All right, go ahead. I'll be here when you return." Zhang Heng carried Su Ling into his bedroom, and then piloted the flying fortress towards Samping City. As they approached, Su Ling stirred awake. She walked over to Zhang Heng, asking, "Where are we now?" Just as Zhang Heng was about to respond, he noticed an abundance of white hair adorning her head. The strands enveloped her entirely, making her appear like a frail old woman. Zhang Heng's expression darkened. "Does your ability rely on your own vitality to activate?" Su Ling looked taken aback. "How do you know?" She was astonished that Zhang Heng was aware of this matter. Who had informed him? She had told no one. Zhang Heng appeared visibly remorseful, expressing his regret. "I truly apologize. I was unaware before. Had I known, I might have." Su Ling shook her head and replied, "Upon witnessing those evolvers in such a state, I would willingly expend my vitality to save them. Even without eyes, tongue, or ears, they exist like mere shells of their former selves. Seeing their restoration has greatly uplifted my spirits. I do not harbor regrets, so please do not blame yourself excessively. Moreover, I am quite grateful to have been able to assist you." Should such an opportunity arise again, do remember to reach out to me. After finishing her words, Su Ling flashed a playful smile at Zhang Heng, seemingly unperturbed. Zhang Heng sighed in resignation, pondering the notion of a next time. He felt reluctant to approach her again, as she might expend her life force in the process of rescuing others, which seemed far too costly. If the next situation did not involve someone of utmost importance, he would certainly refrain from calling upon Su Ling again. Su Ling, do not squander your abilities recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Su Ling responded with a wry smile. It's all right. I am aware of my limits. Should I unlock a higher tier of my genetic lock, my vitality would be extended. If you feel guilty towards me, perhaps you could offer me some crystals as compensation. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng handed over all the crystals he possessed to Su Ling. Chapter 251. The ogre after escorting Su Ling back to Samping City. Zhang Heng returned to Huangshan City. Yang Nan remained silent, directly making his way towards the flying bunker. Zhang Heng had little desire to engage with the residents of Huangshan City. Although the bone demon Sheng entreated them like livestock, his contributions to the city were significant. He even helped establish a plantation for their benefit. Yang then turned to Zhang Heng and remarked that they expressed their gratitude. Zhang Heng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle, stating that it was merely human nature. They were simply doing what they wished to do. Perhaps similar entities existed elsewhere. Yang then inquired about their next destination. Zhang Heng glanced at the map, noting that the nearest city was named Baishi, located just over 300 kilometers away, which the flying bunker could traverse in under 10 minutes. Let's head to Baishi. Since we are out, we must not miss any city, Zhang Heng declared. 10 minutes later, the flying bunker hovered above Baishi. Zhang Heng and Yang Nan gazed down at the city, which, as expected, lay in ruins, with only a few towering buildings remaining. 3 structures stood in a triangular formation, each filled to capacity with people. Strangely, no zombies were visible in the vicinity. It seemed the evolvers of Baishi had been diligent in clearing out the undead. Suddenly, a group of men armed with firearms appeared on the rooftop, and upon a command from a bearded man, they immediately opened fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted towards the flying bunker, creating a cacophony of noise. Zhang Heng's expression shifted as he seized the microphone on the control panel, declaring, "We mean no harm. We are evolvers just like you." The bearded man quickly raised a hand, signaling for the shooting to cease. Zhang Heng piloted the flying bunker down to the rooftop, where the evolvers parted to create a landing space. He stepped out first, greeted by a crowd of puzzled faces. Are they truly human? I thought it was a UFO. With Blue Star in such a state, I would not be surprised by the appearance of aliens. One exclaimed, disappointed that it was not extraterrestrial beings after all. A bearded man approached Zhang Heng, questioning, "From where do you hail?" Zhang Heng explained, "I have come from Jiangnan City to assist other evolvers in combating the zombies. However, it appears you have managed to deal with them here. I see no signs of bone demons or titans among the undead." The bearded man nodded in understanding, saying, "In this apocalypse, everyone is focused on their own survival. It is indeed rare for someone to venture out to aid others. As for the titans and bone demons, you are correct. They have all been dealt with by our leader." Zhang Heng nodded in realization, acknowledging that their leader indeed possessed some capabilities. Otherwise, the city would not be so pristine. Yang Nan addressed Zhang Heng, suggesting that since there were no zombies here, they should venture elsewhere. Just as Zhang Heng was preparing to depart, Blackbeard interjected, stating that although there were no zombies in their vicinity, they were plagued by ogres. He implored them to assist in combating this menace. "Ogres?" Zhang Heng inquired, his expression one of confusion. "I have never encountered such a term before." With a resigned sigh, Blackbeard explained, "They were once evolved beings, but due to a scarcity of food, they began to consume humans, spiraling into chaos. While we have eradicated the zombies, we now face the threat of ogre attacks. They form a formidable team. Although our leader can contend with them, these ogres refuse to engage us in direct confrontation. Many of our brethren have been abducted, leaving us too fearful to search the ruins for sustenance during both day and night. We had initially planned to establish some plantations for crops, but until these ogres are dealt with, we cannot hope to realize that ambition." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Heng and Yang Nan's expressions darkened. They were taken aback by the emergence of these cannibalistic, evolved beings, realizing that the absence of food had indeed transformed many into fiends. Yang glanced at Zhang Heng and declared, "We must ensure that every city operates normally. It appears we have no choice but to remain for now." Zhang Heng nodded in agreement. "Very well. Where is your leader? I wish to meet them." Blackbeard acknowledged. "Follow me. I shall lead you to him." At that moment, Yang interjected, "Zhang Heng, you go ahead. I will await you in the bunker." "All right. Take a rest then," Zhang Heng replied. Blackbeard guided Zhang Heng toward the staircase, explaining that the ogres had severed their power supply, rendering them without electricity, and their previously gathered supplies were on the verge of rotting. "Our leader possesses the ability to manipulate ice, to prevent our food from spoiling. You must remain by its side, freezing it. Since you are an evolved being from Jiangnan City, it indicates that you should possess a certain level of strength. Otherwise, who would dare roam in such an environment?" Zhang Heng smiled faintly and assured, "Just direct me to the ogres, and I will certainly assist you in eliminating them." He noted that their leader also wielded the power of ice, yet due to the necessity of preserving food, he might not be able to address the ogre threat directly. Blackbeard led Zhang Heng to the underground garage, where a chill emanated from the corridor ahead. Blackbeard, shivering from the cold, quickened his pace and announced, "Leader, 2 evolved beings have come to assist us against the ogres. One of them wishes to meet you." From the icy depths emerged a youthful voice, belonging to a striking young man with long hair, bare shoulders, and well-defined muscles, exuding an aura of youthful beauty. Li Bing gazed at Zhang Heng before extending his right hand. "Greetings, I am Li Bing, the president of the Radiant Guild. It is a pleasure to have you here to assist us." Zhang Heng offered a faint smile, responding courteously, "We are all evolved beings. It is only natural for us to aid one another. However, I assume you have encountered these evolved individuals before? Do you have any insights into their appearances or abilities? Are there any discernible markers?" He expressed concern, acknowledging that they too are evolved beings and feared the possibility of misidentification. At this juncture, Li Bing replied, "They almost universally don masks, making it easy to recognize them at a glance. They refer to themselves as the Cleansers, a nefarious little faction that lurks near White House City, typically emerging only at night." Chapter 252, Live Streaming. The Scavenger? It appears to be a type of fish, one that exclusively feeds on the eggs of other fish. These individuals certainly possess a knack for naming things. Zhang Heng nodded and remarked, "I shall assist you in dealing with this group of scavengers." Li Bing responded with gratitude, "Thank you so much. By the way, may I ask, how many genetic locks have you unlocked?" Zhang Heng glanced at Li Bing and replied, "The 4th one." Upon hearing this, Li Bing and his companions' eyes widened in astonishment. The youth before them had managed to unlock the 4th genetic lock. Their own highest achievement was merely the 3rd. How had he accomplished this? Li Bing chuckled, "Impressive. No wonder you're brave enough to seek out titans and bone demons to slay." Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "I won't interrupt you any longer. I shall return to my bunker. I will venture out tonight, and should we cross paths, I might be able to assist you in dealing with them." After all, having unlocked the 4th genetic lock, he felt confident in confronting a few man-eating evolvers without concern for their strength. One by one, he could dismantle them. Upon returning to the bunker, Zhang Heng briefly recounted the situation to Yang Nan. Yang Nan appeared perplexed. "So, they will emerge tonight?" Zhang Heng nodded, noting their inclination to wear masks, indicating an awareness of their nefarious deeds. "In any case, we shall search tonight. If we encounter them, we won't kill them immediately. We will capture them to force out more man-eaters." Yang Nan concurred, "That is a sound strategy. Since we are taking action, we should eliminate them all at once to prevent future troubles." The man-eating evolvers had arisen amidst food scarcity. Was food truly in such short supply? These individuals likely harbored twisted minds, and from Li Bing's accounts, it seemed their numbers were considerable. This world has proven exceedingly hostile to human evolvers. Following the outbreak of the virus, the number of human survivors dwindled significantly. Those who remained faced threats from zombies and hunger, not to mention apocalyptic natural disasters. Now, man-eaters had emerged as well. Although Zhang Heng found it unsurprising that monsters might appear in such a peculiar environment, he struggled to accept that humans, as evolvers, would resort to cannibalism for survival. These individuals were undoubtedly mentally disturbed. Even in the direst circumstances, cannibalism should not be a viable option. Yongnan appeared increasingly lost, often sitting in silence, seemingly lost in thought. It was unclear whether he was reminiscing about his deceased brother or reflecting on their current predicament. Zhang Heng realized he seldom engaged in conversation with Yongnan. After all, Yongnan was remarkably powerful, and their objectives aligned: to seek out bone demons and titans, transforming those they could and killing those they could not. Simultaneously, they aimed to rescue evolvers, providing them with seeds and teaching them the art of cultivation, or addressing the challenges they faced. Zhang Heng approached Yongnan and took a seat on the sofa opposite him, offering a gentle smile. Yongnan, you appear to be burdened with heavy thoughts. If it is not too inconvenient, perhaps sharing them would lighten your heart. Or do you believe I am not a suitable listener? Yongnan suddenly seemed to awaken, gazing at Zhang Heng with a smile. I was merely pondering, can we truly save humanity with just the two of us? Even cannibals have emerged, and they are still human. I can comprehend zombies consuming humans, as it may hasten their evolution, but cannibalism among humans, could it also be a means to unlock more genetic potential? Zhang Heng, taken aback, responded, are you suggesting that these cannibals believe consuming evolved beings might accelerate their genetic unlocking rather than merely out of hunger? Yongnan nodded. Indeed, I entertain such a hypothesis. The virus in the rain can be absorbed by both zombies and evolved beings. Humans could consume the brains of zombies to acquire the compressed viruses within, thereby accelerating their genetic unlocking. Similarly, humans might devour evolved beings to hasten their own genetic evolution. They may have begun their assaults on evolved beings for this very reason. If that is the case, what distinguishes humans from zombies? The primary difference lies in the fact that humans do not consume their own kind. Zhang Heng remarked, we shall inquire directly and find out. Yongnan sighed in resignation. We are but two individuals, and our capabilities are quite limited. We must unite all of humanity, informing them of our actions and intentions. In doing so, others like us may emerge to continue our efforts. Our experiences, trials, and discoveries must be shared with the world. Do you have any viable strategies? Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Perhaps I could host a live stream to recount my experiences and our endeavors? Yongnan's expression shifted slightly, yet he nodded. At the very least, it is a potential approach. I trust that titans and bone demons will also watch your stream, learning of our actions. They may choose to evade us or regard us as a threat. It is a double-edged sword, and if mishandled, we might find ourselves in peril. Zhang Heng chuckled. Are you concerned that fifth-stage zombies, like yourself, will target us upon discovering our existence? Yongnan affirmed, indeed. I am not the first evolved fifth-stage zombie in this world. I am certain there are many like me, some who, like myself, harbor no desire to harm humanity. But there are also those, like my brother, who view humans as mere sustenance. Yongnan's contemplative demeanor revealed the depth of his concerns, reflecting a sincere desire for humanity's future. Zhang Heng felt fortunate to have encountered Yongnan. He contacted Pan Jiaying and requested her to send over their hospital's live streaming account. Subsequently, he initiated a live broadcast online. At that moment, Yongnan was looking at his phone, inquiring, how is it? Are there any viewers? Zhang Heng glanced at the number of people in the live stream, which was in the double digits and steadily increasing. A group of individuals in the chat began to bombard him with question marks, evidently unaware of Zhang Heng's intentions for the broadcast. Consequently, Zhang Heng altered the title to read, we have crucial information that needs dissemination. Please assist by recording and sharing. With the change in title, everyone immediately comprehended the situation. What information? Do tell. I recall the streamer was originally a female. How did it transform into a male? What message are you trying to convey? Chapter 253. The ogre's message. The audience in the live broadcast room grew increasingly numerous, surpassing 1,000 viewers. Zhang Heng assessed the situation and remarked, good afternoon to everyone in the live stream. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Heng, an evolutionary just like you. Beside me is Ms. Yongnan, who identifies as a fifth-stage zombie, referring to herself as a new human. Fifth stage zombie? A new human? Is that for real? There exists a higher form beyond the bone demon? Is this truly the fifth stage of zombies? They appear remarkably similar to us humans. At this point, Zhang Heng stated, I believe Yang Nan will provide you with a comprehensive explanation. We hope that today's broadcast will be disseminated in video format so that more individuals can comprehend the challenges we face and the actions we must undertake. Having concluded his remarks, Zhang Heng stepped aside. Yang Nan positioned herself in front of the phone, gazing at the continuously scrolling subtitles on the screen. She then declared, I indeed represent a fifth-stage zombie. This is my current form. Would you like me to prove it? Certainly. Suddenly, the fabric of her clothing parted, and 4 objects resembling bone blades erupted from the nape of her neck. These 4 bone blades appeared exceedingly supple, yet Zhang Heng perceived the palpable threat they emanated. Yang Nan elucidated, I refer to these as bone tendrils, a capability possessed by the fifth-stage zombie. These tendrils can extend infinitely and are remarkably sharp. They could effortlessly shred the bone armor of a bone demon. Regrettably, there are no bone demons present for me to demonstrate this. It appears to be true. This is indeed a fifth-stage zombie. A fifth-stage zombie is nearly indistinguishable from a human. What are you trying to convey? Why would an evolutionary associate with a zombie? Yang Nan replied calmly. The message we wish to convey is quite simple. Fifth-stage zombies bear a striking resemblance to humans. However, it is worth noting that their hair tends to be silvery gray, and they possess the ability to manipulate bone tendrils along with instant self-healing capabilities. If you encounter such entities, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, I would like to inform everyone that the method for human evolutionaries to accelerate the unlocking of their genetic potential does not solely involve hunting zombies. On rainy days, collecting rainwater, imbued with certain substances, can expedite the gene unlocking process. It is not that I discourage you from eliminating zombies. They prey upon humans, and thus, they must be eradicated swiftly to prevent their evolution into even more advanced forms. Do not entertain notions of isolation. Humanity should unite to combat zombies and exterminate them. Even ordinary zombies must not be spared. But aren't you a zombie as well? Why assist humans? Your words cannot be wholly trusted, for you are a zombie yourself. Is someone up there foolish? A fifth-stage zombie urges us to eliminate the zombies we see. How could that be a trap? Rainwater can accelerate the progress of gene unlocking. This has long been a suspicion of mine, and I am astonished to discover its veracity. Should we collect rainwater more diligently on rainy days? At this moment, Yang Nan cast a glance at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng stepped closer to the phone screen. Did he have an inquiry to make? Why did you choose to associate with the zombies? What is your true objective? Zhang Heng smiled gently. Both Yang Nan and I share the goal of saving humanity. Hence, this live broadcast was initiated. I hope to raise your awareness and impart knowledge on how to swiftly unlock genetic barriers and the potential adversaries we may face in the future. Currently, Yang Nan and I are at the White Shelter, preparing to confront the cannibals. The true identity of the cannibals is a group of flesh-eating evolutionaries, and we are devising strategies to combat them. Earlier, we encountered the bone demon zombies, who feigned the creation of shelters for humanity and the cultivation of crops, while secretly diminishing the human population and imprisoning them in dungeons. I am uncertain if such occurrences have transpired elsewhere. If they have, or if you harbor any suspicions, please contact me discreetly. I will promptly investigate. Why are you so confident? How many genetic locks have you unlocked? What are your abilities? They genuinely care for our welfare. I have recorded the video, and I shall share it in other posts. Is it wise to inquire about abilities? The Bone Demon and Titan are likely watching. Wouldn't that expose other trump cards? Zhang Heng smiled slightly and replied, As for my own abilities, I shall refrain from disclosing them for now, since we have conveyed our message. I hope you can assist in disseminating it to warn all survivors worldwide. Here is my phone number. Should you require assistance or encounter the Titan or Bone Demon, you may contact me immediately, and we will hasten to your aid. With that, Zhang Heng left his number on the screen before shutting down the live broadcast. Yang Nan looked at Zhang Heng, puzzled. Is that all we need to do? Zhang Heng shrugged. Who knows? It's better than doing nothing at all. We can host live broadcasts periodically. It should bring about some change. Yang Nan nodded and suggested, perhaps next time we could broadcast the transformation of zombies. Who knows? Maybe titans and bone demons wishing to revert to humanity will reach out to you. Just then, Zhang Heng's phone emitted a series of notifications. He picked it up to find a message from an unfamiliar number. You claim you are at the White Shelter? Do you truly intend to annihilate us? Do you possess such capability? It appeared that the cannibals were also observing his broadcast. Zhang Heng promptly made a call, but the recipient did not answer and instead hung up. Upon trying again, the line was perpetually busy. It seemed he had been blocked. Zhang Heng then sent a text. If you're so timid, do not expose yourself. I am at the White Shelter. I await your arrival tonight. Let us not miss this opportunity. Yangnan Inkuiret. Who sent that? Zhang Heng glanced out the window and remarked, it appears to be a nearby ogre. Indeed, in this age of information, even an ogre is tuned into my live stream. They are already aware of my existence. This revelation, albeit surprising, could work to his advantage. The ogre had sent me a message, clearly indicating its discontent, suggesting that an evening of engagement might be in order. As night fell, Zhang Heng prepared a simple meal before stepping out of the bunker to relish the cool breeze. He then commenced a leisurely stroll through the ruins, anticipating that if the ogre was close by, it would reveal itself soon. Chapter 254. Instant Kill. In the desolate city, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only 3 towering edifices casting a faint glow, though the illumination was limited. Zhang Heng traversed the shadows, his gaze probing the vicinity in search of potential hiding spots for the ogres. They would undoubtedly remain within the confines of these 3 buildings. Suddenly, a thud echoed behind him. Zhang Heng turned to behold a skeletal demon with glowing red eyes appearing at his back. He pivoted to face it, a smile gracing his lips. Are you the one who sent me the message? The skeletal demon scoffed. Indeed, it was I who reached out to you. Did you not say you would await my arrival tonight? Here I am. Let me witness your prowess. Zhang Heng smiled faintly, surveying the area. Why is it that you stand alone? Where are your comrades? The demon's countenance darkened as it regarded him, a hint of skepticism in its tone. Do you seem to underestimate me? Can I not handle you alone? What about that so-called 5th-tier zombie of yours? Is she lurking nearby? Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. Do you think I am merely a fox borrowing the tiger's ferocity? You believe I am bold only because I have the assistance of 5th-tier zombie? The demon retorted with a cold snort. I do not think so. I merely wish to inquire directly of this 5th-tier zombie. What could possibly motivate her to ally with humans against other zombies? Though she may appear human, her essence remains that of a zombie. Has she, perhaps, deceived herself into believing she is human simply due to her altered appearance? At that moment, Yang Nan gracefully descended from the air, landing beside Zhang Heng. She gazed at the skeletal demon in the distance. Humans slay zombies for self-preservation, while zombies kill humans for sustenance. Having once been human, how can I bear to witness zombies treat humans as prey? Though I have become a zombie, a fate beyond my choosing, we were once all human. We should not inflict harm upon humanity. The skeletal demon erupted in laughter. Oh, what a delightful notion. Humans kill zombies for self-preservation, yet zombies kill humans for food. When calamity struck, humanity was divided into evolvers and zombies. Is this not evident? Clearly, the heavens have chosen superior beings to dominate this world. The era of humanity has long since ended. The future belongs to us, the zombies. Regardless of your efforts and struggles, against the countless zombies outnumbering you by hundreds, you stand no chance. Zhang Heng glanced at Yang Nan and remarked, it seems he is unlikely to accept your proposal for transformation. Yang Nan silently nodded in agreement. Zhang Heng then inquired, hey, call your companions here. Before you can no longer act, inform them of our arrival. The skeletal demon could not suppress a hearty laugh. What a ludicrous statement. You are truly amusing. My other comrades have already vacated the city for other territories. Baishi is currently under my dominion. I could take my time to devour the evolvers here, piece by piece. I advise you to refrain from intervening. You are a zombie, and so am I. Would you truly slay a fellow undead? Just moments ago, I heard your mention of transformation. What does that signify? Yang Nan remarked, if you wish to regain your humanity, I can facilitate your transformation, and you shall become human once more. The bone demon shook his head, responding, I'm afraid I have no desire to be human. Humanity is merely an inferior race. Nothing more than my next meal. Zhang Heng scoffed dismissively, unwilling to engage further. I shall proceed. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Heng charged toward the bone demon with swift determination. The bone demon's demeanor shifted instantly. His wings unfurled, propelling him toward Zhang Heng with astonishing speed. Zhang Heng's pupils contracted sharply as his right hand tensed, launching a powerful punch. The bone demon sneered, countering with a punch of his own. However, in an unexpected turn, the bone demon's arm transformed into a bone blade. Zhang Heng's fist collided directly with the bone blade. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. Rather than being impaled by the blade, Zhang Heng's punch shattered it into fragments. The bone demon felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, causing it to shatter and tear apart. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at his mangled right arm, overwhelmed by disbelief. Yet before he could react, Zhang Heng seized him by the neck and, while pressing downward, delivered a knee strike to the bone demon's chin. With a resounding crack, the bone armor shattered, and the bone demon felt the world spinning around him. Incredible! How powerful! The fifth stage zombie had yet to intervene. This one individual was sufficient to handle the situation. Panic surged within the bone demon as he struggled to rise, unfurling his wings in an attempt to escape. However, Zhang Heng grasped his extended wings, leaped into the air, and drove both feet into the bone demon's chest. The force expelled a torrent of blood from the bone demon, who was sent hurtling backward, his wings torn asunder by Zhang Heng's might. In the face of such overwhelming strength, the bone demon's body seemed fragile and utterly defenseless. As he lay on the ground, unable to move, a pool of blood accumulated beneath him, his eyes vacantly staring at the sky. Though his body was immobilized, his consciousness remained acutely aware. What kind of power is this? How can there be such a disparity? Even if the opponent is an evolved being who has unlocked the fourth tier of their genetic lock, he should not possess such terrifying strength. To have stripped his wings bare with bare hands, his flesh is even tougher than his bone armor, impervious to the bone blade. He is nothing short of a monster, transcending the very existence of the bone demon species. Is the fifth stage zombie beside him even stronger? At this moment, Zhang Heng approached the bone demon, rummaging through his belongings until he discovered a mobile phone. He opened the device and scrolled through the message history, locating the text he had previously sent to the bone demon. It appears that the entity who sent the previous messages is indeed this skeletal demon. Zhang Heng bestowed a faint smile upon the creature and remarked, I shall locate each of your companions, so rest assured. You shall not traverse the path to the underworld in solitude. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Heng rose and crushed the demon's skull beneath his foot. Amidst the grotesque remains, a blue crystal emerged. Zhang Heng retrieved the crystal and stored it within his spatial backpack. The previous crystals had all been given to Su Ling, as she had saved numerous lives at great cost. Henceforth, he must begin to gather crystals for himself. Chapter 255. The demon of San Zhang Heng retrieved the mobile phone he had pilfered from the bone demon, perusing the call logs. With his companions having departed this place, it was likely they had communicated via their phones. Upon opening several messaging applications, he soon discovered a chat group that had received recent replies. The group comprised 7 individuals, suggesting the presence of 6 others. As he delved into the chat history, Zhang Heng swiftly located the whereabouts of the others. Astonishingly, these bone demons had dispersed, each venturing to different cities in pursuit of more evolutionaries to expedite their own evolution. One of them, the nearest, had traveled to Ruishing, a city situated a mere few hundred kilometers from Baishi. Zhang Heng relayed this information to Yongnan, who suddenly remarked that, thus far, she had yet to encounter any bone demon or titan willing to be transformed back into a human, aside from her brother's cohort who were loath to meet their demise. Must we truly eradicate them all? She questioned. Zhang Heng replied, if they refuse to comply, we eliminate them, as we had initially agreed, right? What troubles you? Yangnan's expression darkened. I fear that I may be the last zombie left in this world. At her words, Zhang Heng couldn't help but chuckle, Rest assured, young Nan, that will not happen. The blue star is vast. Surely, you cannot be the only zombie yearning to return to humanity. We have only just begun our journey. We simply have yet to encounter others. I promise to assist you in your search. Young Nan nodded, revealing her concern that she might be the sole zombie remaining in existence. Given their current encounters with bone demons and titans, it was not entirely surprising that she harbored such thoughts. Zhang Heng added, "Moreover, you are not a zombie. You are a new human, as you have stated yourself. Have you forgotten?" Acknowledging his attempt at consolation, Yang Nan nodded, "I am merely feeling a bit lost lately. I will adjust swiftly. Shall we proceed to Ruixing now?" Zhang Heng agreed. "Yes, the bone demons in Baishi have been dealt with. However, I must first inform them. You should return to the flying fortress." With that, Zhang Heng soared towards one of the 3 towering buildings. Minutes later, he returned to the flying fortress, setting the course for Ruixing. He refrained from activating full speed mode, as it was nighttime. Instead, he reduced the pace, estimating they would reach Ruixing by dawn. In the meantime, a good rest was in order. Yang Nan retired to her chamber early to rest. Zhang Heng took a brief shower before climbing into bed, his mind reflecting on the words Yang Nan had shared earlier. It was troubling that she felt adrift. Could the words of the bone demons they encountered have impacted her? She was a zombie, meant to oppose humanity. In this world, a struggle raged between zombies and evolutionaries, and as a zombie, her role was to eliminate humans. Every zombie she had encountered had imparted this belief to her. If Yang Nan's willpower were to falter, he might indeed be swayed. Before encountering insurmountable zombies, it is likely that Yang Nan would not betray him. However, it is prudent to prepare oneself for the possibility of Yang Nan's betrayal. Indeed, there are no lifelong allies, only eternal adversaries. Early the next morning, Zhang Heng discovered that the flying bunker was not airborne. It appeared they had already arrived at Ruixing. Ruixing is a quaint little town, yet due to its vigorous development, it has expanded considerably, creating a landscape of rural surroundings encircling an urban center. The surrounding houses, predominantly made of tile, lay in ruins, resembling a desolate wasteland, while many of Ruixing's concrete structures remained largely intact. Zhang Heng also noticed numerous evolved beings traversing the streets, and the nearby zombies seemed plentiful. Evidently, Ruixing had not witnessed the emergence of a unified force of evolved beings. Otherwise, these zombies would have been eradicated long ago. At this moment, Yang Nan emerged from the bedroom, asking, "Zhang Heng, have we arrived?" Zhang Heng nodded, replying, "Yes, we are now at Ruixing. I will descend to investigate. You can observe from here." "All right." Yang Nan smiled gently at Zhang Heng before watching him exit the flying bunker. The instant Zhang Heng touched the ground, zombies in the vicinity converged upon his location. Observing the encroaching horde, a faint smile crept onto Zhang Heng's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound ability, the Demon of Sand. As he channeled his spiritual energy, grains of sand began to rise from the earth, forming a formidable wall of sand around him. This sandy barrier expanded outward in all directions, akin to the waves of the beach, forcefully pushing the surrounding zombies away, devouring them in its wake. The yellow sand swirled with the zombies, coalescing into a colossal wall of sand. Zhang Heng positioned himself at the center, manipulating the speed of the sand's movement and compressing the grains. The zombies trapped within the sandy wall immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, gradually disassembling their bodies. Blood and sand mingled, staining the earthen-colored wall of vivid crimson. Evolved beings observing from above mistook the scene for a sandstorm. Indeed, it resembled a tempest of sand. The wall continued to rotate at high speed, merging into a gigantic sandstorm. The surrounding zombies were relentlessly drawn into this whirlpool. Their bodies were torn apart within the storm, and even the crawlers were not spared. Zhang Heng leaped into the air, soaring upward. As the sandstorm swelled in size, vehicles and debris around him were absorbed into its vortex. Gazing at the immense sandstorm before him, Zhang Heng could not help but feel a surge of joy. Its power seemed formidable, and should its speed increase, its potency might become even more astounding. This ability appears to be quite remarkable. The Demon of Sand. Indeed, is the Demon of Sand. The sandstorm began to advance into the city, sweeping up everything in its vicinity, thereby augmenting its own mass. Even without Zhang Heng's deliberate manipulation, the current velocity of the swirling dust was unstoppable, methodically consuming every zombie and object within its grasp at a steady pace. This spectacle promptly drew the attention of several evolvers in the city, who paused to observe. "Hello, did you conjure this?" A middle-aged man with a square face suddenly approached him. Zhang Heng turned to face him, offering a slight smile as he replied, "Indeed, it is my creation. Are you one of the evolvers of this city? Might I have the honor of meeting your leader? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss with him." The square-faced man eagerly nodded, "Of course. Please follow me." Chapter 256. Word manifest as Law Zhang Heng followed his companion into a building, entered an elevator, and soon arrived at a high-level office. A bespectacled man with a Mediterranean hairstyle had his hands poised over the keyboard of a notebook, seemingly engrossed in recording something. The arrival of Zhang Heng immediately captured the man's attention. The man who had led Zhang Heng then spoke. "This is our boss. His surname is Xie." At that moment, Xie Jun closed his notebook and looked curiously at the unfamiliar Zhang Heng, inquiring, "Lao Wu, who might this be?" Zhang Heng offered a faint smile and replied, "I am Zhang Heng, an evolver from another region, here to inquire about certain matters." Xie Jun nodded in understanding, welcoming him warmly. "What would you like to ask?" Zhang Heng then posed a question. "Have there been any reports of missing team members recently?" Xie Jun raised an eyebrow slightly. "How do you know?" "Indeed, a few individuals have mysteriously vanished, one every 3 or 4 days." Zhang Heng nodded, concluding that he must be in the right place. Sensing that the man before him might possess some knowledge, Xie Jun pressed on, "Zhang Heng, what is your purpose in coming here?" Zhang Heng explained, "I suspect there are man-eaters among you. I have come to seek them out." "Man-eaters?" Xie Jun echoed, unfamiliar with the term. He gestured for Zhang Heng to take a seat. "Please, let us discuss this further. I would like to understand more about these man-eaters." Zhang Heng then settled in the chair across from Xie Jun. Xie Jun inquired, "What exactly do you mean by man-eaters? Are they zombies or—" Zhang Heng shook his head, clarifying, "They're not zombies. They are human, evolvers like us. The only difference is that they consume human flesh." "Have there been any new evolvers joining your ranks recently?" Xie Jun's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at a woman seated in the corner. She looked up at Zhang Heng and said, "I am the survivor who recently joined. Do you think I am a man-eater?" Zhang Heng turned his gaze to the woman. Xie Jun stood and introduced her. "This is Su Mei. She arrived a month ago and is now my secretary. Is there some misunderstanding here? Are you certain that man-eaters are evolvers?" Zhang Heng regarded Su Mei with a calm smile. "I have killed one. I can certainly confirm they are flesh and blood humans like us." Su Mei raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, is that so? How terrifying that there could be man-eating evolvers." Zhang Heng approached Su Mei and asked, "You really came here a month ago?" Unfazed, she replied, "Of course. You don't think I'm a man-eater, do you?" Zhang Heng responded nonchalantly, "I need not doubt, for I possess a means to extract the truth from you." As he spoke, a brilliant blue light ignited in his eyes, and he declared, "Words manifest as law. Tell me, are you a man-eater?" Xie Jun, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Zhang Heng, what are you doing?" Su Mei's body quivered slightly in surprise. Then she turned to Zhang Heng and replied, "I am. I have hidden the bones of those I devoured beneath my bed, and there is also half a corpse in a refrigerator." Upon uttering these words, Su Mei suddenly noticed that everyone was regarding her with an odd gaze. Confused, she asked, "What is the matter? What has happened?" At that moment, Zhang Heng addressed Xie Jun. "Xie Jun, I shall refrain from taking action for now. You should verify this." Xie Jun stared at Su Mei in disbelief, exclaiming, "Su Mei, you... Lao San, go and confirm this." Lao San, guali in sedulo, shot a glance at Su Mei, then nodded and hurriedly exited. Su Mei approached Xie Jun and asked, "Xie Jun, what is it? What do we need to confirm?" Xie Jun abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming, "Stay back. Do not come near me." Su Mei, taken aback, questioned, "Xie Jun, what is going on? Why are you treating me this way?" It was evident that she had lost all memory of her earlier compliance with Zhang Heng's command. She noticed the surrounding individuals glaring at her with palpable anger, creating a tense atmosphere. Just then, Lao San rushed back in, his face pale as he glanced at Su Mei and then relayed to Xie Jun, "Boss, we found numerous human bones beneath Su Mei's bed and in the refrigerator. We discovered half of Li Yi in his head." At that moment, Su Mei comprehended the situation. She abandoned her pretense and gazed at Zhang Heng, puzzled. "What transpired just now? Have you manipulated my thoughts?" Zhang Heng smiled subtly, merely a little trick. Xie Jun, seething with rage, glared at Su Mei. "Su Mei, you cannibal! Li Yi had feelings for you. Why did you consume him?" Unable to contain her laughter, Su Mei retorted, "He came to me willingly, delivered himself on a silver platter. How could I refuse? Besides, being consumed by me is his honor. We become one in the process." Enraged, Xie Jun swung a punch toward Su Mei. Suddenly, numerous vines erupted around her, encasing her entirely. His fist collided with the wall of vines, penetrating it, and to his astonishment, he discovered he could not retract his hand. The vines constricted around his arm, inflicting excruciating pain. "Oh, my hand! My hand!" Xie Jun cried out in agony, stomping his feet on the floor in desperation. At that moment, Zhang Heng struck the wall of vines with force. The wall instantly yielded, opening numerous gaps that ensnared his arm. Undeterred by the encroaching vines, Zhang Heng seized Su Mei from within and pulled her out. Su Mei glared at him, her expression darkening. "You are seeking death." Zhang Heng grinned, ceased breathing. Su Mei's eyes widened in horror as she collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at her neck with both hands, her visage contorted in anguish. A face was flushed with an intense crimson hue. At that moment, Xie Jun approached Zhang Heng, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Zhang Heng replied, "I have compelled her to cease breathing. She shall suffer and slowly perish in her inability to draw breath. It is a fitting end for her. Is your arm unharmed?" Xie Jun shook his head. "I am fine. I simply did not anticipate that Su Mei was in fact a man-eater. The numerous disappearances within our camp can all be attributed to her. I shall remain vigilant in the future when selecting acquaintances. Had it not been for your timely intervention, it is likely that the individuals here would have been gradually consumed by her, all the while remaining blissfully unaware of the unfolding calamity." Chapter 257. Jiangbei City in a state of suffocation. Su Mei gradually succumbed to death, leaving behind traces of her struggle on the ground, marked by bloodied claw marks that bore witness to her agonizing final moments. Su Mei was dead. Xie Jun exhaled deeply, feeling a blend of heartache and regret. Why does this world harbor such monstrosities as man-eaters? While the existence of zombies may be somewhat comprehensible, that of evolved beings who feast upon humans is simply intolerable. At that moment, Zhang Heng retrieved Su Mei's phone and addressed Xie Jun, expressing surprise at encountering a man-eater so effortlessly. It seemed that there were no companions left in this city, hence he intended to depart, wishing them good luck. Xie Jun hurriedly stopped Zhang Heng, saying, "Zhang Heng, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Would you not stay a few more days? Let me properly thank you. Otherwise, I fear many lives may be lost here." Zhang Heng replied, "They have accomplices, each scattered across various cities, blending in among the populace as evolved beings. If I linger here even a day longer, it could result in more casualties at the hands of the man-eater." Upon hearing this, Xie Jun felt a bitter sensation in his mouth, saying, "Then I shall not detain you." Zhang Heng exited the building, heading toward the flying fortress. Young Nun, noticing his swift return, could not help but inquire, "What happened?" Zhang Heng recounted the events that had just transpired in detail. After listening, Yang Nan smiled faintly, remarking, "It seems fortune has favored you. You found the man-eater upon your arrival. Shall we depart from here now?" Zhang Heng nodded. "Yes, we must leave this place. The man-eaters have dispersed, making it challenging to track them down. If we had their photographs, perhaps we could unite others to assist us. But this is virtually impossible, so we must proceed one by one." Zhang Heng then took out his phone, opened the group chat, and began to confirm their next destination. Jiangbei City? It doesn't seem too far from here. He set the course for the flying fortress to swiftly head towards Jiangbei City. Simultaneously, he opened Su Mei's phone to see if there were any other useful clues. At that moment, a message suddenly appeared in the group chat. "How have you all been lately?" The message came from a man named Xiu Feng. Zhang Heng used Su Mei's phone to respond. A group of people is currently searching for us. My city has been discovered. What is happening? Xiao Feng replied. What do you mean? Someone is looking for us? How many? What do they look like? Su Mei responded, I don't know, but I messaged Lin Yu. And he hardly replied. Could something have happened? Please see if you can reach him. A silence enveloped the group. Su Lai remarked, I just made a few calls. Lin Yu did not answer. Could something truly have occurred? Xiao Feng suggested, should we return a check? Or, at that moment, a message from the group leader, Lin Wenxiang, broke the tension. Do not panic, nor act rashly. Lin Yu may have encountered trouble, but you must avoid exposing yourselves. Su Mei, today, a group of individuals arrived at Ruixing, investigating the disappearance of evolvers and whether any new ones have joined us in the past month. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I fled and am now en route to Jiangbei. I suspect they will soon arrive in Jiangbei City as well. Perhaps we should confront them there. Xiao Feng, why didn't you mention this sooner, Su Mei? Such a significant matter. Su Lai, how many are there? What abilities do they possess? Su Mei, 4 or 5 individuals, though I'm uncertain of their abilities. However, they're likely formidable. Lin Wenxiang, if we do not address them, it will indeed become a dilemma. They will pick us off one by one. Therefore, let us head to Jiangbei together and face this team as a united front. Zhang Heng grinned, shutting off Su Mei's phone, and then addressed Yang Nan, saying, Yang Nan, we shall proceed to Jiangbei. Perhaps we can ensnare these man-eaters in one fell swoop. Yang Nan, Buzlet, Inquiret, why? Are these man-eaters all in Jiangbei? Zhang Heng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they will all converge on Jiangbei. I have lured them here, and together we shall confront them. Yang Nan nodded in understanding. I see. You can rest assured. I will take care of it. Time passed, and the flying fortress arrived above Jiangbei City. A vast fissure had split the city in two, revealing a bottomless abyss at its center. The flying fortress descended slowly beside the chasm. Several city evolvers from Jiangbei approached Zhang Heng. Leading them was a young boy clad in a white tank top and shorts. The boy gazed at the magnificent flying fortress with astonishment, exclaiming, wow, is this a wind-driven flying machine? It operates entirely on air pressure. Unfamiliar with the term, Zhang Heng queried the boy, where can I find your leader? My companions and I wish to meet him and discuss certain matters. Could you guide us? An older evolver beside the boy asked, what do you want with our leader? Zhang Heng replied, I bear crucial intelligence for him. Upon hearing this, the older evolver nodded. Very well, follow me. Under their guidance, Zhang Heng and Yang Nan met the leader of Jiangbei City, Juanxing. He summoned all his officers and members, evidently showcasing his power. Everyone scrutinized them with discerning eyes. Juanxing inquired, what brings evolvers from other regions to our territory? Are you here to seize our resources? Zhang Heng responded, what resources could you possibly possess that would tempt me to steal? I am here to verify a matter. Have any of your members mysteriously vanished recently? If so, perhaps you could enlighten me. Juanxing was taken aback by the audacity of this individual, yet the question he posed indeed held merit. Juanxing pondered, why do you believe someone here has gone missing? What is your objective? Manitas. Zhang Heng directly articulated these 3 words. Ogres may be lurking within your city, and those individuals who have recently gone missing could very well have fallen prey to these creatures. Ogres, being a form of evolved beings, simply indulge in the consumption of humans. Besides the recent disappearances, have there been any newcomers joining your ranks in the past few months? They might indeed be of considerable suspicion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd instantly darkened. They had come in search of ogres? Moreover, it is highly likely that the culprits are among the individuals who joined them in recent months. Chapter 258. Instant kill. The military star exhibited considerable resistance upon encountering the sudden arrival of the evolved beings in this city. After all, this city was his territory, and the presence of other evolved beings signified a potential division of the scarce resources. Given that Jiangbei City already had limited supplies, it could hardly accommodate the influx of additional evolved beings. However, if they were to join their ranks, there would be no concern regarding the depletion of resources. Yet, it was evident that they were neither of these. They had come in search of the man-eaters. At that moment, the military star glanced at the crew cut man, Su Long, standing beside him. Su Long immediately grasped the situation. A month prior, an evolved being had joined their ranks, and since then, individuals have been mysteriously disappearing every few days. Could it be him? Zhang Heng then inquired. Are you able to locate him? I can compel him to reveal the truth. Su Long nodded affirmatively. Certainly, I shall seek him out immediately. With that, he dashed out of the office. The military star turned to Zhang Heng and asked, Which city do you hail from? Zhang Heng replied, I come from Jiangnan City, seeking the man-eaters as well as the bone demon and titan zombies. Should you possess any information regarding the bone demon or the titans, I will be glad to assist you in eliminating them. The military star raised an eyebrow at Zhang Heng's audacity, pondering how confident he must be to believe he could easily dispatch the bone demon and titan. How many genetic locks had he unlocked to exude such self-assurance? Jiangnan City was quite distant, several thousand kilometers away. If he had departed from Jiangnan City, it implied that he had already dealt with the titans and bone demons there. After contemplating for a moment, the military star responded, Currently, we have no bone demons or titans in our vicinity. A while ago, we managed to drive them away, though their whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Heng nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. He and Yang Nan then settled in a nearby location. Before long, Su Long returned, panting. The guy has vanished. He was teamed up with others this morning, but now no one knows where he has gone. Zhang Heng's expression darkened. It appears he has received word and either hidden away or fled. He pulled out his phone, and indeed, several messages had appeared in the group chat. It seemed that man-eaters from various cities had gathered at a particular location, complete with a tracking coordinate. A smile crept onto Zhang Heng's lips. In that case, we shall take our leave. Here is my number. Feel free to call if you require assistance. He left his phone number behind and turned to Yang Nan. Let's go. Yang Nan nodded, and the two of them began to exit in succession. The military star made no effort to impede their departure, instead watching their retreating figures, lost in thought. The silent woman beside Zhang Heng piqued his curiosity. Her striking white hair alone was remarkable, leaving him to wonder about her abilities. These two possessed formidable strength, yet they had not expressed any desire to enlist help against the man-eaters. Zhang Heng and Yang then exited the building, where a group of cannibals had gathered at this location. We should still have time to reach them, as the news was disseminated just 5 minutes ago. Yang Nan nodded, urging an immediate departure. Zhang Heng activated the location services. The distance between them was less than 10 kilometers, quite close indeed. Following the navigation on his phone, he soon spotted a dilapidated building not far ahead. Inside the crumbling edifice, several cannibals congregated, deliberating their strategies. However, at that moment, Qiufeng suddenly noticed two individuals outside the derelict building. His expression shifted slightly, and he alerted the others. Someone is approaching. Lin Wenxiang and the others exchanged worried glances and moved towards the window. Zhang Heng leaped towards their position, prompting the three individuals to stagger backward. As he descended gracefully, he inquired, Which one of you is the leader? Lin Wenxiang stepped forward, questioning, Are you the one hunting us down? Zhang Heng smiled faintly. It seems you are their leader. As he spoke, a glimmer of blue light flickered in his eyes, causing Lin Wenxiang's eyes to widen in shock. He halted his breath. Pain washed over Lin Wenxiang's face as he clutched his throat, writhing on the ground. Beside him, Su Lai and Qiufeng were rendered speechless. Leader, what has happened to you? What have you done to our leader? Zhang Heng smiled enigmatically, responding, What have I done? Merely allowed him to experience suffering. Did you think you could escape? No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Lai and Qiufeng glanced down, shocked to find a vast expanse of yellow sand had accumulated beneath their feet, ensnaring their legs. They struggled desperately, but to no avail. Damn it! Let's go! Qiufeng. Fear was etched across their faces. At that moment, a flash of cold light appeared, and a bone knife, resembling a scythe, cleaved through Qiufeng and Su Lai, severing them cleanly in half. Meanwhile, Lin Wenxiang, who had been struggling on the ground, ceased his efforts, his eyes rolling back as he gazed lifelessly at the ceiling, clearly beyond salvation. Yang Nan observed the three corpses on the floor and questioned, Is this all of them? Zhang Heng nodded. If they were to arrive, they should all be here. Including the two I killed earlier, that makes 5. All 5 cannibals have finally met their end. Zhang Heng returned to the building in search of Juanqing. Upon seeing Zhang Heng and his companions return, Juanqing hurriedly inquired, "Where have you been? Did you confront the cannibals?" Zhang Heng affirmed, "Yes, the cannibals have been dealt with. There should be no further disappearances here, but just in case, remain vigilant." With that, Zhang Heng retrieved 2 bags of seeds from his spatial backpack. "I have observed that it seems you have yet to embark on the endeavor of cultivating crops yourselves. Relying solely on the dwindling resources within the city will not sustain you for long. These seeds I present are for potatoes and sweet potatoes, both of which are remarkably easy to nurture, maturing within 1 to 3 months. It will be prudent for you to commence planting immediately. Furthermore, it is imperative that you eradicate the zombies within the city post-haste. Otherwise, over time, these ordinary zombies will evolve into more formidable forms. Titans and bone demons originated in this manner, and no zombie should be spared. Do you comprehend?" Military Star gazed incredulously at the seeds laid upon the table. I too wish to cultivate some crops, but regrettably, by the time I arrived here, I could not find any seeds. You truly are a beacon of hope in this dire situation, and I shall make the most of them. As for the zombies, rest assured that I send my men to eliminate them daily." Chapter 259. Famished Juanqing gazed at the departing figures of Zhang Heng and Yang Nan, then glanced at the precious seeds in his hand, his heart brimming with gratitude. These 2 individuals appear to be on a mission to save the world. Their efforts were nothing short of monumental. With these seeds, their group could thrive in this world for a much longer time. Upon returning to the flying bunker, Zhang Heng directed it skyward while he scoured the internet for information. Yang Nan, puzzled, inquired, "Zhang Heng, what are you doing?" Zhang Heng logged into Pan Jiaying's account and discovered numerous private messages. "I'm perusing the messages to see if there are any regions in need of our assistance," he replied. Yang Nan nodded in understanding. Zhang Heng sifted through the private messages. They originated from across the nation. Evidently, some locations were far too distant for him to aid. Yet, one message seemed relatively close, hinting that he could reach it swiftly. "I am a survivor from Liangzhou City. The zombies and evolvers have each claimed their territory and have been engaged in brutal combat for months. We require support. Can you come to our aid?" Approaching the computer screen, Zhang Heng opened a map to locate Liangzhou. Situated in the northeastern corner of Jiangsu in Zhejiang, it was approximately 1,000 kilometers away. The message had been sent the day prior. Zhang Heng promptly responded, "I'm en route to Liangzhou. I will be there shortly." "Wonderful. You finally replied. I will relay this good news to our leader immediately." At this point, Zhang Heng declared, "Yang Nan, we are heading to Liangzhou City. A person there has reached out to me for assistance. It seemed that the evolvers and humans each occupied distinct territories, clashing daily. There might be ample opportunities to encounter bone demons and titans." Yang Nan's expression softened slightly. At last, there was a credible destination. "Let us hurry there," she urged. Perhaps she felt that throughout their journey, Zhang Heng had been the one exerting effort, while she had contributed little. From Zhang Heng's earlier description, Liangzhou City appeared to be a place where she could truly showcase her abilities. With remarkable speed, the flying bunker soared towards Liangzhou. Zhang Heng then opened the personal profiles of the zombies to ascertain whether they had been diligently training during this period. Host, Zhang Heng abilities. Ice Core Words Manifest Demon of Sand Strength, 3,931 Speed, 3,933 Mentality, 3,986 Genetics, LV 449 Skills, Self-Healing LV1 Longsword Mastery, LV1 Close Quarters Combat, LV5 Crossbow Mastery, LV1 Ice Shield, LV5 Ice Spike, LV1 Ice Domain, LV1 Jet Flight, LV1 Multiple Control, LV5 Ultimate Cold Wave, LV1 Points 124,512. Zombie 1 Strength 1467 Speed, 1461 Mentality, 1434 Genetics, LV 325 Skills, Self-Healing LV1 Longsword Mastery, LV1 Close Quarters Combat, LV 5 Titanization, Zombie 2 Strength 1497 Speed, 1492 Mentality, 1437 Genetics, LV 325 Skills, Self-Healing LV 3 Titanization, Zombie 3 Strength 1477 Speed, 1423 Mentality, 1417 Genetics, LV 364 skills. Self-healing LV 5 steel skin LV 4 gluttony LV 2 zombie 4 strength 2377 speed 1493 mentality 1017 genetics LV 479 skills. Bone armor LV 1 self-healing LV 10 titanization. The personal attributes of the 4 zombies have all increased by over 200 points. It appears quite promising. Perhaps after some time, I can train to augment their attributes further. I am uncertain how long has passed. The flying fortress suddenly came to a halt. Clearly, we have reached our destination. Zhang Heng peered through the window, down below. The center of Liangzhou City resembled a crater formed by a meteorite impact, filled with corpses, and numerous massive footprints marred the ground. These footprints were evidently the handiwork of Titan zombies. In a corner to the north, a white wall encircled the city, which remained intact within its confines, where numerous evolved individuals resided. Outside the white wall, however, the scene was starkly different, resembling a Hell's Cape, as zombies relentlessly battered against the wall, attempting to breach it. The wall towered 20 to 30 meters high, a barrier even Titans would find challenging to penetrate, let alone these ordinary zombies. Atop the white wall stood throngs of evolved individuals. Utilizing their respective abilities, they continually launched assaults on the encroaching zombies. Zhang Heng piloted the flying fortress to hover above the white wall. The evolved individuals above the fortress grew wary, uncertain of the nature of this airborne vessel. Zhang Heng leaped directly from the flying fortress. Upon realizing that a human had descended, the evolved individuals atop the wall immediately relaxed their vigilance. A human, however, for reasons unknown. Zhang Heng could discern no color in the eyes of these evolvers, each one appearing emaciated, as if they had not eaten in a long time and were suffering from malnutrition. Were they truly the guardians of this city? May I inquire who you are? Zhang Heng asked, gazing at the hollow-cheeked man before him, perplexed. Do you not have anything to eat? Why does everyone appear so malnourished? The man sighed helplessly in response. What food is there to be found here? If you possess any, perhaps you could share a little with us. Zhang Heng nodded. I do. However, before that, I would like to meet your leader, after which I can arrange for the distribution of provisions. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with hope. Is what you say true? I hardly know how to express my gratitude. In any case, I shall take you to meet our leader right away. Under the man's guidance, Zhang Heng was soon brought before their leader. This leader was a man in his 30s, with a buzz cut and a round face, exuding an air of kindness despite his heavy dark circles and pale lips, which gave him a very frail appearance. Nevertheless, he offered Zhang Heng a faint smile. I have heard you are willing to provide us with food. Where is it? Zhang Heng replied, You must organize your people to distribute the food immediately. Gather everyone, and I will provide the provisions. Although the man was puzzled, he picked up his phone and began relaying the message. Before long, a crowd of over 200 had assembled in front of a white building. Some evolvers stationed on the white walls did not descend, steadfastly maintaining their posts. At this juncture, Zhang Heng procured several large pots and placed hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes on the ground. First, eat this to fill your stomachs. I will later provide you with more nutritious food. It's a spatial ability user. We are saved. Are those sweet potatoes? How wonderful. Sweet potatoes to eat. Ha ha. The crowd surged forward, elated as if they had lost their minds. Chapter 260. The rescue operation. The survivors of Liangzhou City indulged in a hearty meal, their faces radiating satisfaction as they sat upon the ground, patting their bellies. They appeared to have been resurrected from the brink of despair. Jiang Siwei, the leader of Liangzhou City, gazed upon the scene with tear-filled eyes, a wave of sorrow swelling within him, though he ultimately managed to suppress it. At that moment, Zhang Heng approached Jiang Siwei and inquired about the location of their cold storage. I have prepared some supplies for you, and I will also provide you with seeds later. These provisions should sustain you until your crops are ripe. Jiang Siwei wiped his tears, brushed his hands against his clothing, and extended his right hand towards Zhang Heng with a solemn expression. I apologize for the late introduction. My name is Jiang Siwei. Zhang Heng replied, Jiang Siwei. A bittersweet smile crossed Jiang Siwei's face as he remarked, I shall remember your name, Zhang Heng. I believe everyone present will forever remember it as well. Allow me to escort you to the cold storage. Jiang Siwei personally led Zhang Heng to the cold storage. Upon opening the large door, Zhang Heng was met with the sight of nearly empty shelves, thick layers of ice coating every surface. Had he not come today, these individuals would have soon faced starvation, potentially leading to the horrifying prospect of cannibalism. Should such a fate befall them, a new breed of savagery would surely emerge. Zhang Heng then retrieved a ton of whole chickens, along with 5,000 pounds of sweet potatoes and 5,000 pounds of potatoes from his spatial backpack. The sheer volume of potatoes and sweet potatoes nearly filled the entire cold storage. Jiang Siwei, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Brother, there is no need for words. From this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother. I have met my elder brother." He nearly knelt before Zhang Heng. However, Zhang Heng quickly assisted him to his feet, laughing, "Let's not jest. Titles such as elder brother are unnecessary. We are all human beings, and it is only natural to help one another. Now, I would like to know who sent me that message." Jiang Siwei glanced at the number on the message and was momentarily taken aback. This is my sister's phone number. Was it my sister who sought you out? Just yesterday, I had a quarrel with her over a trivial matter. I must go find her." Zhang Heng followed closely behind as Jiang Siwei set off. After inquiring in various places, Jiang Siwei finally located his sister, Jiang Mei. In her 30s, Jiang Mei possessed dark skin, full lips, and well-defined features. She was the kind of woman who, at first glance, seemed average, but upon closer inspection, grew increasingly appealing. Jiang Mei first expressed her gratitude to Zhang Heng. "Zhang Heng, I cannot believe you truly came, bringing us such abundant supplies and food. I initially thought you were only here to help us with the zombies. Once we eliminate them, we would have more areas to search for provisions. Truly, I cannot thank you enough." Zhang Heng smiled gently and replied, "It was but a small effort on my part. Now, please, tell me about the bone demons. Where can they be found?" Jiang Mei responded, "The bone demons are scattered outside the white walls, as many survivors are also hiding in the vicinity. The white wall is a manifestation of my brother's power. He has utilized it to encircle this area, thereby preventing the bone demon from easily breaching our defenses. Consequently, the bone demon has shifted its focus to the evolved beings hiding outside. Each day, we organize efforts to rescue them, although we may encounter attacks from the bone demon and titans along the way. Should you be inclined to assist us, we might be able to save even more lives." Zhang Heng quickly discerned that these white walls must be a form of ability, akin to Li Tai's Iron Fortress, which manipulates the element of steel. Perhaps Jiang Siwei wields the power to control the element of rock, and his sand demon ability could also be applied in such a manner. At this juncture, Zhang Heng turned to Yang Nan and said, "Yang Nan, seek out the bone demon. If they are amenable to your transformation, proceed with it. If not, eliminate them. I intend to rescue the other evolved beings. Let's split our efforts." Yang Nan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, this arrangement is optimal. It spares you the need to contact me later should you encounter the bone demon. I shall search nearby." With that, 4 bone blades suddenly unfurled from her back, spinning rapidly as they lifted her into the air. Jiang Siwei, appearing puzzled, remarked, "What a peculiar ability." Zhang Heng then inquired, "Are any of you aware of where your people are hiding, or are we aimlessly searching through the ruins of the city?" At that moment, Jiang Mei produced a device, stating, "I procured this instrument from the Security Bureau. I have entered the phone numbers of everyone who has contacted me, and this device can sense their locations via GPS." Zhang Heng accepted the instrument, which was compact and square, roughly the size of a palm, seemingly a type of locating device. The screen displayed numerous red dots, each spaced apart, likely representing the phones being tracked. "So, I will simply follow the locations indicated here to find them?" Zhang Heng queried. Jiang Mei nodded. "Are you planning to go alone?" Zhang Heng replied, "Acting alone may prove more efficient. You can trust me with this." With a smile directed at Jiang Mei, he leaped into the air, soaring upwards. The nearest location was a mere 3 kilometers ahead. As he flew, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The city was still teeming with zombies, seemingly untouched by any efforts to eradicate them. The intelligent titans and bone demons appeared to have concealed themselves, while the mindless crawlers, aberrant subtypes, and ordinary zombies relentlessly assaulted the white wall in vain. With a swift motion, Zhang Heng conjured an ice spear, formed from an intense cold. He cast it to the ground, whereupon it shattered, unleashing a terrifying wave of frigid air that spread in all directions. Below, the zombies were rapidly encased in ice at a visibly accelerated pace. The cacophony of the entire city has significantly diminished, as a chilling wave spreads forth incessantly, freezing everything in its wake. The echoes of the zombies' demise and the points accrued resonate in his ears. Zhang Heng promptly muted the notifications of the scores. Suddenly, he accelerated through the air, heading towards the nearest designated location. Before long, he found himself before a towering edifice, with the coordinates pinpointed within its confines. The building boasts over 20 stories, leaving him uncertain of where the occupants might be hiding. Zhang Heng then tapped the small dot, only to be taken aback as a communication interface unexpectedly materialized. "Hello, are you not coming to rescue me?" Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow slightly, marveling at the convenience of this instrument. Chapter 261. The arrogant zombie Zhang Heng inquired, "I am here to rescue you. I am currently outside the building." "On which floor are you located?" "Really? I am on the rooftop. I am hiding on the rooftop." Zhang Heng nodded in realization. "Wait for me there. I will be there shortly." With that, he stowed the instrument into his spatial backpack and turned to face the rear. In the air behind him, a bone demon materialized. The sound of its bone wings flapping was impossible to ignore. The bone demon appeared to be a middle-aged man, around 40, with a square face. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, gazing at Zhang Heng with a look of curiosity. "You are quite different from other evolvers," he remarked suddenly. Zhang Heng smiled faintly. "Oh, in what way do you find me different?" The bone demon grinned. "The scent of your flesh is far more enticing than theirs." He wiped away the drool, trickling from the corner of his mouth. "This is the first time I have encountered such a delectable aroma. You must possess considerable value for me to consume you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow. "I see. I assumed you were going to compliment my handsomeness and overwhelming aura, but it seems you meant this. Perhaps it was due to my unlocking of the fourth genetic lock," he thought, also grinning wickedly. It was evident he did not regard his opponent with any seriousness. The bone demon's expression shifted slightly. "An evolver who has unlocked the fourth genetic lock. This is the first time I have met someone capable of such a feat. It seems you possess great confidence in your abilities." Zhang Heng beckoned the bone demon with a finger. "Why not find out for yourself?" He paused. "Oh, I almost forgot. Before we engage, I wish to ask you, if given the opportunity to transform back into a human, would you consider it?" The bone demon couldn't help but laugh. "Why not ask your mother instead?" Zhang Heng's smile instantly vanished. "You will die in a most unpleasant manner." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Heng charged at the bone demon. The bone demon snorted derisively, his hands morphing into two bone blades, ready to confront Zhang Heng. "Watch as I turn you into minced meat." The twin blades swung violently towards Zhang Heng. However, at that moment, Zhang Heng did not flinch. He surged forward, seizing both bone blades with his bare hands. "What?" The bone demon was taken aback, astonished that his bone blades had been caught barehanded. How was this possible? His bone blades were razor-sharp, slicing through iron as if it were mud. Was the opponent's palm more resilient than steel? Before the bone demon could recover from his shock, he suddenly felt a terrifying force in his arms, yanking him toward Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng delivered a knee strike to the bone demon's chin. Crack! A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed from the bone demon's jaw, which hung limply, dislocated. Had it not been for the flesh supporting it, it might have fallen to the ground. A flash of white teeth scattered through the air, cascading to the ground like a flurry of dumplings. Zhang Heng grinned, remarking, "I told you, your demise would be quite unsightly, and I mean that in the most literal sense." His mind trembled under the weight of an overwhelming force, leaving the bone demon momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Zhang Heng hurled him to the ground. With a resounding bang, the earth trembled under the impact, creating a web-like fissure that radiated from the point of collision, while the center sank ominously. A thick plume of dust surged into the air. Zhang Heng, with his feet aligned, descended from the heavens, landing forcefully upon the bone demon's chest. A fountain of blood erupted from the bone demon, splattering across the air and staining his pallid visage of vivid crimson. As Zhang Heng slowly stepped off the demon's chest, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful stomp. With a sickening crunch, the bone demon's head burst apart, revealing a crystalline blue core within. Zhang Heng retrieved the crystal. Glancing at the headless carcass of the bone demon, he smirked and said, "Forgive my earlier deception. You did not perish in a particularly grotesque fashion. Rather, you have ceased to resemble a human at all." Securing the crystal, Zhang Heng scanned the surroundings, finding no other suspicious entities nearby. It appeared that the bone demons were indeed lurking about, seeking other survivors. They seemed in no hurry to eliminate the remaining individuals, for without means of preservation, slaughtering them all would hasten decay, rendering them ineatable. Thus, they treated the survivors like sheep in a pen, selecting one at their leisure. How utterly vile! At this juncture, Zhang Heng produced a device and soared towards the rooftop of a nearby building. He flung open the iron door atop the structure, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man, his face unkempt and dirty. The man's expression was one of bewilderment as he stared vacantly at Zhang Heng, stammering, "Why you? Who are you? I don't believe I've seen you before." Zhang Heng smiled gently, replying, "I am the external aide summoned by your leader. Are you prepared to return? I shall escort you now." The man eagerly nodded, "I am ready, thank you." "Thank you." Grasping the man's arm, Zhang Heng leapt into the air, carrying him towards the white walls below. Once they touched down, the man collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Zhang Heng, who had already departed. Who on earth was this man? Zhang Heng continued his search for the next target, activating a small dot on his device to enter the communication interface. "Hello. I am here to rescue you and am currently approaching your location." Creaking sounds of chewing emanated from the other end of the line. Just as Zhang Heng finished speaking, a low chuckle responded. "I'm afraid he is asleep and cannot take your call at the moment." Zhang Heng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Did you consume him? Did you really notice that? It seems you are quite remarkable." Zhang Heng spoke coolly. "It seems you are indulging in the thrill of the hunt here without a care in the world. Whether it was the one we encountered earlier or your current self, you seem utterly unrestrained. No, I'm truly terrified. Please do not approach, otherwise I will lose my appetite. It is essential for us to survive. In due time, we shall assist you in gathering supplies, for if you were to perish from hunger, it would certainly cause us great distress. If you can continue to live, it would indeed be beneficial for us. Do you understand?" Zhang Heng abruptly ended the call, exclaiming, "These wretches! I shall eliminate this bunch of scoundrels." Chapter 262. The most agonizing death. Zhang Heng swiftly located the zombie that had just placed the call, guided by the readings from his instruments. The zombie slowly opened a window, gazing at the suspended Zhang Heng, a faint smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "You seem quite enraged. It appears that you are the one who spoke with me earlier. Come in, and behold something extraordinary." This was evidently a bone demon. It cleared a space, seemingly inviting Zhang Heng inside. Zhang Heng regarded the bone demon coldly and propelled himself towards the window. However, just as he was about to reach the opening, the bone demon unexpectedly surged forth, launching a punch at Zhang Heng. "Die, you fool!" Zhang Heng caught the incoming fist effortlessly, gazing at the bone demon with indifference. The bone demon was taken aback. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhang Heng crushed the bone demon's fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing like a melody. The bone demon staggered back, clutching its hand in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of monstrous strength is this? How could he shatter my bone-clad fist? Is he human or beast? Zhang Heng advanced menacingly towards the bone demon. "You seemed quite arrogant a moment ago. What has caused you to wither away now? Have you overeaten, affecting your performance?" The bone demon glared at Zhang Heng, demanding, "Who are you?" Zhang Heng flashed a grin. "I am your ancestor." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Heng lunged at the bone demon once more, delivering a powerful punch directly to its chest. He seized its heart, and the bone demon emitted a muffled groan, its eyes widening in disbelief. Zhang Heng toyed with the heart, stating coolly, "I won't permit you to die too easily. Therefore, you must take good care of this heart." In that moment, Zhang Heng grasped the bone demon's wings and yanked them apart with ferocity. The wings tore away, plummeting to the ground. The bone demon hastily regained its footing and fled in a frantic dash, shouting, "Boss! Help me, boss!" Zhang Heng floated beside the fleeing creature, taunting, "Yes, you should lead me to your boss. I've been eager to find him. Hurry up." The expression on the bone demon's face resembled that of a man who had seen a ghost, tears and snot streaming down as it stumbled in terror, blood spilling from its back. "Keep running faster." The bone demon let out a desperate howl, accelerating its pace. It stumbled forward, emitting pitiful cries along the way. Zhang Heng glanced up at the distance. There, Yang Nan held a bone demon's head in one hand, slowly approaching. "Zhang Heng, you truly have a twisted sense of humor. Why not just kill him?" Zhang Heng was still pondering the whereabouts of Yang Nan, unaware that Yang Nan had also ventured forth to confront the skeletal demon. The skeletal demon, having collapsed to the ground, looked up just in time to see its leader's head gripped firmly in someone's hand. At that moment, despair washed over it. Its leader had perished as well. Who were these two individuals, and what extraordinary prowess did they possess? They were unlike any evolved beings it had ever encountered. Were not evolved beings typically weaker than zombies? Clearly, zombies exhibited a more rapid progression. Yet, what was the nature of these two? Zhang Heng ensnared the skeletal demon's body with countless grains of yellow sand and approached Yang Nan, driven not by malice but by the sheer audacity of the creature. He recounted the dialogue he had with the adversary. Upon hearing this, Yang Nan raised an eyebrow. The skeletal demons he had encountered shared the same disposition. They had no intention of becoming human. It was a pity indeed. He had long hoped to encounter zombies willing to be transformed into humans, only to find none along his journey. Did this world truly lack zombies with similar aspirations? Zhang Heng offered a wry smile, urging, "Do not be overly pessimistic. I firmly believe there are zombies who wish to spare humanity." Yang Nan sigid in resignation, crushing the skeletal demon's skull and extracting a crystal from within, which he then handed to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng accepted the crystal and placed it into his spatial backpack. Together, they turned their gaze toward the skeletal demon, now entirely encased in yellow sand. With only its face visible, Zhang Heng smiled faintly at the demon's expression of despair, commenting, "How does it feel to be at the mercy of another? Regrettably, I shall not consume you. I desire only the crystal within your mind. However, I do not intend to grant you an easy end. I will ensure your demise is excruciating." As he spoke, Zhang Heng clenched his right hand tightly. The yellow sand began to compress and converge. A series of cracking sounds echoed, whether from the aggregation of the sand or the bones within the skeletal demon being crushed remained uncertain. The skeletal demon emitted anguished cries as the sand invaded its mouth. It could only produce a series of muffled whimpers, with the sand pouring forth from its mouth, nose, ears, and even eyes. Zhang Heng's fist tightened further, and the yellow sand swiftly engulfed the demon's form. Once the sand settled, not a single fragment of the skeletal demon remained. It had been utterly assimilated into the grains. Yang Nan then addressed Zhang Heng. "It appears we have dealt with all the skeletal demons here. Let us return." Zhang Heng nodded, stating, "I shall inform the leader of this place." They ascended the white wall, where Jiang Siwei, upon hearing the news of the complete eradication of the skeletal demons, was filled with disbelief. Zhang Heng returned the device to Jiang Mei, declaring, "All skeletal demons have been eliminated. I have also assisted in dealing with some zombies. As for the remaining survivors, you may either seek them out or allow them to return on their own." Gratitude shone in Jiang Mei's eyes as she exclaimed, "Thank you. I am immensely grateful." Zhang Heng smiled faintly, then turned to Jiang Siwei. "The supplies I provided should suffice for several hundred of you for a few months. Let us commence the work at the plantation as soon as possible. Yang Nan and I will take our leave now. Should you require any assistance, please have Jiang Mei contact me." Jiang Siwei, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Zhang Heng, are you really planning to leave? Won't you stay a few more days? We have yet to properly express our gratitude, and many are still unaware of what has transpired." Zhang Heng could not help but chuckle. "Your survival and the eradication of the zombies here is the greatest form of gratitude you could offer me." Chapter 263. A Blessing from Above. Jiang Siwei gazed at the retreating figures of Zhang Heng and Yang Nan, their demeanor exuding an air of grace. These two individuals were truly remarkable. Perhaps their haste to depart signified an intention to journey to the next city, to rescue even more souls. It was astonishing to witness such selfless dedication amidst the chaos of this tumultuous world. Jiang Siwei felt profoundly moved. He pondered that if one day he were to eradicate the zombies in the city, he too might leave to save more lives. Within the flying fortress, Zhang Heng stood at the control panel, steering their aerial vessel towards the next destination. At that moment, Yang Nan remarked, "Zhang Heng, we have yet to encounter any zombies exceeding the 4th stage of evolution, but we cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering those of the 5th stage. Hence, I wish to inform you of their weaknesses." Zhang Heng, perplexed, inquired, "The 5th stage zombies possess weaknesses? What are they?" Yang Nan replied, "The crystalline core of the 5th stage zombies is located not in the brain, but here." She unfastened her clothing, revealing a glowing golden entity on her chest. Zhang Heng, taken aback, asked, "What is this?" Yang Nan explained, "This is the vulnerability of the 5th stage zombies. If this area remains intact, they will continuously regenerate at an alarming rate." Understanding dawned upon Zhang Heng, and he nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Yang Nan, why are you sharing this information with me now?" With a resigned sigh, Yang Nan stated, "Throughout our journey, I've observed that the zombies we encounter have completely lost their humanity, resembling wild beasts that heed only the laws of nature, viewing humans merely as sustenance. I believe the stronger the zombies, the more pronounced their predatory instincts become, perhaps even more than those of the skeletal demons. If you happen upon a 5th stage zombie and are aware of its weakness, it may prove advantageous." Crossing his arms, Zhang Heng regarded Yang Nan with a slight smile. "Do you truly believe that we will not encounter zombies retaining any semblance of humanity?" Yang Nan settled onto the sofa, placing her hands upon it and exhaling softly, her gaze revealing a hint of resignation. The higher the level of the zombies, the more they consume. As their appetite grows, they drift further into bestiality. To reform a beast requires a considerable amount of time, and it is evident that we do not possess such luxury. Nor can we compel them to transform back into humans, can we? Zhang Heng stroked his chin, an enigmatic glint appearing in his eyes. Yang Nan, he suddenly wonder if these skeletal demons are so resistant to becoming human, would transforming them back cause them immense suffering and torment? Yang Nan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and shifted her position on the sofa. That would merely give rise to a horde of man-eaters. Therefore, it is better to eliminate them. Zhang Heng then remarked, "Today, we encountered 2 skeletal demons devoid of humanity, showing no fear of human evolvers in their eyes. We are merely their food. To kill them would be too merciful," Yang Nan expressed with a hint of confusion. "You do not intend to torment them, do you?" Zhang Heng contemplated for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. A swift death would be more satisfying. Let me first check my phone for new messages. If there are none, the flying bunker will transport us to Wenhan." With that, Zhang Heng retrieved his phone, which was, in fact, a portal to his personal information panel. Host, Zhang Heng abilities, core of Ice Word Manifestation Demon of Sand Power, 3,931 speed, 3,933 mentality, 3,986 genetics, LV 449 skills. Self-healing LV 1 mastery of longsword LV 1 close combat LV 5 mastery of repeating crossbow LV 1 ice shield LV 5 ice spike LV 1 frozen domain LV 1 jet flight LV 1 multi-control LV 5 extreme cold wave LV 1 points. 144512. Shall the host devour the existing crystals? Devour. Devouring successful. Host genetic unlock progress at 6. The crystals might also serve as a means of evolution for Yang Nan, who currently possessed 6. It seemed he had to strive further. Closing the personal information panel, Zhang Heng perused his private messages but found none that required his immediate attention. After an indeterminate amount of time, the flying bunker began to decelerate. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. After days of waiting, the rain had returned. The top of the flying bunker formed a concave structure resembling a beaker, collecting the falling rainwater continuously. The flying bunker boasted 2 water storage tanks, one practical for exchanging points for water resources, and the other, a whimsical reservoir for accumulating rainwater. At that moment, Yang Nan turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Zhang Heng, I wish to go outside." Gazing at the downpour, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Heng nodded and subsequently descended the flying bunker. Yang Nan dashed out, while Zhang Heng summoned the zombies from the training room. Zombies numbered 1 to 4 stood beneath the rain, soaking in the downpour. Yang Nan beckoned to Zhang Heng, "Come out quickly. This is a blessing, a heavenly rain. The more you absorb, the more it will aid in unlocking your genetics." Zhang Heng nodded and stepped outside. After standing there for nearly an hour, a notification sounded in his mind. Genetic Unlock Progress 1. It was indeed true. By simply standing in the rain, his genetic progress had increased by 1%. To achieve a similar advancement through combat, he would need to slay a bone demon and consume a Tier 4 crystal. Yang Nan maintained a meditative posture, while the crawler lay on the ground, appearing to slumber. Zombies numbered 1, 2, and 4 mimicked Yang Nan's position. The rain continued to pour throughout the night, lasting a full 8 hours. Zhang Heng's gene unlocking progress has surged by 8. Previously, during the downpour, they all sought refuge indoors, and now, reflecting on it, it seems such a squander of time. Once the rain had ceased, Yang Nan approached Zhang Heng, dragging her drenched form towards him. The relentless rain had left her complexion even paler than before, and her already thin garments clung to her skin, revealing her curvaceous figure without reservation. Embarrassed, Yang Nan instinctively covered her chest with her hands and said to Zhang Heng, "Next time, who knows when it will rain again? I shall go take a bath and change into some dry clothes." Zhang Heng nodded in acknowledgement and then signaled the 4 zombies to return. He proceeded to inspect the rainwater storage tank. After 8 hours, how much rainwater had been collected? The screen displayed the reserve quantity of rainwater. It seemed less than a ton. The opening was likely too small, he surmised.